The youth is a madman begging on the streets, carrying a worn wooden sword day in and day out. The world merely perceives him as a madman. Little did they know, his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the world. His name is Chen Xun. Every 3 years, he awakens for a month. At this moment, amidst the bustling streets filled with passers-by, a young man clad in a tattered blue robe, bearing a wooden sword upon his back, suddenly cast his books aside. With hands placed firmly on my hips, I cast my gaze skyward and erupted into a hearty laugh, feeling invincible in my quietude. Suddenly, this unexpected scene startled the passers-by, causing them to jump in surprise. Feeling discontented in my heart, I was on the verge of reprimanding, but upon raising my gaze and encountering the sight of the disheveled youth, my eyes met his, and it was none other than that mad scholar. Then, there was nothing to worry about. They all cursed their misfortune under their breath and gradually departed. The scholar in the blue robe let out a hearty laugh and resumed picking up his books. Squatting at the street corner, his eyes fervently perused the pages. Occasionally, passers-by glance at the scholar in azure attire, curious to discover what has captivated his attention. I was so engrossed in reading, only to suddenly realize that it was merely an empty book, devoid of any records. It dawned on me that the doctor was indeed a madman. He then tossed down several copper coins of varying amounts, shook his head, and departed. Yet the scholar clad in green remained utterly oblivious to these actions, entirely engrossed in his own world. This scholar, named Chen Xun, was a mystery to all. No one knew whence he came. The townsfolk were only aware that ever since this green-clad scholar appeared in Little River Town, he has never left since then. It has been 2.5 years, to be precise. Everyone in town is aware of the existence of this eccentric scholar clad in blue. Chen Xun squatted at the street corner, engrossed in a book, oblivious to its contents. Occasionally, he would exclaim in surprise. At times, one may find oneself drooling and grinning foolishly. Occasionally, one rises to perform peculiar actions that astonish onlookers, as if awakened from a stupor. Soon, the sun sinks below the horizon. The sound of Chen Xun's stomach growled. Intrigued, he placed a hand on his belly and playfully urged, "Let out another sound for me to hear." "Gululu," it responded. Instantly, Chen Xun's interest was piqued. Hastily rising to his feet, he randomly approached a bewildered passerby, exclaiming in astonishment while patting his own belly, inquiring about the commotion. "Can you hear him calling?" Oldly, having witnessed Chen Xun, pressed his lips together and leaned closer to Chen Xun's abdomen, feigning a posture of attentiveness, inclining his ear to listen intently. The celestial orbs appeared to be quite serious in their discourse. Nodding in acknowledgement, he cautiously turned his gaze towards Yangba, fearful that Chen Xun might, in the next moment, take an unexpected action. Oldly, despite his age, was concerned about tarnishing his reputation. Chen Xun's eyes held a hint of suspicion. He wondered why he was being called. Oldly cleared his throat, feeling somewhat uneasy. Hunger will inevitably make one cry out. Oldly had no desire to linger with this madman, Chen Xun. He yearned to escape, yet Chen Xun clutched one of his hands tightly. Unable to find an opportunity to escape, Chen Xun's features contorted in hunger. He scratched his head in frustration. Mochi remarked, "How could one feel hungry?" "This is not right," the young man replied. "He is so bothersome, constantly calling out. It is truly quite irritating." "Oh, my goodness." Oldly was startled by Chen Xun's demeanor, and hurriedly reassured him, saying, "It's all right, it's all right. You must first calm yourself. Allow me to take you out for a meal." Once he is satiated, he will cease to call out. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun gradually regained his composure and looked at Oldly with hopeful anticipation. Indeed, Oldly's expression appeared gentle, while Yu Guang, with a sense of resignation, cast a glance at his wrist tightly clasped by Chen Xun, nodding affirmatively. Subsequently, Chen Xun and Oldly, hand in hand, departed amidst the peculiar gazes of numerous passers-by. Throughout the entire ordeal, Oldly's face flushed crimson, silently lamenting the loss of his dignity. On ordinary days, I would see this letter. Its voice would meander along the path. Yet today, with a moment's carelessness, I found myself ensnared by it. Ah, the delightful noodle house of happiness! Chen Xun was utterly absorbed in devouring his noodles, completely oblivious to the astonished gazes of the other patrons. Oldly, sitting across the table, did not fix his gaze upon Chen Xun. Instead, his attention was firmly anchored on the towering stack of bowls before him. 10 bowls, which signified that at this moment, Chen Xun was partaking in his 11th. Old Li's heart raced vigorously. This fellow has quite the appetite. He must be a reincarnation of a starving ghost. This is simply unacceptable. No longer can we allow it to consume in such a manner. This very way of indulgence will deplete even the wealth of mountains of gold and silver. At this critical juncture, Chen Xun raised his gaze to Old Li. He pointed at the bowl before him with chopsticks and remarked. The old man cast a sharp glance at the empty bowl, silently exclaiming to himself, "Goodness gracious, it's all gone again." Just like before, not even the soup was spared. "Chen Xun, you've already consumed 11 bowls, and yet you are still not full," Old Li inquired tentatively. Chen Xun touched his face and confidently asserted that it was not the case. Old Li concurred, "Goodness, are you full or not? You might as well feel your belly instead of just touching your face. Moreover, could one truly claim to be unaware of their hunger?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, Old Li suddenly realized, cursed himself for nearly forgetting that this young man was, after all, a lunatic. One cannot approach matters with the reasoning of an ordinary person. Old Li sighed, touched his forehead, and awkwardly chuckled, "Chen Xun, I do not possess much money at the moment, and I must also purchase a hairpin for my granddaughter. Regrettably, I cannot spare any additional funds for you to indulge in noodles." Implicitly, 11 bowls of noodles are already the utmost limit. But Chen Xun merely frowned at the money. Old Li was taken aback. One must pay for the noodles. Could it be that the owner would allow you to dine for free? Chen Xun nodded thoughtfully. Old Li, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Chen Xun was no fool. He still possessed some fundamental reasoning skills. This is quite manageable. It is sufficient that Chen Xun can comprehend. This young man, at least in this moment, appears significantly more composed than before. Capable of engaging in ordinary conversation. Why not simply avoid payment? Unexpectedly, Chen Xun spoke with grave seriousness. In an instant, Old Li's expression transformed into one of remarkable intrigue, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Chen Xun's words were overheard by numerous patrons and the owner of the noodle shop. The owner promptly interjected, expressing his displeasure towards Chen Xun. "If you dare to dine and dash, I will certainly report you to the authorities." However, Chen Xun, oblivious to the implications of such threats, merely turned his head away. A gaze akin to that of a fool was directed at the boss, whose lips twitched incessantly. Today, he found himself astonishingly regarded as a simpleton by a fool. Chen Ji was on the verge of fury, prepared to deliver a stern lesson to Chen Xun. It is impossible not to feel anger. One must recognize that, in daily life, he has often gazed upon Chen Xun with pity, bestowing upon him scraps of food. I never imagined that she would completely forget his kindness, even regarding him with such a gaze. "Hello, old Su, please do not be upset. We will settle the payment. Today, I am treating Chen Xun to a meal." Old Li promptly rose to his feet, casually presenting the 33 copper coins he had prepared in advance. Then, pulling up Chen Xun, he dashed out of the noodle shop. The owner cleared the table in front of him, his expression softening considerably. However, he continued to gaze at the silhouette of Chen Xun as he departed. "I am quite upset. Humph, truly an ingrate. From now on, if I ever share my food again, I shall not believe it. Su, oh dear boss. Calm down. What is there to argue with a madman? Indeed, boss. Chen Xun is also a pitiable soul, having lost his sanity at such a young age." The guests offered their continuous words of comfort. The proprietor managed a strained smile before turning to retreat into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chen Xun, the sky was growing late. "I am going to purchase a hairpin for my granddaughter, and then I shall return home." Old Li chuckled, gesturing wildly with his eyes towards the hand that was firmly grasped by Chen Xun. In a fleeting moment, Chen Xun found himself engulfed in confusion, followed by a wild, frenzied display of gestures and movements. What is the essence of Taoism, one may ponder? You must return home. But can I, too, find my way back? Old Li's smile froze, a sense of foreboding rising within him. At that moment, his expression resembled one who had just consumed something revolting, appearing as unsightly as possible. He hurriedly called out to Chen Xun. "I invite you to share a meal of noodles with me. Isn't that a generous offer? Please do not be shameless. Like a stubborn plaster clinging to me, Old Li." Chen Xun, however, could not comprehend the words spoken by Old Li. With a beaming smile, he grasped old Li's hand and raised it triumphantly above his head, swaying joyfully, twisting his waist and bottom, utterly elated. As the evening grew late, old Li began to lose his patience. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly withdrew his hand from Chen Xun's grasp and took off running. Chen Xun tilted his head, gazing in bewilderment at the retreating figure of old Li, akin to a fleeing fox. His eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of realization. He bent down, lowering his limbs to the ground, resembling a wild beast. He hastily pursued, while passers-by on the street made way, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Chen Xun's figure dashing past. In the midst of chaos, what madness is this lunatic enacting? As the weary old Li flees, panting and breathless, a sudden intuition seizes him. He turns his head and, under the dim glow of the streetlight, he gazes. The figure of that humanoid beast pursued Chen Xun, sending him into a state of utter panic. Goodness, old Li was nearly frightened out of his wits. However, the scene involving the child also ignited his latent potential. The speed of his sprint accelerated significantly. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase, turning the street into a cacophony of chaos. Old Li's home is situated on the western side of Xiuhua town. Although its geographical location may be considered somewhat remote within the town, it is nonetheless a residence of the local community. In possession of a quaint little courtyard. Living free from the burdens of want. At this moment, old Li fled desperately back to his home, swiftly shutting the courtyard gate behind him. In a flurry, I hurried to the side. Seizing the hoe, I swiftly approached the fence, gazing at Chen Xun beyond the barrier. Breathless, I exclaimed, "You young rascal! Do not force my hand." Old Li, wise to the situation, quickly made his exit. Chen Xun observed old Li in the courtyard, saying nothing, merely focusing on his own mirthful antics. The peculiar expression on Chen Xun's face, combined with his laughter, utterly terrified old Li, leaving him at a loss. Overwhelmed with unease, old Li couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at the fence surrounding the courtyard. If Chen Xun, this madman, were to force his way in, what would be done? Old Li, at his age, seems indifferent to it all. But Chen Xun, do not frighten your granddaughter with your birth. Chen Xun, you rascal! Old Li's face darkened, still wishing to say something when suddenly a melodious voice echoed within the room, "Grandfather! You have returned." Old Li's expression suddenly shifted. He urgently exclaimed, "Yuan, Yuan, do not come out." But as soon as old Li finished speaking, a girl of about 15 or 16 emerged, jogging lightly. Her figure was slender, and her ponytail radiated youthful exuberance. While her beauty may not be described as breathtakingly stunning, it possessed a certain charm. The beauty that can cause fish to sink and wild geese to fall from the sky is equally captivating and pleasing to the eye. Particularly striking are those crescent-shaped eyes, which shine brilliantly even in the depths of the night. The young maiden was named Li Yuan, the cherished granddaughter of old Li. Upon noticing her grandfather brandishing a hoe with an imposing demeanor, she was taken aback and swiftly approached him, exclaiming, "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Observing the situation unfold, old Li let out a resigned sigh and gestured with his chin towards the fence beyond. The path is not solely due to this letter. Grandfather Shang. With the best of intentions, I invited him for a bowl of noodles. Yet he dares to cling to my grandfather. Humph. Li Yuanwei tilted her head to peer through the fence. Only now did I notice the disheveled figure of Chen Xun standing outside the courtyard. He is indeed a notable personality, to some extent, in the small town of Xiahe. Li Yuan naturally recognized him. Previously, Li Yuan had occasionally accompanied old Li to the market, where she had seen Chen Xun from a distance. Upon noticing the presence of an additional person beside old Li, Chen Xun was taken aback. She smiled broadly, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth that shimmered in the night. Yet, all that could be heard was the manic echo of her laughter. Li Yuan's expression shifted subtly, and she instinctively took a step back. Observing his granddaughter seemingly startled, old Li immediately brandished the hoe. Immediately, he threatened Chen Xun, "You better scram, or I'll be forced to report you to the authorities." Unfortunately, Chen Xun could not comprehend a word. This is precisely the aspect that leaves old Li at a loss. When old Li mentioned reporting to the authorities, it was merely a desperate attempt to intimidate Chen Xun. In old Li's view, Chen Xun was indeed a pitiable soul. He would never resort to reporting to the authorities unless absolutely necessary. Li Yuan came to his senses and pressed his lips together. Approaching, I removed the hoe that Old Li was holding aloft. "Grandfather, it is getting late, you should retire early." Seeing that we were ignoring him, he would likely take his leave on his own. Upon hearing this, Lali found it quite reasonable and cast a skeptical glance at Chen Xun, who was merely grinning foolishly and remained silent. He was indeed apprehensive that the young man might leap over the fence and intrude. This young man exhibits signs of instability. Who can predict what sudden actions he may take next? Nevertheless, to put it another way, Old Li once again felt that he was overthinking. After all, although Chen Xun's mind was not quite right, he had not truly harmed anyone during his 2.5 years in this small town by the river. Xiang would have long been imprisoned. After finishing his thoughts, Old Li finally exhaled, casting a resentful glare at Chen Xun, before turning his gaze towards Li Yuan. "You should return to your room and rest." Li Yuan nodded slightly, casting another curious glance at Chen Xun before gracefully retreating to his chamber. Old Li observed this with interest. Staring at Chen Xun with a hidden meaning, he returned to his room. Yuan was right. As long as one disregards Chen Xun, he would eventually depart on his own. As Old Li and Li Yuan entered one after another, Chen Xun seemed oblivious, standing still in place, his head bowed, chuckling incessantly. To speak candidly, in this dark night, this scene appears rather perplexing. Time gradually flows by, and the night deepens. The season has indeed transitioned into autumn. In the dead of night, a cool breeze howls outside the courtyard. Chen Xun, clad in a tattered and flimsy blue shirt, seems oblivious to the chill. He simply stands there, as the wind continues to wail. The wind howled, creaking ominously. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed through the courtyard. Li Yuan emerged, lantern in hand. Upon catching sight of the figure outside, she was taken aback. Her gaze turned incredulous. A gust of frigid wind caused Li Yuan to shiver. He hastily tucked his chin in and retreated indoors. In no time at all, Li Yuan emerged from the dwelling once more, but this time, he cradled a quilt in his arms. Approaching the fence, he cast the quilt aside. The blanket slipped from your grasp and fell beside Chen Xun, yet he remained utterly oblivious. In this moment, it seemed as though he had not even acknowledged Li Yuan's presence. Li Yuan found herself unable to comprehend the depths of Chen Xun's current state of mind, nor could she discern the thoughts that occupied his mind or the reasons behind his smile. Hesitantly, he murmured, "Just bear with it for a while. The long night stretches endlessly. If this continues, your body will succumb to illness from the cold." Chen Xun remains unresponsive to the current situation. A flicker of struggle passes through Li Yuan's eyes. Finally, summoning her courage, she opened the gate. Gritting her teeth, she stepped outside. Li Yuan, trembling with trepidation, slowly approached Chen Xun. Only after noticing that there was no sign of aggression did he bend down to pick up the blanket from the ground, carefully wrapping it around Chen Xun. Throughout the entire process, Chen Xun wore a grin, not casting a single glance at Li Yuan. One is left with the impression of being entirely absorbed in one's own world. Li Yuanling cast a glance at Chen Xun, unable to discern the features obscured by the disheveled hair that framed his face. One can't help but feel a deep sense of pity for this individual. Sighing, Li Yuan withdrew her gaze and turned to enter the courtyard, preparing to return to her room. The cold wind howled outside, and his frail body could scarcely endure the chill. Suddenly, it seemed as though a faint, indistinct sound emerged. Li Yuan's body stiffened. He abruptly turned to scan his surroundings. In the dead of night, where could there possibly be fire? Ultimately, Li Yuan's gaze settled upon Chen Xun. Upon discovering that he was still grinning foolishly, she finally let out a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a wry smile. It seemed he had misinterpreted the howling of the cold wind. After speaking, Li Yuan cast another glance at Chen Xun. He cautiously crept into the room, tucking his neck in. The next morning, Old Li emerged from the house, holding a smoking pipe, and settled down in the courtyard. As the smoking pipe tapped against the stone, it was then filled with tobacco. Lastly, lifting the pipe to his lips, he ignited it and drew deeply, producing a plume of smoke. Old Li chuckled softly, taking a comfortable puff. As he hummed a little tune while surveying the courtyard, he noticed a figure crouching outside the yard. Suddenly choked by the smoke. Hi, Coco. Wow, Chen Xun. Old Li snapped back to reality, immediately extinguishing his cigarette, and swiftly exited the courtyard. Arriving before Chen Xun, upon noticing the quilt draped over him, his gaze shifted slightly.
Goodness, is this not my granddaughter's blanket? Lao Li inquired. You didn't possibly spend the entire night here, did you? Yet, Chen Xun remained crouched, unresponsive, not even moving an inch.
Upon witnessing this, Old Li could not help but feel a tremor within his heart. He was acutely aware of the biting cold that enveloped the nights in late autumn, particularly given the geographical location of Xiahe town.
Is the lad not frozen to death?
Old Li felt a surge of anxiety.
Promptly crouching down,
he gently pushed and rubbed Chen Xun.
Chen Xun, Chen Xun,
he called, as Chen Xun tilted his head. Old Li glanced at Chen Xun and said, "Do not disturb the young one's growth." Seeing that Chen Xun was untroubled, Old Li felt a slight relief in his heart, yet he could not help but wonder about this growth. What is growth?
Chen Xun Zhang. A budding young man.
I am now but a sapling. In due time, I shall flourish into a towering tree.
Lao Li, after Chen Xun spoke, lowered his head with utmost seriousness, maintaining a still posture.
Lao Li, feeling helpless, shook his head, for he could not comprehend the world of the madman. Shaking his head dismissively, he returned to the courtyard. Soon, his granddaughter would awaken, prompting him to prepare breakfast. Consequently, wisps of fragrant smoke began to rise from the Li family's courtyard. Many households in the vicinity are likewise. Each home is filled with the fragrant smoke of cooking. While Old Li prepares breakfast, Li Yuan also arrives in the courtyard. At a glance, Chen Xun was seen outside the courtyard. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Old Li calling out for Yuan, saying it was time to eat.
Grandfather Li Xianyuan entered the house with a cheerful demeanor. Grandfather Li Xianxian entered the room once more.
The breakfast at the Li household was rather simple, consisting solely of congee and pickled vegetables. While Li Yuan leisurely savored his congee, Old Li had already finished his meal. Once again, a bowl of porridge was prepared, accompanied by a touch of pickled vegetables. With that, I ventured outside. Grandpa Li, upon hearing Li Yuan's sudden call, instinctively paused in his steps. Turning around in confusion, she asked, "What's wrong?"
Yuan, in a state of indecision, replied, "Grandfather.
After all, it's merely a matter of a couple of chopsticks.
How about we take him in, grandfather?"
Upon hearing this, Old Li widened his eyes and exclaimed at Yuan, "This is not merely a matter of having an extra pair of chopsticks. You would not believe it, but Chen Xun devoured 11 bowls of noodles yesterday, and still craved more. Such an extravagant appetite is beyond what even the most noble of aristocrats could afford, let alone our Old Li. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that although Chen Xun is physically intact, he is quite mad, rendering him incapable of any labor.
Hence, he cannot be taken in. Otherwise, why has no one in Xiahe town taken him in for the past 2.5 years? This is precisely the reason." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was equally astonished. 11 bowls. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Grandfather, I could take on more needlework in the future. And as for his appetite, how about we manage his meals a bit?" In truth, the phrase thanks that she believed she misheard last night lingered in her mind. Moreover, Li Yuan felt a sense of pity for Chen Xun. Old Li was utterly vexed. He had previously refrained from letting his granddaughter associate with Chen Xun, knowing her kind heart would easily soften. Now, however, things had changed. "Think it over, grandfather," he remarked before walking outside. Soon, Old Li approached Chen Xun with a bowl of porridge, offering it to him. "Here, kid, drink this." The previously motionless Chen Xun twitched his nose, snatched the bowl from Old Li's hands, and finished it in just a few gulps. Old Li, astonished, jested, well, even a tree can drink porridge?" Yet, Chen Xun had already returned to his stillness, handing back the bowl. Old Li took the bowl, shaking his head, a look of conflict crossing his face before he sighed. "Very well, I shall take you in for a while and observe your behavior. If you do not improve, you must leave, understood?" With that, Old Li retreated to the courtyard, bowl in hand. Chen Xun remained squatting on the ground, pretending to be a sapling, though a glimmer of light shone briefly in his eyes. Time passed swiftly, and winter had arrived. In the midst of falling snow, Xiahe town transformed into a white wonderland. Chen Xun had resided in Old Li's home for over 3 months, indulging in food and shelter without contributing anything. Recently, Old Li and Li Yuan noticed a significant decrease in Chen Xun's erratic behavior. He often stood quietly alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. However, Old Li and Li Yuan chose not to disturb him. They found this calmer version of Chen Xun quite agreeable. At least he was quiet. Unlike the chaotic days shortly after his arrival, which had left Old Li exasperated. One evening, Chen Xun stood in the courtyard, seemingly deep in contemplation. Still clad in his tattered blue shirt, hair disheveled, and a battered wooden sword slung across his back. Previously, Old Li and Li Yuan had considered tidying him up. But they hesitated, wary of how Chen Xun might react. Thus, they allowed him to remain as he was, letting it be. "Chen, it's time for dinner," Li Yuan called out as she entered the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun's eyes lit up, and he turned, bursting into laughter and rushing towards the house with wild abandon. Li Yuan, anticipating his exuberance, effortlessly sidestepped to allow him passage. At the dining table, Chen Xun immersed himself in his meal, devouring it with fervor. Lao Li and Li Yuan exchanged a glance, a wry smile escaping their lips. Accustomed as they were to this behavior. Suddenly, Li Yuan's gaze fell upon the wooden sword strapped to Chen Xun's back, and she curiously inquired, "Brother Chen, you carry this wooden sword daily. Does it hold any special significance for you? May I take a look?" Upon hearing this, Lao Li turned his attention as well, though he felt no particular curiosity. To him, Chen Xun was already eccentric. Whether he bore a wooden sword or even a toilet lid for years, Lao Li would understand. However, in Lao Li's view, Yuan's question was futile. Chen Xun was a scatterbrained individual, and recognizing people was a feat in itself, with their interactions rarely bordering on normalcy. Li Yuan shared this sentiment, yet her curiosity proved irresistible, prompting her to ask. But in the next moment, Chen Xun's actions astonished both Lao Li and Li Yuan. He paused his eating, reached behind to retrieve the wooden sword, and presented it to Li Yuan. Stunned, she accepted it. Chen Xun grinned widely, a hint of madness in his smile, before returning to his meal. Li Yuan examined the wooden sword closely. Its surface was uneven and pitted, devoid of any remarkable features, leading her to return it to Chen Xun. By this time, he had finished his meal, slung the sword back over his shoulder, and dashed out of the room into the courtyard, coming to a sudden halt, standing still. Lao Li and Li Yuan had grown accustomed to Chen Xun's erratic behavior. However, Li Yuan hesitantly remarked, "Grandfather, have you noticed that Brother Chen seems to have changed somewhat?" Chapter 4, A Moment of Clarity. Encounter with the Black Tiger. Old Li furrowed his brows and nodded slightly. Indeed, the young Chen Xun had undergone some transformation. The way he had just handed over the wooden sword indicated that Chen Xun was decidedly more coherent than before, giving off an impression of having awakened a semblance of consciousness, albeit a limited one. Subsequently, Old Li and Li Yuan tidied up the dining table, exchanged a glance at Chen Xun, and advised him to return to his room early before retiring to their own quarters. In the town of Xiahe, as winter arrived, the townsfolk would generally retire to bed soon after dinner, with few forms of entertainment available, save for a small number who frequented the taverns. Chen Xun stood alone in the courtyard until the witching hour before quietly returning to his room. His quarters, originally a storage space, had been specially cleared out by Old Li for Chen Xun's use. The room was quite sparse, furnished only with a wooden bed adorned with a thick mattress, a table, and a stool, nothing more. This wooden bed had been crafted by Old Li himself, who had ventured into the nearby mountains to procure the timber for Chen Xun. At this moment, Chen Xun sat cross-legged on the bed, his gaze unusually lucid for a fleeting instant, yet deep within his eyes lay a struggle of consciousness. 3 months remained. In this rare moment of clarity, Chen Xun was acutely aware of his predicament. Each bout of madness would persist for 3 years, followed by a brief interval of normalcy. The duration of this clarity was uncertain. Sometimes it lasted a mere day, other times it extended to 10 days, half a month, or even a month, with the longest stretch barely reaching 3 months. This cycle had been a part of his memory for as long as he could recall, and he had lost count of how many times he had experienced it. For some time, Chen Xun had been in search of the root cause of his insanity. Yet he had found no answers, drifting aimlessly and accepting whatever fate bestowed upon him. Thus, over the long years, he found himself caught in an endless loop between madness and clarity, with the vast majority of that time spent in a state of delirium. Nevertheless, after enduring such a passage of time, Chen Xun had developed a degree of strength.
Additionally, he harbored a secret known to no one that he was immortal. Chen Xun had traversed many lands, witnessed countless births and deaths, and bid farewell to numerous friends and loved ones, ultimately being the sole survivor. He had grown accustomed to this reality. To him, immortality felt more like a torment, not for any other reason, but because the moments of clarity were far too fleeting. He cast a glance at the dwelling of Old Li and Li Yuan, warmth flickering in his gaze, yet it swiftly morphed into a blur of wisdom beyond his control. Chen Xun's features contorted, and he once again broke into an absurd grin. Finally, he lay down, clutching the bedding, and drifted off to sleep, a strand of drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. The following day, Chen Xun rose early, as was his custom. Standing in the courtyard while shaking his head and grinning foolishly, occasionally indulging in exaggerated gestures. Li Yuan, meanwhile, was sweeping the accumulated snow in the yard, casting occasional glances at Chen Xun, shaking her head with a wry smile. There was no denying it, Chen Xun's antics were indeed quite amusing. However, Li Yuan was perplexed. It seemed that Brother Chen had undergone some transformation just a couple of days ago, only to revert to his former self today. Could it be that Brother Chen was merely in a melancholic mood during those days, thus rendering him unusually silent? It was indeed strange, after all. Can a madman truly experience sorrow? In truth, there were moments when she envied Brother Chen's carefree existence, for was that not a form of happiness in itself? Chen Xun. We have run out of firewood at home. Come with me to the mountains today to gather some, you cannot remain idle forever. Old Li declared as he entered the courtyard, fixing his gaze on Chen Xun. He was equipped with a woodcutting knife at his waist and a bundle of hemp rope slung over his shoulder. He, Chen Xun turned to Old Li with a grin, seemingly oblivious to the request. Yet Old Li paid no heed, taking Chen Xun by the arm and leading him out of the courtyard. Yuan. Your grandfather and Chen Xun are going to chop wood, make sure to secure the door while we're away. Understood, Grandpa. Please be careful, you and Brother Chen. As Chen Xun and Old Li made their way out of Xiuha town, they encountered numerous townsfolk who greeted Old Li. Given the town's small size, the fact that Old Li had taken Chen Xun in was already common knowledge. To the townspeople, Old Li was an exceptionally kind-hearted man for offering shelter to a madman who contributed nothing but consumed resources. Such an act was beyond their capability. However, the townspeople genuinely appreciated Old Li's kindness, for ever since he took Chen Xun in, their own lives had become significantly more tranquil. After departing from Xiuha town, Chen Xun and Old Li reached a nearby mountain peak within the span of half an incense stick. This peak, the closest to Xiuha town and rich in resources, was aptly named Xiuha Peak. The townspeople relied on its bounty for their livelihood, engaging in hunting or gathering to sell their goods. Yet, Xiuha Peak was fraught with peril, teeming with fierce beasts. It was not uncommon to hear tales of hunters being devoured or severely injured by wild animals, with some even disappearing entirely upon entering the mountain. Old Li, however, harbored no worries. He avoided the deeper, more treacherous areas of Xiuha Peak while gathering firewood, typically opting for the foothills. Moreover, during winter, most wild animals hibernated, making encounters rare. Hey, you lad possess quite the stamina. Not a hint of flush on your face, while I am utterly winded. Old Li panted as he plopped down onto a wooden stump at the mountain's base, casting a glance at Chen Xun. He. Chen Xun seemed to chuckle in mockery. Old Li, seeing this, could only smile in resignation. After a brief rest, he picked up the woodcutting knife and prepared to fell some trees. He had no expectations that Chen Xun would assist in chopping wood. His primary motivation for bringing him along was to have someone to converse with. Additionally, once they finished, he would carry one bundle of firewood while having Chen Xun carry another, allowing them to return home together. Time passed swiftly, and soon an hour had elapsed. Old Li had nearly finished chopping the firewood and was in the process of binding it with the hemp rope. Meanwhile, Chen Xun remained obediently in place, not straying, which pleased Old Li immensely. Suddenly, the sound of crunching snow underfoot echoed from ahead. Old Li's hands froze mid-action as he tied the firewood. Chen Xun was right behind him, so this commotion was certainly not caused by Chen Xun. Suddenly, a thought struck Old Li, and his hands began to tremble. He abruptly raised his head and beheld a colossal beast lurking not far ahead, its eyes gleaming with malice, poised to strike at any moment. Old Li's pupils constricted sharply. A black tiger. The black tiger was undoubtedly a dominant predator in Shala Peak, a creature that hunters typically avoided at all costs. Who would have thought they would encounter it today? Damn it, how could the black tiger appear at the foot of Shala Peak? Oldley dared not breathe. Yet his heart raced to an almost unbearable rhythm, rendering him breathless with anxiety. Despair washed over him as he cast a glance at Chen Xun, urging him urgently, Chen Xun, you must flee. Had it been anyone else, they would have tried to persuade Chen Xun, this foolish madman, to remain in place to distract the black tiger, buying precious time for their escape. However, Oldley's foremost thought was solely to ensure Chen Xun's survival. Chen Xun, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, wore a smile. Oldley understood that communication with Chen Xun was futile. He gritted his teeth and grasped his machete tightly, directing it toward the black tiger, though his hands visibly trembled. After all, this was a black tiger. Even hunters armed with bows and arrows would quail before it, let alone an old man like Oldley. At that moment, the black tiger scrutinized Chen Xun and Oldley for a brief while, seemingly deeming them no threat, and then it advanced, stalking closer with a low stance. Oldley's face turned ashen, his legs threatening to buckle beneath him, muttering repeatedly, Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan. He thought of his granddaughter. What would happen to her if he perished? And what about Chen Xun? It was he who had called Chen Xun to gather firewood, thus endangering him. Chen Xun was still so young. Suddenly, Chen Xun stepped in front of Oldley, crouching low to the ground in a beast-like posture, reminiscent of the night he had chased Oldley down the street. Letting out a primal roar, he lifted his head toward the approaching black tiger, emitting a guttural sound that mimicked a beast. To an onlooker, it might have appeared as an act of reckless insanity. Yet, to Oldley, this scene was one of utter disbelief. Tears welled in his eyes as a storm of emotions surged within him. Chen Xun, what a brave child! Truth be told, during this time, Chen Xun had done nothing but consume freely, leaving Oldley with a lingering sense of resentment. However, all those feelings dissipated the moment Chen Xun, disregarding his own life, courageously shielded him. Chapter 5: The shock of grandfather and grandson upon witnessing Chen Xun's profound gratitude and unwavering loyalty. Oldley felt a surge of emotion within him. It was inconceivable for him to allow Chen Xun to stand in front, so he swiftly moved to Chen Xun's side, brandishing a hatchet menacingly at the approaching black tiger. Chen Xun, you are still young, quickly retreat, he began, but before he could finish, he was astonished to see the black tiger abruptly turn and leave. Oldley was bewildered. Could it be that the black tiger was not hungry? Yet he failed to notice that the beast was trembling, its steps faltering. Regaining his composure, Oldley was overwhelmed with joy at having survived the ordeal. But he remained vigilant, keeping his eyes fixed on the black tiger until its silhouette vanished from sight. Finally, he exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the snow, his face pale and breathless. At that moment, Chen Xun stood up, laughing maniacally. Before the king of beasts, that little creature was still too tender. He let out a mock howl, reveling in his bravado. Ha ha ha, you boast so effortlessly. Oldley could only chuckle at Chen Xun's audacious claims. He then glanced around and hastily urged, let us depart, it is unwise to linger here. We cannot predict if the black tiger will return. Oldley hoisted a bundle of firewood onto Chen Xun's shoulders, took another for himself, and led the way swiftly away from the little river peak. Fortunately, as they were already at the foot of the mountain, they soon left the peak behind. By noon, they arrived home. After unloading the firewood, Oldley fetched a teapot and poured 2 cups of steaming tea, handing one to Chen Xun. This weather is quite cold, drink some warm tea, he said, savoring a sip himself. Chen Xun held the cup, yet instead of drinking, he tilted his head curiously, examining the patterns on the cup. Oldley was at a loss for words. Grandfather, brother Chen, you've returned, Li Yuan exclaimed, having heard their commotion as she dashed out, a smile lighting her face. I've already prepared the meal, I've been waiting for you. Excellent, excellent, Oldley replied, intending to invite Chen Xun to join them for lunch. However, Chen Xun had already dashed into the house. Oldley could only smile helplessly. Li Yuan chuckled, then, with a hint of confusion, asked, Grandfather, usually when you call brother Chen for lunch, you often mention how he is lacking in this and that, yet always excels at eating. Why are you not saying that today? Oldley glared at her, what nonsense! When have I ever said such things about your brother Chen? After the incident with the black tiger, he found himself increasingly fond of Chen Xun. Though the boy was eccentric and his thoughts unconventional, He possessed a sincere loyalty that made Old Li feel his kindness had not been in vain. Naturally, he chose not to mention the encounter with the black tiger to Li Yuan, as it would only instill unnecessary worry in her heart. Since that fateful day at Little River Peak, whenever firewood was needed, Old Li ventured alone to gather it, never again bringing Chen Xun along. Throughout the winter, Chen Xun remained at home, seldom going out. Meanwhile, Old Li busied himself with market errands, while Li Yuan took on additional sewing work, leaving Chen Xun to his own devices. On several occasions, while engaged in needlework in the courtyard, Li Yuan found herself in fits of laughter at the peculiar antics of Chen Xun, leading to an inadvertent prick from her needle. Amidst the biting cold of winter, Xiaohe town welcomed the new year. Every household adorned itself with red lanterns and set off firecrackers. At the Old Li residence, Chen Xun joined the warm celebration with the elderly and his grandson, reveling in the festivities. Thus, as winter yielded to spring, the snow melted away, and nature began to awaken. Oh, the snow has completely melted. Spring has finally arrived. Early one morning, Li Yuan stepped out into the gentle warmth of the sun, yawning, and upon witnessing the vibrant scenery outside, she burst into a joyful smile. Soon, she spotted a familiar figure in her usual spot in the courtyard and greeted, "Good morning, Brother Chen." Although Li Yuan was aware that Chen Xun would remain engrossed in his own world and not respond, she had developed the habit of greeting him each morning. After her salutation, she decided to head to the kitchen to see what her grandfather had prepared for breakfast. "Ah, good morning, Yuan. Just then, a calm voice resonated, causing Li Yuan to halt in her tracks, frozen in place. She swiftly turned around to face the figure standing with their back to her, incredulously exclaiming, "Chen, Brother Chen. Was that you?" Chen Xun slowly turned, nodding with a smile. At this, Li Yuan's pupils dilated in astonishment, her large eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: joy, anxiety, disbelief. Despite his disheveled appearance and tattered clothing, the sunlight refracted to reveal a subtle warmth in his smile. Swallowing hard, Li Yuan called out excitedly, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Brother Chen is back to normal. What on earth?" Old Li, unable to hear clearly, emerged from the kitchen grumbling, "What are you shouting about so early in the morning?" Li Yuan eagerly pointed at Chen Xun, exclaiming, "Grandpa, Brother Chen is normal again." "Truly?" "Ah." Old Li paused, instinctively thinking Li Yuan was jesting. However, when his gaze met the strikingly different expression in Chen Xun's eyes, a shiver ran through him. Could it be true? He approached Chen Xun, uncertainly calling out, "Chen Xun?" Chen Xun offered a gentle smile in response, "Hello, Grandpa Li." Though Chen Xun was significantly older than Old Li in actual years, it did not deter him from addressing him thus. "My goodness." Old Li stumbled back, his face a mask of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Chen Xun, you're well again? What happened?" Chen Xun simply smiled, offering no further explanation. He, too, was in search of answers, and how could he elucidate? At the dining table, Old Li and Li Yuan absent-mindedly sipped their porridge, their attention and thoughts entirely focused on Chen Xun beside them. They observed as he leisurely, almost elegantly, consumed his porridge. A stark contrast to his previous ravenous manner. Even now, Old Li and Li Yuan were still reeling from the shock, feeling as though everything was far too sudden. Almost dreamlike, so surreal. After all, it is truly astonishing for a person who has been deranged for years to suddenly regain their sanity one morning. "Ahem, Chen Xun. What are your plans for the future?" Old Li inquired, setting down his chopsticks with a dry cough. In his view, now that Chen Xun had recovered, it was unlikely he would continue to stay with the Li family. To be frank, while the Li household could provide for basic needs, their circumstances were not particularly favorable. In the context of Xiaohe town, their living standards could even be considered below average. Otherwise, Li Yuan would have been able to continue her education. It was precisely because of the family's limited finances that Li Yuan had to drop out after 2 years of schooling to help Old Li make a living. At this moment, Li Yuan also gazed at Chen Xun with curiosity. Chen Xun put down his chopsticks and said earnestly, "Grandpa Li, I am truly grateful for your hospitality over the past 6 months. It's merely a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks, no need for such formalities." Old Li waved his hand dismissively. He then added with a sense of satisfaction, "Chen Xun, Seeing you now speak and behave just like any other person brings me immense joy. Chapter 6. The beautiful stranger. Chen Xun chuckled softly and continued. As for what comes next, I shall trouble Grandpa Li for a couple more days. Old Li laughed heartily and replied, Ah, you rascal. As long as you wish. You may stay with me for a lifetime. Having spent half a year together, they had formed a bond, and besides, the ordeal with the black tiger at Xiaohua Peak was etched deeply in Old Li's heart. The three quickly finished their breakfast amidst casual chatter. During the meal, Old Li inquired about Chen Xun's origins, whether he had any family, and what had brought him to the small town of Xiaohua. To this, Chen Xun deftly evaded, offering vague responses, for none of the questions were ones he could truthfully answer. However, Chen Xun felt content, as Old Li and Li Yuan were genuinely happy. After finishing, Old Li ventured out to the market, intending to buy some vegetables for a sumptuous lunch to celebrate. Brother Chen, shall we go to the market as well? Li Yuan chimed in, her small basket in hand, giggling. She planned to take Chen Xun to have his hair done and to buy him a new set of clothes. Previously, such matters were difficult, but now that Chen Xun was once again a normal person, it was entirely feasible. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun smiled faintly. All right. Li Yuan beamed with joy and promptly set off with Chen Xun. Yet, a lingering curiosity occupied Li Yuan's mind, despite the time that had passed. She had never seen Brother Chen take a bath, yet he bore no unpleasant odor. How peculiar. The distance from Old Li's home to the marketplace was considerable. And as they walked, Chen Xun ambled quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Yuan occasionally glanced at his upright figure, uncertain of what to say. It was not until she observed the wooden sword on his back that she found a topic to discuss. Brother Chen, is this wooden sword very significant to you? You used to carry it every day, and now that you are well, you still have not set it down. In Li Yuan's mind, the wooden sword was merely a toy from Chen Xun's past. Chen Xun shook his head and smiled. It's not particularly important, I have simply grown accustomed to carrying it. I see, Li Yuan nodded, unaware that the moment Chen Xun spoke, the wooden sword behind him quivered slightly. After a short while, Chen Xun and Li Yuan arrived at the marketplace. The townsfolk who saw Chen Xun could not help but be taken aback. Good heavens, it's the mad scholar? It was well known that since being taken in by Old Li, Chen Xun had seldom appeared in public. However, this was not the most striking change. What truly astonished the townspeople was how different Chen Xun felt. Though his hair remained unkempt and he still looked somewhat disheveled, he seemed to have returned to a state of normalcy, a stark contrast to his previous erratic behavior, which was evident to those who knew him. Is that Chen Xun? A passerby tentatively called out. Chen Xun turned his gaze and nodded. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The madman is no longer mad. What on earth is happening? Even after Chen Xun and Li Yuan vanished from sight, the onlookers remained in a state of disbelief. After all, it is truly astonishing for a person who has been mad for so long to suddenly regain their sanity. It is only a matter of time before the news of the once mad scholar in a blue robe returning to normal spreads throughout the town of Xiaohua, becoming a delightful topic of conversation for many. Half an hour later, Li Yuan stared in disbelief at the dashing young man emerging from the alley. Unable to resist rubbing his eyes before tentatively calling out, Chen, brother Chen? Chen Xun smiled gently and nodded. Li Yuan gasped, swallowing hard. It was evident that Chen Xun had merely washed his hair, the barber had only slightly trimmed and arranged it. Yet, the transformation was astonishing, leaving Li Yuan utterly speechless. Previously, Chen Xun's disheveled hair had obscured his features, but now, with his hair neatly styled, he was truly captivating. His features were as refined as jade. An immediate delight to behold. The gentleman appeared as if he had stepped out of a poem, unparalleled in elegance. His demeanor bore no resemblance to that of the former mad scholar. One could not help but wish to address him as Sir. Li Yuan exaggeratedly noted that even the somewhat tattered blue robe Chen Xun wore seemed to have gained an unexpected charm. Brother Chen, shall I take you to buy a new outfit? Li Yuan eagerly suggested. Chen Xun paused in thought before shaking his head. There is no need. I find this outfit quite comfortable. Had it not been for Li Yuan's insistence, he would not have even bothered to tidy his hair. After all, he was uncertain how long this clarity would last. Moreover, the money was hard-earned by Li Yuan, so he did not wish to waste it.
feeling anxious. Li Yuan exclaimed, "Brother Chen, are you perhaps afraid of spending money? It won't cost much for a new outfit." Chen Xun smiled softly, Yuan, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have grown accustomed to this attire, so I shall not change. That being said, despite its slight wear, his clothing was merely a bit old and had indeed been worn for countless years. Very well, Li Yuan conceded with a hint of regret, recognizing that she could not press the matter further. Although she had only recently interacted with the normal Chen Xun, she had discerned that he was someone who stood firm in his decisions. Afterward, Chen Xun and Li Yuan strolled through the streets, purchasing some snacks and trinkets before returning home. During this time, many passers-by were taken aback upon seeing Chen Xun. Had it not been for his iconic tattered blue robe, they might not have recognized him at all. The Li family's lunch was quite lavish, featuring a feast of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. To be fair, during the new year, the Li family had not dined so well, indicating that old Li was genuinely delighted. Chen Xun gazed at the abundant dishes and remarked, "Grandfather Li, the meal is splendid, thank you." He expressed his gratitude directly, without any unnecessary embellishments. "Ha ha ha, Chen Xun, do you drink? Come, share a cup with me," Old Li said, already rising with the wine jug in hand to pour for Chen Xun. "Grandfather, you could just drink by yourself without needing to drag Brother Chen into it," Li Yuan muttered. In Li Yuan's perspective, given the unpleasant taste of the wine, it was reasonable to assume that Chen Xun would not be fond of drinking. However, to her surprise, Chen Xun readily agreed. "Ah, very well, let us have a drink." The presence of a companion made Old Li exceedingly joyful. The lunch swiftly concluded amidst a jovial atmosphere. Old Li, feeling lightheaded and enveloped in intoxication, retreated to his room to rest. After Chen Xun and Li Yuan tidied up the dining area, he remarked that he was going out for a stroll before departing the courtyard. Li Yuan had initially intended to accompany him but was politely declined by Chen Xun, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. She reminded him to return home before dinner and then resumed her chores. Chen Xun's refusal for Li Yuan to join him was driven by his own intentions. He planned to earn some money for Old Li, considering he had already benefited from his hospitality for quite some time. Despite his scholarly appearance, Chen Xun's method of making money did not involve writing or painting. Instead, he intended to go hunting at Xiaoha Peak, a rather primal approach. Chapter 7, Nangong Yao, the tiger hunter atop the Xiaoha Peak. A figure gradually emerged, akin to a specter. This sight, if witnessed by Old Li and Li Yuan, would surely render them faint with fright. For this figure was none other than Chen Xun. Standing at the summit, Chen Xun gazed into the distance, taking in the magnificent expanse of spring's landscape. Below, the small town of Xiaoha lay entirely within his view. Given the considerable height of Xiaoha Peak, the town appeared remarkably diminutive from the mountaintop. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xun settled cross-legged, and with a flick of his hand, an ancient zither materialized, resting gracefully upon his knees. As his fingers delicately strummed the strings, a gentle and enchanting melody resonated atop Xiaoha Peak. The exquisite cadence attracted numerous birds and butterflies, which swirled around him, dancing in delight, some emboldened by curiosity, even alighted upon his shoulders. Alas, this enchanting scene remained unseen by any eyes. Suddenly, Chen Xun ceased his playing, gently pressing his palms against the strings, causing the music to abruptly fade. Yet, the birds and butterflies, reluctant to depart, circled around him repeatedly before finally fluttering away, their departure tinged with melancholy. At that moment, a robust voice, resonant and mature, broke the silence. A middle-aged man, clad in a plain brocade robe, descended from the heavens, standing 10 paces behind Chen Xun. His hair, a striking blend of black and white, cascaded elegantly over his shoulders. With a square jaw and piercing eyes, his imposing stature exuded an air of authority. Despite the sudden appearance of this man, Chen Xun exhibited no surprise. He had sensed his presence while playing. Observing Chen Xun remain seated, the middle-aged man felt a flicker of astonishment and took a step closer to stand beside him. When he noticed Chen Xun's unperturbed demeanor, his astonishment deepened. At such a close distance, one would expect at least a modicum of vigilance, yet Chen Xun remained as still as a mountain. After a moment of reflection, the man introduced himself. "I am Nangong Yao, passing through this area." Upon hearing the celestial music, I could not help but seek its source.
If I have intruded upon your solitude, I beg your pardon. He tilted his body slightly, offering Chen Xun a courteous nod.
As Nan Gongyao spoke,
he cast a curious glance at the wooden sword resting behind Chen Xun.
In response, Chen Xun lightly waved his sleeve, retracting the zither and rising to face Nan Gongyao.
A smile gracing his lips.
This place is not solely mine, how could there be any talk of disturbance?
Nan Gongyao paused momentarily, a smile breaking across his face.
How intriguing.
It has been quite some time since I encountered such an amusing individual.
Who would have imagined finding one in this secluded corner? Compelled by curiosity, Nan Gongyao inquired, might I ask your esteemed surname?
With a gentle shake of his head, Chen Xun replied, as chance has it, our paths have crossed.
It is best left unspoken.
As his words faded, a gust of mountain wind swept through, and he dissipated like grains of sand.
Nan Gongyao's pupils constricted at this spectacle.
A rush of astonishment filling him.
A master.
After a considerable pause, he regained his senses and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, but the figure was nowhere to be found. His breath quickened, and alongside a lingering sense of dread, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The unfolding moment seemed dreamlike, yet he knew it had transpired in reality. To my astonishment, here I, Nan Gongyao, in this remote locale, have had the fortune to encounter a remarkable individual.
Alas! I am left unaware of this esteemed elder's name.
With a bitter shake of my head, I murmured to myself.
That elder undoubtedly possesses the aura of a recluse.
A being of great prowess, yet I had never heard of such a figure in Beixian before.
It seems unlikely that they hail from Beixian.
They must have wandered here from another region. However, it is also possible that they are indeed from Beixian, for in this vast land, countless cultivators exist. And it is not uncommon for some to conceal themselves within the mundane world or in various secluded corners. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly rare, as the majority of cultivators pursue fame and fortune.
In my view,
those who transcend worldly desires and renounce the pursuit of fame and wealth are the true cultivators.
Once more, I surveyed my surroundings, sighed softly, and took to the skies.
Meanwhile, Chen Xun, bearing the corpse of a black tiger, descended the mountain. This very black tiger was the one that had once attempted to ambush him and Oldly. The creature was enormous, requiring several strong men to carry it, let alone traverse the rugged mountain paths. Yet, Chen Xun bore it with remarkable ease, upon closer inspection. The black tiger was not so much being carried as it was floating alongside him.
In no time, Chen Xun arrived at the outskirts of Xiahe town with the black tiger's body. To avoid inciting panic,
he carefully set down the tiger and went into town to fetch a cart, placing the creature upon it to draw into Xiahe town. One can only imagine the shock of the townsfolk upon seeing a seemingly frail scholar effortlessly transporting such a formidable beast.
Nevertheless, even in this manner,
Chen Xun quickly garnered the attention of numerous townspeople. They surrounded him, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they gazed upon the beast's carcass.
A black tiger? My heavens! Some hunters among them were equally astounded.
It is worth noting that even they would avoid a black tiger at all costs. This creature reigns supreme on Xiahe Peak, moving with such swiftness that hitting it with an arrow is nearly impossible.
Goodness!
When I once glimpsed a black tiger from afar on Xiahe Peak, I was so terrified that I fled in a panic, grateful it did not pursue me, otherwise.
Chen Xun, you didn't slay this black tiger, did you? How could that be?
Just look at him, with his slender arms and legs.
He wouldn't even be able to fit a toothpick in its mouth.
The townsfolk exchanged words, their dialogue rife with astonishment and skepticism.
By heavens! Such a black tiger must be worth a fortune.
Indeed, the majority of the townspeople were envious. Chen Xun replied with a wry smile, naturally, I did not kill it.
I lack such prowess. Today, I ascended Xiahe Peak to enjoy the view and was ambushed by the black tiger. Fortunately,
a celestial being appeared just in time to save me, or else my life would have been forfeit.
Upon hearing this, the townsfolk were once again taken aback. What on earth? A celestial being? Chen Xun was fortunate enough to encounter a celestial being?
The townsfolk were undoubtedly aware of the existence of immortals, though such beings were exceedingly rare. They had only heard tales from the elder generations, recounting instances when an immortal had soared across the heavens.
In recent years, however,
No sightings had occurred, making Chen Xun's encounter all the more astonishing. It was truly a stroke of immense fortune. After their initial shock, the townspeople gazed at the black tiger and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Wasn't it indeed a remarkable blessing? Just look, one could easily deduce that after the immortal vanquished the black tiger, it was bestowed upon Chen Xun. This fellow was undeniably experiencing a surge of good luck. "Excuse me, everyone, I must proceed to sell this black tiger," Chen Xun declared with a smile, as he hoisted the cart and began to move. Yet, many curious townsfolk followed closely behind him, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, some residents watched Chen Xun's departing figure with envious eyes, feelings of jealousy and regret stirring within them. It was common knowledge that Chen Xun was now part of the old Li family, and once he sold the black tiger, the Li family would undoubtedly thrive. It was no exaggeration to say that selling this black tiger could propel the Li family to great heights in this small river town. Had they only known, they lamented, they should have welcomed Chen Xun into their fold back then. Chapter 8, The Heart of Wealth. Visitors from the authorities. Meanwhile, 3 hunters gazed intently in the direction of Chen Xun's departure. One lean man swallowed hard and remarked, "Eldest brother, second brother, I estimate that black tiger could fetch at least 100 gold coins. That's an astonishing fortune. Converted to silver coins, it amounts to 10,000. And in copper coins, that would be 1 million. A sum that could bury a man alive." The mundane currency conversion is as follows: 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins. In Xiaoha town, a simple bowl of plain noodles sells for merely 3 copper coins, 1 million copper coins. Just imagine how many bowls of noodles that could buy. It is an incomprehensible quantity, simply insatiable. 100 gold coins, 100 gold coins. If the 3 of us had 100 gold coins, our latter years would be free of worries, and we would no longer need to risk our lives hunting. A middle-aged man with a full beard took a deep breath and said, "Indeed." Thus, the lean man and the bearded man turned their heads to gaze at the scar-faced, bald giant in the middle, their expressions filled with conflicted emotions. Eldest brother. The bald giant, known as Dawei, was the leader, the bearded man was the second, named Su Chang, and the lean man was the third, called Shouho. These 3 hunters were not natives of Xiaohua town, they had come from afar, settling here due to the town's abundant resources that allowed them to make a living. They had been residing here for several years, even longer than Chen Xun. Noticing his companion's scrutiny, Dawei's gaze shifted slightly as he pulled them into a corner, speaking harshly, "How can you entertain such thoughts? Do you wish to court danger? We have lived in Xiaohua town for several years and have witnessed the authorities' actions. Do you truly believe they are oblivious to our activities?" Hearing this, Su Chang and Xiaoho exchanged bitter smiles. Su Chang replied, "Eldest brother, while your words ring true, I do not believe you are not tempted. It is, after all, 100 gold coins. A sum that we could never earn in a lifetime." Dawei hesitated, he too felt a pang of envy, yet he maintained a solemn tone, "Regardless, I shall not partake in any illegal ventures. Should we engage in such acts, there will be no place for us in Xiaohua town, and if we are caught, I have no desire to spend my later years in prison." No matter how Dawei contemplated, the risk seemed far too great. Truth be told, after living in Xiaohua town for several years, Dawei had come to consider it home. Although not affluent, he was at least not starving and no longer drifting aimlessly as he once did. In Dawei's mind, the best course was to save diligently for a while longer. Enough to secure a bride in Xiaohua town, and thereafter live a stable life. In a moment of urgency, Shouho exclaimed, "Eldest brother, we are not from Xiaohua town. If worst comes to worst, we can finish this job and simply flee. With this money, where could we not live comfortably? Indeed, eldest brother. Although our current situation is sufficient for sustenance, I yearn for a better life. With this wealth, we could all marry beautiful wives." Su Chang chimed in swiftly, his face alight with dreams of the future, as if the 100 gold coins were already in their grasp. Dawei gazed at Su Chang and Shouho, letting out a deep sigh. Although the 3 were not blood brothers, their bond surpassed that of kinship. Over the years, they had endured numerous hunting crises together, forging a friendship akin to that of sworn brothers. Dawei hesitated to speak. "Oh, elder brother, spare us the formalities. Just be straightforward, are we in or out?" Let me make it clear, even if you choose not to participate, Shouhou and I are committed to this venture.
After all these years, we cannot let this rare opportunity for prosperity slip away," Su Chang stated solemnly. Shouhou nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "Fortune favors the bold. We must seize the chance." Dawei surveyed his surroundings, filled with nostalgia.
What he yearned for most was this quaint little town that had offered him warmth over the years.
Observing Dawei's conflicted demeanor, Shouhou pondered for a moment, then suddenly brightened with an idea. He raised a finger and exclaimed, "Eureka! Elder brother, second brother, I have a plan." Su Chang was taken aback. "Shouhou, you, who are usually so oblivious, have devised a strategy. Pray tell."
With a grin, Shouhou glanced at Dawei and continued, "Clearly, elder brother.
You are reluctant to part with Xiahe Town. Truth be told, second brother and I feel the same. So why not simply remain here?" "Remain here? After committing robbery? You suggest we stay?" Dawei was incredulous. "What do you mean? Do you think the authorities would tolerate us?" "That is impossible." Shouhou, brimming with confidence, replied, "Elder brother.
Second brother, I suspect you are preoccupied with thoughts of escaping after the heist. But what if I told you that the black tiger we hunted was indeed taken down by us three brothers? How can we be deemed criminals? Isn't it possible that Chen Xun seized the opportunity to steal the black tiger while we were distracted?" Upon hearing this, Dawei and Su Chang's eyes widened in shock, a chill running down their spines. Shouhou's scheme was cunning and audacious. Dawei rubbed his bald head and remarked, "But third brother, Chen Xun has already claimed it was the work of a celestial being. Many townsfolk were present and heard him."
Shouhou scoffed. "Does Chen Xun's word hold any weight? Without solid evidence, who would believe him? A celestial being? Are they so easily encountered?"
Dawei and Su Chang fell silent. Although Shouhou's plan was somewhat unscrupulous, it seemed plausible, even ingenious. This way, there was a strong likelihood they could secure the black tiger without the fear of pursuit from the authorities, allowing them to remain in Xiahe Town.
As for Chen Xun,
a mere scholar with a frail physique, they felt no trepidation. It was likely he wouldn't dare seek revenge, ultimately left to swallow his grievances in silence. After contemplating the proposal, Dawei found himself intrigued, tempted by the prospect of gaining without risk. After all, that black tiger was worth 100 gold.
Dawei promptly inquired, "Third brother, what shall we do next?" "Chen Xun is already preparing to sell the black tiger." Su Chang responded earnestly, "Yes, we cannot allow him to sell it. We must intercept him."
The slender figure waved his hand nonchalantly, his face betraying no sign of anxiety as he declared, "Elder brother, second brother, do not be hasty. That black tiger was originally our quarry, the moral high ground lies with us. Therefore, our next course of action is to promptly report this matter to the authorities." Dawei and Su Chang were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly nodded in agreement, their hearts racing at the thought of the impending prize, the black tiger's carcass.
Fortune awaits. Meanwhile, Chen Xun had already transported the black tiger to the largest tavern in Xiahe Town, the Chunfeng Tavern. Given the rarity of the black tiger, many townsfolk had accompanied Chen Xun, encircling the tavern in eager anticipation. The Old Li family had already sent word ahead, and it was likely that Old Li and Li Yuan were en route, brimming with excitement. Outside the tavern, the proprietor circled the black tiger several times, nodding in satisfaction before stating, "Chen Xun, we at Chunfeng Tavern are willing to purchase this magnificent black tiger for 120 gold pieces. What say you?"
Gasps of astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd upon hearing the astronomical sum of 120 gold.
The townsfolk were ablaze with anticipation,
their eyes wide and breaths quickening. Had it not been for the strict law enforcement in Xiahe Town, it was conceivable that many would have rushed forth to snatch the prize away. Chen Xun nodded in agreement, "That is a fair price." He understood that the proprietor, being a businessman, would likely transport the black tiger to larger towns for resale, yielding a substantial profit, an outcome that was only fitting.
"Excellent!"
the proprietor exclaimed with delight, pulling out his coin pouch to prepare the payment. To be candid, parting with 120 gold pieces pained him greatly. Yet the prospect of a lucrative return after resale eased his discomfort. just as the proprietor was about to hand over the pouch amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. A commanding voice suddenly rang out, "Official business. Uninvolved parties, step aside." Chapter 9, in the court of law outside the Chunfeng restaurant, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene. Townsfolk hastily cleared a path to allow 3 constables to enter. At that moment, a sense of bewilderment pervaded the crowd, as they speculated the purpose of the constable's sudden arrival. "Ah, it is the head constable G. I wonder what brings him to our Chunfeng restaurant." The proprietor squinted his eyes and stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Having committed no unlawful acts, he felt no fear of the officers. Moreover, as the most prominent tavern in Xia town, he had often shared his profits with the town's magistrate, which provided him with a sense of security. Among the 3 constables, the stout middle-aged man at the forefront was none other than Jiba, the head constable of Xia town. "Fear not, proprietor. We are not here to target your establishment," Jiba said nonchalantly. "Rather, we have received a report that a certain Chen Xun has stolen a black tiger, and we have come to escort him to the court to confront the complainants." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere outside the Chunfeng restaurant became charged with excitement. Astonished gazes turned towards Chen Xun. He stole the black tiger? Some could not suppress their schadenfreude, thinking it was delightful that he had committed such an audacious act. What a close call! It nearly allowed Chen Xun and the Oldley family to prosper. Consequently, many cast scornful glances in his direction, as if to say, "At such a young age, why resort to such a disgraceful profession?" Some even fabricated a tale of a celestial being vanquishing the black tiger. The proprietor, too, was taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at Chen Xun before discreetly stowing away his purse. Amidst the unfolding drama, Chen Xun remained unperturbed. "You are Chen Xun?" Jibai inquired, his tone suggesting he already knew the answer. In Xia town, few were unfamiliar with Chen Xun's distinctive presence. "Yes," Chen Xun replied simply. Jibai nodded and waved his hand, commanding, "Cuff him and take him away." "Yes, sir." 2 constables stepped forward, ready to place shackles on Chen Xun. However, he interjected, "There is no need to cuff me, I shall walk willingly." The constables hesitated, glancing at Jiba for direction. "Is that so?" Jiba scrutinized Chen Xun, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Just when the crowd anticipated that Chen Xun would incur Jiba's wrath, the head constable surprisingly said, "Very well." The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Why was the usually fierce Jiba so accommodating today? Unbeknownst to them, Jiba was simply relying on his instincts. He had observed Chen Xun for quite some time and noted his calm demeanor, which was uncommon for someone accused of wrongdoing. Typically, the wronged would exhibit urgency. Yet Chen Xun stood apart from the rest. This composure earned him Jiba's respect. Having served as head constable for many years, Jiba began to suspect that perhaps the 3 hunters were the true culprits. Though he had his suspicions, protocol dictated that he must still escort Chen Xun to the magistrate's office. Thus, Chen Xun was taken away, and the lifeless body of the black tiger was also carted off by the constables to the courthouse. The townsfolk surged towards the yamen in a grand procession. On the road to the yamen, Chen Xun encountered the approaching Oldley and Li Yuan. Upon seeing the commotion, both Oldley and Li Yuan were taken aback. Chen Xun, what is happening?" Oldley's voice trembled with urgency. Li Yuan's eyes were also red-rimmed. It is well known that commoners fear the authorities the most. Chen Xun smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's nothing serious, just a visit to the yamen. Grandpa Li and Yuan, you should head back, I will return shortly." With that, he joined Jiba and the others. However, Old Li and Li Yuan could hardly believe that it was nothing, and in their anxiety, they followed along. After inquiring with those around them, they learned that someone had reported to the authorities that Chen Xun had stolen their black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan were instantly consumed with worry, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene. As the drumbeats faded, the courtroom fell silent. Presiding over the proceedings was Ji Bochang, the town's magistrate. On either side stood the constables, and the corpse of the black tiger lay in the center on a cart. Chen Xun stood tall to the left of the black tiger's body, while Dewei, Su Chang, and Shouho stood to the right. A crowd of curious townsfolk gathered outside the courtroom, with only Old Li and Li Yuan anxiously observing the scene. At that moment, Shouho stared provocatively at Chen Xun, exuding a demeanor that suggested he expected Chen to face severe consequences for the alleged theft. In contrast, Dewey and Su Chang averted their gazes, betraying a hint of guilt akin to that of wrongdoers. Bang! Ji Buchang fixed his gaze upon the black tiger's corpse before striking the wooden block, his voice steady as he inquired, "Who was present here? Who filed the complaint?" Typically, minor cases would not warrant the direct involvement of the magistrate. As he had more pressing matters to attend to, however, this particular case was exceptional, given the substantial financial implications involved. Dewey and his companions immediately knelt before the magistrate. Shouho bitterly explained, "Your Honor, it was we who reported the theft. Today, we three brothers ventured to Shaoyi Peak for a hunt, enduring great hardships, and ultimately succeeded in killing the black tiger. Just as we were about to reap the rewards of our labor, we stepped away for a brief moment, and upon returning, we discovered that the tiger's corpse had been stolen. In our haste to return to town, we found that it was this rascal Chen Xun who had taken it. He even claimed that it was a gift from an immortal, spinning a web of lies that is truly detestable." Upon hearing this, the gathered townsfolk erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Silence. Bang! Ji Buchang struck the wooden block once more, and the courtroom was enveloped in a profound stillness. The townsfolk held their breath, while old Li and Li Yuan could only watch helplessly, their faces pale. Nearby, Ji Ba looked on with a cold smile, noting the numerous inconsistencies in the brothers' account. Could such a valuable corpse truly be left unguarded? Did they imply that they all left to relieve themselves, neglecting to assign anyone to keep watch? Such absurdity! Ji Buchang nodded slightly, then turned to Chen Xun, asking, "They claim you stole their black tiger. Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Chen Xun slightly cupped his hands in greeting towards Ji Buchang, then turned his gaze to Dewey and the other two, inquiring, "Since you three have hunted the black tiger, may I ask where its fatal injury lies?" Ji Buchang, observing Chen Xun's nonchalant demeanor, even in his presence, felt a twinge of displeasure. Such audacity! He was well aware of Chen Xun, who, after having been driven to madness, had recently regained his sanity. Yet, at this moment, could it be that Chen Xun had not completely recovered? Upon hearing Chen Xun's question, Dewey and the others suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of unease washing over them as they hastily lifted their gazes towards the corpse of the black tiger. At that moment, the creature lay with its back facing them, revealing a clean and unblemished coat on its rear and neck, devoid of any blood. Earlier, when they first encountered the black tiger, their instincts as hunters had prompted them to examine the other side for injuries, and they noted that its abdomen and neck bore no wounds either. As the black tiger lay on its side, the only area they had not scrutinized was the side of its abdomen. The fatal injury must lie there. In a fleeting exchange of glances, the three brothers reached a silent consensus. Dewey gritted his teeth and declared, "The fatal wound is on the side of the abdomen, the very side where the black tiger lies." Chapter 10, The Truth Revealed. The town leader buys a tiger outside the courtroom. The townsfolk observed the plaintiffs, Dewey and his companions, with conviction, speculating that indeed, Chen Xun had stolen the black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan clenched their fists, rife with anxiety. Ji Buchang cast a glance at Chen Xun, noting his unwavering composure, and commanded, "Bring forth the body of the black tiger." Yes. The constables hastened to comply, laboriously flipping the heavy carcass of the black tiger. When the crowd beheld the other side of the tiger's abdomen, its fur smooth and immaculate, entirely unscathed, they were momentarily taken aback. Old Li and Li Yuan exhaled deeply, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Ji Buchang inhaled sharply, fixating on the now bewildered Dewey and his companions, bellowing, "Did you not claim the fatal wound was on the side? Where is the fatal wound?" Dewey and his companions trembled, their minds a blank. How could this be? The thin monkey, in a moment of desperation, stammered, Town leader, my brother has always had a poor memory. In truth, we poisoned the tiger." Bang! Ji Buchang struck the wooden table forcefully, his voice sharp, "Dare you continue to argue? From the outset, your statements have been riddled with inconsistencies. Do you take me for a fool?" Dewey and his companions were instantly terrified, bowing repeatedly, their voices trembling, "We dare not. Please spare us, my lord. Have mercy." Had they foreseen this, they would have stolen and fled at once. Now, they found themselves at the courthouse, akin to fish on a chopping block. Vulnerable to slaughter. All blame lay on the thin monkey for this ill-conceived plan, hastily devised and riddled with flaws. Ji Buchang coldly declared. It is evident that you sought to profit from this, maligning others first. Bring forth these three and administer 20 heavy lashes, then imprison them for 2 years. Under ordinary circumstances, such a punishment would be excessive, yet in this case, given the black tiger and the substantial sum involved, it was deemed necessary. Soon, constables approached to carry out the sentence. With each resounding strike, Dewey and his companions transitioned from anguished cries to a state of dejection, their bodies battered and bloodied. Each lash was delivered without mercy. Outside the courtroom, the townsfolk regained their senses and erupted in cheers. Ah, I know those three, they are outsiders. And they have committed such despicable acts. Indeed, I suspected from the beginning that Chen Xun was not lying. He is a scholar, how could he stoop to theft? Look! The tigress body bears no wounds, thus, Chen Xun's words ring true. Who but a deity could slay the black tiger? As the case was resolved, the townsfolk exchanged remarks, their attitudes shifting dramatically. Chen Xun observed the unfolding scene with an impassive expression, akin to a mere spectator. How could he not perceive the truth? From the very beginning, only old Li Yuan and a handful of townsfolk expressed concern for him. The overwhelming majority had wished for the black tiger's theft to be attributed to him. In simpler terms, they could not bear to see another prosper. It is indeed a common human sentiment, chuckling. Subsequently, Dawei and his companions were taken away by the officers to the prison. In their final moments, the three cast a glance at Chen Xun, their eyes filled with resentment. In this incident, Chen Xun emerged as the true victim. Yet Dawei and his companions harbored animosity towards him. If they had any courage, they would direct their grievances towards the authorities instead. This exemplifies a classic case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Given the circumstances, it is likely that after serving 2 years in prison, Dawei and his companions would seek to trouble Chen Xun. However, they may not have the opportunity to do so. With Dawei and his companions receiving their just deserts, Chen Xun would have preferred to disregard the matter, but that fleeting glance altered his perspective. Ji Buchang, having witnessed the conclusion of the matter, struck the wooden bench and declared, "Court adjourned." The townspeople, who had gathered outside to watch, quickly dispersed. "You scared us to death." Old Li and Li Yuan hurried over, patting their chests. Chen Xun smiled, "I told you, it was nothing serious. Can something white turn black?" At that moment, Ji Ba approached Chen Xun, smiling, "Chen Xun, your visit to the magistrate's office is merely a formal affair, do not take it to heart." Chen Xun shook his head, "It's fine." Ji Ba nodded, "Well, since the matter is resolved, you may take the black tiger with you. I truly envy you, that black tiger is worth quite a sum." Chen Xun chuckled, then called over old Li and Li Yuan, leading the black tiger as he prepared to leave. "Chen Xun, is it?" Just then, Ji Buchang approached with a smile. "Your Excellency." Ji Ba quickly bowed, and old Li and Li Yuan were taken aback, bowing as well. Chen Xun clasped his hands, acknowledging the magistrate. Ji Buchang, noticing Chen Xun's composed demeanor, scrutinized him for a moment. However, after contemplating, he glanced at Ji Ba and old Li, stating, "I wish to speak with Chen Xun privately." Ji Ba immediately understood, gesturing to the officers as well as old Li and Li Yuan, leading them to withdraw. Old Li and Li Yuan, unsure of the magistrate's intentions, presumed there was no cause for alarm. After old Li gave Chen Xun a knowing look regarding the decorum required when addressing the magistrate, both of them exited. "Now that there are no outsiders present, please, take a seat." Ji Buchang gestured toward a nearby chair. Chen Xun, unreserved, sat down. Ji Buchang nodded slightly, pacing back and forth before saying, "Chen Xun, let me be direct. Would you consider selling this black tiger to me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xun was not surprised. He had already noticed the magistrate's interest in the black tiger. Therefore, he smiled and replied, "You speak quite amiably, Your Excellency." "Oh?" Ji Buchang inquired, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Xun responded, "The entire Xiuhua town falls under your jurisdiction, Your Excellency. If you wished, You could simply seize the black tiger through various means, and as a mere commoner, I would have no recourse.
Yet, now you wish to purchase it. Does that not reflect your amiable disposition? Ji Buchang paused, regarding the composed Chen Xun.
Moments later, he burst into hearty laughter. Chen Xun, I must say,
you are exceedingly bold.
In all of Xiuhua town, you are likely the only one daring enough to speak to me in such a manner.
Immediately, the laughter subsided. And he pondered, what price do you propose?
Although the town chief is quite fond of wealth, he only engages within the confines of his duties and would never undertake actions that could harm the common folk.
Chen Xun regarded the straightforwardness of Ji Buchang with newfound respect and replied, previously.
The Spring Breeze Tavern wished to purchase the black tiger for 120 gold coins.
Ji Buchang instantly comprehended, turned, and exited the public hall, making his way into the inner courtyard.
Please wait here for a moment, he instructed.
After a brief interval, Ji Buchang emerged from the inner courtyard, a purse in hand,
and approached Chen Xun, presenting it with the words, "Here are 120 gold coins." Chen Xun accepted the purse and weighed it in his hands.
Indeed,
the privileges of being an official are lucrative. 120 gold coins is a considerable sum in the mundane world. Yet it was easily dispensed by the chief of a small town, who, among officials, ranks merely as a ninth-grade officer.
A glimpse into the situation reveals much. Suddenly, Chen Xun opened the purse and extracted 20 gleaming gold coins, returning them. Ji Buchang was taken aback and inquired, what is the meaning of this? Chen Xun replied, the Spring Breeze Tavern is the Spring Breeze Tavern, how can it be compared to the town chief?
Thus, the price of the transaction must not be equated.
Ji Buchang smiled, finding Chen Xun increasingly agreeable.
Indeed, it is rare to encounter such perceptive youth. He then accepted the return of the 20 coins, recognizing that it is still a substantial amount.
Chen Xun then remarked,
Town Chief, I anticipate leaving Xiuhua town soon,
and I hope you will take good care of the old Li family. Ji Buchang was momentarily stunned. Chen Xun intended to depart? However,
having just received Chen Xun's 20 coins, he was more than willing to extend a favor in return, smiling, of course. Chen Xun responded with a courteous bow. And this was, indeed, his true objective. Chapter 11, A Moonless Night of Shadows and Murder. After leaving the government office, Chen Xun and the elderly Li,
along with his grandson, prepared to return home.
Noticing that Chen Xun had not brought out the black tiger, old Li sighed inwardly, speculating that it had surely been seized by the town master. He dared not voice his concerns, grateful that they were safe. Chen Xun smiled lightly,
opting not to elaborate further.
It was not until they encountered the eagerly awaiting proprietor of Chunfeng Tavern that old Li learned of Chen Xun's transaction with the town master. The tavern keeper, upon hearing the news, left with a heavy heart, lamenting the situation. There was little he could do about the town master's precedence, and he held no ill towards Chen Xun. After all, the town master's desire for the black tiger left Chen Xun with no other options, and it was likely that the selling price was quite meager.
As they continued their journey home,
neither old Li nor Li Yuan inquired about the price of the black tiger, for they believed it was Chen Xun's personal matter,
and it would be inappropriate to pry.
Of course, neither old Li nor Li Yuan harbored any covetousness towards Chen Xun's earnings.
By evening, Chen Xun and the Li family gathered around the dinner table. Midway through the meal, Chen Xun suddenly set down his chopsticks, retrieved a pouch of money,
and presented it to old Li. Taken aback, old Li and Li Yuan stared in astonishment at the pouch.
Chen Xun, what is this?
Old Li inquired,
sensing the significance of the gesture.
Chen Xun smiled and replied, this is the proceeds from the sale of the black tiger, for you and Yuan.
Old Li hesitated,
saying, Chen Xun, you should keep this money for yourself, it will surely be of use in the future.
Yuan and I have no desire for your wealth.
Chen Xun chuckled helplessly, responding, there is not much in there, Grandpa Li.
Please accept it, otherwise I would feel uneasy having taken your hospitality for so long without offering anything in return.
Old Li was about to protest further when Li Yuan interjected, Grandpa,
just accept this heartfelt gesture from Brother Chen. Consider it a way to help him save for the future.
All right, old Li relented, taking the pouch.
Chen Xun, I will keep it for you. When you marry, you can come to me for it. In their minds, Old Li and Li Yuan assumed the pouch contained a modest sum, which is why they reluctantly accepted it, intending to save it for Chen Xun. Little did they know. It contained 100 gold coins. Chen Xun nodded with a smile, grateful. After dinner, Chen Xun stood in the courtyard, gazing quietly at the myriad stars in the night sky. Brother Chen, Li Yuan's voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. Chen Xun continued to gaze at the heavens and replied with a smile, "What is it, Yuan?" Li Yuan briefly looked up at Chen Xun's profile, then lowered her head, asking, "Are you leaving soon, Brother Chen?" Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, turning to face Li Yuan, realizing she had discerned something during dinner. He nodded slowly, yes. Upon receiving the answer, a wave of reluctance washed over Li Yuan. Then, "Where are you going, Brother Chen?" A hint of confusion flickered in Chen Xun's eyes as he shook his head and softly replied, "I, Chen Xun, am but a rootless drifter, wherever the currents take me. There I shall be." At his words, Li Yuan's mouth parted slightly, her gaze becoming vacant as an inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within her heart. Before her stood Brother Chen, evoking an ineffable sense of ancient solitude. Li Yuan yearned to suggest that since Brother Chen had no home, he might as well stay and consider this place as his own, yet she inexplicably sensed that he would inevitably decline. She murmured, "Will Brother Chen return?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xun replied, "Perhaps. I will visit Xiuhe town when I have the time." Li Yuan felt a slight easing of her heartstrings and nodded silently, at a loss for words. Chen Xun turned slightly and inquired, Yuan. What about your parents and grandmother?" A flicker of sorrow crossed Li Yuan's eyes as she recounted, "That year, during the Great Drought, our family faced famine. And many perished in Xiuhe town, including my parents and grandmother. My grandfather nearly succumbed as well. Fortunately, the town leader, Ji Bochang, arrived just in time with relief grain, which saved my grandfather's life. Since then, it has been just the two of us, enduring together for over a decade." Chen Xun nodded gently and reached out to tenderly stroke Li Yuan's head. After withdrawing his hand, he offered no further words of consolation. Natural disasters are devoid of compassion. And Li Yuan considered herself fortunate, countless lives had been lost to such calamities. To be alive was a blessing. Suppressing her sadness, Li Yuan cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Chen, when you leave, you must bid farewell to me and Grandpa. Let us see you off. Please don't just disappear without a word." Chen Xun nodded and smiled, "All right." As the moon hung dark and the wind howled, Old Li and Li Yuan had long succumbed to slumber. Inside Chen Xun's room, he slowly opened his eyes, only to have his form gradually dissolve into the ether. Meanwhile, in the government prison, two jailers were fast asleep. In this confined space, even without their supervision, the prisoners had no hope of escape. Most of the inmates were also in slumber, save for three who gazed at each other through the frigid iron bars, their eyes devoid of light. These three were the recently imprisoned Du Wei, Su Chang, and the Lean Monkey. "It's all your fault, Lean Monkey," Su Chang lamented. "What a terrible idea you had that has landed us in this 2-year sentence. If only we had just robbed and fled, it would have been a better option." Lean Monkey retorted indignantly, "Second brother, you can't place all the blame on me. My plan was absolutely viable, we simply underestimated the time and preparation needed. Who could have anticipated that the black tiger bore no external wounds?" Su Chang silently nodded in agreement, "You have a point." It seems that what Chen Xun said was indeed true, it must be the work of supernatural forces, and the black tiger's injuries are likely internal. Du Wei's eyes gradually focused, and he weakly interjected, "Enough of your lamentations. It is what it is, we must serve our 2 years in jail with honesty. Now, my prospects of marrying and all associated matters are delayed for another 2 years. How many 2-year spans does one have in a lifetime?" He winced as pain shot through him, drawing in a sharp breath. Lean Monkey pressed his lips together and whispered, "Elder brother, second brother, once we are out of here, we cannot let Chen Xun escape our wrath. Our predicament is entirely his doing." "Humph." Upon hearing these words, Du Wei and Su Chang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly without uttering a single word. In truth, they were acutely aware that the predicament they faced was of their own making. Yet they found themselves unable to swallow their indignation. What could they do to alleviate this frustration? Surely, they could not confront the town's leader or the local authorities. Such a course of action was beyond their courage.
Thus, they resolved to seek out Chen Xun to vent their grievances. "Your words are rather severe. What heinous act have I committed to incur such animosity from the three of you?" Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated in the ears of Dawei and his companions. Startled, they instinctively scanned their surroundings, exchanging bewildered glances, each reflecting the terror mirrored in the other's eyes. It was then that a young man appeared as if conjured from thin air. His presence ghostly and disconcerting. Dawei and his companions' pupils dilated sharply, fear compelling them to recoil. Chen Xun. Chapter 12, Is the Yamen Haunted? Looking at Chen Xun outside the iron bars, Dawei and his companions were nearly paralyzed with terror. They had witnessed Chen Xun's inexplicable appearance firsthand. It was akin to the magic of celestial beings. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Chen Xun just an ordinary mortal like them? To their astonishment, he turned out to be an immortal. "Spare us, immortal! Spare us!" Dawei and his companions fell to their knees, engulfed by unprecedented fear, their hearts brimming with regret. They had dared to provoke an immortal. In that moment, it dawned on them that Chen Xun's earlier claim of having slain the black tiger referred to himself. "I wish to spare you, yet you showed me no mercy," Chen Xun remarked with a slight smile. As he opened his palm, 3 flickering flames sprang to life. And with a gentle wave, the flames began to drift toward Dawei and his companions. Upon witnessing the approaching flames, the trio felt the chilling breath of death wash over them. In a frenzy, they screamed, "Murder! Murder!" Instantly, the entire prison was roused from its slumber. Their cries only hastened the flames, which clung to Dawei and his companions, rapidly igniting them and transforming them into fiery figures, their agonized wails echoing through the air. Chen Xun merely smiled faintly, his figure gradually fading away. At that moment, the guards hurried over, while the prisoners in the adjacent cells pressed against the iron bars, horrified by the illumination of flames emanating from Dawei's cell. Aha! 2 guards stood stunned, watching the 3 rolling figures engulfed in flames. After a moment's daze, they turned to fetch water to extinguish the fire. However, by the time they returned, Dawei and his companions had been reduced to ashes. Frightened, the guards promptly reported the incident. That night, Ji Buchang was awakened from his slumber and summoned Jiba to urgently attend the prison. In shock, they gazed at the 3 heaps of ashes, their minds reeling at the guards' account. The prison was dark and damp, devoid of any ignition source. How could these 3 prisoners have spontaneously combusted into ashes? Such an occurrence had never transpired since Ji Buchang's tenure, nor had it ever been documented in history. The entire affair reeked of the bizarre. Who were the deceased prisoners? Ji Buchang inquired solemnly. The guard hastily replied, reporting to the town master, "They are Dawei, Su Chang, and Shouho, the 3 hunters detained today due to the Black Tiger case." Those 3? Ji Buchang and Ji Ba were taken aback. The case prompted an unspoken recollection of Chen Xun in both of them. Ji Buchang furrowed his brow and pressed further, "Has anyone entered the prison?" The guards, immediately terrified, prostrated themselves, exclaiming, "Town master, we were on high alert. Not even a mosquito entered during our watch." In truth, the guards were also anxious, as they dared not confess to dozing off during their duty. To admit such would be akin to courting death. Moreover, who could have anticipated such an event? Ji Buchang nodded slightly, stating, "For now, do not publicize this matter. I shall investigate personally." Yes. 2 prison guards promptly agreed. And only after Ji Buchang and Ji Ba left the prison did they dare to rise, their bodies already drenched in cold sweat. One can imagine that for the foreseeable future, these 2 guards would not dare to indulge in slumber during their watch. Outside the prison, Ji Buchang lamented, "Fortunately, these 3 hunters are from out of town and have no relatives in the district, otherwise, it would be difficult for the town magistrate to explain this incident." The magistrate nodded in agreement, and Ji Ba, who had been taken under Ji Buchang's wing, often accompanied him, as Ji Ba was responsible for Ji Buchang's personal safety. Ji Buchang cast a sidelong glance at Ji Ba and inquired, "Ji Ba, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Ji Ba paused momentarily, quickly realizing the nature of the inquiry, and his face darkened with bitterness as he replied, "Esteemed magistrate, I observed the scene in the prison carefully. Yet I found not a single clue." The implication was clear, even Ji Ba was at a loss.
However, esteemed magistrate, there is something I feel compelled to mention, Jiba suddenly interjected. Speak, Ji Buchang commanded. Jiba hesitated, his heartbeat quickening, and said, Esteemed magistrate. Precisely because there are no traces whatsoever, I suspect that this incident may not have been caused by human hands. Ji Buchang's expression shifted, and he coldly scoffed. Are you implying that our government is haunted? Jiba, flustered, quickly bowed and said, I misspoke. Yet in Jiba's mind, the notion of a haunting seemed the only plausible explanation. After all, if celestial beings existed, ghosts were not so far-fetched. Ji Buchang's gaze sharpened, and he continued. I just heard from the guards that those 3 inmates screamed about murder before startling them awake, indicating they must have seen something prior to their demise. It is highly probable they witnessed their murderer. Unfortunately, they were burned alive, leaving no witnesses. What was even more peculiar was that the guards rushed to the scene immediately. Yet neither they nor the other prisoners saw any sign of the assailant. That murderer truly appeared and vanished without a trace, a master of disguise. Your assertion that this was not the work of a human holds considerable merit. As Ji Buchang pondered further, he felt a chill enveloping him. Tightening his robe as he remarked, but that said, everything has its cause and effect, thus, even if it were a ghost, why would it wish to kill those 3? Why not before, but rather wait until they were imprisoned? Jiba shook his head, also feeling a shiver. If we were to speak of contradictions, the ghost's motives remained unknown, but there was one human who posed a question, Chen Xun. Yet the signs did not point to Chen Xun being capable of such acts. Unless he were not human at all. Ji Buchang shivered slightly and said, Jiba, in a couple of days. Summon a Taoist priest to perform rituals at the magistrate's office. I am feeling quite uneasy. Yes, magistrate, Jiba nodded in agreement. As Ji Buchang prepared to leave, he suddenly halted his steps and added, Tomorrow morning, you shall accompany me to find Chen Xun. Jiba was taken aback. And although he knew it was unlikely that Chen Xun was responsible, the town chief could not help but feel compelled to inquire further. Indeed, sleep seemed elusive that night. The following day, as Oldley was preparing to step outside, he spotted 2 figures standing in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that they were none other than the town chief and Captain Ji. Upon learning that they were in search of Chen Xun, he promptly welcomed them into the yard with great respect and fetched 2 wooden stools for their comfort. Town chief, regarding Chen Xun, Oldley began, eager to express his thoughts, when Chen Xun emerged from the house. He glanced at Jiba and Ji Buchang before smiling and saying, Grandpa Li, please attend to your duties, I shall take care of our esteemed guests. Ah, very well, very well. Having lived a considerable number of years, Oldley was perceptive enough to understand that the town chief had matters of importance to discuss with Chen Xun, and he bowed respectfully before taking his leave. However, one thing puzzled Oldley: when had Chen Xun acquired such stature? Ordinarily, it would be the town chief issuing commands, followed by Chen Xun reporting to the government office. Yet, here was the town chief himself making a personal visit. How strange it all seemed. Seeing Chen Xun approach, Ji Buchang got straight to the point. Chen Xun. Last night he quickly recounted the bizarre occurrences that transpired in the jail the previous night. Chen Xun was taken aback. Is that so? Chapter 13, Farewell. Chen Dai and Jiba watched Chen Xun's expression with a sense of trepidation. Seeing him in such a state, for some inexplicable reason, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Indeed, after such peculiar occurrences, the town master had tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest. Ah! Sighed Ji Buchang. Chen Xun chuckled. Surely, the authorities will not be haunted, will they? Jiba was immediately struck with fear, recalling that he had made a similar jest the previous night, which had provoked the town master's ire. Chen Xun's remark might well incite the town master's anger once more. However, Ji Buchang's subsequent demeanor and words left Jiba utterly astonished. Surely, there are celestial beings in this world, though they are elusive and we, mere mortals, seldom encounter them. Their existence is a certainty. If there are celestial beings, it is only natural that spirits exist as well. Today, our town master intends to invite a Taoist priest to perform rituals at the manor. Alas, Ji Buchang lamented. Jiba assumed Ji Buchang would be angered, unaware that, for reasons unknown, it was difficult for him to feel anger towards Chen Xun. Chen Xun nodded, indicating that such a method was feasible.
Chi continued, yet, the town master feels a sense of guilt. Although those 3 wrongdoers were culpable, their crimes did not warrant death. Now, having perished in the prison, alas. Chen Xun smiled but remained silent. Observing this, Chi stood and said, "Let it be as such. I came here today to seek you out, for the town master needed to express his feelings, to find some solace." Chen Xun. This matter has already been placed under a ban, do not speak of it publicly. Chen Xun nodded, replying, understood. He then escorted Chi and Ji Ba to the courtyard, quietly watching as they gradually distanced themselves. Chen Xun was well aware that their visit, under the guise of seeking an outlet for their thoughts, was fundamentally a test. They harbored a flicker of doubt about him. Yet, such doubt was but a mere whisper. For in the eyes of Chi and Ji Ba, he was merely a commoner, incapable of such deeds. It was evident that for a considerable time to come, this case would remain an unsolvable mystery. Brother Chen, who just visited? Li Yuan emerged from the room, her curiosity piqued. Chen Xun turned with a smile. No one of consequence. Oh, Li Yuan nodded obediently. At lunchtime, Chen Xun suddenly announced, "Grandpa Li, I shall depart from Shouha town this afternoon. So there is no need to prepare dinner for me." Li Yuan's movements faltered momentarily before she resumed her actions in silence. Old Li looked up, astonished, his eyes reflecting disbelief at such sudden news. "Chen Xun, why not stay a few more days?" he implored. Chen Xun replied, "No, that would trouble you all too much." Old Li's eyes widened in protest. "Nonsense. What trouble could this possibly be?" Chen Xun shook his head, smiling, "Grandpa Li, there is no need to persuade me. My mind is made up." For Chen Xun, every fleeting moment of clarity after 3 years of madness was precious, and he did not wish to squander this time. He longed to wander and explore during this brief period of lucidity. During his episodes of madness, he had truly become a rootless drifter, carried along by the currents of fate. Before long, it is anticipated that chaos will ensue, undoubtedly causing trouble for the Li family. Old Li's lips quivered slightly as he murmured, "Well, very well then." To be honest, Old Li felt reluctant. During this time, he had come to regard Chen Xun as a member of the family. Li Yuan silently picked at her meal and softly asked, "Brother Chen, when will you leave this afternoon? Grandpa and I would like to see you off." Chen Xun smiled gently, "Let us depart at the hour of Wei." "Very well." The atmosphere during lunch became rather somber, devoid of the usual cheerful banter. However, Chen Xun felt little disturbance in his heart. Over the years, he had experienced numerous farewells, including those of life and death. Time swiftly approached the hour of Wei. Accompanied by Old Li and Li Yuan, Chen Xun made his way to the outskirts of Shouha town. Turning around, he looked at Old Li and Li Yuan, saying with a smile, "Grandpa Li, this is where we part ways." He carried a bundle on his back filled with clothes that Li Yuan had specifically purchased for him, tailored to his size. And he had no choice but to bring them along. Old Li tapped his smoking pipe and sighed, "Chen Xun, while you are out in the world, take care of yourself. I don't have much to offer, but here is a bag of cakes for you to enjoy on your journey." As he spoke, he took a cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Chen Xun. Chen Xun's eyes flickered as he accepted the bag, weighing it in his hands. "Grandpa Li, this bag of cakes seems rather heavy. Is there truly only cake inside?" Old Li hesitated, stammering. Chen Xun chuckled and opened the bag, retrieving a pouch of money. This was indeed the money from the sale of the black tiger that he had given to Old Li the other day. Chen Xun returned it to Old Li, saying helplessly, "It's truly not much money, please do not refuse again." Seeing Old Li unwilling to accept it, Chen Xun pressed it into his hands and insisted, "Consider it as saving for me, surely that is acceptable." Noticing Old Li's intention to return the pouch once more, Chen Xun was startled and swiftly turned to leave, walking away with great haste. Old Li halted, gazing at Chen Xun's retreating figure, gripping the pouch tightly, a wry smile forming on his lips. Li Yuan, who had remained silent, found her vision blurring as Chen Xun departed abruptly. She stepped forward and called out loudly, "Brother Chen, safe travels." In response, he raised a hand in farewell, gradually receding from sight, until he vanished into the verdant landscape of spring. Old Li and Li Yuan stood at the town's edge for quite some time before turning slowly to walk back into town.
Old Li glanced at his granddaughter, who appeared despondent, and sighed, Yuan, I have long suspected that your brother Chen may not be an ordinary person. Li Yuan was taken aback, nodding silently. She, too, had noticed. When Chen Xun had been in a state of madness, it was one thing, but upon regaining his composure, his appearance, demeanor, and manner of speech far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Not to mention, his unyielding composure in the presence of the town's master was something that only exceptional individuals could achieve. Upon returning home, Old Li opened the pouch of money in front of Li Yuan. When he beheld the wealth contained within, he stood frozen in place. Curiosity piqued, Li Yuan leaned closer. And in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Gold, coins. A bag filled to the brim with coins. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be nearly 100 of them. Old Li regained his senses, blinked his weary eyes, and hurriedly tucked away the money bag as he rushed outside. Once he had exhausted himself running to the outskirts of the town, he found himself surrounded by an endless expanse, with no trace of Chen Xun in sight. Old Li, weary and breathless, sank down onto the ground. After a moment, tears welled up in his aged eyes as he clutched the money bag tightly, murmuring, What a good child, it is not worth it. Grandpa Li cannot bear the weight of this 100 gold. Chen Xun's departure seemed to stir little commotion in the small town of Xiahe. Perhaps it would take some time before the townsfolk would notice that the scholar named Chen Xun had vanished. Chapter 14, The Landscape of the Mortal Realm. After departing from Xiahe town, the young Zhao Ting and Chen Xun journeyed southward, enduring the elements and occasionally seeking refuge in inns, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Given Chen Xun's relatively leisurely pace of travel, had there been a map of Beixian to illustrate their progress, it would scarcely depict a significant distance covered. Presently, Chen Xun found himself in Beixian, a mere fragment of the vast mortal realm, a territory that a mortal could spend an entire lifetime traversing without fully exploring. Beyond Beixian, there lay the expansive southern heaven, eastern Xian, and western sea. To the north of Beixian, an endless expanse of ethereal snowfields awaited, rumored to be haunted by snow monsters, fraught with peril. To the south of southern heaven, there existed a renowned forbidden ground, the Qianlong Forbidden Land, said to harbor true dragons and myriad treasures. Each time it was opened, countless cultivators flocked there, yet many met their demise within its confines. Nevertheless, the allure remained irresistible. East of eastern Xian, a vast forest of demonic beasts thrived, a paradise for beasts and a hell for cultivators. Beyond the western sea, tales spoke of ancient barbarian tribes, where arcane practices were passed down through generations. Yet reaching these tribes required traversing the treacherous western sea, where countless cultivators had perished over the years. Such notable regions were marked on maps. Yet many expansive areas brimming with both grandeur and danger awaited discovery. Tianqing City. As the sun set in the west, Chen Xun gazed up at the towering city walls, which rose to an impressive height of 50 feet, murmuring to himself. This marked his first encounter with a city after a month. Prior to this, his journey had taken him through 2 small towns and numerous villages. Indeed, a city was incomparable to a small town, as the city gates bustled with the comings and goings of countless individuals. Brushing off the dust of his travels, Chen Xun melded into the throng entering the city. The streets of Tianqing City were remarkably clean and orderly, with individuals occasionally seen tidying up. As Chen Xun strolled slowly along the thoroughfare, he observed several well-armed guards patrolling with precision, a testament to the city's commendable security. He purchased 2 pastries from a shop, savoring them as he continued his walk. After a brief while, Chen Xun noticed a crowd gathered around a wall and, driven by curiosity, approached. Goodness, tomorrow marks the day when Dao Tian sect recruits disciples. I hope my child will make us proud, exclaimed one voice. If they possess spiritual roots, our family will surely prosper. Ha ha, dear son. Do not set your expectations too high, for the Daotian sect only takes a handful of children every 3 years when they come to the city. If they possess spiritual roots, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Indeed, with Tianqing City's vast population of hundreds of thousands, how many children are even of the appropriate age for testing? In the end, only a few possess spiritual roots, tisk tsk. Ah, it is truly challenging. It might be wiser to have the child focus on studies and prepare for civil examinations, as that would be far easier than becoming an immortal. I believe there is also a civil examination in the city in a couple of days, right?
Listening to the various conversations surrounding him and glancing at the notice affixed to the wall, Chen Xun grasped the situation. It was clear that a sect was seeking to recruit disciples. In the remote locale of Xiuha town, where mere mortals rarely encounter cultivators, the city of Qingcheng has already begun to recruit disciples for its esteemed sections. This illustrates that upon birth, one's life is determined by myriad factors, including the very region into which one is born, a subject worthy of contemplation. Those born in secluded areas are likely to lead unremarkable lives, while those fortunate enough to be born in desirable locales may embark on divergent paths.
Ah, young man, are you here for the examination?
A nearby matron inquired,
her attention drawn to Chen Xun, whose scholarly attire was quite conspicuous. I am merely passing through, Chen Xun replied.
I see, the matron nodded.
The Daotian sect is a renowned establishment in the North Xian region. They are recruiting disciples tomorrow, why not give it a try?
Chen Xun chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation.
Do I appear to possess spiritual roots? And do I look particularly young to you, madam?
The matron, caught off guard, stammered.
Not at all, you are quite grown.
She realized her oversight, as Chen Xun indeed appeared to be in his 20s.
Well past the age limit for the spiritual root assessment. However, you could still attempt it.
Individuals with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, and if you possess them,
perhaps the Daotian sect may accept you, she urged, her enthusiasm undeterred.
With a slight pursing of his lips, Chen Xun turned to depart. He found the matron's eagerness somewhat excessive, and he sensed an ulterior motive lurking beneath her cordiality. He was alone, with naught but the breeze to accompany him, possessing little of value to covet save for perhaps his handsome visage. With this thought, he quickened his pace.
As he wandered through the city,
Chen Xun noticed numerous townsfolk gathered around various notices, presumably regarding the sect's recruitment of disciples. A few others were likely perusing announcements related to scholarly examinations. With the sun setting, Chen Xun entered a tavern, choosing a window seat and beckoning the waiter for food and drink. After finishing his meal, he intended to spend the night at the establishment.
Esteemed guest, your food and drink have arrived. Enjoy, the waiter announced, shortly placing the dishes before Chen Xun before bowing and retreating.
Pouring himself a drink, Chen Xun savored the steaming dishes at a leisurely pace. As dusk enveloped the sky, the tavern began to fill with patrons, the first floor bustling with activity, while many newcomers were ushered upstairs by the waitstaff.
The conversations among the guests revolved almost exclusively around the Daotian sect's impending recruitment. At that moment, Chen Xun noticed a refined young man enter, who, after some negotiation with the waiter, glanced around with evident disappointment.
Upon spotting Chen Xun, his eyes brightened noticeably, and he approached with a smile.
Brother, the waiter informed me that the tavern is fully booked. If it would not be too much trouble, might you share half your table with me? I would be most grateful.
The young man placed a silver coin before Chen Xun and clasped his hands in appreciation.
Chen Xun nodded slightly, pocketing the silver coin.
He then shifted his dishes closer to himself, clearing half of the table for his companion, and said, "Help yourself."
Zhao Ting was taken aback.
He had anticipated that this scholar would refuse the coin, yet here he was, accepting it.
Truly accepting it? Goodness, what about the integrity of a scholar? Just moments ago,
Zhao Ting had approached Chen Xun precisely because he perceived him as a learned individual. How unexpected this turn of events was.
Zhao Ting could only inwardly lament his misfortune as he begrudgingly took a seat.
At that moment, he wished he could slap himself for overstepping. Afterward, Zhao Ting glanced at the sumptuous spread before them, swallowed hard, and awkwardly suggested, "Brother, perhaps I should forego my order and dine with you instead?" Zhao Ting sought to salvage his losses, hoping to recover at least a portion. Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked,
"Shall I return that silver coin to you?" Zhao Ting leapt to his feet, exclaiming in delight, "Really?" Chen Xun replied, "No." Zhao Ting.
Chapter 15, Clarity lost in the eyes. A moment later, Zhao Ting's meal was served by the waiter. He poured himself a glass of wine, hesitated for a moment, and raised his cup, saying, "My dear brother, although you may be a bit acerbic and not quite the scholar, I still offer you this toast."
Chen Xun chuckled. "Should I then thank you?"
Though he said this, Chen Xun raised his glass and clinked it against Zhao Ting's. After taking a sip of wine, Zhao Ting felt that his companion possessed a unique character, truly one of the most interesting individuals he had encountered in recent years. He could not help but inquire.
"May I ask your esteemed name?" "Chen Xun," came the reply.
Zhao Ting nodded, saying, "Ah, so you are Brother Chen. I, Zhao Ting, extend my respects." He then continued.
"I surmise you are not a local, but rather here in Tianqing City for the examination?"
As he spoke, Zhao Ting cast a glance at Chen Xun's belongings, his thoughts reflecting a certain astuteness. He also noted the wooden sword at Chen Xun's back, which piqued his curiosity further. Chen Xun shook his head. "I am not here for the examination, I simply passed through the city and decided to stay overnight." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xun suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, his heart tightening slightly.
"This omen, not for the examination?"
Zhao Ting appeared somewhat surprised.
Regaining his composure, Chen Xun smiled. "It seems Brother Zhao is indeed here for the examination."
Zhao Ting cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. "Brother Chen, you are mistaken.
"I am not here for that purpose either.
You may not believe it, but I have come for the recruitment of disciples by the Daotian sect tomorrow."
"Oh?" Chen Xun regarded him with interest. "You must have surpassed the age for recruitment, have you not?"
Zhao Ting sighed. "Indeed, I am 24 this year, well beyond the limit. However, after years of diligent study, I have finally come to a realization. I, Zhao Ting, do not wish to pursue an official career, nor engage in the intrigues of the court. Those matters do not appeal to me.
I long to cultivate immortality,
to traverse the heavens and witness the landscapes that only the immortal ones can behold." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun laughed. "Brother Zhao, you may be somewhat naive.
The life of an immortal may not be as idyllic as you imagine.
The machinations of the court pale in comparison to the perils of the realm of cultivation."
"Oh!"
Zhao Ting scoffed. "You seem quite knowledgeable, Brother Chen."
Then, with a hint of disappointment, he said, "Yet, at my age, I am unsure if I possess the spiritual root. The first step to immortality is far more stringent than any civil examination."
Chen Xun replied, "In my view, Brother Zhao, you exude abundant spiritual energy. You may very well possess a spiritual root."
"Oh?"
Zhao Ting's spirits lifted, and he raised his cup, laughing. "I greatly appreciate your kind words, Brother Chen."
Chen Xun smiled and asked, "Is your family well?"
"Of course, although my parents are aging, they are in good health." Zhao Ting paused for a moment, then added with a wry smile, "Yet my aspirations may seem unfilial. My parents wish for me to achieve academic success,
while I am preoccupied with the ethereal pursuit of immortality." Chen Xun nodded. "Brother Zhao, remember this, once you enter the realm of cultivation, a chasm forms between you and the mundane world.
Perhaps in the future, you may even find yourself with no opportunity to care for your parents in their twilight years. In other words, it has become exceedingly difficult to meet." Zhao Ting found himself bewildered, pondering the gravity of the situation. He soon chuckled. "Brother Chen, you exaggerate. It remains uncertain whether we can even enter the immortal sect, and those matters seem exceedingly distant." Chen Xun replied with a smile, "Not at all distant."
Zhao Ting,
shifting the topic, inquired with suspicion, "By the way, Brother Chen, you appear to possess quite an understanding of the cultivation world." Chen Xun feigned modesty. "Indeed.
My ancestors dabbled in cultivation."
Zhao Ting gasped in astonishment and hastily clasped his hands in respect. "I did not realize you hailed from a family of cultivators, my apologies." Chen Xun merely smiled in silence.
Although his claim was fabricated, Zhao Ting's reaction was indeed exaggerated. Flattery was clearly his forte. What constituted a family of cultivators? Such families are those that have practiced cultivation through generations.
The next day, as dawn broke, the entire Tianqing city awakened, bustling with shadows flitting through the streets,
creating a lively atmosphere.
Today marked the day when the Daotian sect would recruit disciples in Tianqing City, a day of great significance for all.
"Hey! Brother Chen!"
As Chen Xun stepped out of the inn with his bundle, he heard a familiar call. Turning his head, he spotted Zhao Ting hastening towards him, rubbing his hands together.
"Brother Chen, I've been waiting for you for quite a while." Chen Xun remarked, "Isn't today the day the Daotian sect recruits disciples?"
"Shouldn't you hurry along?"
"Zhao brother?"
Zhao Ting took a deep breath. "Brother Chen, I fear I may be the only one of my age there, I'm quite anxious."
Could you accompany me?
Chen Xun was at a loss for words. Zhao brother, we only met yesterday, why does your anxiety concern me?
Zhao Ting gritted his teeth and retrieved a silver coin, extending it towards Chen Xun.
Chen Xun paused, accepting the coin and pocketing it. Very well, I did intend to witness the excitement myself.
Zhao Ting remained silent. As the sun gradually ascended, the spirit root assessment for the Dao Tian sect was held in the central square of Tianqing City. Upon their arrival,
Chen Xun and Zhao Ting discovered the square swarming with citizens, densely packed in layers.
However, the townsfolk dared not press further,
as numerous city lord guards were present to maintain order, and today the city lord would also be in attendance. The square was abuzz with anticipation,
as countless parents held their children, eagerly awaiting the moment that would determine their fate.
Zhao Ting stood on tiptoe, peering inside. Brother Chen, the immortal sect has yet to arrive, they will likely appear alongside the city lord.
Chen Xun nodded, though his thoughts were elsewhere.
He gently massaged his temples as a vague sensation intensified within him. Zhao Ting remained oblivious to any oddities, wholly consumed by his own anxiety.
Suddenly, a bell tolled within the square, silencing the crowd.
The head guard stepped forward and shouted, all children participating in the spirit root assessment,
please enter and line up in an orderly fashion. Parents must remain outside. The guards promptly opened multiple entrances to the square. The townsfolk hurriedly urged their children to enter.
Under the watchful eyes of the guards, the young boys and girls lined up obediently, no one daring to cut in line or cause trouble.
In a mere moment, 5 lengthy lines formed.
There were numerous children in Tianqing City awaiting their assessments, necessitating such an arrangement to complete the evaluations within a single day.
Chen, brother Chen, I shall enter first,
Zhao Ting exclaimed, his anxiety evident as beads of perspiration formed in his palms.
All right,
Chen Xun replied, eyes closed, deeply furrowing his brow. It was at this moment that Zhao Ting noticed Chen Xun's unusual demeanor and, filled with suspicion, inquired, Brother Chen, are you all right?
You seem even more anxious than I am. Chen Xun took a deep breath, shaking his head as he responded, I am fine, you should enter now.
Very well.
Brother Chen, await my good news. If I possess a spiritual root, I shall treat you to a grand feast.
With a determined grit, Zhao Ting swiftly advanced into the arena amidst the multitude of curious gazes, joining the throng of young men and women. Meanwhile, Chen Xun suddenly opened his eyes wide. A manic smile gradually emerging upon his face, the clarity in his gaze vanished.
Chapter 16, The Spiritual Root Test. Hey, look at that young man. He's at least in his 20s, right? Isn't that age beyond the limit?
Indeed, it's rather shameless for someone of his age to participate alongside a group of youngsters.
Now, that's a bit harsh, don't you think? In my opinion, having dreams is commendable, regardless of age.
Just because this young man is older, if he possesses a spiritual root,
he might well be recruited by the Dao Tian sect, and then you'll be the ones left speechless.
Pfft, at his age, he is already late to start cultivating. Even if he miraculously has a spiritual root, the Dao Tian sect won't take him. The townsfolk exchanged their opinions, causing Zhao Ting to feel increasingly anxious. Especially as he caught some glances from the younger participants, making his face flush with embarrassment. Nonetheless, he took a deep breath, consciously disregarding their words and gazes. There's always idle chatter, ignoring it is the best course. He was determined to pursue his dream. Zhao Ting couldn't help but turn to Chen Xun, only to be taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. Chen Xun was grinning wildly, his laughter alarming several nearby townsfolk, who instinctively moved away.
Zhao Ting was dumbfounded. How did the composed and witty Chen Xun transform into this? Silence. The city lord has arrived.
A shout from the captain of the guards broke the atmosphere.
Zhao Ting jolted, redirecting his focus from Chen Xun.
The entire central square fell into a hushed stillness. Then, an ethereal elder entered the square, accompanied by a middle-aged man bowing respectfully. Following them were 6 young disciples dressed in the garb of the sect,
moving with an air of tranquility.
The middle-aged man was undoubtedly the city lord of Tianqing City, while the elder and the 6 disciples were practitioners of the Dao Tian sect. Countless townsfolk gazed intently at the Dao Tian sect's practitioners, feeling a deep admiration. Truly, they were celestial beings of a significant sect, their mere presence standing out remarkably. The young participants in line were filled with aspirations, yearning for such poise and status. Just look, even the city lord, who governs a population of hundreds of thousands in Tianqing City, is currently demonstrating utmost reverence before the immortal of the Dao Tian sect. It is clear that possessing a spiritual root could lead one to soar to great heights. Zhao Ting clenched his fists, his palms sweating from anxiety. Meanwhile, Chen Xun was gripping the hand of a stout, dark-faced middle-aged man, earnestly proclaiming, "Oh dear, based on your palmistry, your lifeline is quite long. However, that is peculiar. Your face suggests a life filled with misdeeds, destined for calamity. How can this be? Is it truly the case that good people don't live long while evildoers thrive for centuries? This contradiction is perplexing. Why is it so? Initially, the stout man felt quite pleased with Chen Xun's earlier remarks, but as the latter's words progressed, his expression darkened instantaneously, as if struck by a truth. He yanked his hand away from Chen Xun and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Chen Xun, his words were jarringly discordant in the now silent square. Countless peculiar gazes were directed towards him. Even the elder from the Dao Tian sect and his disciples frowned slightly and turned their attention. The city lord, Su Hai, felt a jolt in his heart and hurriedly bowed to the elder in apology. Then he stood up and bellowed, "Who dares to make such a ruckus? Where is the guard team?" "Here." The captain of the guard was startled, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He immediately took command, leading two guards aggressively towards Chen Xun. Zhao Ting, who had been in a stupor, finally regained his senses and rushed out of the line without hesitation, bowing in panic. Wait! My lord, this is my friend. He has been somewhat unhinged lately, and it is not intentional. I implore you to show mercy." "Oh." Hearing this, Su Hai's brow furrowed as he, along with countless others, turned to look. Indeed. They saw the young man who had been making a commotion now sucking his finger with delight, tilting his head curiously as he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze oddly fervent. His demeanor appeared entirely natural, not feigned. Many citizens looked upon this scene with pity, inwardly lamenting how such a handsome youth could be reduced to a madman. Both insane and foolish, a truly pitiable soul. The elder from Dao Tian sect and his disciples relaxed their brows upon witnessing this. With so many commoners watching, they certainly wouldn't stoop to quarrel with a madman. City Lord Su, if he is indeed mad, then let it be. We should proceed with the testing as soon as possible, the elder gestured, displaying his grace. Su Hai felt a weight lift from his heart and quickly bowed in thanks. He then fixed his gaze on Zhao Ting, saying, "Humph, keep a close watch on your friend. Should he exhibit any further inappropriate behavior? No matter the leniency of the immortal master, I shall not hesitate to impose punishment." "Thank you, immortal master." "Thank you, city lord." Zhao Ting exhaled in relief and swiftly returned to Chen Xun's side. He cast a troubled glance at his friend and whispered, "Brother Chen, I do not understand why you have suddenly changed so, but you must be careful moving forward. If anything happens, I am but a single individual and may struggle to assist you." Seeing that Chen Xun paid him no heed, Zhao Ting sighed internally and quickly returned to his place in line. Subsequently, 5 disciples from Dao Tian sect stepped forward, each approaching the front of 5 respective lines to commence the spirit root testing phase. Upon witnessing this, countless parents grew anxious. The spirit root testing was remarkably straightforward. There was a specialized device that merely required the subject to place their hand upon it, instantly revealing whether they possessed a spirit root. This convenience allowed for the assessment of so many young men and women within a single day. That individual is clearly past the age limit, a young male disciple, stationed beside Dao Tian sect, remarked while observing Zhao Ting. They had indeed taken note of Zhao Ting earlier. The elder was identified as a steward of Dao Tian sect through the disciple's words. With a stroke of his beard, Shen he nodded and said, "It matters not. There is no need to rush, the testing process is swift, and the presence of one more child is inconsequential." "Understood," the disciple replied with a bow. Shen he rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon the assembly of young boys and girls. In a calm yet commanding tone, he announced, "Children, pay close attention. The process of testing your spiritual roots is swift. Simply place your hand upon the spiritual testing device held by the disciple in front of you. Should a radiant light emerge, it signifies the presence of spiritual roots, and you may step aside. Conversely, if no light appears,
Retreat promptly to avoid hindering the progress of the testing. Is that understood?
The young crowd, awed by Chen He's imposing presence, responded in unison, "We understand, esteemed master." Satisfied with their reply, Chen He nodded and gestured, "Very well, disciples, prepare yourselves, the spiritual root testing shall commence."
Chapter 17, The Metal Attribute Spiritual Root. As the assessment of spiritual roots commenced, the square buzzed with activity. The young men and women, filled with trepidation, began their evaluations one by one.
However, the atmosphere quickly dimmed as the expressionless disciple at the forefront monotonously called out next in succession. The spirits of both the anxious parents and the awaiting youth sank rapidly. Those unfortunate enough to be eliminated departed the scene with heavy hearts, returning to their relatives who wore forced smiles. This singular step determined their fate, severing their ties to the path of immortality.
Despite having mentally prepared themselves,
knowing that those possessing spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, the stark reality was difficult to bear when it was laid bare before them.
Zhao Ting stood in line,
his body drenched in perspiration from nerves. Occasionally, he glanced back at Chen Xun, finding some solace in the sight of Chen crouched quietly.
As time slipped by, an increasing number of youths left the queue, despondent.
On the stage, Chen He observed this scene with an impassive expression, seemingly unfazed. The path to cultivation was no easy feat. Even the most fundamental threshold of possessing a spiritual root was akin to sifting through sand for gold. Chen He glanced at the sun and mused that, among the multitude of young men and women in Tianqing City, it would be an exceptional outcome to find even 5 with potential. The odds could be dishearteningly low, even yielding none at all. The city lord, Su Hai, wore an awkward expression. With noon approaching and not a single child exhibiting a spiritual root, he wondered if the fortunes of Tianqing City had taken a turn for the worse. It was worth noting that during the previous years when the Daotian sect sought disciples, 2 children with spiritual root qualities had been identified by midday. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the square shifted dramatically. The second group, as foremost youth, undergoing the assessment, was met with a dazzling light from the testing artifact, shining brilliantly even under the sun's gaze. The boy was taken aback, his heart racing.
What fortune! My family's ancestral graves must be smoking with pride.
Who would have thought a celestial master could emerge from our lineage?
The boy's parent was overcome with tears of joy, trembling with excitement.
Countless citizens looked on in envy, realizing that henceforth, this family's standing in Tianqing City would soar. Even if their lineage had been humble before, the emergence of a celestial master would elevate their status, allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent clans,
if not surpass them entirely. Even the city lord would extend his respect to this family. This was the true essence of one achieving enlightenment,
causing their entire household to rise in fortune. Zhao Ting observed this spectacle with a twinge of envy.
A false earth spiritual root, though mediocre in quality,
still allowed for the possibility of cultivation, qualifying one for entry into the Daotian sect, albeit starting from the lowest ranks.
"Child, what is your name?" Chen He inquired, directing his gaze towards the boy.
The youth bowed, his voice filled with excitement, replying to the celestial master, "My name is Yu Zhang."
Chen He nodded, "Yu Zhang.
Very well, please stand aside and await further instructions."
"Yes."
Yu Zhang rubbed his hands together, stepping to the side amidst the throngs of attention.
Now the first one who had not been eliminated.
Feeling the multitude of gazes upon him, Yu Zhang could not help but stand tall. Experiencing a sense of pride akin to that of his ancestors, he had never felt so esteemed before. The examination continued, and many relatives, who had previously distanced themselves from the Yu family, began to engage in flattering conversations with Yu Zhang's parents. Such is the nature of reality. Time swiftly passed,
leading into the afternoon.
During this period, 2 more young men and a young woman were found to possess spiritual roots, albeit they were of the false variety.
Nevertheless, even such roots were the envy of many. The townsfolk, unaware of the distinctions in spiritual roots,
only understood that possessing any would grant them entry into the Daotian sect, promising a future of prosperity and success. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the spiritual root testing neared its conclusion, with few individuals remaining in line. Meanwhile, Chen Xun had succumbed to slumber on the ground, fully oblivious to his surroundings.
The townspeople,
aware of his eccentricity, merely shook their heads in disapproval yet maintained their distance.
Observing the dwindling number of youths, Chen He nodded slightly and remarked, "It seems we are left with just these 4. Although they are all false spiritual roots, it is still commendable." Su Hai, standing nearby, could find no words, offering only a forced smile. At long last, it was Zhao Ting's turn. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the Dao Tian sect disciples, Zhao Ting cautiously placed his hand upon the spiritual testing device. Suddenly, the device erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback as an overwhelming joy surged from within him. Could it be that heaven favored him, Zhao Ting? Had Chen Xun's words from the day prior, proclaiming that he possessed innate spiritual essence, proven prophetic? Was Chen Xun perhaps his lucky star? The square fell into a hushed silence, only to erupt in astonishment moments later. The radiance was distinctly different from the previous 4. Not only more dazzling but also of a golden hue, in stark contrast to the white light of the earlier tests. The disciples standing before Zhao Ting were momentarily paralyzed, incredulously glancing at him before turning their heads toward Chen He on the platform, stammering, "A sect master." Even the other 4 disciples involuntarily paused their assessments, aghast as they directed their attention towards Zhao Ting. At that moment, Chen He regained his composure, abruptly rising from his seat. His eyes fixated on the unrelenting golden light emanating from the testing device, visibly agitated. In the next instant, Chen He leaped from the platform, rushing to Zhao Ting's side. Fixated on the device until the golden light finally faded, swallowing hard in silence. Chen He then gazed intently at Zhao Ting, his voice trembling with excitement. "Why your name?" "What is it?" City Lord Su Hai, witnessing the unfolding scene, was taken aback and hastily descended from the platform, hastening to stand behind Chen He. His astonishment palpable as he regarded Zhao Ting, a lingering sense of trepidation in his heart. He silently vowed to himself that he was fortunate not to have offended this individual or their companions, for the consequences would be dire otherwise. One could surmise, simply by the gravity of the situation, that Zhao Ting's spiritual roots were truly extraordinary. Zhao Ting promptly bowed, addressing Chen He, "Respected immortal master, my name is Zhao Ting." Chen He, slightly startled, quickly helped Zhao Ting to his feet, saying, "Zhao Ting, there is no need for such formalities. Given Zhao Ting's remarkable aptitude, upon returning to the sect, he is bound to be directly promoted to the esteemed rank of a purple robe disciple, essentially becoming a core disciple with a status far superior to that of his current role as a steward. Moreover, Zhao Ting was discovered and brought back by none other than Chen He, which signifies a substantial contribution on Chen He's part, promising future advancements in his career. Indeed, Zhao Ting is a veritable blessing for him." However, Zhao Ting expressed some trepidation, addressing the immortal master, "Esteemed master, with my humble qualifications, is it truly possible for someone like me to cultivate within the Dao Tian sect? Furthermore, considering my age." Unfamiliar with the concept of spiritual roots, Zhao Ting, while perceiving the elder's reaction and anticipating a favorable outcome, still felt compelled to inquire further for reassurance, particularly given his advanced age, which caused him considerable unease. Upon hearing his words, the square fell silent, with the townsfolk straining to listen, eager to discern the nature of Zhao Ting's qualifications, especially in light of the immortal master's evident response. Those who had initially mocked Zhao Ting were now subdued, even bowing their heads in fear of being identified by him. After much contemplation, it was utterly unexpected that Zhao Ting turned out to possess the finest qualifications among all present. Yet, the precise extent of his exceptionalism awaited the immortal master's elucidation. "Zhao Ting," Chen He declared, "given your talents, age is utterly inconsequential. Age restrictions apply only to those with inferior, false spiritual roots. For those who commence their cultivation in their 20s, it is often a futile endeavor. However, you are different." Drawing a deep breath, Chen He gazed at Zhao Ting as though he were a rare treasure, continuing, "Among mortals, those with spiritual roots are a rarity, appearing once in 1,000 miles. Yet your aptitude, when considered within the entirety of the North Xian cultivation realm, is truly unparalleled. You possess a golden attribute heavenly spiritual root. Such extraordinary qualifications, I assure you, are sought after by numerous esteemed sects, and within the Dao Tian sect, you will be cherished as a prized possession." Chapter 18, Brother Chen, what has transpired with you? As Chen He finished his words, a chorus of gasps echoed through the square. The townsfolk cast their glances towards Zhao Ting, their expressions shifting from envy to profound respect. leaving no room for any other thoughts. After all, the words of the immortal master from the Dao Tian sect were exceedingly clear. This entity is a paragon within the entire Beixian cultivation realm, a statement that conveys everything. Zhao Ting, endowed with extraordinary talent, is akin to a dragon hidden in the depths, destined to soar to great heights in the future. In this light, Zhao Ting truly embodies the notion of ascending to the heavens in a single bound. In contrast, the four children with spiritual roots appeared rather mediocre. Yet, they were only relatively so when compared to Zhao Ting. Their futures still far surpassed those countless eliminated children. Even Su Hai felt a shiver run down his spine, and his gaze towards Zhao Ting transformed into one of respect. In the span of merely a day, the attitude of this city lord underwent a remarkable change. Su Hai could scarcely fathom that someone could rise to such heights in a single moment. A golden spiritual root. Zhao Ting muttered to himself, feeling as though he were in a dream. Zhao Ting, please accompany this steward to take your seat and await the completion of the remaining children's assessments. Chen He extended his hand towards the seats on the stage, inviting him with a cheerful smile. The joy radiating from Chen He's face was undeniable. The crowd observed Chen He's treatment of Zhao Ting with increasing trepidation. Oh, very well, Zhao Ting nodded in a daze, following Chen He onto the stage. Still feeling that everything was surreal. Upon ascending the stage, the disciple who had initially remarked on Zhao Ting's age bowed and called out, "Brother Zhao." Zhao Ting repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "I dare not claim such a title." After all, he had yet to join the Dao Tian sect. How could he be considered a senior brother? Nonetheless, it was increasingly evident that his spiritual root was indeed remarkable. "Brother Zhao, you flatter me," the disciple chuckled awkwardly, his words laced with caution and flattery. It was inevitable, once Zhao Ting returned to the sect, given his talents. He would undoubtedly be promoted directly to a purple-clad disciple, an aspiration coveted by countless disciples of the Dao Tian sect. In the Dao Tian sect, apart from the sect leader and the elders, the purple-clad disciples held the highest status. At that moment, the assessments resumed in the square. Yet, everyone's attention was subtly fixated on Zhao Ting, for his innate gifts were simply dazzling. "Zhao Ting, are you from Tianqing City? Why did you not come forth when our Dao Tian sect was recruiting disciples a few years ago?" Chen He inquired, puzzled. Although Zhao Ting's talents rendered the years insignificant, it still seemed a waste of time. Furthermore, Chen He was intrigued by the background of someone with such qualifications. How could a heavenly spiritual root manifest in such a place? Logically, the odds seemed exceedingly slim. Zhao Ting regained his focus and replied, to answer the immortal master. "My home is not Tianqing City but rather Fulu Town, located to the south of it. As for why I did not come earlier, it was because I was preparing for examinations." Upon hearing that Zhao Ting was not from Tianqing City, Su Hai felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. If it pertains to the city of clear skies, then its lord must possess commendable achievements, perhaps even deserving of the immortal master's accolades. Alas, Fulu Town? Chen He nodded. Though he held little recollection of this quaint settlement, however, from this day forth, it would be firmly etched in his memory. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Ting's final remark, Chen He was once again perplexed and inquired, "Preparation for the examination? What examination?" Zhao Ting scratched his head and replied, "The literary examination." Chen He momentarily faltered, instinctively wishing to exclaim nonsense, but quickly stifled the impulse. Clearing his throat, he earnestly advised, "Very well, Zhao Ting, with your remarkable talent, focus on your cultivation and refrain from indulging in such frivolities that would waste your time." Zhao Ting nodded in agreement. Chen He regarded Zhao Ting favorably. His exceptional aptitude was coupled with humility and respect for his elders. Within the Dao Tian sect, there were indeed other disciples with celestial roots. Yet few possessed the modesty and composure reflected in Zhao Ting. To be candid, at this moment, even if Zhao Ting were to reprimand Chen He, the latter would likely refrain from retorting, enduring the affront in silence. As Zhao Ting's spirits lifted, he suddenly recalled Chen Xun and glanced over. Upon seeing Chen Xun sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep, an odd expression crossed his face. What on earth has happened to Brother Chen? How could a person so suddenly become like this? What could have driven him to madness? With some time to ponder, Zhao Ting found himself deep in thought. As evening fell, the spiritual root assessments concluded. No further children exhibited any signs of spiritual roots, and the parents departed with their children, disappointment evident in their demeanor. With the path to cultivation closed, they would have to resort to diligent study for academic pursuits. Master, arrangements for accommodations have been made at the Lord's residence. Su Hai began, but Shin He interrupted with a wave of his hand, saying, "No need, Lord Su. We appreciate your kindness. But we must depart for the sect at once." Normally, Shin He would have stayed the night, or even several days, but with a disciple like Zhao Ting, blessed with celestial roots, he felt an urgent desire to return. "Ah, very well," Su Hai lamented. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such haste. Not even a moment to bid farewell to his family? He had informed them he was merely attending a literary examination, and now. Zhao Ting quickly interjected, "Master, may I speak with my family before we leave?" Shin He hesitated but could not deny Zhao Ting's request, responding with a smile, "Of course. It is only natural to see your family before entering the sect, as opportunities to return to the mundane world will be scarce thereafter." Zhao Ting's mouth slightly parted. For Shin He's words echoed those of Brother Chen from the previous day. Must one truly sacrifice so much for the path of cultivation? Is this the price one pays for immortality? Remembering Chen Xun, Zhao Ting hurriedly turned his gaze back, and upon seeing Chen Xun still lying there, he quickly approached him. Observing this, Shin He waved to Su Hai, saying, "Lord Su, please return. We shall be leaving shortly, so there is no need for you to see us off." With that, he made his way towards Zhao Ting and Chen Xun. The 6 disciples followed suit, accompanied by the 4 newly recruited youths, who, while obedient, frequently cast glances toward their family members who had yet to depart. The families of these youths were aware that their children were departing and wished to approach to speak. However, without Shin He's consent, they dared not, merely gazing on helplessly. Indeed, Su Hai bowed in acknowledgement, yet he did not take his leave. Instead, standing at a distance, likely waiting until Shin He and his companions had truly departed before feeling emboldened to go. As the lord of the city, Su Hai possessed considerable discernment. "Brother Chen! Brother Chen! Wake up!" Zhao Ting approached, crouching down to gently nudge Chen Xun. Chen Xun groggily opened his eyes, mumbling, "What is it?" Zhao Ting hesitated, a wry smile crossing his face as he said, "Brother Chen, what on earth has happened to you?" The unfamiliarity in Chen Xun's demeanor left Zhao Ting feeling uneasy, a pang of sorrow swelling within him. How could things have turned so dire? Zhao Ting wondered if perhaps he had unwittingly siphoned away Brother Chen's fortune. His inherently kind nature made him feel an inexplicable guilt in this moment. For the coincidence felt too uncanny. At that moment, Shin He and his group of disciples approached. Zhao Ting quickly rose, stating, "Master, might you take a look at my friend? He was perfectly fine yesterday, yet this morning, for reasons unknown, he has become like this." Chapter 19, The Task of Sweeping. Heading to the Dao Tian Secto? Was everything normal just yesterday? Upon hearing this, Shin He and his group of disciples expressed their confusion, casting discerning glances at Chen Xun. To be frank, had it not been for Zhao Ting's friendship with him, they would not have deigned to spare a moment of their time on such a person. After scrutinizing Chen Xun for a while without yielding any answers, Shin He remarked, "Perhaps it is hereditary. Zhao Ting, do you happen to know if your friend has any elders who exhibit such peculiarities?" Zhao Ting shook his head, "No, I am unaware." What a jest! He had only encountered Brother Chen yesterday, and all he knew was his name. He possessed no further information about him. Shin He nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Then it seems there is little I can do. Zhao Ting, the time has come. We shall proceed to Fulu town so that you may meet with your family." Zhao Ting silently nodded, yet his gaze remained fixated on Chen Xun. At that moment, Chen Xun stood up and crouched on the ground, his fingers tracing something in the dirt while occasionally emitting strange chuckles. Meanwhile, Shin He produced a miniature boat-shaped magical artifact from his hand. After reciting an incantation, the tiny vessel swiftly soared from his palm, ascending to a height of several yards above the ground before expanding dramatically. At a glance, it appeared to accommodate dozens of individuals comfortably. This spectacle drew gasps of awe from the surrounding townsfolk, who marveled at the celestial being's extraordinary prowess. Zhao Ting and the 4 young boys stood in stunned silence. their hearts swelling with excitement. At Xinhe's silent cue, the disciples guided the 4 boys onto the ship with a gentle leap. Yu Jing and the other children, their faces alight with exhilaration, eagerly explored every inch of the vessel, momentarily forgetting their families below. Only then did Xinhe turn to Zhao Ting. Extending his hand with a smile, "Zhao Ting, we are ready to depart." Although Zhao Ting possessed a heavenly spiritual root, he was still merely a mortal without any martial arts or lightness skills, making it necessary for Xinhe to assist him aboard the vessel. Zhao Ting furrowed his brow, gazing up at the ship before glancing back at Chen Xun, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. To be candid, he felt uneasy about Chen Xun's sudden transformation. Despite their brief acquaintance, Chen Xun had genuinely brought him fortune. It was said that he had spiritual essence, and indeed, Zhao Ting had awakened to his own spiritual root. A heavenly one at that. "Zhao Ting?" Seeing Zhao Ting lost in thought, Xinhe called out to him. Zhao Ting snapped back to reality, looking at Xinhe and summoning his courage, awkwardly saying, "Master, may I request something of you?" Xinhe, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" "Please feel free to speak." Zhao Ting pointed at the crouching Chen Xun and cleared his throat. "Could you take my friend along? A simple task to ensure he has enough to eat would suffice." Xinhe's brows immediately knitted together at the suggestion of bringing a mortal to the sect. After all, there had yet to be a precedent for a mortal entering the Dao Tian sect. Instinctively, he thought to refuse, but upon considering Zhao Ting's unique circumstances, he was taken aback, nearly overlooking the significance of the request. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that it would not pose much trouble to bring Zhao Ting's friend alone. After all, he was merely a mortal seeking a modest livelihood, not a disciple to be formally initiated into the sect. When the time comes, simply report it to the higher-ups. I trust there is no issue, as it is unlikely anyone would tarnish the reputation of Zhao Ting, a prodigy among men, over such a trivial matter. Most importantly, this would enable Xinhe to establish a rapport with Zhao Ting, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude from him. Although this favor may seem insignificant, it is indeed a favor from a disciple of the purple garb. After a moment of contemplation, Xinhe nodded and said, "Very well. Once we return to the sect, I can arrange a menial task for your friend at the servants' peak, providing him with a means of sustenance." "How does that sound?" The servants' peak typically housed the lowest-ranking qi refining disciples, who also required food to survive, making it a suitable place for Zhao Ting's friend. Xinhe then turned his gaze towards Chen Xun, reflecting silently. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for this lad to have a friend like Zhao Ting. One must understand that mere mortals who venture into the bounteous realms of the celestial can, if nothing else, enjoy a slightly prolonged lifespan compared to that in the mundane world. "Thank you very much, Master," Zhao Ting exclaimed with palpable joy, rushing to assist Chen Xun to his feet. "Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, am I not generous?" Chen Xun squinted and cackled, "Generous indeed. You are exceedingly so." Zhao Ting paused momentarily, yet felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although Brother Chen seemed a bit eccentric, he could still communicate occasionally, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. "Haha," Xinhe chuckled, "Zhao Ting, take your friend by the hand, and let us board the vessel." "Yes, Brother Chen. Let us be off," Zhao Ting exclaimed, eagerly pulling Chen Xun along. Moments later, Xinhe grasped Zhao Ting and Chen Xun, and with a gentle leap, they soared into the air, boarding the flying ship. Chen Xun continued to laugh, though the reason for his amusement was unclear. In stark contrast, Zhao Ting's mouth hung agape, his excitement evident. The mere act of Xinhe lifting them into the air bestowed upon Zhao Ting a fleeting sensation of flight. He could hardly fathom how exhilarating it would be once the ship commenced its journey. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the vessel began to vibrate, its ethereal glow flickering in and out. At that moment, a throng of townsfolk gathered, astonished by the spectacle. The families of the 4 newly recruited disciples, including Yu Zhang, could no longer contain their emotions and began to shout. "Children, be well behaved at Daotian sect, work hard in your cultivation, and remember to come home whenever you can." On board the ship, Yu Zhang and the others felt a swell of emotion, as it was their first time leaving home. "Father, Mother, I will. Please take care of yourselves." Meanwhile, Xinhe and the other disciples observed the scene with impassive expressions. "Come home often?" they mused. It seemed unlikely they'd return anytime soon. However, For these disciples with mere pseudo-spiritual roots, the prospect of breaking through to a higher realm was bleak, and they would ultimately return to the mundane world. Nevertheless, it was still an improvement over the civil examinations, for regardless of their talents, these children would at least reach the third layer of chi refinement, achieving noteworthy accomplishments upon returning to the mortal realm. After completing his incantation, Chen He instructed, "Hold on tight." Zhao Ting and the youths grasped the railing firmly, while Chen Xun stood transfixed, his gaze fixed on the heavens, brimming with fervor. In the next moment, the flying vessel transformed into a brilliant stream of light, soaring towards the horizon and vanishing shortly thereafter. The city lord, Su Hai, exhaled a sigh of relief and bowed, proclaiming, "I bid farewell to the celestial master." With a swish, the ship glided across the night sky. Zhao Ting and the four youths clung to the railing, their faces alight with exhilaration. It was nearly impossible to contain their excitement, as this was their inaugural ascent into the heavens. "Zhao Shixian, I hope to receive your guidance in the future." "Zhao Shixian, my name is." The 6 disciples approached Zhao Ting one by one, introducing themselves with utmost humility and respect, eliciting a forced smile from Zhao Ting, whose discomfort was palpable. Yu Zhang and the other youths watched enviously, fully aware that this elder brother Zhao Ting's future was beyond their reach. Even before entering the sect, these senior brothers and sisters were already attempting to ingratiate themselves with him. Nearby, Chen He observed with a gentle smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhao Ting, as if beholding a rare treasure. Zhao Ting was, indeed, the greatest boon of Chen He's journey, and also the most significant gain for the Daotian sect in many years. The 4 youths were oblivious to the weight of what it meant to be a disciple in purple robes. It could be said that, due to special circumstances, these 4 youths were still able to share laughter and converse with Zhao Ting up close. However, once they returned to the sect, the likelihood of further contact would diminish drastically, marking a true chasm between their worlds, one that was insurmountable. Reflecting on this, Chen He glanced at the erratic Chen Xun. Although Chen Xun was a friend of Zhao Ting, upon returning to the sect, the same fate awaited him. Their futures would likely not intertwine again due to the disparity in their statuses. Unless Zhao Ting possessed a pure heart and cherished their past friendship, there might be a chance for continued connection. Yet, in Chen He's view, such possibilities were almost non-existent. People inevitably change, especially in the cutthroat realm of cultivation. The flying vessel traveled swiftly, and before long, they arrived at Fulu town. Zhao Ting's family was among the affluent in Fulu town, as evidenced by his earlier generous gift of 2 silver coins to Chen Xun, a gesture not typical of impoverished families. Upon learning that Zhao Ting had joined the Daotian sect, his parents were initially stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. Although they had hoped for Zhao Ting to succeed in civil examinations and secure an official position, being accepted into the Daotian sect and becoming a celestial master was undoubtedly a greater honor. Following Zhao Ting's request, Chen He reluctantly agreed to stay in Fulu town for 2 days. During this time, news spread throughout the town, stirring excitement among the mayor and prominent families, who all came to offer their congratulations. Thus, Zhao Ting's family swiftly ascended to the most esteemed status in Fulu town. In the blink of an eye, the 2 days passed. The flying vessel soared into the air, departing from Fulu town en route to the Daotian sect's headquarters. Chen Xun naturally accompanied them. Although he was not joining the Daotian sect or becoming a disciple, he could at least secure a means of sustenance. Working as a menial laborer at the Daotian sect, sweeping the grounds amidst the serene mountains, would surely provide a tranquil respite. If Chen Xun were clear-headed, he might even find satisfaction in such a leisurely existence. Chapter 20, Chen Xun's mockery. The speed of the flying ship was remarkable, capable of traversing at least 20,000 miles in a single day without pause. However, even with such velocity, it took 3 days to reach the territory of the Daotian sect. Behold! We are now within the domain of the Daotian sect. As a premier sect of the northern Xian, our jurisdiction spans hundreds of thousands of miles, Chen He declared, gesturing towards the vast expanse below. Wow! Zhao Ting and the young ones leaned over the railing, awestruck by the magnificent landscape that unfolded before them. Chen Xun, on the other hand, reclined against the railing, dozing soundly. Elder Shen, where is the sect located? Zhao Ting inquired eagerly. Over time, he had grown quite familiar with Chen He.
addressing him by his title rather than the more formal master.
The other youths, including Yu Zheng, shared his curiosity.
Chen He shook his head and replied with a smile, patience.
Zhao Ting.
The sect is perched upon a celestial mountain. We shall soon catch sight of it once the ship has traveled less than 1,000 miles.
Zhao Ting nodded,
glancing down at the vast emptiness below, and finally posed a question that had been on his mind for 2 days. Elder Chen,
why haven't we seen any towns since yesterday?
One of the disciples chimed in, chuckling, Brother Zhao, you may not know this, but the cultivation sects in the immortal realm often choose secluded paradises for their locations to maintain a separation from the mundane world. Aside from recruiting disciples every few years,
they generally avoid interacting with ordinary people.
This is also true for many wandering cultivators, who rarely engage with mortals. Thus, it is quite rare for ordinary folk to encounter us cultivators. Upon hearing this, Chen He merely smiled knowingly, for it was indeed the case. Zhao Ting and the others felt enlightened, realizing why they had seldom encountered immortals throughout their lives.
As these thoughts crossed their minds, their anticipation grew. Ha. What's this about mortals and immortals?
To me, you cultivators merely fancy yourselves superior. Chen Xun suddenly awoke, grinning broadly as he spoke.
A hush fell over the air.
Zhao Ting's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Chen He and the others. Unsurprisingly, he noticed Chen He and the disciple smiles gradually fade, their expressions turning somewhat grim. Concerned, Zhao Ting hurried over and whispered, Brother Chen, please refrain from speaking.
Zhao Ting had not expected Chen Xun to suddenly voice his thoughts. Was he not being foolish?
Oh, indeed, he was being foolish, not naive, but rather spouting nonsensical words that were ill-timed in this context.
Yet Chen Xun, with a defiant expression, murmured, why not?
I speak no falsehoods. Do not cultivators consider themselves to be above others?
Which cultivator does not originate from the mundane world? With a modicum of cultivation,
they elevate themselves and regard mortals with disdain, oblivious to the vast chasm that still exists. They remain mere mortals, albeit those with a bit of talent.
In my humble opinion, if one wishes to achieve true enlightenment, one must not isolate oneself from the common folk. Instead, one should immerse in their experiences.
Ah! There is a saying that captures this sentiment perfectly: the warmth of human existence is the most comforting to the mortal heart. If Chen Xun were fully aware of his surroundings at that moment, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For this time, his seemingly deranged state bore a peculiar distinction. Although he rambled, there were moments where his thoughts exhibited a semblance of logical coherence.
Unlike the past frenzy, this was a persistent madness mixed with folly.
Of course, only 3 years later would Chen Xun regain his clarity and recollect these scenes. Zhao Ting listened to Chen Xun's words, his mouth slightly agape, astonished. For he found a peculiar sense of reason in them.
You.
Chen He's face flushed crimson, pointing at Chen Xun, his anger boiling. He wished to scold and reprimand, but out of respect for Zhao Ting, he could only suppress it. Whether it was being struck by truth or something else, Chen He felt as if he might explode from rage. Yet, he soon regained his composure, taking a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions.
How could he allow a madman to provoke him?
It seemed his cultivation was still lacking. All those years of pursuing immortality had seemingly gone to waste.
Nonetheless,
Chen He retorted with a cold snort, Humph, what could a mere mortal understand? We cultivators are not aloof, if we frequently interact with mortals.
Numerous factors will only influence our spiritual essence.
Your mad ramblings never mind, you won't comprehend.
Just as Chen He was speaking,
he suddenly noticed Chen Xun leaning against the railing, falling asleep instantly. He was momentarily taken aback, his frustration boiling over, but he quickly reined it in.
Chen He sighed.
Realizing he hadn't been angry in quite some time, yet today he had been provoked by a madman twice in a short span.
Elder Chen.
Given Chen Xun's current state, some of his words may have been misguided, but I firmly believe he did not mean any harm.
Please do not take it to heart.
If Chen Xun has offended you, I apologize on his behalf, Zhao Ting said with a slight bow and a wry smile.
Chen He's expression softened,
and he replied with a resigned smile, it's nothing, I am not one to quibble with a madman.
Zhao Ting finally exhaled in relief. The airship continued its journey. But following Chen Xun's outburst, it fell into silence.
Zhao Ting looked at Chen Xun helplessly. The 4 young men wore baffled expressions, lost in thought.
The 6 disciples glanced at Chen Xun subtly, harboring unspoken displeasure. To be honest, had it not been for Zhao Ting, they would have relished the chance to teach this madman a lesson, but since he was a friend of Zhao Ting, they dared not act. As for Shen He stood at the bow, hands clasped behind his back, his expression unknowingly serious, occasionally gazing at the heavens and then at Chen Xun, a strange glimmer in his eyes. Could it be that this immortal truly had gone astray in his cultivation? Ultimately, Shen He, being the one with the highest cultivation here, after some calm reflection, recalled Chen Xun's earlier words and suddenly found a semblance of wisdom within them, a unique perspective. The warmth of human existence is the most soothing to the hearts of mortals, Shen He murmured to himself, unable to comprehend it fully. And then shook his head in bemusement. It was indeed absurd, he had begun to ponder the words of a madman. The immortal realm had always held a distinction between immortals and mortals, an unwritten agreement among all cultivators. How foolish it was that he nearly lost his path due to the musings of Chen Xun, the madman. Look at that towering immortal mountain ahead. After a while, a youth named Yu Zheng suddenly pointed excitedly towards the front and exclaimed, "Wow!" The other 3 young boys and girls gasped in astonishment. Zhao Ting quickly rose to his feet, his pupils gradually constricting, and his heart racing. In the distance, a majestic celestial mountain soared into the clouds. Enveloped in a misty haze that, under the sun's radiant glow, resembled an ethereal aura, a truly breathtaking spectacle. Moreover, one could observe numerous streaks of light crossing the sky, vanishing into the mountain, while nearby, a multitude of celestial cranes soared gracefully, creating a serene tableau of divine beauty. We have returned to the sect. The 6 disciples exchanged knowing smiles. Their recent expedition to the mundane city of Tianqing, accompanied by Elder Shen to recruit disciples, had consumed several days, and naturally, the comfort of the sect, with its abundant spiritual energy, was a welcome relief. Elder Shen stroked his beard with a smile and said, "Ah, children. Welcome to the Dao Tian sect." Chapter 21, The 4 Peaks accompanying the steward into the sect. Shen He concluded his speech, silently reciting the incantation. The flying vessel swiftly soared towards the distant celestial mountain, disappearing into the ethereal white mist in mere moments. At the entrance of the Dao Tian sect, Zhao Ting roused the slumbering Chen Xun as the group disembarked from the craft. "Greetings, Steward Shen." 2 gatekeeping disciples approached promptly, bowing respectfully. "Indeed," Shen He nodded, suppressing his excitement with a deep breath. He grasped Zhao Ting's arm and instructed, "This steward will take Zhao Ting to the inner pavilion. Su Yang, you shall escort the others to register at the Servant Peak." "Understood," responded one of the 6 disciples with a bow. Zhao Ting, taken aback by the steward's urgency, called out loudly as he walked, "Chen Xun, I will visit you once I am done." With that, he quickly vanished alongside Shen He. The 2 gatekeeping disciples were left astonished, regaining their composure only to exchange curious glances with Su Yang and the other disciples. What just transpired? Who was the one taken by Steward Shen? Did I hear correctly? To the inner pavilion? The 6 disciples shared a knowing smile, and Su Yang explained. The one taken by Steward Shen is Zhao Ting, our senior brother, recently brought back from the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, the 2 gatekeeping disciples' pupils dilated. Recently brought back? And already referred to as senior brother Zhao? Su Yang sighed, "Please do not regard us with such astonished eyes. Senior brother Zhao possesses a metal attribute spiritual root. You 5, accompany me to register at the Servant Peak." Su Yang commanded, leading Chen Xun and the other 4 towards their destination. The remaining 5 disciples entered the mountain gate, departing thereafter, leaving the 2 gatekeeping disciples stunned. Heavens, a spiritual route. Behold, that ahead is the Servant Peak. Su Yang pointed out as they traversed the mountain path. "Wow!" exclaimed Yu Zhang and the others, realizing that they would spend their time at that very peak. Although the Servant Peak was considerably shorter than the other majestic peaks they had seen, it was the largest overall and appeared rich in spiritual energy, reminiscent of a celestial realm. At this moment, Chen Xun remained quiet, cradling a blank tome, his fervent gaze fixed ahead. "Senior brother Su, what were those peaks we saw earlier?" Yu Zhang inquired with curiosity. With a smirk, Su Yan replied. "Those peaks are places where you servant disciples can only gaze from afar. Unless assigned, access is generally prohibited." Turning around, Su Yang proudly gestured towards one of the peaks.
stating, "That is the Ren Xin Peak, the outer sect, where I reside." "Wow, senior brother is impressive," Yu Zheng and the others exclaimed in admiration. Su Yan laughed heartily, then pointed towards the peak behind Ren Xin Peak, his eyes filled with longing as he introduced, "That is the Di Xian Peak, the inner sect, where the disciples and elders are the backbone of our Dao Tian sect. In times of conflict, they form the core strength of our sect." Without waiting for a response from Yu Zhang, Su Yang pointed towards a distant peak, his gaze transforming into one of reverence. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "That is Tianxian Peak, the abode of the true disciples, also known as the disciples in purple robes. Each of them possesses extraordinary talent, standing out within the Daotian sect and ranking among the elite in the entire northern Xin cultivation realm." Su Yang continued with a smile, "Our senior brother Zhao Ting, who accompanied you here, will reside atop Tianxian Peak." Yu Zheng and the others widened their eyes, though a hint of confusion lingered. Noticing their bewilderment, Su Yang explained, "In our Daotian sect, aside from the sect leader, elder protectors, and administrative staff, we have over 13,000 disciples. Among them, there are over 10,000 miscellaneous disciples, more than 3,000 outer disciples, about 500 inner disciples, and the purple-robed disciples, including senior brother Zhao, there are only 15. Ah! At this revelation, Yu Zhang and the others comprehended the true value of a purple-robed disciple. Their breaths quickened, and their bodies trembled slightly. The four of them had already distinguished themselves from countless spirit root assessments in Tianqing City, considering themselves rare talents, full of spirit on their journey. Yet upon arriving at the Daotian sect, the harsh reality delivered a resounding blow. They, the 1 in 1,000 miscellaneous disciples, were just one among over 10,000. There were also outer disciples, inner disciples, and the esteemed purple-robed disciples. If they dared to consider themselves geniuses, then what of senior brother Zhao, a purple-robed disciple? No wonder there is a saying that talent is merely the threshold to my door. Now, Yu Zhang and his companions felt they were unworthy even to glimpse Zhao Ting. Even Su Yang, as an outer disciple before them, deserved their utmost respect. The casual conversations they had during their journey seemed like mere illusions. In this moment, they finally grasped the vast chasm that separated them, understanding the true meaning of disparity. Seeing the change in Yu Zheng's expression, Su Yang chuckled lightly and said, "All right. Let me briefly introduce you to these peaks. As for the other peaks and pertinent matters, you will gradually come to understand them in due course. Now, let us ascend to the miscellaneous peak together." Yes, Yu Zheng and the others hastily bowed, their attitudes completely transformed. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, inwardly acknowledging that the young ones were teachable. Upon entering the Daotian sect, the first lesson was to recognize oneself, for only then could one endure in the long run. Su Yang glanced back at Chen Xun, who lagged behind, and shrugged, choosing not to say more. After all, he was merely a madman, often lost in his own world. Moreover, Chen Xun had no need for knowledge of various matters, he was merely using his connection with senior brother Zhao Ting to secure a place. Not truly a disciple of the Daotian sect. Though the miscellaneous peak was the lowest rank among the mountains of the Daotian sect, it was the largest, accommodating over 10,000 miscellaneous disciples. As Su Yang led Chen Xun and the others up the mountain, they frequently encountered passing miscellaneous disciples, who regarded them with curious glances. Everyone was aware that the sect had recently been recruiting disciples, with dozens of new miscellaneous disciples arriving in the past few days. However, upon noticing Su Yang's attire, their expressions would change, and they would promptly bow and greet him as senior brother. At such moments, Su Yang would gently nod and lead Chen Xun and the others further up the mountain. Upon reaching the midsection of the miscellaneous disciple peak, he refrained from ascending any higher and instead quickened his pace, guiding Chen Xun and the others onward. As they walked, they encountered an increasing number of miscellaneous disciples, their predatory gazes instilling a sense of trepidation in Yu Zhang and his companions, prompting them to lower their heads. Soon, they beheld clusters of buildings densely packed together. Upon inquiring out of curiosity, they discovered that these were the residences of the miscellaneous disciples. To their astonishment, Su Yang informed them that the miscellaneous disciples were also classified into ranks. The disciples residing at this midway point were of the lowest tier, most possessing a cultivation level at the first stage of qi refinement or yet to have drawn spirit into their bodies, numbering around 8,000. In contrast,
Over 2,000 others lived in locations higher up the miscellaneous disciple peak, where the disciples' cultivation levels were predominantly at the second stage of chi refinement, with a rare few at the third stage. Those at the third stage of chi refinement, should they advance further, could depart from the miscellaneous disciple peak and ascend to the human mysterious peak, thereby elevating themselves to the status of outer disciples. Chapter 22. Where is Chen Xun? Yu Zhang and the others found themselves breathless, beset by an unprecedented pressure. Resolute in their determination, they understood that their first priority was to diligently cultivate, striving to ascend from the mountainside as swiftly as possible. Only then could they hope to leave the menial discipleship and become outer disciples. Su Yang seemed to perceive the children's aspirations, yet he refrained from elaborating, merely offering a resigned smile. Having himself toiled for many years on the menial peak before attaining the status of an outer disciple, he was acutely aware of a harsh truth: the more beautiful the dreams, the more brutal the reality. Menial disciples were inherently of false spiritual roots. Without a substantial investment of resources, their potential was limited, particularly in the resource-scarce environment of the menial peak. To break through to the mid-stage of chi refinement was no less daunting than an ascent to the heavens. Furthermore, as menial disciples, they were burdened with daily tasks, leaving scant time for cultivation. The scarcity of resources and the limited time for training were the merciless blades that shattered their idyllic illusions. If they truly harbored the resolve to leave the menial peak, they would need to endure considerable hardships. You all may follow your senior brother inside to register, Su Yang instructed. Shortly thereafter, he led Chen Xun to the exterior of a pavilion, stating, "This is it." Yes. Yu Zhang and the others promptly followed Su Yang into the pavilion. However, as Chen Xun lingered at the rear, Su Yang and the others did not notice that he had not accompanied them into the pavilion. Instead, he wandered off towards other areas, shaking his head. "Ah, Manager Qian. We have 4 new disciples here, could you assist with their registration?" Upon entering the pavilion, Su Yang called out to the portly figure slumbering on a nearby chair. Xian Laifu smacked his lips, opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Yang, smiled. "Well, Su Yang, it's been a while since you visited the menial peak." Xian Laifu had served as a manager on the menial peak for many years, having witnessed Su Yang's rise to the status of an outer disciple under his supervision. Su Yang replied with a smile, "I've been busy with cultivation, it's only recently that I accompanied Manager Shen He to recruit disciples, leaving little time to visit the menial peak." Xian Laifu nodded with a smile, rising to gather a brush and a ledger from a nearby table. He scrutinized Yu Zhang and the others, saying, "Please provide your names, ages, spiritual roots, and home addresses." Before long, Xian Laifu completed the registration, tossing the brush and ledger onto the table. He then instructed within, and soon a disciple emerged bearing 4 sets of earthy yellow disciple robes and other items, placing them before Yu Zhang and his companions. "Here are your disciple robes, bedding, and some daily necessities, along with your residence address plate, the sect rules, and a recording of important sect notices. Additionally, you will receive the first volume of the upper half of this Taoist scripture. Remember, the cultivation methods must not be disclosed. If discovered, you will be dealt with according to sect rules," Xian Laifu stated plainly. "Understood." Yu Zhang and the others exclaimed with delight, eagerly reaching for the scroll of the Taoist scripture, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Xian Laifu nodded and instructed a disciple behind him, "Please take them to their residence." "Yes." The menial disciple replied, then led Yu Zhang and the others out of the pavilion, saying, "Follow me." Yu Zhang and his 3 companions followed suit, glancing back toward Su Yang with a farewell, calling out, "Farewell, Brother Su." Yet, Su Yang remained impassive, offering no response. His task of bringing these 4 youths to this point was now complete. Should fate allow them to meet again, Yu Zhang and his companions would still respectfully address him as Brother Su. After all, they were merely 4 menial disciples, and Su Yang would not engage with them further. Such is the reality of their positions. As Yu Zhang and the others seemed to grasp this understanding, they fell silent and departed alongside the solitary menial disciple. It was then that Xian Laifu turned to Su Yang, extending his hand toward a nearby chair with a smile, saying, "You rascal. It's a rare occasion for you to visit, why not sit down and have a chat with this steward?" As an outer sect disciple, Su Yang now held a status that paralleled that of Xian Laifu, the steward of the menial peak. "Steward Xian, the matter is not yet concluded. There is still one. Where is Chen Xun?"
Su Yang chuckled, turning to find the space behind him utterly vacant, his expression stiffening.
Qian Laifu, puzzled, inquired. What Chen Xun? Did you not bring a total of 4 disciples?
Regaining his composure, Su Yang scratched his head, letting out an exasperated laugh. You see? There is one ordinary person whose mind is somewhat unhinged, he may not have followed us to the loft. Steward Shen He has decreed that you should assign him a menial task and provide him with lodging and sustenance.
What? An ordinary person? Qian Laifu gaped, instinctively checking his ears, suspecting he had misheard.
However, upon learning that it was an order from Steward Shen He, his expression grew more serious. It seemed this individual was a relative of Steward Shen He from the mundane world. Though both were stewards, their statuses were worlds apart. Qian Laifu was merely the steward of the menial peak, while Shen He was an inner-sect steward. Su Yang observed Qian Laifu's reaction and let out a chuckle before clearing his throat, stating earnestly, this time. Steward Shen He and I ventured into the mundane realm and returned with a senior brother possessing a golden spiritual root.
At this moment,
Steward Shen He has already taken Brother Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet, and soon, our Dao Tian sect will welcome another member of the 14 purple robes.
Ah!
Qian Laifu's pupils dilated, his face a mask of disbelief.
A golden spiritual root? Yes, indeed. In a few days,
there should be a ceremony for the promotion of a purple-robed disciple, and then you will witness it for yourself, Su Yang replied.
Now, I must go fetch Chen Xun.
As Qian Laifu regained his senses, he quickly said, wait, from what you imply, could this ordinary person be related to Brother Zhao Ting?
Su Yang nodded, indeed.
This Chen Xun is a friend of Brother Zhao Ting from the mundane world. He suddenly fell ill, and out of compassion, Brother Zhao Ting brought him back to the sect. With that, Su Yang turned and exited the loft. Qian Laifu sank into the chair, his eyes filled with astonishment.
What an extraordinary turn of events!
Meanwhile, Chen Xun wandered into the martial arena.
The arena was spacious and relatively tranquil,
with numerous menial disciples sitting in meditation after completing their tasks. Of course, there were also many strolling about, chatting softly, their arms draped over one another's shoulders.
As some of the miscellaneous disciples noticed Chen Xun, a wave of perplexity washed over their faces.
His attire was unmistakably not that of a disciple from the miscellaneous peak. And neither did it resemble the garments of the outer or inner sect disciples, which were not adorned in shades of blue. Chen Xun sauntered to the center of the martial arena, where a multitude of curious gazes fell upon him, each one pondering his identity. Suddenly, with a low shout, Chen Xun performed a somersault, then, with a jubilant cry, he spread his arms wide, embracing the wind as he joyously dashed about the arena. The miscellaneous disciples stood frozen,
utterly baffled by Chen Xun's inexplicable and abrupt antics.
The martial arena, typically a place of solemn tranquility, was frequented by disciples for their cultivation.
However,
the commotion Chen Xun created disrupted many who were in the midst of their practice, causing them to emit low groans, nearly suffering backlash from their exercises.
Fortunately,
due to their relatively low cultivation levels, no harm ensued. Nevertheless, this incident ignited a spark of irritation among the disciples, who, abruptly pulled from their meditative states, opened their eyes with the intention of seeking retribution against the source of the ruckus. Upon spotting the youthful figure joyfully running in circles, they paused for a moment. And then, after casting a wary glance at his attire, they relaxed their guard and swiftly surrounded him, their eyes betraying a sense of hostility. Chapter 23. His mind is not quite right. Before long, Chen Xun found himself encircled by a throng of disgruntled servant disciples. Those who remained unperturbed by his earlier antics soon joined the gathering, not out of malice, but merely to witness the spectacle. Chen Xun, who had been frolicking with delight, was abruptly confined by the crowd, his space for movement dwindling. He was compelled to halt, irritation etching itself upon his features as he exclaimed,
"What is the meaning of this? Have you no regard for my happiness?" The assembled disciples were taken aback. What audacity! Who is truly disrupting whom here?
One disciple intoned gravely, "This is the martial arena, a sacred space for many to hone their skills.
We, who were forcibly yanked from our training by your antics,
have yet to confront you, yet you dare assert we have disturbed your merriment?
Have you no shame?"
As one voiced their grievance, others chimed in, "Indeed. Look at your attire, surely you must be a newcomer yet to don the disciples' garb. Given your naivety, a mere apology would suffice. And we would have no desire to make things difficult for you, humph. Brother Gua, your words are far too gracious. I say, with so many of us gathered here, we ought to teach him a proper lesson. It infuriates me. Has anyone noticed that this fellow seems a bit off? Regardless, he must apologize. Otherwise, in a few days, he shall surely regret his insolence. The disciples exchanged barbs, their gazes fixed on Chen Xun with predatory intent. Were it not for the unwritten rule of a 3-day grace period for new disciples at the Servant Peak, they would have already unleashed their wrath upon him. Suddenly, Chen Xun erupted into a maniacal laugh, hands on his hips, chin raised defiantly. You are absolutely right. You should all apologize to me, lest you suffer the consequences. What? Is this fellow deranged? The disciples gaped in disbelief, momentarily convinced they had misheard. But soon, a wave of fury surged within them. They could no longer contain themselves. Today, this lunatic would be taught a lesson. Damn it, let us get him. Justice is on our side, and even Steward Qian cannot punish us. Beat him up. Just leave him breathing. Without a second thought, the disciples rolled up their sleeves, intent on surrounding Chen Xun to deliver a thorough thrashing. Yet, not a hint of panic crossed Chen Xun's countenance. He merely laughed maniacally while shaking his head. One hand slowly rising to grasp the hilt of the sword at his back. Stop! A sudden, low command rang out. The aggressive servant disciples halted mid-motion, turning sharply to identify the source of the interruption. Upon seeing the newcomer's attire, their expressions shifted dramatically. They quickly stowed their aggression, bowing respectfully as they exclaimed, "Greetings, brother!" The onlookers in the martial arena also gasped quietly, bowing in unison and uttering, "Greetings, brother!" The figure clad in outer sect attire approached with a stormy countenance, and the servant disciples parted to grant passage. The newcomer, of course, was Su Yang. After Su Yang emerged from the attic, he began searching for Chen Xun and soon discerned a cacophony emanating from the martial arena, leading him to surmise that Chen Xun was likely present. After all, during their time aboard the spaceship, Su Yang had identified Chen Xun as a troublemaker of sorts. Upon closer inspection, his assumptions proved accurate. It was indeed the infamous Chen Xun. Su Yang hastened towards Chen Xun, intending to admonish him, but the thought of Zhao Ting made him hold back. Unfortunately, despite Chen Xun's erratic behavior, he possessed connections that Su Yang could not disregard. "Come with me to the attic," Su Yang said. He refrained from inquiring about Chen Xun's unauthorized departure to the martial arena, knowing that any such questions would be futile, as Chen Xun was, quite frankly, not of sound mind. Noticing Chen Xun's indifference, Su Yang's expression darkened, compelling him to grasp Chen Xun's sleeve and lead him outside. The other miscellaneous disciples watched in astonishment, their gazes towards Chen Xun tinged with apprehension. What a character, indeed! Some of the miscellaneous disciples were well-connected relatives of outer or inner disciples, thriving in their respective roles. They never expected Chen Xun to be one of them. Realizing this, those who had considered reporting Chen Xun to Su Yang opted to swallow their grievances. Suddenly, Chen Xun shook off Su Yang's hand and exclaimed, "They haven't apologized to me. So I won't leave." Su Yang was momentarily speechless, and the other disciples exchanged bewildered looks. Listening to Chen Xun's words and observing his demeanor, they finally grasped the situation. His mind was indeed unwell. What did they do to warrant an apology? Su Yang inquired, aware that Chen Xun was likely the instigator. Chen Xun crossed his arms and defiantly raised his chin, remaining silent. Senior brother, it's like this, we truly did not offend him. He was the one who caused a ruckus in the martial arena, disturbing our practice. Please see reason. One disciple hurriedly explained. Su Yang glanced at the other miscellaneous disciples, noting their collective nods of agreement, affirming the truth of the matter. This left Su Yang in a quandary, yet thinking of Zhao Ting, he cleared his throat and said, "You should apologize to him." What? The miscellaneous disciples were momentarily taken aback, followed by a sense of indignation. This seemed grossly unfair. However, due to Su Yang's status, those disciples who had been forcibly removed from their practice reluctantly decided to swallow their pride, opting to apologize in the interest of avoiding further conflict. Before the disciples could voice their apologies, Su Yang's subsequent remarks offered them some solace. "Dear fellow disciples, I trust you have noticed that Chen Xun's mental faculties are somewhat compromised, and his thought processes differ greatly from those of ordinary individuals.
I ask for your understanding.
And consider this a favor to your senior brother. With a sigh, Su Yang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect.
So, this madman is named Chen Xun?
With Su Yang's explanation, the others came to realize the truth of Chen Xun's insanity.
However, they couldn't help but wonder why the sect would accept such a person as a disciple.
Even if he was merely a miscellaneous disciple, it seemed rather incongruous.
Chen Xun.
We offer our sincerest apologies, the disciples sighed. Chen Xun, taken aback, retreated a step and hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, exclaiming in astonishment, "Esteemed ones!
Your words are far too heavy, I am unworthy of such kindness."
The disciples, now bewildered, were left questioning the meaning behind his peculiar behavior. They turned to Su Yang.
Their faces etched with confusion, silently imploring him, "Brother, what is his true intention? This man is truly mad." Having recognized Chen Xun's insanity,
the disciples found it difficult to harbor any anger towards him. His behavior became somewhat understandable.
Su Yang, equally embarrassed by Chen Xun's antics,
once again bowed to the crowd before swiftly leading Chen Xun away from the martial arena. As the disciples watched the two retreating figures, a bittersweet smile spread across their faces. They realized that with the presence of this eccentric Chen Xun, the miscellaneous peak would surely become lively in the days to come.
Chapter 24, Is the master of the Dao Heaven sect actually him?
Su Yang swiftly escorted Chen Xun to the loft.
"Chen, this is Chen Xun.
Please find him suitable accommodations and assign him a cleaning area," Su Yang remarked with a smile.
Qian Laifu promptly rose, scrutinizing Chen Xun with a kind demeanor. "Chen Xun. I am the steward at the halfway point of the miscellaneous peak. You may call me Old Qian."
Upon learning that Chen Xun was a friend of the newly promoted purple-clad Zhao Ting, Chen Laifu dared not treat him with indifference, even if he was a mere mortal without spiritual roots. Chen Xun tilted his head, surveying the interior of the loft, seemingly oblivious to Chen Laifu's words.
Heh, Chen Laifu chuckled awkwardly. Su Yang, at a loss for words, interjected, "Steward Qian, did I not mention that Chen Xun is rather unwell? There is no need to treat him as an ordinary person, communication may often be quite challenging." Qian Laifu nodded in understanding. Su Yang sighed,
feeling that his task from Steward Shen He was accomplished.
"You can arrange matters for Chen Xun as you see fit.
I shall return to Rinxian Peak now." With that, Su Yang turned to leave the loft.
"Wait," Qian Laifu called out.
Su Yang turned back, puzzled. Qian Laifu glanced at Chen Xun and pulled Su Yang aside. Speaking in hushed tones, "Su Yang, how should I truly arrange for Chen Xun?"
To be frank, Qian Laifu was somewhat uncertain given Su Yang's indifferent attitude towards Chen Xun.
After a moment of silence, Su Yang replied, "Brother Zhao Ting will likely have little further interaction with Chen Xun." He was acutely aware of the rigid hierarchy within the sect, where the warmth of human connections was often scarce. Su Yang himself had a close friend at the miscellaneous peak, who still resided there, yet since his own promotion to the outer sect, their interactions had dwindled significantly.
With that, Su Yang shook his head and departed. Qian Laifu watched Su Yang's retreating figure, and after a moment, turned back to Chen Xun. The warmth in his gaze considerably diminished.
"Come here," Qian Laifu called. Soon, a disciple entered, bowing respectfully.
"Steward." Qian Laifu nodded slightly and instructed. "Take Chen Xun to that grass hut in the west. He will reside there from now on. Afterward,
show him where the dining area is so that he may familiarize himself with the path." The disciple paused for a moment, glancing at Chen Xun before nodding in agreement.
However, he could not restrain his curiosity. "Steward, do not all disciples live together? Why is Chen Xun?"
Qian Laifu shot the disciple a glance and replied.
"Chen Xun is a mortal, not a disciple. How could he possibly reside among you?"
The disciple was taken aback, casting a long, incredulous look at Chen Xun.
"When did mortals gain entry to the Dao Heaven sect?"
"All right, take Chen Xun away," Qian Laifu waved his hand. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Oh. And the path from the halfway point of the miscellaneous peak to the foot of the mountain will be under Chen Xun's care for cleaning."
The disciple bowed, acknowledging the instruction.
He then turned to Chen Xun with a smile. Chen Xun, come with me. Clearly, Chen Xun chose to ignore him, leaving him momentarily stunned as he gazed blankly at Xian Laifu, the steward. Xian Laifu remarked, his eyes flickering, his mind is not quite right. You should just take him along. Understood. The disciple, regaining his composure, grasped Chen Xun's arm and swiftly led him outside. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened. On the western slope of the miscellaneous Servants' Peak, nestled in the wilderness, stood a solitary thatched cottage, surrounded by wild grasses and trees. Only a narrow path led away from it. The wilderness was silent, save for the incessant chirping of insects, which could drive one to distraction. In front of the cottage, Chen Xun sat alone, fervently flipping through a blank book with wild enthusiasm. After the disciple had escorted Chen Xun out of the attic, he showed him the dining hall and the cleaning area, ultimately bringing him to this thatched cottage before departing. It was still afternoon then, and since arriving, Chen Xun had not ventured out nor attended dinner. In this remote wilderness, enveloped in darkness, anyone would feel abandoned by the world. Fortunately, Chen Xun remained oblivious, lost in his own realm. Suddenly, he yawned, tucked away the book, and rose to survey his surroundings in bewilderment before turning to enter the cottage. The interior was simple. In the dim light, one could faintly make out a wooden bed and a set of wooden tables and chairs. Chen Xun yawned again, flopped onto the bed, retrieved the wooden sword from behind him, and drifted off to sleep while cradling it. The cabinet is located at the summit of Daotian Peak. Aside from miscellaneous Servants' Peak, Runxian Peak, Dishuan Peak, and Tianxian Peak, Daotian Peak stands as another mountain. It serves as the core venue of the Daotian sect, where the higher-ups convene to discuss significant matters. At this moment, in the cabinet, Zhao Ting stood helplessly in the center, surrounded by a group of individuals clad in deep purple robes, all fixated on him with expressions of astonishment and scrutiny, leaving Zhao Ting feeling overwhelmed. Nearby, Steward Shen He stood with a lowly posture, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. Although Shen He held a respectable position as an inner-sect steward within the Daotian sect, he found himself dwarfed by the eminent elders present, each of whom possessed a status far beyond his own. Shen He, you have done remarkably well. I never anticipated you would bring back such an outstanding disciple, remarked an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, stroking his beard with a smile. His name was Jiang Bailu, the third elder of the Daotian sect. Shen He promptly knelt and bowed, stating, "Your words are too kind, third elder. This is not my achievement, it is a blessing bestowed upon our Daotian sect." As an inner-sect steward, Shen He spoke with precision, deflecting praise and attributing the merit to divine favor. Jiang Bailu smiled faintly, and the other elders nodded in approval, evidently satisfied with Shen He's response. Rest assured, once the sect leader arrives, your contributions will be duly recognized. A talent possessing a heavenly spirit root such as yours is a rare find for our Daotian sect. The young man on the left, with an upright demeanor, smiled faintly. His name is Lu Yunjian, the grand elder of the Daotian sect. Shen He felt a heavy tremor within, brimming with excitement. Yet he dared not reveal his elation. Zhao Ting, Lu Yunjian suddenly turned to Zhao Ting, calling out with a smile. Zhao Ting's heart quivered as he hurriedly bowed, respectfully addressing, "Elder." At that moment, Zhao Ting was aware that all present were elders of the Daotian sect, but he could not distinguish one from another. Lu Yunjian nodded slightly, stating, "You possess a golden attribute heavenly spirit root. Such aptitude, even among the purple-clad disciples, is exceptional." Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in silent agreement. The Grand Elder's words were indeed accurate. Among the purple-clad disciples, the heavenly spirit root was the highest rank. There were also earth spirit roots, but the lowest tier consisted of the finest earth spirit roots. Most importantly, Zhao Ting's heavenly spirit root was of the golden attribute, making it a singular treasure within the Daotian sect. "Not at all," Zhao Ting quickly replied, "I am merely a novice in the realm of immortality, utterly ignorant of all matters. I shall rely on the guidance of the esteemed elders in the future." The elders smiled and nodded, yet their glances exchanged in unspoken rivalry. Each purple-clad disciple would become the true disciple of an elder, but it remained unknown which elder would claim Zhao Ting as their true disciple. Currently, the elders were amiable, and the atmosphere was harmonious, solely because the sect leader had yet to arrive.
Once the leader appeared, the elders would inevitably engage in a fierce competition.
Shen He listened to the elders' praise of Zhao Ting, envious beyond measure. Zhao Ting had truly ascended to great heights. However, reflecting on his own contributions brought him some comfort, for it was thanks to Zhao Ting that they had mutually uplifted one another.
At that moment, a figure entered the hall, walking with hands clasped behind his back.
The elders promptly stood, bowing and exclaiming, "Sect leader." Shen He felt a surge of trepidation.
Lowering his head and respectfully following suit.
Though he served as an inner sect steward, opportunities to meet the sect leader were scarce.
Zhao Ting, with his head bowed,
grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming upon him, for the newcomer was the exalted leader of the Dao Tian sect. Before them stood a robust middle-aged man, clad in simple robes, with a mane of black and white hair cascading over his shoulders.
His eagle-like eyes exuded an imposing presence, fierce yet dignified.
Upon his visage, Zhao Ting recognized him as Nangong Yao, the very figure he had encountered on the peak of Shaohe during Chen Xun's performance on the Guqin. It was astonishing to discover that he was the sect leader of the Dao Tian sect. Now, Chen Xun resided within this sect. How serendipitous indeed. Chapter 25, The Elder Strife. Nangong Yao glanced at Zhao Ting and then slowly seated himself, speaking in a measured tone. "Esteemed elders, there is no need for excessive formalities, please. Take your seats."
"Thank you, sect master." The elders bowed slightly and settled down.
Only Zhao Ting and Shen He remained kneeling, hesitant to rise.
As Nangong Yao poured himself a cup of tea, he inquired, "I have heard that we have welcomed a disciple with a golden elemental spirit root. Is this the one?" The Grand Elder, Lu Yunjian, responded with a smile, "Indeed, sect master.
This is Zhao Ting, recruited by our inner sect steward Shen He from the vicinity of Tianqing City." Nangong Yao nodded and turned to Shen He, saying, "Steward Shen, well done. I shall commend you for this achievement.
Currently, there is a vacancy for an inner sect elder position at the Dijuan Peak. What are your thoughts?"
The elders exchanged astonished glances. Realizing that the sect master intended to promote Shen He to the rank of inner sect elder. It was indeed fitting. Shen He had served diligently as an inner sect steward for many years and had now brought in such an exceptional disciple, making the promotion seem almost inevitable. Shen He stared in disbelief, his mind slightly reeling from the unexpected joy. He had anticipated earning a commendation but never dreamed of being directly elevated to the position of inner sect elder. After years in the Dao Tian sect, while he had brought Zhao Ting into the fold, he had never dared to aspire to such a title. Yet here it was.
Lu Yunjian,
observing Shen He's dazed expression, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Steward Shen, the sect master is addressing you. Why are you in a daze?"
Snapping back to reality,
Shen He shook off his astonishment and, suppressing his joy, bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, sect master. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the sect."
At this moment,
Shen He dared not feign humility or express doubts about his worthiness. The opportunity lay before him, and he must seize it swiftly.
Nangong Yao nodded slightly and said, "You may take your leave for now. I will arrange for the elders to visit Dijuan Peak regarding your promotion."
"Yes,"
Shen He replied, bowing as he exited.
Taking a deep breath, he feigned calmness while retreating. However, it was evident to all present that he struggled to contain his elation.
"Shen He, if I am not mistaken, you have only recently reached the late foundation establishment stage, correct?" Lu Yunjian suddenly interjected.
Shen He paused, quickly bowing, "Indeed." At the same time, anxiety gripped his heart.
Would his promotion be delayed?
After all, there were requirements regarding the cultivation level for inner sect elders, typically necessitating at least the core formation stage.
Lu Yunjian chuckled.
"Do not be alarmed, I merely wish to emphasize that you must strive diligently in your cultivation henceforth.
Otherwise, the other inner sect elders will not yield to you. Do you understand?"
Shen He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Understood."
He cast a grateful glance towards Zhao Ting, whom he viewed as his fortuitous star, before hastily departing.
Finally, Nangong Yao turned his attention to Zhao Ting, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Zhao Ting, since you have joined the Dao Tian sect,
consider it your home from now on."
Zhao Ting sensed the goodwill emanating from Nangong Yao, causing the tension within him to dissipate significantly.
Finally, he mustered the courage to glance at Nangong Yao, though he quickly lowered his gaze again, respectfully replying, "Zhao Ting will remember this." Meanwhile, the elders exchanged glances.
their eyes glinting with eagerness. Before long, the third elder, Jiang Bailu, cleared his throat and stood up, saying, "Chief, Zhao Ting possesses a reserved demeanor and commendable character. I find him quite agreeable. May I take him as my disciple?" The elevated status of the purple-clad disciples stemmed from a notable reason: each purple-clad disciple had a core elder backing them. Nangong Yao smiled slightly, refraining from immediate response, as he understood that the third elder was merely initiating the discussion. Indeed, the next moment, a beautiful female elder rose and clasped her hands, stating, "Chief, the third elder already has a purple-clad disciple under his tutelage. Taking on another may prove burdensome, and I currently have none under my wing. Accepting Zhao Ting would be quite fitting." Jiang Bailu's eyelids twitched as he fixed his gaze upon the female elder. "Fourth elder, you." The fourth elder, Chuning Chang, cast a nonchalant glance at Jiang Bailu, showing no sign of compromise. Although she held the title of fourth elder, she was also the punishment elder responsible for the penalties within the Dao Tian sect. Jiang Bailu retorted, "Fourth elder, you already have enough on your plate managing the sect's punishments. Should Zhao Ting follow you, he is likely to be neglected. Humph. If your oversight hinders Zhao Ting's cultivation, how do you intend to punish yourself?" Chuning Chang smirked slightly and replied coolly, "That is not a concern for the third elder to fret over." Jiang Bailu's brows furrowed, and he waved his sleeve, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The other elders, witnessing this exchange, fell into an unusual silence, clearly apprehensive. It was evident that both the third and fourth elders were genuinely eager for Zhao Ting's companionship, yet they were not the only ones yearning for him. Zhao Ting, unaccustomed to such a display, felt both frightened and a hint of pride. After all, the elders were vying for his attention. The second elder, Lu Xianin, pondered aloud, "Chief, perhaps." Nangong Yao, understanding Lu Xuanin's intent, interjected, "Very well, it is not for me to interfere in Zhao Ting's choice of master nor to favor any of you. Let us allow Zhao Ting to decide for himself." Upon hearing Nangong Yao's decree, the elders felt a wave of relief wash over them and immediately turned their gazes toward Zhao Ting, each eager to recommend themselves, creating a fervent atmosphere. "Zhao Ting, I am the sixth elder. Should you choose me as your master, I shall provide you with the finest cave residence, treasures, and cultivation techniques." "Ha! Who would covet such trifles? Zhao Ting, I have a treasure-seeking spirit beast. With it, your acquisition of treasures will be plentiful. Simply become my disciple, and the spirit beast shall be yours." Gasp, ninth elder, you are truly generous. You cherish that Xian Huang rat. Are you truly willing to part with it for Zhao Ting? Such a mere treasure-seeking spirit beast. Zhao Ting, I know you possess a golden attribute heavenly spiritual root. Conveniently, I am the only artifact master in our sect. Should you join me, I shall impart my knowledge to you without reservation. Imparting knowledge without reservation? That may not be ideal. Zhao Ting, I have but one statement: I too possess a golden attribute heavenly spiritual root. The concluding remark was made by Chuning Chang. The elders engaged in a lively exchange of words, leaving Zhao Ting in a state of perspiration. However, the Grand Elder Lu Yunji and the Second Elder Lu Xianin refrained from participating in this contest for disciples. The reason being that Lu Yunji, as the Grand Elder, is preoccupied with the numerous affairs of the sect, while Lu Xianin already has two disciples clad in purple under his tutelage. Nangong Yao smiled and said, "Zhao Ting, you need not fear offending any elder, their temperaments are not so petty. Simply follow your heart." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting took a deep breath, bowed to the elders, and spoke with difficulty, "I am grateful for the kindness of the elders. I wish to become a disciple of the fourth elder." Chapter 26, The Mysterious Disappearance of Breakfast. As Zhao Ting's words echoed in the hall, apart from the delighted Chuningshang, the other elders could only sigh, saying nothing further. In truth, Zhao Ting's choice was indeed the correct one. The treasures and techniques offered by the elders paled in comparison to the innate golden attribute of the fourth elder's spiritual root. With a flourish, Chuning Chang lifted Zhao Ting into the air with a wave of her hand, casting a challenging glance at Jiang Bailu. Jiang Bailu, at a loss for words, shook her head and took a seat, feeling a twinge of regret, though she consoled herself that it wasn't all bad. In the hall, Nangong Yao nodded slightly. In his heart, he believed that Chuningshan was the ideal choice for Zhao Ting's mentor, solely because their spiritual roots were identical.
However, Nan Dongyao refrained from voicing this directly, opting instead for a method that allowed Zhao Ting to make his own selection. With this thought, Nan Dongyao rose and declared, "Very well, let it be so. Grand Elder, upon your return, please send invitations to the surrounding sections. In 5 days, we shall hold a ceremony to formally confer Zhao Ting as the 15th purple-clad disciple of our Daotian sect." "Understood," replied Lu Yunjian, bowing in acknowledgement. Zhao Ting was overjoyed, eager to share this splendid news with Chen Xun. The following day, as dawn broke, Chen Xun stirred from slumber, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth before rising. Grabbing his wooden sword, he exited the thatched cottage and bounded toward the dining hall, moving with the agility of a mountain monkey, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the training grounds were bustling with over 8,000 miscellaneous disciples. A sea of faces. On the platform stood Xian Laifu, hands clasped behind his back, his prominent belly protruding as he passionately addressed the disciples. The famished disciples could only clutch their stomachs and endure, listening impatiently. In this part of the mountains, Xian Laifu wielded the greatest authority, and each morning, he gathered the disciples to assert his presence. Simultaneously, guided by the enticing aroma, Chen Xun arrived at the dining hall. Given the multitude of disciples, the hall was impressively large, resembling a public square. Inside, a few miscellaneous disciples were tasked with serving meals as part of their duties. Upon entering the hall, Chen Xun sprinted toward the serving area. He grabbed a bowl and chopsticks from the side and presented his bowl to one of the serving disciples. The serving disciple paused, glancing at Chen Xun, then peering outside the hall, wondering if Qian Laifu had finished his speech. But no, apart from this newcomer, there were no other disciples in sight. With a hint of suspicion, the serving disciple accepted the bowl, ladling it full of porridge, adding 2 steamed buns and some pickled vegetables before handing it back to Chen Xun. It was then that he noticed Chen Xun's attire. Taken aback, he curiously remarked, "You must be a new disciple. It would be wise to change your clothes after breakfast, otherwise, Xian Laifu will surely chastise you." Chen Xun chuckled without answering, choosing instead to stand and eat. In the blink of an eye, he licked his lips and returned the empty bowl to the serving disciple, shaking it slightly. The serving disciple, just setting down his spoon, stared in disbelief at the now empty bowl. "Have you finished already?" The disciple responsible for serving the meal took the bowl and filled it with the same portion for Chen Xun, then handed it over. Just as he was about to put down the ladle, he was taken aback by the sound of scraping, only to find that Chen Xun had already returned the bowl to him. The disciple was momentarily stunned. Chen Xun, cheeks puffed, chewed a few bites of the steamed bun before swallowing, shaking the bowl to signal for more. "Brother, you are the fastest eater I have ever seen," remarked the serving disciple, swallowing hard. He then handed the ladle back to Chen Xun, saying, "Brother, serve yourself as much as you wish. I must return to the kitchen to assist with carrying a few more buckets of porridge." With a chuckle, Chen Xun accepted the ladle. The serving disciple then made his way back to the kitchen. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with determination as he cast aside the ladle and bowl, opting instead to lift the entire bucket of porridge. Moments later, having patted his belly with a look of dissatisfaction, he seemed unfulfilled. Despite having polished off every last morsel of the steamed buns and pickles on the table, leaving nothing behind, not even a crumb. With a resigned shake of his head, he departed. Shortly after Chen Xun left, the serving disciple and another disciple emerged from the kitchen carrying the porridge bucket, only to be stunned by the sight of the completely empty table. At that moment, a throng of miscellaneous disciples surged into the dining hall. "This is disastrous. There surely won't be enough breakfast today. How could this happen? Where is the porridge? The buns? The pickles?" exclaimed one disciple, his face pale. The serving disciple recalled Chen Xun and speculated that this must be connected to him. Although he was uncertain of the specifics, he was convinced of the correlation. Certainly, it could not be that everything had been consumed, as just that bucket of porridge alone, if served 1 bowl per person, would suffice for hundreds. Not to mention the hundreds of vanished steamed buns and the 2 large bowls of pickles. "What should we do, junior brother? Soon, there will be disciples unable to eat. And they will surely report this to Fatty Qian. We, the ones responsible for breakfast, will undoubtedly face punishment."
Indeed, it wasn't long before hundreds of disgruntled disciples, unable to secure their meals, clashed with those responsible for breakfast. The dining hall disciples, overwhelmed by the sheer number of complainants, trembled in fear. The uproar was so loud that there was no need for formal reports. Chen Lifu was quickly summoned.
Why all the commotion? Chen Lifu bellowed upon entering the dining hall, instantly silencing the crowd.
Moments later, after grasping the situation, his expression turned to one of confusion. It was no wonder that hundreds of disciples were causing a ruckus. It was unprecedented for breakfast to be insufficient at the miscellaneous peak.
Chen Lifu immediately demanded, "What exactly is going on?
You disciples in charge of the breakfast service.
How could such a blunder occur today? How long have you been doing this? With over 8,000 disciples to feed on this hillside, how could you mismanage it?"
The disciples in the dining hall exchanged glances, each bearing a countenance of distress. It was evident that they were not accustomed to such a shortage. Normally, the portions sufficed,
leaving an ample surplus.
At last, one disciple, who had encountered Chen Xun, raised his hand cautiously and spoke, "Esteemed steward. It is as follows: prior to the arrival of my fellow disciples, another disciple had visited the dining hall. After serving him 2 bowls of porridge,
I retreated to the kitchen.
When I returned with another fellow disciple to fetch more porridge, we discovered that the original bucket of porridge, along with the steamed buns and pickles, had mysteriously vanished." Upon hearing this, the other junior disciples exchanged dubious glances, some even stifling laughter. Their lack of responsibility was truly astounding. To misjudge the portion sizes was one thing, but to concoct such an absurd excuse was quite another. All the disciples had gathered at the training grounds. It was inconceivable that anyone would have ventured to the dining hall alone for a meal.
Would acknowledging a mistake truly be so catastrophic? Chapter 27. Chen Xun, how could you act so ungratefully? I must ask. Can you all in the dining hall not take any responsibility?
You could at least apologize in front of the steward, yet you dare to speak nonsense.
One disciple expressed his discontent.
The disciple responsible for serving food flushed with anger and retorted, "What I said is the truth." Chen Lifu's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled a particular individual, inquiring, "Are you referring to the disciple in tattered blue robes, carrying a worn wooden sword?"
The serving disciple nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Yes, that's him."
Ah! The other disciples were taken aback. Was there indeed someone who arrived at the dining hall before them? At this moment, some of the servant disciples narrowed their eyes, having already deduced whom Chen Lifu was referring to.
It must be that madman from yesterday,
who had disturbed their training with his peculiar antics on the martial arts field. Ahem, I almost forgot to mention this while at the martial arts field. Chen Lifu cleared his throat, surveying the room, and proclaimed loudly, "This is a perfect opportunity to inform you all that there exists a mortal among us. A non-sect disciple named Chen Xun, who currently resides in a humble cottage to the west of the Servant Peak. Henceforth, he will dine with all of you. He is somewhat simple-minded, so do not be overly surprised upon encountering him." A stir erupted in the dining hall at Chen Lifu's words.
A non-sect disciple? A mortal? Hold on, steward, have we not strayed from the point?
Even if such a mortal did arrive at the dining hall first, we are discussing the issue of food portions.
With several hundred disciples missing their breakfast, are you suggesting we shift the blame onto that mortal? How shameless! A disciple glared at the serving disciples and spat. Indeed. Do you mean to claim that the breakfast of those hundreds of missing disciples was consumed by that mortal? Even a pig couldn't eat that much.
Another disciple chimed in sarcastically. The serving disciple's face turned crimson as he retorted, "I never said he ate it, I merely suspect he is involved."
Otherwise, how could an entire barrel of porridge, hundreds of buns, and 2 basins of pickles disappear without a trace? If things have vanished, you should be questioning yourselves. Do you truly suspect Chen Xun carried away that food?
How could he possibly transport such a large barrel of hot porridge and those buns and cabbage?
Pray tell. Where could he take them?
Furthermore, I observed that the pots and pans were utterly spotless, not resembling vessels that once contained food.
If they had held food, surely there would be some remnants left,
a disciple pointedly remarked. The serving disciple was left speechless, unsure of how to counter. That large barrel of hot porridge was heavy.
He required assistance from another disciple to move it. Enough, Chen Lifu waved his hand, stating, "Go and prepare another barrel of porridge, steam some buns. And let those disciples who have not yet eaten take their meals first."
Understood.
The serving disciples reluctantly complied and made their way back to the kitchen.
Chen Lifu's eyes glinted as he added, "Now, go fetch Chen Xun."
"Yes." The disciple who followed Chen Lifu responded quickly and departed. Being the same individual who had guided Chen Xun the day prior. Chen Lifu cast a glance at the assembly and remarked nonchalantly, "Very well. You may all take a seat and await the meal. Chen Xun shall arrive shortly.
I intend to inquire thoroughly about the circumstances." However,
he held little hope for any substantial revelations. At the foot of the miscellaneous servants' peak, Chen Xun was diligently sweeping the ground with a broom, his expression exceedingly solemn. Just then, Zhao Ting waved his hand and ran over from a distance. Upon reaching Chen Xun, he was out of breath, bent over with his hands on his knees,
and exclaimed with a smile, "Phew! Chen Xun, I have splendid news. I have become the disciple of the fourth elder, and in a few days, there will be a ceremony to enshrine me as a purple-robed disciple." "Isn't that splendid?"
Chen Xun tilted his head towards Zhao Ting and grinned broadly. Congratulations." Zhao Ting felt elated. Although Chen Xun seemed somewhat unhinged, he was relieved that Chen Xun still recognized him.
"Ah, Chen Xun, do set aside your sweeping for a moment,"
Zhao Ting urged as he pulled Chen Xun aside to sit on the mountain path.
"Do you know who my master, the fourth elder, is? He is the one who oversees all punishments within our sect. Henceforth, I shall protect you."
Seeing Chen Xun shake his head and grin foolishly, Zhao Ting pondered whether he had truly absorbed anything, ultimately deciding to let it go.
However,
witnessing Chen Xun's demeanor and recalling their first encounter in Tianqing City stirred a pang of sadness within him. It bewildered him how a once admirable person could become so changed. Zhao Ting pursed his lips and suggested,
"Why don't I ask my master to take a look at you? Life is long, and I cannot bear for you to remain this way."
Despite knowing Chen Xun for only a brief time, Zhao Ting felt a subconscious urge to draw closer to him. Moreover, as a newcomer to the Daotian sect, Chen Xun was the only familiar face he had.
"I shall take your silence as agreement. Since I am not yet a purple-robed disciple, once I am enshrined,
I will bring you to my master for her to examine you," Zhao Ting said earnestly. Noticing Chen Xun's disinterest, Zhao Ting pouted. His attention drawn to the wooden sword on Chen Xun's back, and curiously reached out. "By the way, what is the meaning behind your carrying this wooden sword?"
"I have been curious since the day we first met."
Just as Zhao Ting was about to grasp the hilt, Chen Xun suddenly extended his hand and seized Zhao Ting's wrist with formidable strength. Zhao Ting's expression changed as he felt a terrifying grip around his wrist,
rendering him unable to move.
Fortunately, being an ordinary person, he attributed this to Chen Xun's sheer strength. With his wrist in pain from Chen Xun's grip, Zhao Ting awkwardly said, "Chen Xun, I shall not look anymore."
"I apologize for my impudence in not seeking your consent."
Chen Xun released his hold, laughing maniacally. Zhao Ting quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing his reddened wrist and lamenting, "I didn't expect you to have such strength, Chen Xun."
Unbeknownst to many,
should another individual dare to touch that wooden sword without Chen Xun's consent, the repercussions would extend far beyond mere discomfort.
Shortly thereafter, Zhao Ting engaged Chen Xun in conversation, predominantly indulging in soliloquy, before taking his leave.
Not long after Zhao Ting departed, a menial disciple sent by Chen Lifu arrived, seizing Chen Xun and leading him up the mountain without uttering a word. In the dining hall, a throng of novice disciples, unfamiliar with Chen Xun, regarded him with curious glances. Those who had encountered him the previous day squinted at him, recalling how they had been compelled by an outer sect disciple to apologize to Chen Xun.
Yes, indeed, it was he.
The disciple serving food immediately exclaimed upon spotting Chen Xun. Chen Lifu nodded, gesturing toward Chen Xun while inquiring, "Chen Xun, when you were here previously,
did you happen to notice the large pot of porridge and the steamed buns on the serving table?"
At this query, the other disciples fixated their gazes on Chen Xun, eager to ascertain whether the dining hall staff had indeed miscalculated the food portions. Chen Xun, pouting slightly, cast a bewildered glance at the serving table and, as was his custom, began to shake his head in a dreamy manner, grinning foolishly.
However, this seemingly innocent gesture held an entirely different connotation for the onlookers.
Their expressions sharpened with intensity.
Chen Xun's implication was clear, his shaking head signified that he had not seen anything. Thus, it suggested that the dining hall had indeed prepared insufficient breakfast yet stubbornly refused to admit it, attempting to deflect blame onto a madman. Qian Laifu's eyes narrowed. Directing a stern gaze at the disciples responsible for breakfast in the dining hall, he stated gravely, "I am utterly disappointed in you all. It was a trivial matter that could have been easily acknowledged, yet you have chosen to implicate a simple-minded mortal?" The disciple who had previously served Chen Xun lost composure. Trembling as he brandished a spoon, his eyes reddening as he shouted, "Chen Xun, you have lost your conscience." Chapter 28, the day of the purple robe bestowal. The indignant roar of the disciple responsible for serving meals sent a chill through the crowd. The meal-serving disciple, his face flushed with anger, raised his ladle as if to strike Chen Xun. "What do you intend to do?" Qian Laifu's gaze sharpened, swiftly admonishing the disciple. The ladle froze mid-air, and the disciple cast a resentful glance at Chen Xun before letting his hand fall limply to his side. Qian Laifu surveyed the breakfast-serving disciples with a cold demeanor, stating, "Humph, for today's incident, I shall deduct 3 contribution points from each of you. So you may learn a lesson." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. The breakfast disciples turned pale, their spirits dampened. I ate it," Chen Xun suddenly remarked, scratching his head. Instantly, countless gazes converged on him, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. The meal-serving disciple exclaimed in delight, "Deacon, did you hear that? Chen Xun has admitted he ate it." His expression softened as he regarded Chen Xun, acknowledging a shred of conscience in him. Qian Laifu turned, eyeing Chen Xun with skepticism. Then said, "Chen Xun, you are quite the kind-hearted one. These disciples are attempting to pin the blame on you, and yet you still seek to absolve them. However, I shall not be swayed by your words. You claim to have consumed the meals of hundreds of disciples? That is utterly preposterous." The other miscellaneous disciples nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Chen Xun becoming noticeably gentler. Although Chen Xun's mental faculties appeared questionable, he was undeniably a good person. This is. The meal-serving disciple's spirit plummeted. To be honest, even he did not believe that Chen Xun could consume such a quantity. It felt surreal. As if he were trapped in a dream. How could all that food simply vanish? However, this misunderstanding was soon resolved during lunch. For Chen Xun truly possessed an extraordinary appetite. The miscellaneous disciples watched in astonishment as he devoured meals with a ferocity unmatched, consuming the equivalent of dozens of disciples' portions. In the end, they even witnessed his apparent dissatisfaction, as if he could have eaten more had there been enough food prepared. The disciples gazed apprehensively at Chen Xun's abdomen, pondering how one could eat so copiously without any visible sign of distension. It defied logic. Upon learning the truth, the disciples responsible for breakfast wept bitterly and rushed to find Qian Laifu. After hearing the reality of the situation, Qian Laifu was momentarily taken aback, only to restore the deducted contribution points to the disciples. In the end, he specifically instructed the kitchen to increase the portions for future meals. Thus, the miscellaneous disciples became aware that in their midst resided a remarkably voracious and eccentric mortal. In the following days, Chen Xun continued his monotonous routine, dining in the cafeteria, sleeping in the thatched hut, and tidying the mountain paths, an existence of tranquility. Many of the miscellaneous disciples secretly envied Chen Xun, relishing his carefree life of eating and sleeping, free from worries, a truly enviable existence. In the intervening days, news of the impending ceremony to confer the title of purple-clad disciple at the Dao Tian sect spread widely, reaching even the humble disciples of the miscellaneous peak. They learned that the honor would be bestowed upon a new disciple who possessed a golden spiritual root, a rare and coveted talent. This revelation left the miscellaneous disciples both astonished and filled with yearning. Upon their entry into the sect, they were assigned to this miscellaneous peak, and those fortunate enough to break through their realms might someday ascend to the outer sect, while those less fortunate would find themselves departing the sect after a number of years without any advancement. Just look at this newcomer, who, upon entering the sect, immediately becomes a purple-clad disciple. The disparity between individuals is truly unfathomable. For the disciples of the miscellaneous peak, the purple-clad disciples are akin to the moon, while they themselves are mere frogs at the bottom of a well, fortunate even to catch a distant glimpse of such brilliance. However, to be candid, they scarcely have the opportunity to behold it at all. The ceremony for conferring the title of purple-clad disciple is not an event for the miscellaneous disciples to attend. As time swiftly passed, the day of the conferral ceremony arrived. On this day, the Dao Tian sect transformed from its usual solemnity to a scene of exceptional festivity. Towering above each peak were enormous colorful banners, fluttering in the breeze. Concurrently, radiant figures descended from the heavens, entering the celestial mountains of the Dao Tian sect, each bearing invitations to extend their congratulations on this momentous occasion. Logically, disciples with golden spiritual roots ought to be closely guarded. For it is often said that those who cannot thrive are deemed worthless. However, esteemed sects like the Dao Tian sect, one of the foremost in the North Xian region, harbor no such reservations. Great sects do not conceal their talented disciples, rather, they celebrate them far and wide. Firstly, it enhances the sect's prestige. Secondly, it instills a sense of value in their disciples, making them feel appreciated by the sect. After submitting their invitations at the mountain gate, various sects were guided by the disciples of the Dao Tian sect toward the Tianxian peak, where the ceremony would take place. Explicitly stated on the invitations that the conferral of the purple-clad disciples would occur at the martial arena there. During this time, many disciples from the human and earth peaks were fortunate enough to ascend Tianxian peak to witness the conferral ceremony. Today, the Dao Tian sect was bustling with activity. Yet the miscellaneous peak was under strict orders. All miscellaneous disciples were prohibited from descending the mountain during the ceremony. This prohibition starkly highlighted their lowly status and position within the sect. Boom! 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 A series of deep and solemn bell tolls resonated from Tianxian peak, reaching the ears of the miscellaneous peak, compelling numerous disciples to gaze toward that direction. Though they could see nothing, they understood that the ceremony to confer the title of purple-clad disciple was about to commence. How enviable it is! To ascend to the ranks of the purple-clad is akin to soaring to the heavens. When will we, the ants, have our turn to rise? I know you have the time to lament, but it would be wiser to devote yourself to arduous cultivation, lest you find your aspirations forever out of reach. As for the purple-clad title, even joining the human peak feels like a dream forever beyond my grasp. Alas! Ah, my friends, you are thinking too far ahead, for now. Let us strive to first escape this halfway point on the mountain. The ceremony will undoubtedly be grand and magnificent, but alas, we have no opportunity to witness it. The servant disciples lamented in their own way, their hearts heavy with a sense of melancholy and unshakable disappointment. The four young men, including Yu Zhang, who had arrived from Tianqing City a few days prior, displayed expressions of profound complexity. Humph! Are you also idle? At that moment, Shen Lifu appeared, his rotund figure commanding attention as he barked his reprimand. The disciples, startled, quickly bowed and fled to attend to their own affairs. Shen Lifu felt a surge of dissatisfaction within. He was confined to the servant's peak, compelled to watch the servant disciples while yearning to witness the events firsthand. Most importantly, he had never set foot on Tianxian Peak in his entire life. With a sigh, Shen Lifu's thoughts drifted westward. He recalled Su Yang mentioning that Chen Xun was a friend of Zhao Ting, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Though only a few days had passed, he surmised that Zhao Ting had likely forgotten Chen Xun's existence altogether. Chapter 29, The Ceremony Begins. Chen Xun ascends the mountain. How noisy it is! Chen Xun had intended to rest in his humble abode, but the deep, resounding chimes disturbed his peace. Abruptly rising from his bed, he hurried out of the grass hut, casting an irritated glance towards the source of the clamor, and dashed down the path toward the foot of the mountain. Some disciples noticed Chen Xun heading downhill but thought little of it, assuming he was merely going to sweep. As everyone knew that he was responsible for tidying the trail from the base to halfway up the mountain. With fervent haste, Chen Xun soon arrived at the foot of Tianxian Peak. Halt! Who are you? Two guarding disciples blocked his path, their voices stern. They glared at Chen Xun, already in a foul mood from being unable to attend the sealing ceremony due to their duty. Simultaneously, they took note of Chen Xun's attire, their expressions shifting to suspicion. This outfit does not belong to our Dao Tian sect, they thought. What is going on? Chen Xun crossed his arms and tilted his chin, his usual manic grin replaced by an expression of displeasure. Hey, it's quite noisy up here.
I can't even get a moment's rest, you know? The two disciples were taken aback. What? One of them even scratched his ear, uncertain. Did you just say it's noisy on Tianxian Peak? Yes. Chen Xun affirmed with a nod of seriousness. Ah, ha ha ha. The two disciples exchanged bewildered glances, unable to suppress their laughter, quickly covering their mouths. After scrutinizing Chen Xun for a moment, they began to channel their inner spiritual energy, preparing to subdue this audacious individual. Sensing their intent, Chen Xun shook his head vigorously, saying, "Hey, hey, hey, you're not actually going to lay hands on me, are you?" The disciples paused, their expressions tightening as they exchanged glances before suddenly springing into action. In the next instant, Chen Xun vanished from sight, appearing behind them, delivering two swift and precise strikes to their necks. The two disciples fell forward, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Chen Xun, glancing at the incapacitated pair, patted his chest in relief, his face a mask of horror. "Phew, fortunately, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. I almost fell into your hands." If the two unconscious disciples could hear Chen Xun's current musings, they would surely shout in indignation, "Who exactly struck whom? And why are you the one trembling in fear?" With the two obstructive disciples dispatched, Chen Xun hummed a tune, swaggering up Tianxian Peak, an ascent forbidden to the likes of the menial disciples and even the stewards for their entire lives. As he climbed, Chen Xun sang merrily, appearing rejuvenated, perusing a book devoid of words with fervent eyes, undeterred by the journey. "Indeed, I am invincible, those two strikes just now took them down effortlessly. What a marvelous book this is." At Tianxian Peak, the martial arena was bustling with figures. In the rear stood over 2,000 outer disciples of the Daotian sect. In front of them were the stewards and elders from the outer sect. In the center of the martial arena stood over 500 disciples of the Daotian sect's inner door. Before this assembly of inner disciples were the various stewards and elders, among whom stood the notable Xinhe. Flanking the arena were representatives from various invited sects, all observing the Daotian disciples, stewards, and elders with a mix of astonishment. To these esteemed sects, the Daotian sect truly embodied the pinnacle of the North Xian realm, its overall strength undeniably ranking among the elite. With this thought in mind, the representatives from each sect turned their gazes towards the figures at the forefront of the arena, their eyes flickering with admiration and other inscrutable emotions. Simultaneously, the outer and inner disciples and elders of Daotian sect were fixated on those few figures ahead, their expressions filled with reverence. For these figures represented the pride of their sect, 14 exceptionally gifted disciples clad in purple robes, alongside 9 core elders. The 14 purple-robed disciples stood silently behind the 9 core elders, basking in the attention and glory of the moment. However, the true focus of the day was not upon them, but rather on the newly initiated junior brother, Zhao Ting, who had yet to make his entrance and would soon arrive alongside the sect master. Just then, a sound of footsteps resonated through the arena as Nangong Yao and Zhao Ting entered one after the other. Instantly, countless gazes converged on Zhao Ting, who was following closely behind Nangong Yao. The disciples and elders of Daotian sect regarded Zhao Ting with awe. Is this the newly appointed disciple in purple? As Zhao Ting, bowing his head and moving forward, caught sight of the scene, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had encountered the sect master. The multitude of disciples, stewards, and elders immediately bowed in respect, calling out in reverence. After assessing Zhao Ting, representatives from the various sects stood as well, greeting Nangong Yao with hand gestures of respect and flattery. "Ah, sect master Nangong, it has been a decade since our last meeting. You appear even more resplendent than before. Truly, Daotian sect has gained another gifted disciple today, how enviable. It is indeed a blessing for Daotian sect." Previously, it was often heard that Daotian sect was a foremost power in the North Xin cultivation world. Indeed, seeing it in person was far more impressive than mere hearsay. My own heavenly immortal pavilion pales in comparison to Daotian sect. Nangong Yao stepped forward, a gentle smile adorning his face as he addressed the gathered sects. "You honor my Daotian sect with your presence at this ceremony for the conferment of the purple robes. We are deeply privileged. While these sects may not rival Daotian sect individually, united they formed a formidable force, and as the host and sect master." Nangong Yao was mindful of this. "Not at all, sect master Nangong, your words are too kind. To witness the conferment of purple robes is indeed a delightful occasion. one influential representative remarked with a smile. Nan Gongyao nodded slightly and gestured for everyone to take their seats. Once the representatives had settled,
Nan Gongyao glanced at Zhao Ting and then stated calmly, "Zhao Ting, step forward." Startled, Zhao Ting hurriedly advanced and knelt upon the prepared mat.
Nan Gongyao nodded and announced,
"Let the ceremony for the conferment of the purple robes commence." With that, the disciples surrounding the arena began to beat the drums vigorously. In the midst of a cacophony of drums, the esteemed elder Lu Yunjian stepped forth from the ranks of the core elders, approaching Zhao Ting with measured grace. He gently raised his hand, prompting several disciples to enter, holding aloft trays above their heads, bowing as they positioned themselves behind Lu Yunjian.
Lu Yunjian surveyed the gathering.
His voice resonant as he declared, "Disciple Zhao Ting possesses extraordinary talent, being endowed with a gold attribute spiritual root. Following the directive of our sect leader, I hereby appoint Zhao Ting as the 15th purple-robed disciple of our Dao Tian sect.
Let this moment be witnessed here today."
A wave of applause surged through the martial arena, a thunderous applause that echoed like a tempest.
At that instant, Zhao Ting's mind was a blank slate,
his body tingling with an indescribable sensation that he relished.
Lu Yunjian continued, "This is the celestial purple Xianyuan robe, a treasure of our sect. Its true efficacy you shall come to understand in due course."
He retrieved the purple robe from the tray, presenting it to Zhao Ting.
Zhao Ting accepted it promptly, feeling its cool and smooth texture, which he found utterly enchanting. Lu Yunjian nodded approvingly and continued to extract various items from the tray, presenting them one by one to Zhao Ting.
"This is the identity token of a purple-robed disciple, the complete Dao Tian scripture, and the sword designated for purple-robed disciples." Amidst the envious gazes of his peers, Zhao Ting accepted these precious items with trembling hands. Feeling the weight of their significance, he earnestly proclaimed, "I, Zhao Ting, am profoundly grateful for the cultivation bestowed upon me by the sect. Henceforth, all my endeavors will prioritize the sect's interests. In life, I am a child of the sect. In death, I shall be its spirit. As long as the sect does not forsake me, I, Zhao Ting, shall remain steadfast in loyalty." His heartfelt words elicited nods of approval from the gathered crowd, who regarded him with admiration, recognizing his gratitude and sense of duty. Those of strong character often embody one of two extremes. Zhao Ting clearly belonged to the latter.
"Excellent." South Palace Yao interjected with a smile, adding, "Now that you have been honored with the purple robe, it is time to take on a master." Upon hearing this,
Lu Yunjian bowed respectfully and turned to the fourth elder, Shuningshang, among the core elders. "Elder 4, it is your turn to accept a disciple."
At this revelation, the disciples gasped in astonishment.
How remarkable that Zhao Ting would become the true heir of Elder 4.
As the elder of punishments, Shu Ningchang wielded significant authority.
With Zhao Ting already a purple-robed disciple and now under the tutelage of such a powerful figure, he would surely stride confidently within the sect. The disciples were consumed with envy. As the applause continued to resonate, Shu Ningchang smiled and nodded, stepping forward to stand before Zhao Ting.
Just as the master-disciple ceremony was about to commence, an abrupt voice shattered the atmosphere of the martial arena. "Enough with the noise. Can't anyone let me sleep in peace?"
The drumming ceased abruptly, and in an instant, the smiles on countless faces froze in place.
Silence enveloped the arena. The expressions of the outer and inner disciples, as well as the elders, soured, and even the esteemed Lu Yunjian and other core elders wore grim visages.
Today, at this grand sealing ceremony,
with so many sects and factions in attendance, such an incident has unexpectedly occurred. Indeed,
one can observe the peculiar expressions on the faces of individuals from various sections.
Consequently,
everyone in the martial arena turned their attention towards the source of the sound. And upon witnessing a young scholar clad in azure standing with hands on hips outside the arena, their gazes froze in astonishment.
Who is this person? However,
some individuals displayed notably transformed expressions, such as Shen He and the disciples like Su Yang, who had returned to the sect with Chen Xun. Once Zhao Ting snapped out of his daze, he felt as though the sky had collapsed, his face draining of all color.
"Chen, brother Chen." Chapter 30, the excitement of Nangon Yao, Shen He and Su Yan regained their composure, tumultuous emotions surged within them, their pupils constricting as they beheld Chen Xun.
Wasn't he supposed to be stationed at the servant's peak?
How could he possibly appear at the heavenly Xian peak, especially on such a momentous day? Gradually,
Chen He's body began to tremble imperceptibly, a manifestation of his panic. For Chen Xun was someone he had impulsively agreed to bring back to the sect at Zhao Ting's behest. The sudden appearance of Chen Xun at the conferral ceremony was bound to implicate him. The martial arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. Thousands of gazes converging upon Chen Xun, each filled with a myriad of emotions. Zhao Ting abruptly rose from his mat, intent on approaching Chen Xun. This action startled Chen He, who hurriedly communicated through thoughts, Zhao Ting, don't go over. Zhao Ting halted. Recognizing the familiar voice resonating in his mind, immediately recalling Chen He. Chen He continued to tremble as he urged urgently, Zhao Ting. Today marks your conferral as a disciple of the fourth elder in the purple attire. This gathering includes all the disciples and elders of the sect. And the sect leader is present as well. Most importantly, various sects are observing. If you err and bring disgrace to the Dao Tian sect, you will face severe repercussions. It is not worth risking everything for your reckless friend. Zhao Ting momentarily froze, his heart racing, cold sweat beating in his palms, uncertain of what to do. At that moment, no one noticed that the sect leader, Nangang Yao, was staring in astonishment at Chen Xun, his eyes reflecting surprise and delight. Senior! Chen Xun exclaimed, yes, this is much quieter now. Alright, I shall return to my slumber, do maintain this tranquility, ha ha ha. With a maniacal laugh. Chen Xun turned, swaying as he prepared to descend the mountain amidst a sea of bewildered gazes. Stop! At last, Lu Yunjian spoke coldly. Chen Xun paused, turning with curiosity towards Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian tilted his head, addressing the outer sect's faction, stating coolly, if I recall correctly. The heavenly Xian peak is guarded by outer sect disciples, correct? Upon hearing this, the outer sect disciples and elders trembled in fear, immediately kneeling down in unison. The elder in charge of the outer sect, Suan Song, responded with trepidation, indeed, it is our outer sect disciples who are responsible. Lu Yunjian snorted disdainfully, pointing at Chen Xun and inquiring, then tell me, how did this individual ascend? Suan Song's face turned ashen as he stammered, this. Lu Yunjian suddenly bellowed, do you realize what day it is? You will receive your punishment later. Suan Song's scalp tingled, his body shaking as he struggled to find words, harboring a deep resentment for the elders and disciples beneath him. If he were to be penalized as the elder in charge, the outer sect disciples and elders would undoubtedly suffer as well. More importantly, today, in front of such a large crowd, being reprimanded by the Grand Elder was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. Simultaneously, the crowd's curiosity regarding Chen Xun intensified, as his attire clearly did not belong to any disciple of the Dao Tian sect. How had he infiltrated the sect? Suan Song sensed Lu Yunjian's gaze and took a deep breath, understanding that the situation required immediate resolution. He commanded in a low voice. This young man has intruded upon the consecration ceremony and disrupted the order, displaying utter disregard for rules and discipline. Seize him and eliminate him on the spot. Yes. An outer sect steward immediately responded, swiftly rising and drawing his sword, rushing towards Chen Xun with a fierce glint in his eyes, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Yet, Chen Xun merely chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching danger. Zhao Ting, in a state of panic, felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Seeing this, Chen He hastily conveyed a warning through thought, Zhao Ting, Chen Xun's ignorance of decorum has led to this calamity. You have just ascended to the rank of purple robe. Do not involve yourself. Although purple robe disciples held a prestigious position within the Dao Tian sect, Chen He was acutely aware that in such a scenario, it was not the place of a purple robe disciple to speak. If Zhao Ting were to intervene, it would equate to his own ruin. Yet, Zhao Ting's gaze darted anxiously, fully cognizant of the grave consequences, but at that moment, he could not bear to witness Chen Xun's demise. After all, it was he who had introduced Chen Xun to the Dao Tian sect. If something were to happen to him, Zhao Ting would live with that guilt for a lifetime. Resolute, Zhao Ting steeled himself, summoning his courage, and shouted, spare him. Chen He's heart raced with anxiety, lamenting that he too could not escape the repercussions of this incident. The outer sect steward, having approached within mere yards of Chen Xun, suddenly halted, turning his head in disbelief towards Zhao Ting. At that moment,
the martial arena fell into an even deeper silence. The disciples gazed at this unfolding scene in shock, their hearts filled with confusion. Various sects present murmured in astonishment, realizing that their visit to the Daotian sect had not been in vain, as one spectacle followed another. Lu Yunjian and the other core elders also turned their attention to Zhao Ting, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. "Zhao Ting, what do you mean by this?" Lu Yunjian's tone was somewhat frosty. Zhao Ting, trembling and with his head bowed, responded, "Esteemed elder, this man is Chen Xun, a friend from the mortal realm. His intellect is unlike that of ordinary individuals. I implore you to spare his life." "A friend from the mortal realm? How could such a friend be present in the Daotian sect?" This question lingered in the minds of all present. Aware that he could not evade responsibility, Shinny stepped out from the ranks, kneeling and trembling as he spoke. "Esteemed elder, Chen Xun is a mortal without spiritual roots. I, Shin He, unwisely acquiesced to Zhao Ting's request and brought him to the sect, placing him at the servant's peak. I intended to report this matter after the consecration ceremony, but I never anticipated such an event would occur. I seek your forgiveness." Lu Yunjian noticed the peculiar glances from the surrounding sects and felt a twitch of his eyelids. This was nothing short of absurd. He understood that this could not continue, lest further complications arise, and the resolution of these matters would have to wait until after the apprenticeship ceremony. Just as Lu Yunjian was about to speak, Nan Gongyao, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected, "Enough. Let this matter rest, the apprenticeship ceremony must proceed." Seeing the sect leader's expression devoid of any anger, the crowd was filled with bewilderment. He. Chen Xun let out a mischievous laugh, turning to stroll down the mountain with a bounce in his step. Lu Yunjian commanded, "Do not let this person escape. Capture him first, and we shall deal with the consequences later." "Yes, sir." The outer sect steward, upon hearing the command, immediately pursued Chen Xun. Nan Gongyao narrowed his eyes and said, "Elder, did you not hear our sect leader declare that this matter ends here?" At the utterance of the sect leader, the outer sect steward's legs weakened, and he dared not move. Lu Yunjian, sensing the tone of Nan Gongyao, felt a tremor in his heart and promptly bowed, saying, "Yes, sect leader." Not only Lu Yunjian, but all the disciples and elders present, including representatives from various sects, were momentarily bewildered. "Very well, let us continue the apprenticeship ceremony. There is no need for the drums to be beaten." Nan Gongyao waved his hand. "Understood." The apprenticeship ceremony resumed. The elders and leaders from various sects congratulated Zhao Ting, offering words of encouragement. Throughout the proceedings, only Nan Gongyao appeared distracted, occasionally glancing towards the direction in which Chen Xun had departed. He was certain that the individual was the same elder he had encountered atop the little river peak. It was unexpected that he had arrived at his Daotian sect. Yet, he could not fathom why the elder seemed transformed, having heard earlier whispers of a mind unlike any other. What could have transpired? Could it be that the elder was experiencing life in a manner beyond his comprehension? Despite maintaining a composed exterior, Nan Gongyao's heart raced with excitement. He had nearly approached the elder to pay his respects, but the multitude of onlookers in the martial arena, especially representatives from various sects, made him refrain. He was acutely aware that such an action would only invite unnecessary complications for the elder. That day atop the little river peak, the elder had departed without a word, leaving Nan Gongyao with lingering regret. Yet now, with the elder within his sect, Nan Gongyao silently resolved to seize this opportunity at all costs. Chapter 31, The Anxious Treasurer. As the ceremonial proceedings concluded, Zhao Ting realized his aspiration of becoming a disciple wearing the purple robes, and he was honored to be the true disciple of the fourth elder, Xuningshang. With the festivities behind them, the disciples from various peaks gradually departed from the martial arena, making their way down to the foot of Tianxian Peak. It was evident that the external disciples, stewards, and elders were filled with trepidation, as the presiding elder, Suansong, wore a distinctly displeased expression, foretelling that they would soon face repercussions upon their return. Upon reaching the base of Tianxian Peak, the external disciples and elders were taken aback to find two mountain guards blissfully asleep on the ground. Their audacity to slack off during such a significant moment was astonishing, explaining how an ordinary person had managed to ascend the mountain unnoticed. As they beheld Suansong's dark demeanor,
some hurriedly approached to rouse the slumbering disciples.
Suansong erupted in fury, his voice booming, "Bind these two wretches and bring them back to me."
The two disciples, still in a daze, turned pale with fear as they were swiftly bound, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them.
Meanwhile, Nandong Yao engaged in casual conversation with various sect leaders before personally escorting them, alongside core elders, to the mountain gate.
At the entrance of Daotian sect,
the two mountain guards knelt on the ground, trembling with fear.
"Nandong sect leader, please come visit my humble abode when you have the time."
Nandong sect leader:
"We shall take our leave now."
Nandong sect leader: "Esteemed elders, please stay for a moment."
Nandong Yao smiled and clasped his hands, saying,
"Allow us to see you off from here." Subsequently, Nandong Yao and Elder Lu Yunjian watched with smiles as the sect leaders departed. However, once they were gone, the smiles of Nandong Yao and the elders gradually faded.
"Sect leader, shall we consider today's events at the martial arena concluded?"
Lu Yunjian pondered for a moment, uncertain in his inquiry.
Although the sect leader had indicated that it was over, the context of the ceremony had rendered the situation different, leaving Lu Yunjian unsure. The other elders also turned their gazes towards Nandong Yao. He nodded lightly and replied, "Indeed, I have made my position clear during the martial event.
Elders, please attend to your duties." With that, Nandong Yao entered the mountain gate.
The elders bowed in respect as he departed, slowly rising once he was out of sight. Exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts, the elders sensed something amiss with their leader, yet none dared to voice their concerns about Nandong Yao behind his back.
Shaking their heads,
they too gradually made their way into the mountain gate, leaving the events of the martial arena etched deeply in their memories.
As for Chen Xun,
having only recently joined Daotian sect, his reputation had swiftly spread throughout the sect, from the highest echelons to the disciples below. Following the conclusion of the purple robe conferral ceremony, news of Chen Xun's disruptive antics at the peak of Tianxian quickly reached the Servant's Peak.
In an instant, the Servant's Peak was thrown into chaos.
The previously spirited Chen Lifu was rendered anxious, immediately ordering his disciples to capture Chen Xun from the grass hut in the west.
Meanwhile,
Nandong Yao arrived at the foot of the Servant's Peak, gazing upward with a sense of reflection. This marked the first occasion for him at the Servant's Peak. Were it not for the presence of his senior, the esteemed leader Nandong Yao would never have graced this place.
To be precise,
the servant disciples are not regarded as true disciples of the Daotian sect. Each year, numerous servant disciples depart, with only those who break through the third layer of qi refinement eligible for promotion to the outer sect. It is only then that they can truly be considered disciples of the Daotian sect. With a sigh, Nandong Yao steadied his nerves, filled with both anticipation and anxiety, and soared into the air towards the mountain. As two servant disciples approached the western side and entered the thatched cottage, they discovered Chen Xun sprawled on the bed in a deep slumber.
The two exchanged glances, sighed in resignation, yet their eyes reflected profound admiration. This Chen Xun,
a mere mortal, had ascended the heavenly mystic peak, causing a disturbance in front of various dignitaries, and astonishingly, he emerged unscathed, truly remarkable.
For them,
merely ascending the heavenly mystic peak was a thought too grand to entertain.
"Chen Xun, wake up! The steward is calling for you," one disciple exclaimed, gently shaking him. "MMM."
Chen Xun stirred slowly, mumbling, "I was sleeping, what is the matter?" The two disciples were momentarily taken aback and could only approach him to assist him up. The stewardess' command was not to be disregarded. They hoisted Chen Xun out of the cottage, and he felt rather pleased. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, this is nice, delightful, how entertaining." The disciples' expressions darkened. It seemed Chen Xun had taken them for mere steeds. They continued to escort him towards the pavilion, but encountered a middle-aged man along the way. This middle-aged man was none other than Nandong Yao. Upon seeing Chen Xun, he initially felt a surge of joy, however, noticing him being supported by two servant disciples. His eyes narrowed as he said coolly, "Halt."
"Whom?"
The two disciples noticed Nandong Yao and exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who he might be. They had never seen him before. Yet, observing his demeanor, they sensed he was not an ordinary individual.
Could he be a steward from the outer or inner sect? But that seemed unlikely, as stewards from both sects don specific attire.
Nonetheless, it was evident that this middle-aged man held some standing within the sect.
May I inquire your identity? One disciple asked cautiously, bowing slightly.
Nan Gongyao leaned in, scrutinizing Chen Xun closely before inquiring, "Where are you taking him?" The disciple replied respectfully, "Esteemed senior. This fellow has caused quite a ruckus, and Steward Qian has instructed us to bring him back. As for the reason, surely it is for a lesson."
Nan Gongyao nodded slightly and said, "Very well, I shall accompany you."
The two disciples were bewildered but dared not protest. Thus, Chen Xun was comfortably carried along, with Nan Gongyao following behind, hands clasped behind his back, heading towards the pavilion.
However, Nan Gongyao's gaze remained fixed on Chen Xun, his eyes revealing deep contemplation.
Upon reaching the area designated for servant disciples, those who beheld Chen Xun being escorted could not help but murmur among themselves, their expressions a blend of admiration and astonishment. However, the presence of Nan Gongyao, who was overlooked by the disciples, lingered in the background, as he was unfamiliar to them. The steward had already been brought in by Chen Xun. Soon, Chen Xun was ushered into the loft by the disciples, with Nan Gongyao following closely behind.
Qian Laifu,
anxious and pacing back and forth, took a deep breath, suddenly turned his head, and glared at Chen Xun, bellowing,
"Do you have any idea the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? If this steward is punished by the higher-ups, you shall not escape unscathed." However, mid-yell,
Qian Laifu noticed Nan Gongyao standing quietly behind him, observing intently. Initially bewildered, Qian Laifu gazed at Nan Gongyao, but his pupils rapidly constricted in disbelief.
Ultimately,
his corpulent body gave way, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, trembling as he stammered, "As a small person pays respects to the esteemed sect master."
"What?"
The esteemed sect master. The two lowly disciples turned ashen, collapsing to their knees with a resounding thud, their foreheads pressed against the ground, shivering uncontrollably, their minds blank. Chapter 32, The Elder merely plays with mortals. At this moment, Qian Laifu trembled violently, his mind shrouded in confusion. He could hardly fathom that the sect master would descend upon a place like the Servant's Peak.
Had he not fortuitously glimpsed the sect master from a distance before?
He would surely be doomed today. This was the exalted sect master of the Daotian sect, a figure of paramount importance within the northern Xian immortal realm, renowned and celebrated. The Servant's Peak had historically seen little visitation even from outer sect stewards and elders, let alone someone of the sect master's caliber.
Two servant disciples knelt on the ground, holding their breath, not daring to move.
At this moment, Nan Gongyao remained silent, yet his mere presence intensified the pressure on Qian Laifu and the two disciples,
leaving them drenched in sweat.
With a trembling voice, Qian Laifu spoke, "Sect master, your appearance at the Servant's Peak is an honor for us. I shall command the disciples to gather everyone. There's no need." Nan Gongyao interrupted before Qian Laifu could finish. "Why yes, of course."
Qian Laifu quickly complied. Nan Gongyao remarked coolly, "Upon entering this pavilion, the first words I heard from you were about sparing no consideration for the elder."
"Elder? What elder?"
Qian Laifu's eyes widened in bewilderment. Soon, however, his pupils contracted sharply. Could it be that the sect master was referring to Chen Xun? This Qian Laifu's mind went blank.
Chen Xun was merely a deranged mortal. Why would the sect master address him as an elder? As for the two disciples, they had been in a state of confusion from the beginning, absorbing nothing. In a state of panic, Qian Laifu instinctively sought to clarify, but before he could utter a word, Nan Gongyao coldly declared, "Utterly outrageous." Startled, Qian Laifu bowed repeatedly, pleading, "Sect master, please spare me. Please have mercy." Nan Gongyao, with an impassive expression, cast a glance at Qian Laifu before turning to Chen Xun and bowing, "Elder, how would you like to proceed?" Hearing this, Qian Laifu's heart sank into despair. Yet, he could not fathom where the misunderstanding lay. Chen Xun was undeniably a madman, a fact beyond doubt. However, Qian Laifu had no time to ponder further, for his very life now rested in Chen Xun's hands. With a chuckle and a yawn, Chen Xun said, "Oh whoa, I still haven't had enough sleep." Nan Gongyao awkwardly chuckled and then turned to Qian Laifu, saying, "Since the elder wishes to rest, you shall take me to see where the elder resides." Initially relieved by Chen Xun's nonchalance, Qian Laifu's heart plummeted again upon hearing Nan Gongyao's intent to visit Chen Xun's dwelling. It was over, his life was surely at stake. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear, Chen Xun's status in the sect master's eyes was evidently established. Should the sect master see that Chen Xun resided in a dilapidated shack in the remote west, the consequences would be dire.
Yes, sect master. I shall take you to Elder
Chen's residence at once, Qian Lifu said with utmost respect, his heart filled with despair, resigned to face his fate. Qian Lifu initially intended to take Nangong Yao and Chen Xun to a more suitable residence, fabricating a story that it was indeed Chen Xun's dwelling.
After all,
Chen Xun was somewhat eccentric, and there was a chance that he could be deceived.
However, in the presence of the imposing Nangong Yao, Qian Lifu did not dare to utter a falsehood, regardless of how many lives he possessed.
Subsequently, under Qian Lifu's guidance, Chen Xun and Nangong Yao departed from the loft,
heading westward.
Meanwhile, the two servant disciples remained kneeling there, unable to regain their composure for quite some time.
A moment later, at the western side of the servant peak,
Nangong Yao gazed upon the humble grass hut before him and inhaled deeply.
You actually allowed a senior to reside in such a place? He remarked.
Qian Lifu knelt on the ground, weeping in fear. Great sect leader, spare me. I had heard that Senior Chen was merely a mortal brought here by Brother Zhao Ting. Elder Chen, he mentioned that as long as he was fed and had a place to stay, it sufficed. I had no inkling that Senior Chen was connected to the esteemed sect leader.
Woe is me.
Despite the inadequate living conditions, Qian Lifu reassured himself that he had never skimped on Chen Xun's meals. In fact, during these days, Chen Xun had dined the most among the entire mountainside. And he had even requested the dining hall to increase the portion sizes. The regret weighing upon Qian Lifu's heart was profound. He had believed that Chen Xun's mere association with Zhao Ting was already remarkable, but he never anticipated the connection to the sect leader. This revelation could very well cost him his life. Had he been able to care for Chen Xun, no, Senior Chen, to the best of his ability? It might have been a fortuitous opportunity for him as the steward of the servant peak. Now, however, not only was that chance obliterated, but his very life might also be at stake. Hearing this, Nangong Yao pursed his lips, choosing not to speak. As a discerning leader, he recognized the unpredictability of such matters and understood that the steward of the servant peak had not truly erred in his actions. Nangong Yao turned to the yawning Chen Xun beside him, bowing respectfully. Senior, I was unaware of your arrival at the Dao Tian sect.
Now that I am informed,
you must not continue residing at this servant peak.
Please, I implore you to accompany me to Dao Tian Peak.
Upon hearing this, Qian Lifu's eyes widened, and his heart raced.
Goodness, Dao Tian Peak.
That was the very place where the inner cabinet resided, as well as the mountain where the sect leader himself dwelled.
Typically,
even core elders resided at Tianxian Peak, only ascending to Dao Tian Peak for matters of great importance. Chen Xun shook his head in disbelief, casting a skeptical glance at Nangong Yao before yawning and darting into the grass hut, leaping onto the bed. Impatience echoed from within the hut as Chen Xun exclaimed,
let us go, I am utterly exhausted.
Nangong Yao paused momentarily, then smiled wryly, reminiscing about the time at Shaohe Peak. When the senior's melodious tunes attracted countless butterflies, he had exuded an air of grace and distinction.
Now, however,
the disparity between his current demeanor and that time was striking, two extremes.
Nangong Yao said, Senior, please do accompany me to Dao Tian Peak.
If you were to remain in this dilapidated place, I would find it unbearable. Yet, the response from the grass hut was merely the sound of Chen Xun snoring. With a resigned sigh, Nangong Yao could only shake his head. Qian Lifu knelt nearby, his heart racing in trepidation. Within the entire Dao Tian sect,
who would dare treat the sect leader in such a manner? Only Chen.
Elder Chen, perhaps. It is no wonder that Elder Chen was able to stir up trouble at Tianxian Peak and emerge unscathed. It all makes perfect sense.
After a long while, Nangong Yao finally bowed slightly before departing.
Upon witnessing this, Qian Lifu exhaled in relief and hastily rose to follow suit, bowing in deference. Do not presume that the elder is merely an ordinary mortal, he is but a transient player in this world.
As he spoke, Nangong Yao vanished into the air. Farewell, esteemed sect leader.
Qian Lifu hurriedly bid him farewell.
Moments later, he straightened, wiping the sweat from his brow. With the sect leader not having reprimanded him,
Qian Lifu felt an immense sense of relief, yet he understood that perhaps the sect leader simply regarded him, a mere servant of the miscellaneous peak, with indifference. considering the stature of the sect leader. Nonetheless, pride swelled within Qian Laifu. It was indeed a rare honor to converse so closely with the sect leader. A privilege he felt was worth any sacrifice. Reflecting on the sect leader's earlier words, his heart trembled. No wonder the sect leader displayed such humility towards Elder Chen. It appears that Elder Chen is far from an ordinary person. He is, in fact, a reclusive figure of great significance. It stands to reason that Elder Chen and the sect leader must share a profound connection. Indeed, it should have been obvious. Elder Chen's terrifying appetite could hardly be that of an ordinary individual. With this thought, Qian Laifu felt an overwhelming anxiety. After all, such a distinguished figure, one whom even the sect leader regarded with respect, resided at the miscellaneous peak, making it difficult for him not to feel apprehensive. Concurrently, Qian Laifu resolved to exert his utmost efforts to serve Elder Chen with the utmost dedication in the future. Chapter 33, The Astonishment of Chun Yangshan. On the morning 2 days later, Chen Xun was diligently tidying up the mountain path, while Qian Laifu, bent over in a position of servitude, respectfully implored, "Senior Chen, given your esteemed status, perhaps you might refrain from such menial tasks?" Chen Xun, as he continued his sweeping, cast a sidelong glance at Qian Laifu, teasingly sticking out his tongue, and replied with palpable excitement, "I warn you, do not bother me." At once, Qian Laifu fell silent, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Over the past 2 days, he had earnestly endeavored to persuade Senior Chen to abandon the humble dwelling, having arranged for more suitable accommodations. Yet, his pleas had proven fruitless. Moreover, he dared not allow Senior Chen to undertake the chore of cleaning, but no matter how he implored, it was to no avail. As Chen Xun continued his task, he suddenly expressed his annoyance. Hey, could you refrain from following me incessantly? It's quite bothersome." Startled, Qian Laifu chuckled nervously. Yes, I shall take my leave at once." At that moment, Zhao Ting came running towards them. Brother Chen! Brother Chen! Though Qian Laifu had never encountered Zhao Ting before, the sight of his resplendent violet robe sent a jolt of recognition through him. He was a disciple of the purple robe. Instantly, he understood the identity of the approaching figure and hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, Brother Zhao." Qian Laifu seldom had the opportunity to interact with the disciples of the purple robe, and even a fleeting glance was a rarity. However, having recently met the sect leader, he managed to steady his nerves. "Brother Chen, today I shall escort you to meet my revered master, so she may have a look at you," Zhao Ting said with a smile as he approached. Meanwhile, Qian Laifu stood by, bowing respectfully, yet internally lamenting his situation. How fortunate he had thought Zhao Ting would have little contact with him after becoming a disciple of the purple robe, yet now he found Zhao Ting to be remarkably affable. Cursed be his misjudgment, for he would forever remain a lowly servant at the bottom of the hierarchy. It appeared the rumors of Brother Zhao's efforts to support Senior Chen were indeed true. Clearly, Zhao Ting regarded Senior Chen as a friend. It was noteworthy that Zhao Ting likely remained unaware of the true stature of his companion, one whom even the sect leader must treat with reverence. Of course, Qian Laifu would not presume to voice such thoughts. He recognized it was not his place as a mere servant to speak. Chen Xun scratched his head in confusion. And seeing this, Zhao Ting snatched the broom from Chen Xun's hands, tossed it to Qian Laifu, and pulled Chen Xun along. "Come now, Brother Chen. Let us not keep our master waiting." As Qian Laifu watched the two depart, he glanced down at the broom in his hands and quietly resumed his sweeping. At that moment, several other servant disciples passed by, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Heavens! What has possessed the normally indolent fat servant? The servant disciples were blissfully unaware of the circumstances. For the two servants who had previously encountered Nangong Yao had kept the matter to themselves, fearing the repercussions of sharing such information. At Tianxian Peak, within the Hall of Punishment, Zhao Ting led Chen Xun inside, where they found Chun Yangshan already awaiting their arrival. "Master, Brother Chen has arrived," Zhao Ting announced, bowing deeply. He. Chen Xun gazed at Chun Yangshan, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Chun Yangshan remained unconcerned. She had long been aware of Chen Xun's basic circumstances through Zhao Ting. Moreover, Chen Xun, as an exceptional existence, was known to everyone in the sect. She stepped forward, scrutinizing him before speaking coolly. "Chen Xun, you should consider yourself fortunate. The incident that transpired at Tianxian Peak's martial arena a few days ago could have resulted in severe repercussions, yet the sect leader chose to forgive you with ease. Had it not been for Zhao Ting's persistent pleas, I would not have intervened on your behalf. Beside them, Zhao Ting's expression shifted slightly. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Xu Ningxiang turned her attention to him, saying, I may assist your friend, but you must remember. You have only just embarked on the path of immortality. You have only recently begun to cultivate spiritual energy, and moving forward, you must devote yourself to your training, ensuring that external distractions do not sway you. Zhao Ting immediately bowed, replying, Disciple will remember. Xu Ningxiang nodded, then reached out to grasp Chen Xun's wrist, intending to take his pulse. However, in the next moment, her pupils dilated, and she instinctively recoiled, stepping back in disbelief as she looked at Chen Xun. Zhao Ting, witnessing this, expressed both confusion and concern, asking, Master, what is the nature of Chen Xun's affliction? Can it be cured? Xu Ningxiang concealed her trembling hand behind her back, a sight hidden from Zhao Ting. Taking a steadying breath, Xu Ningxiang fixed her gaze on Chen Xun and commanded, Zhao Ting, you may leave. Understood, Zhao Ting replied, not daring to disobey. He cast a quick glance at Chen Xun before hastily exiting the punishment hall. Xu Ningxiang focused intently on Chen Xun, stating, You are not an ordinary person. Speak, what is your purpose for infiltrating the Dao Tian sect? When she had taken his pulse earlier, her heart had raced, as if struck by an electric current. Xu Ningxiang was convinced that Chen Xun's apparent madness was merely a fade. He, too, was a cultivator, and an exceptionally formidable one at that. Chen Xun regarded her with suspicion, muttering, Crazy. You. Xu Ningxiang hesitated, though her expression remained neutral, her heart simmering with indignation. Was she truly the one who was insane? Chen Xun, disinterested in her ire, withdrew a wordless book from his robes, fervently flipping through its pages while humming a tune, swaying as he made his way outside. Did this elder permit your departure? You shall not leave the punishment hall without revealing your intentions for entering the sect today. Xu Ningxiang cast a cold gaze at Chen Xun as he continued to stride forward, unwavering. As he persisted in his departure, her demeanor hardened. Conjuring a bundle of ropes in her hand, she chanted an incantation, causing the ropes to emit a ghostly glow, resembling a striking serpent as they lunged toward Chen Xun. Crack! Just as the ropes neared him, without any visible action from Chen Xun, they shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Xu Ningxiang stumbled back, a pained gasp escaping her lips as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her expression towards his retreating figure transformed entirely. A powerful individual. Drawing a deep breath, Xu Ningxiang refrained from further obstructing Chen Xun's exit. Instead, she quickly retrieved a talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. As it began to glow, she spoke gravely, Sect leader, a formidable presence has infiltrated the sect. It is none other than my disciple Zhao Ting's enigmatic friend, Chen Xun. Before my binding spirit lock could even approach him, it was shattered piece by piece. Meanwhile, within the ethereal confines of Dao Tian Peak, Nangong Yao listened intently to the message from Xu Ningxiang. Initially, his expression was frigid, but upon realizing it was Chen Xun, he could not help but break into a series of bitter smiles. Ah, Senior Chen, it seems the matter is of no concern. Although Xu Ningxiang did not elucidate the situation in her message, Nangong Yao had surmised its essence. Presumably, Zhao Ting had accompanied Senior Chen to seek Xu Ningxiang's medical expertise, which led to this incident. Nangong Yao also produced a talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy, and coldly uttered a brief warning, Elder 4, do not panic. That is Senior Chen. Let him proceed with whatever he desires. Do not impede him, lest you provoke Senior Chen's ire, which would only bring you suffering. Our sect lacks both the capability and the courage to rectify the situation on your behalf. At the punishment hall of Tianxian Peak, upon hearing Nangong Yao's words, Xu Ningxiang stood rooted to the spot in astonishment. Chapter 34, The Passage of Time and the Cunning Elders Outside the Punishment Hall. Zhao Ting spotted Chen Xun emerging and inquired, Brother Chen? Yet Chen Xun appeared lost in contemplation, humming a soft tune as he descended the mountain. Zhao Ting hesitated, intending to rush after him, but was interrupted by Xu Ningxiang stepping out of the punishment hall, calling, Zhao Ting. Pausing in his tracks, Zhao Ting promptly turned to bow. Master. Xu Ningxiang nodded, her gaze lingering on Chen Xun's retreating figure. Her lips moved as she asked, How did you come to know your friend?
Believing his master sought to understand Chen Xun's condition, Zhao Ting replied, "Master, my acquaintance with Brother Chen was quite serendipitous. It unfolded like this." He then recounted the initial encounter with Chen Xun in meticulous detail, even relaying Chen Xun's assertion of possessing spiritual essence and the demeanor of a cultivator. With a sigh, Zhao Ting concluded, "The very next day after we met, Brother Chen suddenly lost his sanity, though he still vaguely recognized me." Xu Ningqiang nodded slowly, her eyes flickering as she regarded Zhao Ting, appearing as though she wished to speak but hesitated. Zhao Ting, taken aback, anxiously queried, "Master, is there a remedy for Brother Chen's condition?" Observing Zhao Ting's concern, Xu Ningqiang sighed inwardly, pondering the implications of Zhao Ting befriending someone whom even the sect leader approached with caution. She herself harbored many uncertainties, such as the true identity of this esteemed Chen and how the sect leader knew him, among other queries. Closing her eyes, she remarked, "Zhao Ting, you need not worry about your friend. Have you considered that he may not be an ordinary person?" With that, she left a bewildered Zhao Ting in her wake and returned to the hall, where she intended to tend to her injuries sustained from a recent backlash. Concealing her discomfort from Zhao Ting. Outside the punishment hall, Zhao Ting remained in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend her words. After a long pause, a rueful smile crossed his face as he recalled, "Oh, I forgot to mention to my master that Brother Chen hails from a family of cultivators. It seems he truly is extraordinary. Did my master perceive this?" In his first year at the Daotian sect, Chen Xun's days were filled with a monotonous routine of eating, sweeping, and sleeping. Aside from sleep, Xian Laifu never ceased to follow Chen Xun, constantly inquiring about his well-being and even suggesting alternative living arrangements. All of which Chen Xun politely declined. The disciples residing on the mid-slope of the miscellaneous peak gradually began to notice the peculiar treatment Chen Xun received from the steward and abnormal kindness bestowed upon an ordinary person. Word spread, and upon learning that Chen Xun was a friend of the purple-clad disciple Zhao Ting, many were taken aback, realizing the implications. No wonder he received such treatment. Yet, in a sect with rigid hierarchies, could such favoritism truly exist, especially towards a disciple of the purple robes? Later on, many disciples bore witness to the enchanting sight of Brother Zhao Ting in his purple robes, engaging in casual discourse with Chen Xun upon the mountain path. This revelation instilled a profound belief among them, prompting silent admiration. Despite Chen Xun's apparent madness, he was indeed fortunate to have a steadfast friend like Brother Zhao Ting, whose sincerity never wavered. During this period, Zhao Ting began to reveal his remarkable talents, achieving the extraordinary feat of channeling spiritual energy into his body within half a day, cultivating his qi to the third level in 10 days, and establishing a solid foundation in 100 days, thus crafting a tale of excellence. His innate gifts astounded the Daotian sect, particularly the disciples from the Servant's Peak, who felt the immense pressure of his prodigious talent. A foundation established in merely 100 days. The accomplishments of a purple-robed disciple, achieved in such a short time, represented a dream unattainable for the servant disciples throughout their entire lives. It is an undeniable truth that individuals differ vastly. This is the reality. Zhao Ting is, without a doubt, a genius. His 100-day foundation, even among the purple-robed disciples of the Tianxian Peak, stands as an unprecedented achievement. This serves as a testament to Zhao Ting's extraordinary abilities. Listening to the elders' praises, Xu Ningqiang felt a sense of pride, especially on the day of his foundation establishment. The sect leader, Nangong Yao, personally attended, smiling as he offered Zhao Ting a commendation. "You are remarkable." Speaking of Nangong Yao, despite his busy schedule as the sect leader, he frequently made clandestine visits to the grass hut on the western side of the Servant's Peak throughout the year, always bringing fine wine. Although Chen Xun spoke in a frenzied manner, his occasional profound insights greatly inspired and impacted Nangong Yao, to the extent that he felt a subtle shift in his own realm. Grateful to the point of tears, Nangong Yao regarded Chen Xun as a transcendent figure, one far beyond his own reach. After each enlightening session, Nangong Yao would bow deeply to Chen Xun, eventually addressing him as master. In Nangong Yao's heart, Chen Xun's status grew increasingly elevated, resembling that of a mentor guiding him along his path of cultivation. The Servant's Peak, which Nangong Yao had previously never dared to tread, had magically transformed into his sanctuary of enlightenment. As Nangong Yao frequented the Servant's Peak, though discreetly, the disciples remained oblivious. However, the core elders gradually took notice. The fourth elder, Xu Ningqiang, was already aware of Chen Xun's uniqueness,
but the fervor with which sect leader Nan Gongniao regarded that senior still left her astonished, deepening the air of mystery surrounding Chen Xun in her mind. By the end of the first year, some disciples of the Servant's Peak, having reached their limits, chose to depart from the Dao Tian sect in solitude, returning to the mundane world. In stark contrast, Zhao Ting had attained the mid-foundation stage, a speed that could only be described as meteoric. One evening, Nan Gongniao visited the grass hut once more. Though winter had arrived, the sacred mountain of the Dao Tian sect remained untouched by snow, perpetually basking in spring-like warmth, with the sounds of insects resonating in the fields. Chen Xun sat on the ground, shaking his head and indulging in his nonsensical ramblings. Nan Gongniao joined him, sitting on the earth beside him, entirely unbothered by the disheveled surroundings, attentively listening to Chen Xun's erratic musings, occasionally brightening with understanding and nodding in agreement, uttering, "Master speaks wisely." When Chen Xun yawned and retreated into the grass hut, the sounds of his deep slumber filling the air, Nan Gongniao finally regained his composure, slowly rising and bowing toward the hut before making his exit. As in times past, Nan Gongniao arrived at the densely overgrown mountain path, preparing to ascend from the Servant's Peak. Yet, just as he was about to depart, his gaze shifted, and he remarked irritably, "A group of furtive individuals, why do you not reveal yourselves?" The atmosphere fell silent. With a rustling sound, a number of core elders awkwardly emerged from the nearby thicket. The elders exchanged glances, some clearing their throats, others casting shifty eyes, all displaying palpable guilt. Nan Gongniao turned to face the elders, including Lu Yunjian, and said coolly, "With your skills at concealment, did you truly believe you could deceive our sect? How audacious of you all to conspire together and track my movements." Indeed, all 9 core elders were present. Seeing that the other elders were looking to him for guidance, Lu Yunjian could only clear his throat and say, "Ahem, esteemed sect leader, you have misunderstood us. We would never dare to follow you. We merely thought it was an opportune time to visit the Servant's Peak, as the evening scenery is quite splendid. And encountering you was purely coincidental." Chapter 35, The Shock of the Core Elders. Nan Gongniao nodded and surveyed them, saying, "What a refined gathering to enjoy the scenery at the Servant's Peak, esteemed elders." A chorus of awkward laughter followed. Lu Yunjian forced a smile and inquired, "Is the sect master also here to admire the view?" Nan Gongniao's expression turned icy. "What? Has the Grand Elder now taken it upon himself to oversee my affairs?" Lu Yunjian hurriedly bowed, "I dare not, sect master. You misunderstand, I merely expressed curiosity, just a harmless inquiry." Nan Gongniao narrowed his eyes. "Very well. I shall return to the heavenly peak. If you wish to savor the scenery, please do so." With that, he feigned an intention to leave. "Ah, sect master!" Lu Yunjian called out urgently. Nan Gongniao turned back, casting a glance at the elders, and with a huff of feigned ignorance, asked, "Enough of the pretense, speak plainly. What brings you here?" Lu Yunjian glanced at Chuningchang, then lowered his head cautiously. "Over the past year, we have observed that the sect master frequently visits the Servant's Peak. Today, our curiosity compelled us to come as a group." The second elder, Lu Xianin, and the third elder, Zhang Bailu, exchanged awkward glances. A year had passed, and they were not blind. The Servant's Peak had seemingly transformed into a sacred site, with the sect master visiting quite regularly. Initially, some elders had contemplated visiting individually or in pairs, but out of trepidation of incurring Nan Gongniao's ire, they convened today to approach together. Surely, the sect master would not unleash his wrath upon them, the core elders. In truth, they already held a vague understanding, gleaned from Chuningchang. When they first noticed the sect master's unusual behavior, Chuningchang had mentioned that there was a formidable figure at the Servant's Peak. The elders were immediately taken aback. A powerful individual at the Servant's Peak? After pressing for more information, Chuningchang, restrained by Nan Gongniao's presence, had withheld further details. Now, witnessing the elders' eager expressions, Nan Gongniao had no choice but to shake his head in resignation and gesture towards the thatched cottage, saying, "Very well. I shall disclose that I frequently visit the Servant's Peak to pay my respects to a certain gentleman." "What? To pay respects to a gentleman?" The elders were astonished. And even Chuningchang's heart raced. If memory served, the sect master had previously referred to this individual as a senior. It was unexpected that in the span of a year, the address had deepened. To have the sect master call him gentleman indicated this person's exceptional stature.
In the realm of cultivation,
individuals of higher status are usually addressed as senior, while those of equal standing or unknown rank are referred to as fellow cultivator. The title gentleman carried a profound respect.
Who could this esteemed figure at the servant's peak be? When had he arrived? And why did he choose to reside there? Above all, what piqued the curiosity of Lu Yunjian and the other elders was the identity of this eminent person.
Their minds were swirling with questions.
Nangong Yao smiled and remarked, "Do you all recall the day Zhao Ting was bestowed the title of Purple Robe?" Apart from Chu Ningqiang, Lu Yunjian and the others looked at one another in confusion.
On the day Zhao Ting was bestowed the Purple Robe, they undoubtedly remembered, for it had been a mere year since. Compounded by the chaotic incident involving a deranged mortal at the time, the memory was indelibly etched in their minds.
Suddenly, it seemed as if the crowd had noticed a particular detail.
Thus, their gazes turned towards Nangong Yao, seeking answers.
Nangong Yao, without uttering a word, merely nodded lightly.
Observing this, the elder's pupils gradually contracted.
It was he.
The gentleman referred to by the sect leader was indeed him.
No wonder, it all made sense now.
At the ceremony of the purple robe bestowal, before the eyes of various sects, such an incident had occurred. Anyone else would have faced dire consequences. Yet the sect leader had merely brushed it aside with a light remark. That event had troubled the elders for quite some time.
And today they finally received their answer.
Lu Yunjian was momentarily lost in thought and stumbled slightly.
Fortunately, Lu Xianyin and Zhang Bailu were quick to support him on either side.
"Elder, what ails you?"
Lu Xianyin inquired with concern.
The others were equally puzzled.
Lu Yunjian, pale in countenance, murmured, "Sect leader, did I speak harshly to that esteemed elder on that day? The incident was truly unintentional. Had I known the elder's true identity beforehand, I would never have dared." The crowd immediately understood.
Nangong Yao sighed in resignation and said, "Do not worry, elder. As you said, had you known in advance, ignorance is no sin.
We shall find another day for you to sincerely apologize to the gentleman in person."
Lu Yunjian finally exhaled with relief, his spirit visibly lifted. Zhang Bailu suddenly interjected, "Sect leader, I recall that the elder is a friend of Zhao Ting. But how could Zhao Ting possibly be connected to him? Given how the elder is treated even by the sect leader, Zhao Ting, despite being a disciple in purple, still has a significant gap in status." Seeing the confusion among the crowd, Chu Ningqiang explained, "I have some insight into this matter.
My disciple, prior to joining our sect, coincidentally met Elder Chen the day before he was recruited."
Nangong Yao and the elders nodded in understanding. This clarified matters. Zhao Ting truly was a person of profound fortune. Not only was he exceptionally gifted, but he had also fortuitously encountered that esteemed elder, a testament to his remarkable destiny.
However, one must wonder, does Zhao Ting still perceive this friend as merely a mortal? Sect leader, then, why would Elder Chen? One elder cautiously hesitated. Though the words were not fully articulated, the implication was clear.
They merely wished to inquire why Elder Chen was in such a deranged state. Nangong Yao shook his head and replied, "Not at all, you are merely blinded by a single leaf. The gentleman is not mad, he merely plays among mortals." As he spoke, a look of reminiscence appeared in Nangong Yao's eyes, and he remarked, "What you elders do not know is that, upon our return from the southern heavens,
we passed through a secluded wilderness where we encountered the gentleman.
At that time, he was not as he is now but was seated atop a mountain, playing celestial melodies that attracted numerous birds and butterflies, truly ethereal, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent sage." The elders' gazes sharpened, their ears perked in keen interest. It is understood that it was from there that the esteemed Chen elder was acquainted with the sect leader.
Listening to the leader's description, the elder's eyes glimmered with yearning.
Nangong Yao continued, "At that time, our sect was on the rise, eager to make an introduction and present ourselves.
Alas!
The gentleman merely remarked that it was a chance encounter and suggested it would be better left unmentioned, and like grains of sand, he vanished without a trace."
Truly, it was as if he were a celestial being. A grave expression clouded Nangong Yao's gaze as he added, "Perhaps the elders are unaware.
But such feats are beyond our nascent soul stage. Even a transformation stage true monarch, I dare assert, would be utterly incapable of such." Having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and having endured the tribulation of transformation, Nan Gongya was poised to break through to the transformation stage imminently, thus possessing a profound understanding of the methods employed therein. The elders were left in a state of astonishment, merely hearing the leader's account. It was evident that this elder was extraordinary. It seems there truly are such individuals in this world. Well, the hour is late, and the gentleman requires rest. Do not disturb him further, let us depart, Nan Gongya gestured. Indeed, the elders bowed in response, yet their hearts remained tumultuous. Chapter 36, In the Blink of an Eye. 3 years of turmoil in Beixian in the second year of Chen Xun's tenure at the Daotian sect, his daily routine remained unaltered: eating, sweeping, and sleeping. Nan Gongya often visited the humble abode, akin to a diligent student eager to absorb wisdom. Each utterance from Chen Xun, though seemingly the ravings of a madman, often sparked profound inspiration in Nan Gongya. At times, Nan Gongya would arrive alone, while on other occasions, he would bring elders along. As time passed, the core elders gradually became familiar with Chen Xun. Through their interactions, they began to understand why the sect leader revered him as a master. There were moments when Chen Xun's words struck the elders like a resounding bell or flowed into their hearts like a pure spring, imparting substantial benefits. The seemingly nonsensical musings of Chen Xun were unheard of by the elders, yet each phrase resonated deeply within them. For instance, a massive tree grows from a tiny seed. A 9-story platform rises from a pile of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Initially perplexing, upon deeper contemplation, these sentiments revealed themselves as profound truths. Cultivating immortality is a long-term endeavor that necessitates starting from the minutiae, remaining grounded, and accumulating steadily to achieve greatness. Consider also: to know others is intelligence, to know oneself is true wisdom, to conquer others is strength, to conquer oneself is true power. The elders discerned that the path of cultivation requires not only an understanding of others but also a profound self-awareness, ensuring that one is not ensnared by desires and weaknesses, thus paving the way to greatness. Moreover, the Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. This particular phrase left the elders in awe, for it encapsulated the essence of cultivation. The Tao is the source of all existence, and practitioners must strive for a state of unity with the Tao. Finally, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder, the sage is unkind, regarding the populace as mere fodder. This statement struck a profound chord with the elders, serving as a spiritual awakening. Cultivators must transcend mundane notions of good and evil, embracing all beings with an impartial heart, free from bias or discrimination. Reflecting upon the essence of cultivation, it has always been a realm distinct from the ordinary, where practitioners often regard themselves as superior, claiming to be above worldly matters, yet often viewing mortals with disdain, as if they were mere insects. Each cultivator originated from the ranks of ordinary folk, yet in the end, they often disdain their former selves. This paradox invites deep reflection. From Chen Xun's teachings, Lu Yunjian and the other core elders gleaned significant insights, leading to a newfound clarity, and solidifying their resolve on the path of the Tao. Consequently, whenever the elders encountered Chen Xun, they would genuinely address him as master with heartfelt respect. In the subsequent year, Zhao Ting advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, and the pace of his cultivation considerably slowed, necessitating a longer period to solidify his foundation. The upcoming breakthrough to the core formation stage posed a significant hurdle, requiring utmost caution. Perhaps in the early stages, Zhao Ting benefited from the sect's abundant resources to achieve rapid breakthroughs, but once he surpassed the late foundation establishment stage, future advancements would not occur so swiftly. Each breakthrough would span years, even decades, or centuries. After each retreat, Zhao Ting would seek out Chen Xun to share his joyous news. On several occasions, when Nan Gongya and the elders were gathered outside the humble abode, they would promptly conceal themselves upon sensing Zhao Ting's approach, ensuring they remained undetected. In the shadows, Nan Gongya and his companions watched as Zhao Ting and Chen Xun casually draped their arms around each other, their eyelids twitching in disapproval, silently chastising the lack of decorum. Consequently, they turned their gazes towards Chuningchang, transmitting a thought that conveyed their concerns. Fourth elder, your disciple possesses commendable talent, yet he requires further refinement in his social conduct. Each time this occurred, Chuningchang could only respond with exasperation, awkwardly reiterating, ignorance should not be punished. Nevertheless, upon returning, She would inevitably deliver a stern lecture to Zhao Ting, who remained utterly bewildered, pondering why his esteemed master would admonish him without apparent cause after his return from seclusion. As the end of the second year approached, many disciples at the miscellaneous peak reached their limit and departed from the sect, opting for a mundane existence. Yet, it was likely that their modest cultivation would allow them to lead a fulfilling life in the mortal realm. With some disciples departing, others ascended to the outer sect. Though the numbers were few, it was a noteworthy occurrence. Those who advanced to the outer sect would continue to pursue the arduous path of cultivation, embodying the hopes of the departed miscellaneous disciples in their quest for the elusive path of immortality, which could be viewed as a beautiful development. Perhaps in the end, the journey toward immortality would remain elusive, blending them into the masses. But what of it? In the third year of Chen Xun's arrival at Daotian sect, chaos erupted in the North Xian cultivation world. After years of stability, a sudden war broke out between the righteous and demonic sections. The catalyst was the revelation of a demonic sect's abduction of righteous sect disciples for use as blood slaves during their missions. One righteous sect, having noted the repeated disappearances of its disciples, sought answers from the demonic sect, only to discover that a significant portion of the upper echelons of the North Xian demonic sect was conspiring together. In an act of desperation, the demonic sect did not hesitate to detain the visiting dignitaries and their disciples from the righteous sect, imprisoning them in the blood slave hall. Thus, a tempest arose within the North Xian cultivation world, with righteous sects vowing to retaliate against their demonic counterparts. Yet, the demonic sect, having been exposed, showed no signs of remorse and instead grew increasingly brazen, revealing their vicious fangs. Throughout this third year, the disciples of the righteous sect continued to vanish, with every case attributable to the machinations of the demonic sect. Although the righteous sects had attempted to unite against the demonic forces, their efforts were met with repeated setbacks over the course of several months. The reason for this failure lay in the unity of the demonic sect, while many righteous sects remained aloof, unaffected by the turmoil. By the end of the third year, the war came to a lull. Yet, all were acutely aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve, a moment of quiet before the inevitable resurgence of conflict. The entire North Xian cultivation world was enveloped in a silence reminiscent of the calm preceding a storm. In response, the major righteous sects imposed strict prohibitions, forbidding their disciples from venturing outside. However, such measures could not endure indefinitely, as they severely impeded the development of the sections. In the short term, this was manageable. But as time wore on, resource shortages became inevitable. Thus, as time progressed, many righteous sects found themselves unable to sustain the prohibitions and reluctantly lifted them, allowing stewards or protectors to discreetly venture forth. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the demonic sect had long since deployed observers to monitor their movements day and night, poised to strike at the slightest hint of activity, ready to abduct once more. Despite being led by the enforcers, each sect has suffered significant losses. The righteous path, left with no choice, has once again issued a ban, resulting in a stalemate. As for the Daotian sect, it is quieter than in previous years. The miscellaneous disciples remain occupied with menial tasks and cultivation daily. Although their work seems trivial, they are, at this unique juncture, the safest, as they do not venture out on missions. In contrast, the disciples and elders of the human and earth-profound peaks bear somber expressions, their hearts adrift, devoid of any inclination to cultivate, occasionally casting hopeful yet anxious glances toward the Daotian peak. At this moment, within the inner cabinet of Daotian peak, Nangong Yao and several core elders sit in silence, the atmosphere thick with gravity. After a deep breath, Nangong Yao breaks the silence, stating, "In a few more days, it will have been nearly a year since the clash between the righteous and demonic paths of the North Profound, will it not?" The elders nod solemnly, their expressions heavy. Who could have anticipated such turmoil in the once stable North Profound? It is no wonder that the major demonic sects remained quiet, they were secretly orchestrating these events. Furthermore, this past year has brought tremendous losses to our Daotian sect as well. After a brief silence, Nangong Yao speaks again, "Bring forth the list." Lu Yunjian, taken aback, quickly retrieves a document and hands it over. Upon seeing the list, the elders press their lips together, rendered mute. Nangong Yao opens the list and reads aloud, 215 outer disciples missing, 24 inner disciples missing, and 1 purple-clad disciple.
At these words, the elders sighed deeply, their eyes reflecting pain. Everyone knows that when they say missing, it truly means they have been captured by the demonic sects to serve as blood slaves. Jiang Bailu suddenly stands, her heart aching as she exclaims, "Sect Master, we must rescue Jingyao. If we delay any longer, Jingyao may be in grave danger." The Jingyao mentioned by the third elder Jiang Bailu is her true disciple, Su Jingyao, who was captured by the demonic sect during an outing and has not been heard from since. The elders sigh, their expressions despondent, caught in a tumult of anger and helplessness. The main issue remains that, to this day, they do not know which demonic sect has taken these disciples, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. Could the Dao Tian sect confront the entire demonic path of the North Profound alone? That is utterly impossible. While the Dao Tian sect is indeed a leading righteous sect in the North Profound, it is not the strongest among them, and even if it were, it lacks the capacity to confront the entirety of the demonic factions. The purple-clad disciples are precious, the Dao Tian sect has only 15 of them. Yet, the harsh reality stands before them, leaving them with no options. Had they known precisely which demonic sect had abducted their disciples, they would have already sought retribution. Nangong Yao furrows his brow slightly, speaking coldly, "Third elder, please remain calm. This matter requires careful deliberation. Jingyao is indeed a purple-clad disciple and your true apprentice. But let us not allow bias to cloud our judgment." As he speaks, Nangong Yao shakes the list emphatically before Jiang Bailu, stating, "Are not the 215 outer disciples and 24 inner disciples treasures of our Dao Tian sect as well? What good does haste do? As the sovereign of this sect, I am even more anxious than you." Chapter 37, discussing an outing as Nangong Yao's voice faded. A flush of shame appeared on Jiang Bailu's face, prompting her to bow and acknowledge her fault before she despondently took her seat. The elders, including Lu Yunji, observed the scene and felt compelled to offer words of comfort, yet found themselves at a loss for how to begin, their hearts heavy with sorrow as well. "Master, the consumption of resources within the sect has reached alarming levels. If this continues, in 2 months' time, it is likely that our disciples and elders will be unable to afford even their monthly spirit stones," Lu Yunji remarked with a bitter expression. The sect had imposed a ban on outings for quite some time now, leading to a severe imbalance between resource consumption and replenishment. At any moment, resources are the cornerstone of the sect's balanced operation, yet this equilibrium has been disrupted. Of course, the Dao Tian sect still possesses a considerable amount of hidden resources, but such reserves can only be accessed in times of dire crisis. The current situation has not yet escalated to that level. Nangong Yao remains silent, lost in thought. "Master, in my opinion, it may be prudent to lift the ban. It has been quite some time, and I find it hard to believe that the demonic sect still poses a threat. Surely, they must also harbor some trepidation towards our Dao Tian sect," Elder Lu Xianin stated solemnly. Jiang Bailu quickly added, "I concur. Recently, I ventured outside the sect and discreetly surveyed the surroundings, finding no trace of the demonic sect." Lu Yunji replied coolly, "The two elders are being somewhat naive. The demonic sect operates from the shadows while we remain in the light. Their methods of concealment are sophisticated. If they could be easily detected, they would not be the demonic sect." At Lu Yunji's words, both Lu Xianin and Jiang Bailu fell silent, their expressions filled with frustration. The ban must not be lifted under any circumstances. Suddenly, Nangong Yao spoke, "Our sect does possess a method that, while it may not restore balance to our resource pool, can extend the duration of our operations." The elders exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how resources could be replenished without lifting the ban. Surely, it could not mean tapping into the hidden reserves? Nangong Yao tightened his grip on the list in his hand and declared gravely, "Elders 5 and 9, heed my command." Instantly, the two elders rose from their seats and approached the center of the hall, bowing respectfully. The elder on the left, an elderly man with white hair, was Elder Wang Tianfu. The youthful figure on the right, appearing more youthful due to the effects of a rejuvenating pill, was Elder Zhou Tong. Nangong Yao nodded and instructed, "Upon your departure, the two of you shall select some disciples and elders from the Human Profound Peak and Earth Profound Peak to venture forth, with you both leading the expedition." Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback but quickly nodded in agreement. During such times, having two core elders lead a contingent of inner and outer sect disciples and elders outside was indeed a prudent measure.
The elders soon grasped the implication of the master's words. This approach could indeed sustain the sect's operations for the time being. As for the reasoning behind assigning elders 5 and 9, the elders quickly connected the dots. Elder Zhou Tong, renowned for his treasure-seeking spirit pet, the Xianhuan rat, was perfectly suited for leading the expedition. Meanwhile, Elder Wang Tianfu was capable of dispatching the strongest elders available. Due to the incessant busyness of Lu Yunji, Lu Xianin, Zhang Bailu, and Chu Ningxiang within the sect, they found themselves unable to spare a moment. In compliance with the directive, Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong respectfully acknowledged. Just as the two were about to depart from the inner cabinet, a sudden remark from Chu Ningxiang caused them to halt in their tracks. "Sect Master, are we not dispatching any disciples in purple robes this time?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of pain and shock crossed Zhang Bailu's eyes, while the other elders with genuine disciples averted their gazes. What a jest! One disciple in purple robes has already been abducted by the demonic sect. How could we possibly send out another? Nangong Yao inquired with mild surprise, "What does the fourth elder mean?" Chu Ningxiang bowed and replied, "Sect Master, my disciple Zhao Ting has been immersed in cultivation for years and has reached a bottleneck in his realm. Might it be permissible for elders 5 and 9 to take him along?" At this, Nangong Yao's expression shifted slightly. However, before he could utter a word, the elders could no longer remain silent and began to voice their concerns. "Absolutely not, fourth elder. Zhao Ting is the most exceptionally gifted disciple among us. How can you possibly send him out during such perilous times? Indeed, Zhao Ting is of utmost importance. It is safer for him to remain within the sect." "Humph." Chu Ningxiang coldly scoffed, "As Zhao Ting's master, I am willing to let him venture forth, yet you elders refuse?" The elders fell silent. Chu Ningxiang continued, "If you are hesitant to send forth your own cherished disciples, what is your intent in obstructing me?" After speaking, she turned her gaze to the contemplative Nangong Yao and stated earnestly, "Sect Master, with elders 5 and 9 leading the way, it will certainly be safer. Moreover, if I may be so bold, disciples in purple robes are still disciples, they should not be overly coddled. They must endure trials and tribulations. The path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainties and inherent dangers. If they remain sheltered in a greenhouse, how will their character develop?" The elders nodded in agreement. Unable to refute her, their hearts tinged with a sense of shame. Zhang Bailu spoke earnestly, "Fourth elder, my disciple has already been taken by the demonic sect, and his fate is uncertain. What if Zhao Ting were to encounter misfortune as well?" Chu Ningxiang replied nonchalantly, "It is not that I, as his master, do not cherish my disciple. I merely wish to convey, if Zhao Ting were to face misfortune, it would simply be his destiny. The path of cultivation is never straightforward." Zhang Bailu was taken aback and fell silent, feeling that his understanding in this regard paled in comparison to Chu Ningxiang's. "Very well. Let Zhao Ting venture out as well. Though he has recently entered the realm of cultivation and has made rapid progress, he remains inexperienced, akin to a child. Elders 5 and 9 will provide ample guidance along the journey." At that moment, Nangong Yao finally spoke, "Agreed." Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong acknowledged. The elders sighed, finding themselves at a loss for words, as Chu Ningxiang's remarks had truly resonated deeply with them. After Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong left the cabinet, they proceeded to convey the sect master's orders to the responsible elders of Xianfeng and Dequanfeng, instructing them to select a group of disciples to assemble outside the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, the elders in charge of the two peaks promptly agreed and began to sift through potential candidates for the expedition. After returning to the punishment hall, Chu Ningxiang shared her experiences with Zhao Ting, expecting him to be apprehensive. To her surprise, he displayed an unusual excitement. After bidding farewell to Chu Ningxiang, Zhao Ting soared off on his sword towards the mountain gate. 3 years had passed, and he was no longer the unskilled mortal he once was, but rather a practitioner at the late foundation establishment stage. Midway through his flight, Zhao Ting pondered that there was no urgency, and thus altered his course, directing himself towards the Servant's Peak. Upon reaching the Servant's Peak, a disciple spotted a figure gliding on a sword and promptly bowed. Addressing him as senior brother, it was not until the figure vanished into the western horizon that the disciple slowly rose, sharing a knowing smile with his companions. Nowadays, who among the Servant's Peak was unaware that it was senior brother Zhao Ting of the purple robes?
He often visited the servants' peak to check on Chen Xun, a sight that the disciples had long since grown accustomed to. Chapter 38. The 3-year period has concluded, and Chen Xun awakes with clarity. Brother Chen. As Zhao Ting arrived at the thatched cottage, he called out. However, upon entering and finding Chen Xun peacefully asleep in bed, he could only shake his head, deciding against waking him. Brother Chen lives quite comfortably, sleeping soundly every day, Zhao Ting murmured, casting a glance around the humble abode, his expression filled with resignation. Over the past 3 years, he often wished for Chen Xun to relocate to a better dwelling, yet Chen Xun remained obstinately disinterested. If not for this stubbornness, given Zhao Ting's current status and position, facilitating a change in residence for Chen Xun would have been effortless. Alas, Brother Chen. Recent turmoil in the North Xian cultivation realm has escalated, with demonic forces rampant. Our Daotian sect has lost many disciples, including Sister Su, who has fallen victim to these dark forces. I shall accompany the elders on an expedition, though I am uncertain of the dangers that may lie ahead. Yet I, Zhao Ting, do not fear. Sister Su has treated me well. If I could slay a few demonic cultivators, it might alleviate the heaviness in my heart. Zhao Ting's gaze grew vacant as he spoke to himself. In truth, he shared these thoughts solely with Chen Xun. For having a confidant to unburden his worries provided him with some solace. At that moment, Zhao Ting felt a warmth in his bosom and hastily retrieved a communication talisman, which resonated with the voice of Elder Wang Tianfu. Zhao Ting, you are the last one needed. Hurry to the mountain gate. Yes, Elder Wang. Zhao Ting's expression shifted, and he promptly complied. He glanced at the sleeping Chen Xun, retrieved a few jars of fine wine from his storage ring, placed them upon the wooden table, and swiftly exited the cottage, soaring away on his sword. Once Zhao Ting departed, Chen Xun slowly opened his eyes, a rare clarity illuminating his gaze. He murmured to himself. In 5 days, another 3 years will have passed. After speaking, a flicker of light danced in his eyes, fading as a manic smile emerged. At the mountain gate, a gathering of individuals stood. This expedition comprised 2 core elders, 1 outer sect elder, 1 inner sect elder, 100 outer sect disciples, and 20 inner sect disciples. The elders and disciples from both inner and outer sects regarded Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong with respect. Surprised by the sudden decree from the sect master to have the 2 core elders lead the journey, what an honor indeed! With the presence of these 2 esteemed core elders, the gathered disciples felt a profound sense of security regarding the expedition. A figure approached, soaring on a sword, and soon alighted at the mountain gate, drawing the admiring gazes of the disciples. The newcomer, adorned in a celestial purple and black robe, was none other than the belated Zhao Ting. I apologize for my tardiness. Esteemed elders, Zhao Ting bowed respectfully to Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong. Not at all, Wang Tianfu replied with a calm smile. Zhou Tong nodded in agreement. For they would never reproach Zhao Ting, the most gifted disciple of the Daotian sect. Witnessing the amiable demeanor of the 2 core elders towards Zhao Ting, the others felt a twinge of envy, exclaiming, as expected of Brother Zhao. Shen he observed Zhao Ting with a sense of pride. In merely 3 years, Zhao Ting had blossomed into such a remarkable individual. Indeed, the elder leading the inner sect this time was Shen he himself, who had advanced to the core formation stage 3 years prior. Now that everyone has gathered, let us set forth. As Wang Tianfu turned, his sleeves sweeping gracefully, a colossal spirit vessel materialized, shimmering in midair. This vessel was unlike the flying artifact of Shen he from days gone by. It was the exclusive aerial treasure of the Daotian sect, aptly named the Tianzhou. The Tianzhou was extraordinary, not only accommodating a greater number of passengers and boasting superior speed but also embodying a formidable blend of offense and defense. Board the Tianzhou. With Wang Tianfu's commanding whisper, the crowd ascended like a swarm of locusts. The vessel began to tremble, and in the blink of an eye, as the disciples at the mountain gate watched, it transformed into a streak of light and soared into the distance. On board the Tianzhou, the disciples gazed down solemnly, tinged with a hint of tension. The surrounding territory stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, all belonging to the Daotian sect, and it would take considerable time to fly beyond its borders. During this journey, everyone had to exercise utmost caution, for it was possible that the demon sect lay in wait, necessitating their vigilance. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the flying vessel,
Their eyes closed as they cautiously extended their consciousness to probe the surroundings. The initial few thousand miles posed little threat. The demon sect would not be foolish enough to lay an ambush so near. However, as they ventured further from the sect, the likelihood of encountering traps from the demon sect increased. With the Tianzhou soaring farther from the Dao Tian sect, the elders aboard grew increasingly vigilant. Meanwhile, beneath the concealed cover of the forest, numerous demon cultivators lay in wait, their cold gazes fixed upon the approaching vessel. Ha! The Dao Tian sect truly is bold to dispatch disciples into the wild. They must be in dire need of resources, otherwise, they would not dare take such risks. Elder Yu, we are already a considerable distance from the Dao Tian sect. With your command, we shall strike. Patience, patience. Elder Yu. The speed of the Dao Tian sect's Tianzhou is remarkable. If we hesitate further, we will lose our chance to pursue. Listen to this, elder. Now is not the time to act. If my intuition serves me right, the sect's leader is surely watching from the shadows. What should we do then? Humph. Why the haste? We have waited here for days, a little more time is of no concern. Let the Dao Tian sect's people depart in peace. Before the anxious demon cultivators could inquire further, Elder Yu replied with a sinister smile, they will return, will they not? That will be the perfect moment to strike. The demon cultivators paused, their hearts exclaiming in admiration, indeed, this elder possessed remarkable foresight. Time flew by, and 5 days had passed. On this particular day, Nangong Yao, seeking a diversion, ventured to the thatched cottage west of the miscellaneous peak to visit Chen Xun. Upon arriving at the cottage, Nangong Yao found Chen Xun seated, indulging in a drink, which surprised him slightly. The demeanor of his mentor appeared markedly different this time, imbued with a sense of tranquility. Nangong Yao approached without hesitation. Bowing slightly, Sir, Nangong has come again. Chen Xun took a sip of his drink, looking up with a smile, my humble abode is rather dilapidated. And I have no spare stools, would you mind sitting on the grass with me? Nangong Yao stiffened momentarily, then gradually raised his gaze to meet the warm smile of the young man before him. After a moment of astonishment, Nangong Yao's expression transformed into one of delight. Sir! You! Chen Xun slightly raised his chin, gesturing towards the grass before him, inviting him to sit. Nangong Yao promptly nodded and settled down on the ground opposite Chen Xun, his eyes occasionally glancing at the ethereal figure of Chen Xun before him, filled with joy. His heart raced with excitement, indeed, this was the essence he had longed for. It had returned, all had returned. Wasn't this the very demeanor of the transcendent sage he had encountered years ago atop that small river peak? Chen Xun, seemingly conjuring a wine cup from thin air, tossed it to Nangong Yao. Startled, Nangong Yao hurriedly caught it, but when he saw Chen Xun reach for the wine jug to pour for him, he was taken aback and quickly snatched the jug away. I can pour it myself, how could I trouble you, sir? Chen Xun offered a faint smile and acquiesced to his wishes. Chapter 39, The Unexpected Delicacies. Nangong Yao took a sip and remarked, Esteemed sir, while this osmanthus wine is rather pleasant, it does not befit your noble status. I shall return to Daotian Peak shortly to fetch a few jars of fine wine. He had previously delivered a considerable amount of wine to the gentleman, and now, seeing him indulge in this osmanthus brew, it was evident that the earlier offerings had been consumed. Chen Xun smiled softly, choosing to remain silent. The osmanthus wine had been a gift from Zhao Ting. Subsequently, Chen Xun and Nangong Yao found themselves in this secluded mountain setting, enjoying their drink and engaging in casual conversation. Nangong Yao had not dispelled the effects of the alcohol with his spiritual energy, resulting in his slightly blurred vision and flushed complexion. Feeling the warmth of inebriation, Nangong Yao lamented, Sir, the North Xian cultivation realm has been thrown into chaos of late, with the demonic sect wreaking havoc. Countless disciples of righteous sects have been abducted to become blood slaves. Even my Daotian sect has lost several disciples, including one in purple robes. Alas, as the sect leader, I feel a deep sense of guilt. May I ask, what should I do? Chen Xun nodded slightly. Zhao Ting had previously informed him of this situation. With a calm smile, he replied, Why not unite the righteous sects and confront the demonic sect in battle? Nangong Yao managed a bitter smile. If only it were as simple as you suggest, esteemed sir. Unfortunately, the righteous sects in the North Xian realm cannot come together as one. Chen Xun gently remarked. If that is the case, then your righteous sects will inevitably be gradually consumed by the demonic sect. By the time those righteous sects awaken to the gravity of the situation, it may be too late.
Nan Gongyao nodded, his expression growing more serious. Such an outcome must not be allowed to transpire.
Throughout history, the balance between righteousness and evil in North Xian has been maintained.
Should the demonic sect achieve dominance,
it would not only spell doom for the righteous sects, but also lead to untold suffering for the common folk. Though the righteous sects often regarded mortals as insignificant, in the eyes of the demonic sect, they were mere sustenance.
For ages,
it was precisely because of the righteous sect's checks on the demonic sect that the latter refrained from extending its malevolent grasp towards the mundane world.
Of course,
the righteous sects maintained this balance not solely for the sake of mortals, but also for their own interests. After all, should the common people suffer, there would be no fresh blood to replenish the cultivation realm. Regaining his composure, Nan Gongyao shifted the subject, stating, "Esteemed sir, your dwelling here is far too humble.
I implore you to stay at Daotian Peak."
Upon hearing this, Chen Xun glanced at the modest hut behind him and chuckled, "There is no need.
Where is the simplicity in this?
As the saying goes, a mountain is not defined by its height, but by the presence of immortals. A river is not measured by its depth, but by the presence of dragons.
I find it quite agreeable here."
As he spoke, Chen Xun finished his drink, rose, dusted off his clothes, and picked up a broom, making his way outside. Nan Gongyao was taken aback and hurriedly stood up, inquiring, "Where are you going, esteemed sir?"
"To sweep the ground, of course. I cannot impose upon your Daotian sect without contributing," Chen Xun replied. Watching the retreating figure, Nan Gongyao felt a moment of astonishment,
followed by a rueful smile, ultimately murmuring to himself, "What a profound saying, a mountain is not defined by its height, but by the presence of immortals.
Truly, the gentleman is indeed remarkable."
Chen Xun meticulously cleaned from halfway up the mountain to the foot, and upon glancing back at the tidy path, he tossed the broom aside. With hands clasped behind his back, he swayed slightly and made his way to the entrance of the Daotian sect. Having been confined within the sect for 3 long years, he now relished the clarity of mind and eagerly seized the opportunity to explore the outside world. As he strolled through the vast expanse of the Daotian sect, Chen Xun ambled leisurely, occasionally smiling as he admired the magnificent landscapes,
inwardly praising the sect's choice of location.
Though he walked slowly, each step he took spanned thousands of miles.
Upon reaching a certain spot,
a smile crept upon his lips as he completely slowed his pace.
At that moment, a group of hidden practitioners from the demon sect noticed Chen Xun. "Elder Yu, another individual has emerged from the Daotian sect," one of the demon cultivators exclaimed.
As they observed, the expressions of the demon cultivators turned increasingly suspicious. The attire of this young man did not resemble that of any disciple or elder of the Daotian sect. What was even more perplexing was the aura he exuded.
A mere mortal? What could this mean? Why was a mortal emerging from the direction of the Daotian sect? Or perhaps this mortal had inadvertently wandered into the territory of the Daotian sect from another direction and ended up here? If that were the case, how unfortunate for this mortal to have stumbled into the presence of their demon cultivators.
"Elder Yu, shall we capture this mortal and indulge ourselves with some blood?
It would satiate our cravings," one demon cultivator licked his lips, greedily suggesting.
The others shared similar expressions, their eyes glimmering with anticipation, salivating at the prospect. After being cooped up for so many days, the arrival of a small snack was an opportunity too tempting to ignore.
"Elder Yu, the one referred to as such,
observed the surroundings with a flickering gaze and cautioned, 'Do not act recklessly.
The appearance of this mortal is too peculiar.
It may well be a ruse by the Daotian sect to draw us out.' Upon hearing this, the demon cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions filled with doubt.
"Surely not. Elder Yu, the Daotian sect is a righteous sect. Would they truly resort to using a mortal as bait? Isn't that more of our doing?"
Elder Yu scoffed, "Humph. Righteousness is but a fade. For their own interests, they would not hesitate to employ any means necessary. It is merely that our sect's actions are more overt." The demon cultivators nodded in agreement, though some hesitated, for the Daotian sect had maintained a commendable reputation over the years.
In summary,
they did not perceive this mortal as part of a scheme by the Daotian sect.
Noticing their expressions, Elder Yu remarked with irritation, "I see you all are simply eager for blood. How pathetic. What worth does the blood of a mortal hold? Once we return, you will have ample supply from the blood slaves at your disposal. One demon cultivator sheepishly replied, Hee, Elder Yu, we understand the reasoning. We merely wish to indulge our cravings. At that moment, the cultivators of demonic arts noticed that the mortal was inexplicably approaching their direction. Hadn't this mortal been walking straight just moments ago? Why had he suddenly turned towards them? The demonic cultivators were bewildered. Yusha also furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Elder Yu, could he possibly have discovered our presence? One of the cultivators pondered, for this was indeed highly unusual. They were concealed by a stealth formation, rendering them completely invisible to the mortal's sight. Yusha relaxed his brow slightly and replied nonchalantly. It is impossible for him to have found us, he must simply have decided to head in our direction. The cultivators nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The opportunity was too ripe to ignore. If they did not drink his blood now, it would be an egregious oversight. Speaking of which, this mortal's misfortune was indeed profound. How could anyone's luck be so dire, akin to a sheep wandering into the jaws of a tiger? Before long, under the avaricious gazes of the demonic cultivators, Chen Xun had approached within a mere yard of them. A few more steps, and he would breach the stealth formation. Just as the cultivators began to smirk and rub their hands in eager expectation, they were astonished to see the mortal suddenly halt in his tracks. Chapter 40, The wooden sword begins to gleam, the flavors of humanity brood. What does this mean? Why aren't we advancing further? Oh, do not be agitated. Those little snacks are right before us and cannot possibly escape. I am simply perplexed. Why does this mortal seem so erratic, suddenly veering off course? Only to halt before the formation? I must ask, could it be that our concealment array has faltered? Can he see us? No, the array is functioning well. The demonic cultivators were abuzz with speculation, yet only Yusha's brow furrowed deeper. He gazed into the eyes of the youth outside the array and, for reasons unknown, felt as though they were being observed. Just as the demonic cultivators were losing patience and considering seizing Chen Xun, he stroked his chin and spoke, "What are you all whispering about here?" The demonic cultivators responded with disbelief, "What the hell?" They snapped back to reality, astonished. Their expressions a mix of incredulity as they stared at Chen Xun outside the array. What does this mean? Can he truly see them? Or is he merely talking to himself? Yet, they dared not deceive themselves any longer. They believed it to be the former, for such a coincidence seemed improbable. At this moment, even Yusha felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing, a sensation of prickling unease enveloping him. Steeling himself, Yusha asked, "Can you see us?" Chen Xun nodded affirmatively, "Of course." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the demonic cultivators shifted dramatically, their gazes towards Chen Xun transforming entirely. This was no mere mortal. Furthermore, their concealment array should be impenetrable below the god transformation stage. Upon deeper reflection, a sense of dread began to settle in. Yusha swallowed hard and stammered, "How could this be? Our concealment array." But before he could finish, Chen Xun pointed at the invisible barrier before him and said, "Oh, are you referring to this?" With a gentle poke, the barrier shattered into fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Simultaneously, the array flags nearby erupted with a resounding blast, falling haphazardly to the ground, utterly destroyed. At this moment, Yusha and the other demonic cultivators turned ashen, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Could it be a god transformation stage cultivator? With a thud, Yusha's legs buckled, and he was the first to kneel, trembling uncontrollably. Hundreds of other demonic cultivators followed suit, collapsing in fear. Why? Why has a senior of the god transformation stage appeared in the territory of the Dao Tian sect? This visage of a god transformation cultivator was one they had never seen or heard of before. "Please spare us, senior," Yusha quavered. Chen Xun smiled lightly, "Did you not wish to drink my blood? I have come here. What is the purpose of this now? No longer thirsting?" The demonic cultivators were nearly overwhelmed, for indeed, the grand concealment array had not obstructed anything, even their intent to drink blood had been overheard by this individual. Seeing that there appeared to be no room for negotiation, Yusha and the other demonic cultivators instinctively contemplated resistance, yet faced with the youth's serene smile, they could summon no courage.
Observing that the demonic cultivators were too frightened to utter a word, Chen Xun lost interest and turned to leave.
So be it.
The atmosphere among the group of demonic cultivators, including Yasha, was laden with relief as they felt as though their strength had been utterly drained.
Collapsing onto the ground while watching Chen Xun depart,
we respectfully bid farewell to our esteemed senior. Suddenly, their pupils trembled, and their hearts seized with dread. They beheld the retreating youth, and to their astonishment, the wooden sword strapped to his back soared into the sky.
Like a beam of light,
it descended upon them with an intensity that sent chills racing down their spines. In an instant, hundreds of heads were severed, tumbling to the ground within moments.
Each visage bore the same expression of terror, despair, with wide, horrified eyes that would never close.
The wooden sword whisked back in an instant,
sheathing itself quietly behind Chen Xun once more.
He paused momentarily before continuing his journey, his back turned, and with a carefree laugh, he remarked, "I had no desire to hold you accountable, but if my sword shows no mercy, then there is little I can do." Upon exiting the domain of the Heavenly Path sect, Chen Xun inadvertently found himself in a spirit market.
What is a spirit market, you may ask?
It is a venue where cultivators engage in trade, exchanging spirit stones or bartering goods. As long as one possesses spirit stones, they can procure a myriad of resources from fellow cultivators within. Upon entering the spirit market, Chen Xun attracted a multitude of astonished and flickering gazes. This was due to the fact that nearly all cultivators present donned hats, veils, or even masks.
For it is well known that treasure hunting in such a market could easily draw unwanted attention.
In stark contrast, Chen Xun's open demeanor was truly a rarity, eliciting genuine surprise.
Unfazed by the myriad of gazes, Chen Xun walked forth with purpose.
The majority of patrons in the spirit market were solitary cultivators,
with only a select few hailing from established sects or noble families.
This disparity highlighted the challenges faced by solitary practitioners, in contrast to those like Zhao Ting, who benefited from the resources provided by sect affiliation. However, every path has its advantages and disadvantages. Solitary cultivators enjoy their freedom, while sect disciples benefit from the structure of their organizations. The spirit market was remarkably tranquil, with only the sounds of footsteps and hushed conversations breaking the silence. The cultivators manning the stalls sat quietly, refraining from calling out to potential customers, which starkly contrasted with the hustle of the mundane world. Chen Xun found himself pausing in front one particular stall. The treasures displayed in the market appeared to him as mere dross, quickly losing his interest. Yet this stall was a different matter altogether. It was selling wine. At that moment, a masked cultivator sat behind the stall. Upon noticing a fellow cultivator lingering before his display, he opened his eyes and, upon seeing the unmasked youth, was evidently taken aback.
"You are quite an intriguing individual," the cultivator remarked. Chen Xun surveyed the assortment of wines on the stall, smiling as he inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The masked cultivator replied, "In such a vast spirit market, it seems you are the only one unmasked."
Chen Xun crouched down, grasping a wine jug from the stall, uncorking it to inhale its aroma before responding.
"What difference does it make whether I am unmasked or not?"
The cultivator paused, then said, "It makes no difference, truly. I must admire your boldness, my friend." Chen Xun curled his lips into a smile, raising the wine jug in his hand.
"This wine is rather exquisite.
I never expected to find it for sale in such a remote spirit workshop."
"Indeed.
This wine surpassed the one gifted to him by the esteemed leader of the heavenly sect, Nangong Yao, which is why he made such a remark." The cultivator's eyes sparkled with intrigue.
"Ah, my friend, you possess an appreciation for fine wine?"
Chen Xun replied, "At the very least, its aroma is rich and robust. The ingredients must exceed 100 varieties, yet the fragrance remains remarkably pure.
Moreover, this wine surely possesses a few years of aging."
The cultivator gazed at Chen Xun, a look of growing admiration in his eyes.
Chen Xun inquired, "What is the value of this wine? I would like to purchase it."
To his surprise,
the cultivator waved his hand, laughing, "You are quite the interesting person and knowledgeable about brewing.
I shall gift you this jug of worldly flavors, considering it the beginning of our friendship." Chen Xun, taken aback by these words, cast a meaningful glance at the cultivator.
"Are you certain you wish to befriend me?" Chapter 41. I know you are not a man. The cultivator paused momentarily, then replied, "Do you think I have ulterior motives?" Chen Xun chuckled nonchalantly and inquired, "So? How many spirit stones do you seek? The cultivator reluctantly stated, you should offer 100 low-grade spirit stones. Such a bargain, Chen Xun remarked. After paying the spirit stones, he grasped the bottle of humanity's flavors and continued strolling towards the market, sipping leisurely. The cultivator gazed down at the 100 spirit stones, then lifted his eyes to Chen Xun's retreating figure, his expression flickering slightly. After a while, Chen Xun exited the spirit market, and simultaneously, numerous cultivators who had long set their sights on him followed suit. The cultivator who had previously sold wine to Chen Xun quickly packed up his stall and hurried out as well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air trembled as Chen Xun emerged through a shimmering barrier, turning to observe the surroundings. Apart from the wilderness, there was no sign of the spirit market. One could imagine that if a mortal were to inadvertently wander into the spirit market, they might believe they had encountered a ghost and be terrified to death. Taking a sip of humanity's flavors, Chen Xun marveled, the name is quite fitting. With each sip, one experiences a myriad of tastes, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, truly embodying the essence of humanity. With that, he resumed his path, entirely unconcerned about the cultivators trailing behind him. A group of about 10 cultivators exchanged glances, fully aware of each other's intentions, which were nothing short of murder and plunder. Since Chen Xun had entered the spirit market, he had drawn their attention, and his casual expenditure of 100 spirit stones on a bottle of wine had solidified their perception of him as an easy target. To spend such a fortune on a mere bottle of wine without a hint of hesitation, how wealthy he must be. Well, my fellow friends, let us each rely on our own skills from here on, a masked cultivator remarked. With that, he swiftly pursued Chen Xun, prompting the others to follow suit with a glint of determination in their eyes. As this group of cultivators hastened after Chen Xun, the wine seller also emerged from the spirit market, having quickly changed his attire, and with a furrowed brow, he hurried after them. Chen Xun continued walking at a leisurely pace, and before long, he heard the scattered sounds of hurried footsteps and the rush of air behind him. Soon, the throng of cultivators reached him, blocking his path. Stop! Chen Xun halted, holding the wine pot with a smile and cupping his hands in greeting. What is the meaning of this, esteemed friends? The cultivators exchanged glances, incredulous that he could still smile, and then burst into laughter. Still laughing? Are you unaware of the imminent danger? One remarked. When did such a gem emerge in the North Xin cultivation realm? It was one thing to recklessly enter the spirit market, but to lavish spirit stones on a bottle of subpar wine without realizing he was being swindled, he was brazenly ostentatious. This novice cultivator's ignorance was infuriating. Chen Xun, perplexed, asked, what are you all laughing at? Naturally, we laugh at your foolishness. With such spirit stones, you would be better off offering them to us instead of purchasing a bottle of cheap wine, one cultivator retorted, furrowing his brow. Chen Xun glanced at the wine in his hand and then smiled, thank you for the advice, I shall be more cautious in the future. Laughter erupted once more. Upon witnessing the scene, the cultivators erupted into even more raucous laughter. How foolish could one be, failing to discern our intentions? As if they could be cautioned for a next time, we suspect it will take a lifetime for that to happen. Chen Xun, turning with a smile, remarked. Yet this cannot be deemed a loss. I feel as though spending 100 spirit stones on this is a profitable venture. After all, spirit stones are indeed precious. But fine wine holds an even higher value. The cultivators fell momentarily silent, their patience waning, their gazes turning menacing. In the next instant, they lunged at Chen Xun like a pack of wolves. The hidden cultivators, observing that Chen Xun did not flinch, presumed he was paralyzed by fear. With a sudden intensity, one of them retrieved a talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and hurled it into the fray. Fiery incantation, swift. The talisman flew at remarkable speed, erupting in an explosion of flames that engulfed the cultivators, causing them to roll on the ground, shrieking in agony. Witnessing this, the hidden cultivator swiftly emerged, grasped Chen Xun's arm, and soared into the sky, escaping the carnage below, as the multitude of cultivators was reduced to ashes in mere moments. Friend, why did you not evade? The cultivator rasped, once they had reached safety. Chen Xun retorted, if I am unafraid, why should I flee? The cultivator paused, startled, and began to scrutinize Chen Xun, only to realize that he emanated no spiritual energy, appearing almost mundane. However, it was likely that he had employed a concealment technique.
The cultivator managed a wry smile, acknowledging, "It appears I was overly cautious." After all, no one would brazenly appear in the spirit market without the means to defend themselves. Chen Xun then raised the wine jug in his hand, grinning, "Not excessive at all. I have just indulged in the myriad flavors of the mortal realm."
"Do you have more?"
"I wish to purchase a few more jugs."
At his words, the cultivator instinctively took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "You recognize me?"
She had deliberately altered her voice, not expecting to be identified.
This revelation was quite astonishing.
In the cultivator's eyes, Chen Xun now appeared enigmatic.
Chen Xun merely chuckled. "What's so remarkable? I also know you are not a man."
The cultivator gasped, staring at Chen Xun in disbelief. After a long silence, she removed her hood,
allowing her flowing purple hair to cascade down like a waterfall.
She then unmasked herself, revealing a strikingly beautiful face with exquisite features and mesmerizing eyes.
Ji Mengli,
now speaking in a distinctly feminine voice, smiled wryly, "Friend, you truly are a remarkable being."
Chen Xun remained silent,
simply shaking the empty wine jug in his hand as a gesture. Ji Mengli promptly produced a bottle and handed it over, saying, "You need not pay with spirit stones. It is rare to encounter someone who appreciates wine as you do, so I offer it as a gift."
During their time at the spirit market, Ji Mengli had discerned Chen Xun's expertise in wine merely by his single whiff of the brew, recognizing him as a connoisseur.
Chen Xun pulled out a handful of spirit stones, insisting, "I cannot accept this without recompense."
Ji Mengli was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend, but ultimately accepted the spirit stones with resignation, asking, "I am Ji Mengli, may I know your name, friend?" Chen Xun replied, "Chen," as in the old affairs of the past, and Xun, as in seeking. Ji Mengli nodded, mentally noting his name, and sighed.
"I had hoped to find a kindred spirit in wine, to share my troubles over a drink.
Would you, Brother Chen, indulge me in a cup?" Upon hearing this,
Chen Xun gently drew the assorted delicacies he had recently acquired closer to himself and remarked, "It is indeed permissible, yet the invitation to partake in wine was your suggestion.
Not a demand from me. As a mere listener, it seems only fair that you should provide the wine for our enjoyment, does it not?" Ji Mengli was taken aback.
She had never encountered such a person before, but found him to be quite intriguing. A smile soon graced her lips as she replied, "It is only right."
Subsequently,
Chen Xun and Ji Mengli sought out a serene lakeside, where they settled in a dilapidated pavilion. Ji Mengli produced 4 or 5 jugs of the assorted delicacies and placed them upon the stone table. However, as she reached for the wine cups, Chen Xun gestured for her to stop.
Confused, Ji Mengli listened as he said, "The scenery is splendid, why then do we need wine cups? This exquisite selection is best savored directly from the jug, is it not delightful?" Ji Mengli glanced at the picturesque view and smiled, "Indeed, it is." Chapter 42, The Saintess of the Demon Sect. Ji Mengli, what a myriad of flavors this world possesses, why must they be brewed by man? Chen Xun remarked, taking a sip and savoring the taste.
Ji Mengli smiled and clasped her hands, "I am but unworthy." Chen Xun cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "You possess talent." He continued, "The ingredients for brewing the myriad flavors of the world are not easily obtained, they encompass the 4 seasons and are scattered across the expanse of the land.
You are indeed selling them to me at a bargain."
Ji Mengli's eyes sparkled with delight as she responded, "What you say is true, Brother Chen.
In my earlier years,
to brew these worldly flavors, I traversed the entirety of the northern Xian, and even ventured to the ethereal snowfields north of northern Xian for a specific ingredient,
nearly losing my life in the process."
Chen Xun nodded, teasingly saying, "I never imagined that a lady like you would be such a connoisseur of wine.
It is indeed a rare sight." Ji Mengli laughed heartily, "I am unworthy of such praise."
Despite being a woman, Ji Mengli had a bold and spirited demeanor,
exuding a distinctly masculine aura.
However, her laughter soon faded, and a shadow of sorrow crossed her lovely visage as she said, "Wine is a fine thing.
When one drinks to the point of cloudiness, it can help one forget many unhappy matters." Chen Xun shook his head, "Indeed, but that is merely fleeting, is it not?"
Ji Mengli murmured, "Fleeting, perhaps that is not so bad." Observing her, Chen Xun refrained from further conversation, choosing instead to indulge in his drink and the scenery. Ji Mengli spoke again, "Brother Chen, upon learning my name, you showed no surprise or fear, suggesting you have not heard of me."
Chen Xun chuckled.
It is not that I am unperturbed or unafraid, rather, there is nothing in this world that can evoke such feelings within me. Ji Mingli was momentarily taken aback by his audacity and, shaking her head in resignation, thought to herself that Chen Xun had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and had begun to speak nonsensically. If I were to tell you that I hail from the demon sect, would you be frightened? Ji Mingli asked, her expression tinged with concern. Chen Xun glanced at her with a sidelong look and replied, even if the heavenly king himself stood before me, I would not flinch. What is the mere demon sect to me? Ji Mingli gaped in astonishment, quickly glancing upwards and gesturing for silence. Hush, brother Chen, such blasphemous words should not be uttered. We cultivators hold the heavenly Tao in utmost reverence, you must truly be inebriated. Chen Xun shook his head dismissively. Sighing, Ji Mingli took a hearty swig from the wine jug, wiping her lips before continuing, I often resent myself for being born into the demon sect. You see, brother Chen, the cruelty of the demon sect is appalling. These past few years, I have wandered freely, truly enjoying life, but alas, I was recently summoned back to the sect. Chen Xun casually remarked, if you do not favor the demon sect, why return? It is beyond my control, Ji Mingli replied with a bitter smile. Then turned to Chen Xun, saying with difficulty, I am the saintess of the Dian demon sect, and the lord of the sect is my biological father. As she spoke, Ji Mingli observed Chen Xun intently, but to her astonishment, he displayed no change in expression, remaining unmoved. Her heart sank further, did he truly not fear this revelation? Chen Xun remarked, as the holy maiden of the demon sect, with a sect master for a father, you must have been influenced by the sect's actions from a young age. You should have grown accustomed to it by now. Why do you harbor such thoughts? Ji Mingli pursed her lips and replied, while it is not uncommon for cultivators to engage in mortal combat, I have witnessed the abduction of commoners for the purpose of alchemical experiments. The victims included the elderly, women, and children, even the youngest being merely a few years old. I vividly remember the child being dragged and thrown before the alchemical furnace, desperately crying out to me, Sister, I do not wish to die. From that day forth, I developed a profound disdain for the demon sect. During my travels, I sought to create a myriad of flavors from the experiences of this world. Chen Xun nodded slightly, feeling the wine in his mouth turn a touch bitter. He had not anticipated that such a rich array of human experiences bore such a deeper significance. Ji Mingli sighed, now. For some unknown reason, the North Xian demon sect has resumed the abduction of righteous disciples to make them blood slaves. It is only a matter of time before the forces of good and evil are locked in a full-blown war. My father must have summoned me back for this reason. Chen Xun remained silent, internally sighing at the unpredictability of life. A kind-hearted individual born into the demonic sect, a twist of fate indeed. Yet, he felt little emotional upheaval, having lived for countless years. He had witnessed the myriad complexities of the world. What will you do upon your return? He inquired. Ji Mingli lowered her gaze. What will be, will be. My life has been bound by the demonic sect, making it difficult to escape. Chen Xun smiled gently, rising to his feet, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Ji Mingli hurriedly stood, saying, I am grateful, Chen Xun, for your patience in listening to my woes today. It has brought me some relief. Should you wish to visit, you are always welcome at the Dian demon sect, we shall see, Chen Xun replied before departing the pavilion, gradually fading from view. Ji Mingli watched him go, her heart filled with regret. A true friend is worth 1,000 cups of wine. This Chen Xun was an enigma. So carefree and elusive, a remarkable individual indeed. With a sigh, Ji Mingli exited the pavilion and took to the skies, heading toward her sect. A few days later, in the territory of the Dao Tian sect, a group of returning elders and disciples stood in shock, gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground and the heads that remained unblinking. Upon closer inspection, there were hundreds of headless bodies. Zhao Ting had never encountered such a scene before, his face turned pale, and he could not suppress his nausea. The inner and outer disciples' pupils contracted, their hearts racing in terror. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong exchanged grave glances as they surveyed the scene. These hundreds of corpses were all demon cultivators. Suddenly, Wang Tianfu spotted a head and exclaimed, Yu Sha. That appears to belong to Yu Sha of the Dian demon sect. At the mention of the Dian demon sect, a shiver ran through the crowd, for it was renowned as a formidable presence among the northern demon sections. Zhou Tong's expression shifted as he hurried over for a closer look, stating, the fifth elder was correct, this is indeed the fourth elder of the Dian demon sect. Yu Sha. It was evident that these demon cultivators had laid an ambush here, as the destroyed formation flags clearly indicated. It appears that the demonic cultivators lay an ambush here while they were out, likely biding their time to strike unexpectedly upon their return. Although Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong are core elders, the sheer number of demonic cultivators present, particularly with the notorious Yusha leading them in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, makes the situation precarious. The outcome of a surprise attack is indeed uncertain.
A glance exchanged between Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong reveals their trepidation.
They can discern that the demonic cultivators of Yusha were annihilated in an instant, an utter lack of resistance evident from the smooth severance of each headless corpse.
Who could be responsible for such a feat? Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong swallowed hard,
pondering if the disciples of Daotian sect who had previously gone missing were perhaps abducted by the Dian demon sect.
With this thought, Wang Tianfu commanded, "All disciples, heed my order. Gather all the bodies and return to the sect immediately."
Yes. Chapter 43, The Divine Vessel. The celestial ship swiftly glided into the Daotian sect. After Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong instructed the elders of both the inner and outer sects to return to their respective peaks with their disciples, they steered the celestial vessel towards Daotian Peak. Shortly after the returning disciples reached their peaks, news spread that a group of formidable practitioners from the Dian demon sect had been ambushed within the sect's territory, only to be entirely decimated by a mysterious power.
A wave of astonished discussions erupted among the peaks.
Upon returning to Tianxian Peak, Zhao Ting recounted the incident to the gathering of purple-clad disciples, who too fell into profound shock. Meanwhile, within the cabinet of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao and 9 core elders were present, their expressions icy as they gazed upon the neatly arranged hundreds of corpses on the ground. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn.
"Master,
it is evident that Jing Yao and those disciples were abducted by the Dian demon sect.
This Yusha is known to be the 4th elder of the Dian demon sect,"
Jiang Bailu exclaimed, pointing at the sea of corpses with palpable indignation. The elders bowed their heads, their fists quietly clenched within their sleeves. The words of the 3rd elder rang true. It was nearly confirmed that the Dian demon sect was behind the attacks on Daotian sect. However, what puzzled the elders was the identity of those responsible, aside from the hidden and ambushing demon practitioners.
"Master, upon returning with the 9th elder, we discovered these beheaded bodies of the Dian demon sect.
Surrounding the corpses were destroyed array flags, and it appears these bodies have been deceased for some time," Wang Tianfu reported gravely.
As the elders pondered the mystery, Nangong Yao,
who had been furrowing his brow, suddenly relaxed and remarked, "If our sect's assumptions are correct, it must be the master."
"The master?"
The elders' hearts leapt.
"Isn't he usually stationed at the miscellaneous peak? Over the past 3 years, aside from that one occasion at the Tianxian Peak martial arena, he seems to have never left the miscellaneous peak," they pondered.
Nangong Yao replied with a smile, "Just the day before yesterday, I visited the miscellaneous peak in search of the master but did not find him, leading me to speculate that he may have left the sect. What is unknown to you all is that, for some reason, the master has remarkably returned to the appearance he had when we first met."
"Oh?"
The elders gasped,
utterly astonished.
If what the master said was true, and he had indeed ventured outside the sect recently, it was entirely plausible that he was the one responsible.
Otherwise,
it was difficult to conceive of anyone else possessing the power to instantly slay hundreds of demon practitioners, including Yusha. The master could certainly subdue these demon practitioners, but achieving such instantaneous kills was beyond his capability.
Moreover, the concealment array set by the demon sect was exceedingly clever and hard to detect.
"We shall inquire with the master, and the truth shall be revealed."
Contemplating this, Lu Yunjian couldn't help but ask, "Master, has the master returned?" Nangong Yao shook his head.
"Our sect has not visited the miscellaneous peak in the past 2 days. I do not know if the master has returned."
The other elders felt a surge of curiosity,
eager to uncover whether it was indeed the master's handiwork, having never witnessed the enigmatic master in action. Nangong Yao inhaled deeply, his voice resolute, "Now,
our immediate concern is the Dian demon sect.
Previously, we were unaware of which demon sect targeted us, leaving us in a state of helplessness.
However, now that we have clarity, we cannot remain inactive." Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions turned grave. Lu Xianyin inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" Before Nangong Yao could respond, Zhang Bailu interjected with indignation. What else is there to do? We shall directly assault the Dian Demon sect. How dare they provoke our Daotian sect? This time, we must thoroughly cleanse the Dian Demon sect with blood.
Lu Xianyin was momentarily taken aback and then solemnly replied, Elder Jiang, do not underestimate the Dian Demon sect. It is a top-tier demon sect in Beixian. If our Daotian sect recklessly attacks, the outcome will only be mutual destruction. Moreover, with the current chaos in Beixian, if our sect suffers significant damage at this juncture, the consequences will be dire. Zhang Bailu's lips moved, letting out a sigh, choosing to remain silent.
Nangong Yao glanced at both of them with resignation before stating, Elder Lu. Lu Yunxian stepped forward and bowed, present.
After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Yao commanded, immediately draft a letter to the Dian Demon sect, proposing a meeting 3 days hence with their sect master at Baihu Ridge.
Lu Yunxian acknowledged, understood.
The elders nodded in agreement, grasping the sect master's intent. If the Dian Demon sect could surrender Jingyao and the other disciples, a great conflict could be averted.
However, if they refused to comply, then war would be inevitable. Noon.
At the disciples' peak, in the dining hall,
Chen Xun filled his plate with food and settled down to eat leisurely.
Meanwhile, a group of servant disciples watched in astonishment.
Was this truly Chen Xun? Did he not used to devour his meals ravenously, consuming portions meant for dozens? What had changed today? Was he in a foul mood? Yet soon,
the disciples began to realize that Chen Xun appeared different from their memories.
It seemed he had normalized? Chen Xun?
A disciple approached with a food tray, tentatively addressing him with a hint of respect. Although Chen Xun was merely a mortal, no disciple on the disciples' peak dared to provoke him. They treated him with utmost courtesy, for he was a friend of Zhao Ting, and their bond had been observed with envy over the years.
Chen Xun paused, turning to the disciple with a gentle smile. What is it? The disciple's pupils dilated, quickly waving his hands and awkwardly laughing. Nothing at all.
He then retreated with his tray, whispering to the other servant disciples, their gazes filled with astonishment.
A madman who had been insane for 3 years had suddenly returned to normalcy. What an incredible transformation. Just eat your meal and stop mumbling. Finish up and get back to work.
At that moment, the plump steward Xian Laifu arrived, barking orders.
Many disciples immediately panicked, hastily finishing their meals and fleeing the scene. Xian Laifu snorted coldly, then noticed Chen Xun, his expression shifting.
Rubbing his hands together, he approached Chen Xun with a low, respectful tone. Esteemed one,
how do you find the food? Does it suit your taste?
To the servant disciples, Xian Laifu's demeanor seemed entirely normal. They believed he was simply trying to curry favor with Chen Xun to connect with the esteemed Zhao Ting. Chen Xun sampled the dishes, gesturing with his chopsticks towards the food on his plate. 6 dishes and a soup. The fare is quite commendable. Xian Laifu staggered, his face awash with astonishment. It was not merely the evaluation of the meal that left him taken aback, but rather Chen Xun's demeanor.
This.
Xian Laifu swallowed hard and cautiously uttered, as senior.
You.
Chen Xun, fully aware of what Xian Laifu was alluding to, merely smiled. After placing his plate in the wash basin, he departed, leaving Xian Laifu rooted to the spot, his expression one of disbelief. Finally, he exhaled in awe. Indeed. The esteemed leader has mentioned that seniors engage with the world,
so it is only natural for their demeanor to be unpredictable. However, when the senior is at ease, they undeniably exude an extraordinary and ethereal charm.
Awakened from his reverie,
Xian Laifu hurriedly pursued Chen Xun, calling out, Senior, allow me to accompany you.
Chapter 44 The Conspiracy of the Dian Demon Sect. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Chen Xun set a stool before the door and seated himself, retrieving the wordless book from his breast pocket to peruse. During this time, he maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze focused, occasionally nodding slightly, a stark contrast to his previous fervent madness. As the hour of approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows upon the earth, Chen Xun finally closed the book. At that moment, the sound of footsteps rustling through the grass broke the silence.
Chen Xun, unperturbed,
lifted his gaze to see Nangong Yao and 9 other core elders of the sect arriving together, with Nangong Yao carrying 2 jars of wine and a roasted chicken.
Upon spotting Chen Xun, their expression shifted to one of delight as they hurried forward, bowing deeply in unison to greet him. This scene would surely leave the elders and disciples of the Daotian sect utterly astonished, for here stood the supreme sect leader and 9 core elders, displaying such respectful deference. Chen Xun nodded, gesturing for them to sit. Nangong Yao and the other elders promptly complied, settling themselves on the ground without concern for its cleanliness. After taking their seats, the 9 elders glanced up at Chen Xun, whose countenance radiated warmth, only to hastily lower their heads again, filled with astonishment. They could clearly see that Chen Xun was indeed, as the sect leader had stated, no longer the deranged figure he once was. Yet, precisely because of this transformation, the elders found themselves feeling considerably more restrained in his presence. To them, even seated silently, Chen Xun exuded an invisible aura more potent than that brought by the sect leader. "Master," Nangong Yao said, offering the jars of wine and the roasted chicken. Receiving them, Chen Xun smiled and replied, "I was just about to head to the dining hall. Your roasted chicken arrives at an opportune moment, still steaming and warm." Nangong Yao chuckled, well aware that Chen Xun never missed a meal, and had brought the chicken to indulge him. Lu Yunjian interjected with a grin, "Master, you may not know, but this roasted chicken was personally." "Mind your tongue," Nangong Yao admonished. Lu Yunjian froze, quickly falling silent, his expression one of innocence. The other elders, witnessing the elders' reaction, stifled their laughter, mindful of the elders' stature and the potential repercussions of their mirth. Chen Xun took a bite of the roasted chicken, savoring its rich flavor, tender yet not greasy, succulent yet intact. Nangong Yao beamed, "I am glad you enjoy it, master." Chen Xun then produced a jar of worldly flavors, extending it toward them. "Since you have treated me to roasted chicken, allow me to offer you some wine. This exquisite brew, named Worldly Flavors, is worth a taste." Though there was but a single jar of this fine wine, Chen Xun had no hesitation in sharing it with Nangong Yao and the others. Some wines are indeed delightful, but often 1 or 2 sips suffice. Overindulgence can diminish their charm. Such was the case with Worldly Flavors. Too kind," Nangong Yao protested, waving his hands. But Chen Xun insisted, forcing the jar upon him, leaving him no choice but to accept it with gratitude. With a gentle smile, Chen Xun began to enjoy the combination of wine in his left hand and chicken in his right, relishing the meal. The elders, witnessing his enjoyment, could not help but swallow their own saliva in anticipation. They had long since ceased consuming ordinary food, unaware of how many years had passed since their last meal. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners typically begin to consume fasting elixirs during the mid-stage of qi refinement. Logically, indulging in mundane sustenance would merely accumulate impurities within the body, hindering one's cultivation. Yet, it was curious how the esteemed master feasted thrice daily without apparent consequence. Subsequently, Nangong Yao and the others poured a cup of wine for each of the 9 elders, depleting the last of the exquisite brew. After savoring the wine, their expressions varied. To be candid, the flavor was pleasant and pure, yet the myriad tastes of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy evoked a peculiar discomfort. Nevertheless, they all praised the wine profusely. "Master, in the region of Daotian sect, hundreds of demonic cultivators have been discovered, all beheaded." Before Nangong Yao could finish, Chen Xun casually interjected, "I did it." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian's pupils constricted. Indeed, it was the master's doing. The swift annihilation of hundreds of demonic cultivators, including the infamous Yusha, demonstrated the master's unfathomable prowess. Although they had not witnessed the scene, they could only imagine the brutality of it, for they had seen the terror etched on the faces of those severed heads. "We are grateful to the master. Had you not intervened, Elder Jiao and I would have faced perilous ambush on our return." Wang Tianfu rose, bowing sincerely. Zhou Tong quickly stood as well. Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. I happened upon the scene while passing through and, driven by curiosity, approached. However, when they sought to drink my blood, I had no choice but to strike decisively." The others were momentarily speechless. What a decisive strike it was! Nangong Yao and the others couldn't help but smile wryly. The unfortunate demonic cultivators had chosen poorly. Of all the blood to drink, they dared to covet the masters. No wonder their lives had ended. In the Deyen demon sect, a 1,000-mile crane descended. A disciple, having retrieved a contract bound to the crane's leg, hastily delivered it to the main hall. Master, the Daotian sect has sent a contract, requesting a meeting with you at Baihu Ridge in 3 days, an elder bowed respectfully. In the hall, Ji Wutsong scoffed coldly. What an audacious Daotian sect! Master, it appears the 4th elder and others have perished at the hands of Daotian sect. They now comprehend that our Deyen demon sect abducted their disciple, and this contract is likely an attempt to rescue their sect's member, one elder stated solemnly. With a crash, Ji Wutsong slammed a cup onto the hall floor, startling the elders into immediate bows. Nangong Yao has slain my sect's 4th elder, 2 enforcers, and numerous elite disciples, and they wish to rescue their disciple? Such delusions! Ji Wutsong's fists clenched tightly, his voice laced with fury. Master, shall we proceed to Baihu Ridge? An elder hesitantly inquired. Go! We must certainly go. Ji Wutsong replied expressionlessly. Elders, heed my command. The elders bowed in unison, at your service. A sinister smile gradually spread across Ji Wutsong's face as he declared, in the time remaining, you shall immediately set a web of traps at Baihu Ridge. At this, the elders were taken aback, comprehending Ji Wutsong's intentions. At that moment, someone stepped forward and spoke, Sect leader. The Daotian sect has chosen to meet at the White Fox Ridge, presumably to guard against us. The terrain of White Fox Ridge is perilous. And given Nangong Yao's inevitable preparations, it will not be easy for us to capture him. Ji Wutsong replied coldly, even if we cannot capture Nangong Yao, we must deliver him a crushing blow. Once he is severely injured, our Dayan demon sect will immediately ally with other demon sects to approach the Daotian sect. The forces of the North and the Xian are currently at a stalemate, are they not? Since Nangong Yao dares to slay our elder, let us first strike at the Daotian sect, which is at his command. We shall decisively shift the tide and instill fear in the North and Xian. The elders felt a tremor in their hearts, astonished by the leader's intent, and they couldn't help but grow excited and bloodthirsty. It seemed that this plan was indeed viable. Thus, the purpose of our journey to White Fox Ridge became exceedingly clear. Even if we cannot slay Nangong Yao, we must inflict significant damage upon him. Once he is incapacitated, the Daotian sect will be left leaderless, and then we shall unite with other demon sects to plunge the Daotian sect into despair. Chapter 45, The Summit of White Fox Ridge. At the humble abode to the west of the Servant's Peak, not long after Nangong Yao and the others departed, Zhao Ting arrived. Brother Chen, Brother Chen. Chen Xun, having just yawned and on the verge of retreating into the abode for a much-needed rest, replied, I was just about to rest. Your timing is impeccable. Zhao Ting paused momentarily, then regained his composure, incredulously circling Chen Xun with astonishment, exclaiming, My goodness, Brother Chen, you haven't lost your mind, have you? Observing Zhao Ting's fervent enthusiasm, Chen Xun responded with a serene smile, not temporarily, at least. Zhao Ting, oblivious to the nuances of temporarily, examined Chen Xun from head to toe, his joy palpable. He promptly urged Chen Xun to sit down, producing 2 flasks of wine from his storage ring, handing one to Chen Xun and cheerfully declaring, Come, Brother Chen. I must have a good chat with you. Oh, how elated I am that you have recovered. Please, do not be overly excited. Chen Xun, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, What do you mean by recovered? I am not ill. Having just finished one drink. Chen Xun found himself coaxed into another by Zhao Ting, but seeing Zhao Ting's genuine delight, he accepted graciously. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation, during which Zhao Ting proudly boasted of his accomplishments, declaring himself the foremost talent of the Daotian sect, having reached the late foundation establishment stage, all the while claiming to be a protective figure for Chen Xun. Chen Xun merely smiled in response, choosing silence. After some time, with a hint of inebriation, Zhao Ting asserted, Brother Chen, there is something I must share that will certainly astonish you. Chen Xun replied, Do tell. Zhao Ting's demeanor turned slightly serious as he exclaimed, You are unaware. Upon our return during the day, we discovered hundreds of slain demon cultivators. Do you know? Those demon cultivators were formidable. One of them being the 4th elder of a major demonic sect, rumored to possess midcore formation strength. My master is also at midcore formation. And it remains a mystery who could have vanquished those demon cultivators, truly remarkable. Brother Chen, you may not realize,
but had that esteemed individual not eliminated them beforehand?
Our safe return to the sect today could have been uncertain.
Chen Xun nodded thoughtfully. Listening to you, it does seem rather impressive. Zhao Ting shot him a disapproving glance,
saying, Brother Chen, I must disagree. Rather impressive does not do it justice, it is extraordinarily impressive.
I heard from the fifth elder that the esteemed individual dispatched that group of demon cultivators with but a single strike, one strike.
Chen Xun,
feeling a headache from Zhao Ting's exuberance, rubbed his temples and replied, very well, one strike it is. Now, I've had enough and wish to sleep.
Let us continue this another day.
Zhao Ting, momentarily taken aback, watched as Chen Xun entered the abode, quickly rising to his feet with a wry smile. Brother Chen,
at least afford me a moment of astonishment.
As silence enveloped the abode, Zhao Ting sighed, realizing that Chen Xun was merely an ordinary mortal, incapable of grasping the significance of his words. With a resigned shake of his head, he picked up an empty wine flask from the ground and departed.
3 days later, at White Fox Ridge.
The mountain range is named for the white fox, not because it is a den for such creatures, but because, from a distance,
the ridge resembles a white fox lying in repose.
Surrounding the White Fox Ridge are several cultivation sects, both large and small. And due to the treacherous terrain of the ridge itself, it remains largely untraveled. At this moment, atop White Fox Ridge,
3 members of the Daotian sect have arrived, the sect leader Nangong Yao, the second elder Lu Xianin, and the third elder Zhang Bailu, Lu Yunji and Chu Ningshang.
The first and fourth elders respectively, remained in the sect to attend to affairs and did not accompany them. The wind atop White Fox Ridge howled fiercely,
tousling the hair of Nangong Yao and his companions, their robes fluttering dramatically.
Sect leader, do you believe the members of the Dian Demon sect will not arrive? Zhang Bailu inquired, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Truthfully, his disciple Jingyao is likely in the hands of the Dian Demon sect, causing him considerable anxiety.
Nangong Yao gazed into the distance and replied calmly, they will come. Sect leader, the demon sect is cunning, especially the Dian Demon sect, a first-rate demonic faction.
I fear they may resort to trickery, Lu Xianin expressed his concerns as he scanned the surroundings. Nangong Yao sighed, our sect is indeed aware of this, but regrettably, Jingyao and the other disciples are in their grasp, leaving us without the initiative. Securing this meeting at White Fox Ridge is already a significant advantage for us. Lu Xianin nodded gravely, understanding the situation. Zhang Bailu sighed heavily, muttering, if only our master had not killed the ghostly fiend that day, but captured it instead. We would have had leverage to negotiate with the Dian Demon sect.
Silence. Nangong Yao suddenly admonished. Startled, Zhang Bailu immediately clapped a hand over his mouth. Humph. Nangong Yao scoffed. Since when has it been your place, Zhang Bailu, to critique our master's actions?
Zhang Bailu felt a shiver run through him. With a cold glare, Nangong Yao continued, had it not been for our master's intervention in eliminating the ambushing ghostly fiend and others,
how could the 2 elders and Zhao Ting have returned to the sect unscathed? This is not the first time you have spoken indiscreetly before our sect. Should you do so again, I shall not show you mercy.
Zhang Bailu quickly bowed his head, saying, Sect leader, please quell your anger.
I spoke out of turn. Meanwhile,
Lu Xianin pressed his lips together, suddenly feeling an instinctive alertness, and abruptly turned his gaze toward the horizon.
Sect leader, the Dian Demon sect approaches. Indeed, Nangong Yao replied,
his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze in that direction. In a flash, several streaks of light zipped across the sky, arriving at the summit of White Fox Ridge in the blink of an eye.
In the next moment, the lights transformed into 4 figures, landing before the trio of Nangong Yao. It was none other than Ji Wutsong of the Dian Demon sect accompanied by 3 elders. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Zhang Bailu and Lu Xianin also felt their hearts tighten, a sense of vigilance rising within them.
It is customary for 2 sects to meet for discussions led by their respective leaders and accompanied by 2 elders in the cultivation world, however. The Dian Demon sect had brought 3 elders in addition to their leader.
What could this signify? Ah, sect leader Nangong, I trust you have been well.
Ji Wutsong greeted with a courteous bow and a friendly smile.
Yet, as the leader of a demonic sect, his sinister demeanor juxtaposed with his amiable smile appeared quite peculiar.
Nangong Yao returned the gesture with a bow, saying, Sect leader Ji, Ji Wutsong's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, Master Nangong, our two sects, the righteous and the demonic, seldom interact. Now that you have summoned me to Bifling, let us speak candidly. I am a straightforward person. So I shall be direct. I implore you to return the 240 disciples of my sect. Daotian sect wishes to avoid enmity with the Dian Demon sect.
Let this matter rest here.
Nangong Yao responded calmly, ha 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 ha.
Ji Wutsong suddenly threw his head back in laughter,
leaving one to ponder whether it was mockery or jest. In an instant, he reined in his mirth and continued, returning the disciples of Daotian sect is certainly feasible. However, prior to that, I kindly request the return of my sect's fourth elder, 2 stewards, and a number of elite disciples. What say you? Would this not be fair and just?
Chapter 46, The Self-Detonation of the Nascent Soul. Upon the utterance of these words, the howling winds atop Baihu Ridge fell eerily silent.
Nangong Yao remained expressionless, while Lu Xianyin and Jiang Bailu felt their pupils constrict, inwardly cursing.
The adversary was fully aware that the demonic cultivators, including Yasha, were deceased, yet still chose to speak in such a manner, clearly unwilling to relinquish the disciples of Daotian sect.
Nangong Yao furrowed his brow and inquired, since Sect Master Ji is aware that the 4 elders of your sect have perished, why utter such words?
Ji Wutsong narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips.
Is it not biased of you, Sect Master Nangong? Do you imply that the lives of your Daotian sect disciples hold value while the lives of my Dian Demon sect's elder disciples do not? How naive it is of you to seek the return of your disciples, it is but a delusion. Nangong Yao's tone grew more severe. Do not conflate matters.
My disciples have never provoked your Dian Demon sect, it was you who initiated the aggression and attempted to plunder.
As for your 4 elders,
they set an ambush within our territory, thus bringing calamity upon themselves. There is no one to blame.
Ha ha ha.
Spare me your futile reasoning and logic, Ji Wutsong laughed heartily, the malevolence at the corners of his mouth stretching toward his ears. The wind atop the mountain howled fiercely, growing increasingly frigid.
Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong exchanged icy glares, while the elders from both sides fixated on one another, tension palpable as if a bowstring drawn taut, ready to snap. After a moment, Nangong Yao took a deep breath, turning with the 2 elders to depart. If negotiations could not be reached, there was no necessity to continue the discourse. They would deliberate further upon their return. Sect Master Nangong, do you truly believe that my sect will allow you to depart unscathed? Ji Wutsong interjected with a smile. Nangong Yao halted mid-step, turning his head to inquire, what does Sect Master Ji imply? Do you think that merely having one more elder than my sect entitles you to act recklessly?
Lu Xianyin and Jiang Bailu turned to face Ji Wutsong and his companions, vigilance evident in their eyes, though they remained undaunted.
They could not be detained. Yet, they could not suppress their disdain, deeming the demon sect utterly shameless. He, my sect's elder Yusha shall not have died in vain, Ji Wutsong remarked, raising his hand and gesturing.
A demon sect elder immediately sat cross-legged, producing a formation flag, reciting incantations, and infusing it with spiritual power. Nangong Yao sensed a shift in the atmosphere, his gaze altering perceptibly as he shouted, flee.
Lu Xianyin and Jiang Bailu felt a tightening in their hearts, swiftly following Nangong Yao as they attempted to escape Baihu Ridge.
However, at that moment, numerous ominous, dark lights erupted across Baihu Ridge,
casting the already shadowy landscape into a more sinister tableau, akin to hell itself. The dark lights slithered like serpents, swiftly converging from all directions, soon intertwining to envelop the entirety of Baihu Ridge.
This sudden turn of events drew the attention of nearby cultivation sects, who hurriedly made their way to Baihu Ridge.
Eager to uncover the cause of the disturbance, could it be that a wondrous treasure had manifested? Meanwhile, Nangong Yao and his companions hovered in mid-air,
their path obstructed by the chilling aura of the dark lights.
This is bad. Lu Xianyin shouted gravely, Sect Master. Dian Demon Sect has indeed set up a grand formation in advance.
Nangong Yao's expression remained impassive, yet his fists slowly clenched, his gaze darkening ominously. The deliberate choice of White Fox Ridge, situated relatively close to the Daotian sect, was intended to instill trepidation, yet
none anticipated that the Dian Demon Sect would exhibit such audacity.
Furthermore, it was utterly unforeseen that Ji Wutsong could establish a formidable formation here within a mere 3 days. What a remarkable display by the Dian Demon sect. Their methods are indeed formidable. Today, it seems, matters may not conclude favorably. Jiang Bailu abruptly turned, pointing accusingly at Ji Wucong, exclaiming, "Despicable and shameless." Ji Wucong remained silent, but one of the elders behind him chuckled ominously, saying, "What of it if we are despicable and shameless? We are, after all, a demon sect. Do not expect us to adhere to the moral codes of your righteous sects." You! Jiang Bailu was infuriated, yet found herself momentarily silenced. Suddenly, Lu Xuannin's tone turned urgent. "Sect Master, Third Elder, have you noticed that the spiritual energy within us is gradually depleting? Though the rate is slow, it is indeed diminishing."
Nangong Yao and Jiang Bailu also sensed this, glancing upward at the formation, their expressions increasingly grave.
Surely, it was this demonic formation that was responsible.
This demonic array was truly peculiar, they had never heard of anything like it before. No wonder the Dian Demon sect was renowned, possessing such profound depth.
Humph. This is the Ghost Serpent Suppression Formation, isolating everything.
Within this formation, if cultivators cannot escape, the longer they remain, the more rapidly their spiritual energy dissipates. The energy lost is replenished within the Ghost Serpent Suppression Formation, creating a vicious cycle where you grow increasingly feeble while the formation becomes ever more unassailable.
Ultimately, the serpent spirit of the formation will manifest and consume you," sneered the elder of the demon sect, seated on the ground with the formation banner.
Ji Wucong and the other two elders also displayed sinister smiles. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others inhaled deeply, they needed not the elder's words, as they could discern the formation's sinister nature through their own sensations and the changes within it.
Indeed, it was an exceedingly nefarious array. Second Elder, you shall break the formation. Third Elder, stay with me to impede them," Nangong Yao commanded decisively. They could not afford to delay. Ji Wucong and his group would certainly not sit idly by as they attempted to dismantle the formation.
Thus, one must break the formation while the other obstructed.
Understood, Jiang Bailu declared, retrieving a whisk. Nangong Yao cast a glance at the seated elder of the demon sect and conveyed telepathically, "Second Elder. Should you find it difficult to break the formation, look for an opportunity to seize that formation banner." Lu Xuannin nodded emphatically. Noticing this, Ji Wucong smirked and instructed, "Third Elder, accompany me to confront Nangong Yao and Jiang Bailu.
Fourth Elder, you shall guard the fifth elder who holds the formation.
Ensure he is not ambushed." The fourth elder of the demon sect nodded in agreement, understood. At present, their objective was not to defeat the Dao Tian sect trio, but merely to delay them.
As time passed, the spiritual energy of the three from the Dao Tian sect would wane, leading to their inevitable collapse.
Boom! In the next moment, a fierce battle erupted.
Various techniques were unleashed, dazzling the eyes.
The powerful aura of the nascent soul reverberated,
shaking White Fox Ridge and its surroundings for 1,000 miles.
Observing this onslaught, Lu Xuannin felt a surge of urgency, frantically contemplating the intricacies of the Ghost Serpent Suppression Formation.
If only the sixth elder had accompanied us on this occasion, among the entire Dao Tian sect. He is the most adept at formations, and none could have anticipated such an event.
The battle at White Fox Ridge raged with unparalleled intensity,
with soaring spells illuminating the sky and the oppressive aura of the nascent soul causing nearby sect practitioners to flee in terror. Even worse, those who arrived earlier, caught too close to the fray, were obliterated into a mist of blood before they could escape. This was no mere emergence of a rare treasure.
It was a clash involving a nascent soul elder. As time relentlessly flowed by, each fleeting moment became increasingly precious for Nangong Yao and his two companions.
The confrontation was fierce, and both sides bore varying degrees of injury. Lu Xuannin, breathless and frantic, found himself at a loss for a method to break the formation.
His heart sinking into despair as he glanced at the seated elder of the magic sect, realizing that with someone guarding him, seizing the formation flag seemed hopeless. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle and the influence of the formation, the spiritual energy within Nangong Yao and his companions was depleting rapidly. If this continued, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet the smiles on Ji Wucong and his associates grew ever more pronounced. It seemed that not only could they severely wound Nangong Yao today, but they might even capture him outright. "Master, You and the second elder must leave.
At that moment, the bloodstained Jiang Bailu shouted. Ji Wucong and the others narrowed their eyes, focusing intently on Jiang Bailu. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin paused, but as they noticed Jiang Bailu's abdomen swelling, their pupils constricted in horror.
Third elder. No! They cried. If this continues, none of us will escape.
Jiang Bailu smiled, Master. You said I only care for Jingyao and neglect the other disciples, but that was a hasty remark born of my anxiety.
I spoke carelessly again.
Although you cannot hear him, please apologize to the Master for me upon your return. Master, I may often speak without thought. But for the sake of the sect, I would gladly face death.
With that, Jiang Bailu's abdomen swelled rapidly. Nangong Yao and Lu Xuanin's eyes turned crimson, their bodies trembling violently. No, please.
At this moment, Ji Wucong and the others also turned pale, completely unprepared for such a turn of events.
Ji Wucong shouted urgently, disperse the formation. Retreat. In a flash, the ghost serpent suppressing dragon formation dissipated. And Ji Wucong cast a reluctant glance at Nangong Yao before fleeing with the three elders toward the outskirts of White Fox Ridge. Though grief-stricken, Lu Xianyin grasped the dazed Nangong Yao and propelled him forward.
In the next instant, a tremendous roar erupted from the summit of White Fox Ridge,
which was suddenly leveled to the ground.
A colossal shockwave surged outward in all directions, decimating everything within a radius of several hundred miles.
Gasping,
as they had not yet fled far, Nangong Yao, Ji Wucong, and the others were caught in the wave, their bodies jolted as they simultaneously spewed forth blood, each sustaining severe injuries.
The self-detonation of a nascent soul was indeed terrifying.
Oblivious to their wounds, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin slowly turned,
staring blankly at the once majestic White Fox Ridge, now reduced to mere earth. Lu Xuanin's old eyes brimmed with tears. Sect leader, the third elder.
Nangong Yao's dazed gaze gradually sharpened, his voice trembling with an undercurrent of lethal intent as he proclaimed, return to the sect.
Chapter 47, The Nine Chimes of the Dao Heaven Bell Puff. On the other side, Ji Wucong and his three companions wore pale expressions, glancing back with lingering trepidation at the flattened Baihu Ridge. The self-detonation of a nascent soul was indeed terrifying. Cough, cough.
Ji Wucong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coughed.
The three elders, equally breathless and shaken,
felt as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of death.
Though they had survived, they had sustained considerable injuries.
They could never have imagined that Jiang Bailu would resort to such a self-destructive act to facilitate the escape of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin.
Who was Jiang Bailu?
She was the third elder of the Dao Heaven sect, a formidable mid-nascent soul cultivator, held in high esteem not only within the sect but also renowned in the North Xian region. And yet, she had chosen to self-destruct.
How loyal and righteous she was.
Ji Wucong looked up at the sky, feeling a surge of complex emotions, and suddenly inquired, if today we had fallen into a trap and found ourselves in a dire predicament,
would the three elders be willing to sacrifice their lives to aid our sect in escaping?
The three elders were momentarily stunned, their eyes flickering for an instant.
And they hurriedly replied, Sect Master, we would certainly be willing.
Indeed, the Dian Demon sect could continue without us, but the sect cannot function without you, Sect Master. Ji Wucong, however, could discern the underlying message and could not help but laugh heartily. It seems I have asked a superfluous question. I can clearly sense the loyalty of the elders. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, envying Nangong Yao in this regard.
Alas!
The demon sect was still the demon sect, filled with self-serving individuals. As the leader of the demon sect, Ji Wucong was well aware of this.
Sect Master.
It is likely that Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin have also suffered significant injuries from the recent explosion.
What shall we do next? One elder asked,
clutching his chest with difficulty.
Without hesitation, Ji Wucong replied,
immediately return to the sect to mobilize the disciples and send messages to other demon sects to converge upon the Dao Heaven sect and suppress it.
As the saying goes, seize the opportunity when one is down. This was indeed a rare chance. However, Sect Master, we have also sustained considerable injuries. Is this truly advisable? One elder hesitated. Collaborating with other demon sects to subdue the Dao Heaven sect would be a more prudent approach.
but they feared that their injuries might disadvantage them during the distribution of spoils once the Dao Heaven sect was taken.
Moreover, the demon sect was inherently cunning.
Other sects might harbor ulterior motives upon seeing the high-ranking members of the Dian demon sect in a weakened state. Hearing this, Ji Wucong smiled faintly.
This is of no concern.
I possess a spiritual herb that can temporarily conceal our injuries, and as a first-rate demon sect in the North Xian region,
I doubt they would dare to entertain any ill thoughts.
The injuries inflicted on Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, along with Jiang Bailu's demise, had significantly diminished the combat power of the Dao Heaven sect's upper echelon. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, the three elders felt considerably reassured, though the pain from their injuries still caused them to grimace.
By the way, Sect Master, could you perhaps enlighten us as to why you suddenly decided to capture disciples from the righteous sects to serve as blood slaves? We have been genuinely perplexed about this. Another elder inquired curiously. To speak candidly, what was once a clandestine pursuit of mortals has now brazenly escalated to the apprehension of cultivators.
They remain oblivious to the underlying reasons, merely fulfilling their orders. Otherwise, they would not dare target the righteous sects, for they are indeed formidable adversaries. Nangong Yao furrowed his brow and murmured, "It is of no consequence to inform you, this command originates from the heavenly devouring demon sect.
As for the purpose of acquiring this blood slave, that remains a mystery. Perhaps the sect's master is cultivating some unparalleled demonic technique.
Or perhaps they aspire to unify the Northern Xian."
The three elders were left dumbfounded.
The heavenly devouring demon sect stands as the unparalleled entity among the demon sects of Northern Xian. If the Dian demon sect is deemed a first-rate sect, then the heavenly devouring demon sect could justifiably be referred to as a super demon sect.
Among the righteous sects of Northern Xian,
there exists a super-celestial sect known as the Heavenly Sword Sect.
However, their paths diverge significantly. The demon sects are united,
largely due to the fact that nearly all demon sects in Northern Xian bow to the heavenly devouring demon sect.
The righteous sects lack unity because each sect enjoys autonomy,
and the Heavenly Sword Sect refrains from interference. Should the Heavenly Sword Sect express a desire to unify the righteous path, it would inevitably face resistance and scorn, for such actions would not differ from those of the demon sections.
Ji Wucong, observing the astonished expressions of the three elders, shook his head and stated solemnly, "The truth of the matter may be more complex than it seems.
Our sect surmises that the blood slave incident may involve forces from the southern sky or eastern Xian. Do not gaze at me with such astonishment, this is merely our conjecture." The three elders were already left in shock,
unable to fathom the intricate web surrounding the blood slave incident.
Coughing violently, Ji Wucong spat blood and urged, "Quickly return to the sect."
"Yes." The three elders, gravely wounded,
staggered, their bodies swaying as if the world spun around them.
If they delayed any longer, they risked fainting along the way.
At the edge of the Daotian sect's territory, two streaks of light dashed through the air.
It was Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin,
supporting each other as they hastily retreated from Baihu Ridge.
"Sect Master."
At that moment, a voice called out.
The weakened Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin turned to see Lu Yunjian and a group of core elders rushing towards them. Earlier,
disciples stationed at the Soul Lantern Hall had urgently reported that the soul lanterns of the sect master and the second elder flickered ominously, even showing signs of extinguishing, while the third elder's lantern had gone out.
This was grave news.
Alarmed, Lu Yunjian and the others immediately left the sect, intending to head towards Baihu Ridge,
only to encounter Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin returning.
Upon seeing their injuries, despite their mental preparation, the onlookers were still shaken and hurried to assist them.
"Sect Master, we must return to the sect." Lu Yunjian and the others did not inquire further.
They solemnly supported Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin as they swiftly made their way back to the sect. With their newfound support, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin leaned heavily and fainted.
Upon returning to the sect, Lu Yunjian could no longer contain himself and bellowed with a fierce expression, "Bring forth the Jindao Tian bell. Ring! Jindao Tian bell. Clang! 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 Clang!"
9 resounding bells echoed through the heavens, reminiscent of primordial times,
stirring the Dao Tian sect into a frenzy.
In an instant, even the humble disciples toiling on the servant peak, as well as those cultivating on various other peaks,
found themselves involuntarily pulled from their meditative states, some even suffering backlash yet too preoccupied to care. They hastily emerged from their abodes or caves, gazing upwards in astonishment. The 9 tolls of the Dao Tian bell. What could have transpired? In a humble cottage to the west of the Servant Peak, Zhao Ting abruptly rose from the grass. His pupils constricting as he murmured, "The 9 tolls of the Dao Tian bell command all disciples to cease their current endeavors and stand by. Brother Chen, I have heard our master speak of this. When the Dao Tian bell tolls 9 times, it signifies a momentous event, one that pertains to the very survival of our sect." Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement, tilting his head back to take a hearty swig of wine, wiping his lips clean as he remarked, "Indeed, you may go now." "Very well." Zhao Ting inhaled deeply, summoning his sword to rise, departing from the Servant Peak. Chapter 48, A Gift from the Master. Surely not of ordinary quality on the miscellaneous duties peak, over 10,000 disciples stood in place, their faces etched with tension. All were well versed in the sect's regulations, which stated on the final page that upon the 9 tolls of the Dao Tian bell, all miscellaneous disciples must remain stationary. Without command, they were forbidden to move, even to the point of death. Among them stood Xian Laifu, the steward, his large belly protruding as he maintained a worried expression. He was equally perplexed by the gravity of the situation, having lingered within Dao Tian's sect for many years. It was his first encounter with the ominous 9 tolls of the bell. Though merely a lowly steward, his status barely on par with that of an outer sect disciple. Xian Laifu found himself content with the status quo, unwilling to witness any calamity befall the sect. At Dao Tian Peak, a group of elders stood, their faces marked by concern. Before them, the 7th elder was examining the injuries of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin. Lu Yunjian spoke with a strained voice, "7th elder, how fare the sect master and the 2nd elder?" The 7th elder, Jin Huashan, renowned for his alchemical prowess within Dao Tian sect, was currently assisting the recovery of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin. After administering several elixirs to them, he rose. Shaking his head with a sigh, "The sect master and the 2nd elder should regain consciousness soon. However, their injuries are severe, and it may take years for them to fully heal." The assembly collectively inhaled, anticipating this outcome, yet their hearts simmered with righteous indignation. The extinguished soul lamp and the absence of the 3rd elder deepened their sorrow. What calamity had transpired? Cough, cough. Just then, they witnessed Nangong Yao coughing and slowly opening his eyes, prompting them to rush to his side. "Sect master." After a brief silence, Nangong Yao spoke weakly. "The Diyen demon sect had previously set up the serpent-trapping dragon formation at Baihu Ridge, rendering our escape impossible. The 3rd elder detonated himself, forcing Ji Wozong to withdraw the formation, thus allowing the sect and the 2nd elder to escape." "What?" Nangong Yao's succinct explanation brought tears to Lu Yunjian and the others' eyes, their bodies trembling in disbelief. They had suspected the 3rd elder had perished in battle, yet never imagined he had sacrificed himself in such a manner. "Sect master, the Diyen demon sect first abducted 240 disciples from our sect, then compelled the 3rd elder to meet his demise. This enmity is one that cannot be borne." Lu Yunjian shouted, his fists clenched tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. With the sect master and 2nd elder gravely wounded and the 3rd elder gone, what means did they have to exact revenge on the Diyen demon sect? They could only face utter defeat. Nangong Yao gritted his teeth slightly and declared, "Ji Wuzong and his 3 elders are not lightly injured either." Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of renewed spirit. They looked to Nangong Yao, awaiting his command. He took a deep breath, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. "We must rescue Jing Yao and avenge the 3rd elder. In 5 days. Once the sect master and the 2nd elder have had a moment to recuperate, we shall set our sights on the Diyen demon sect." Despite the dire circumstances in the northern territories, having witnessed the 3rd elder's demise at Baihu Ridge, Nangong Yao resolved not to endure any longer. As the sect master, known for his rationality and consideration for the greater good, this time he could no longer remain composed. In this instance, even if it means facing destruction, one must take action. The 3rd elder is willing to sacrifice himself for the sect, and as the sect master, I, too, shall devote my utmost efforts for the 3rd elder. Indeed. The elders were moved, some wished to offer counsel, yet the warmth in their hearts rendered them speechless.
Since the sect master had made his decision, they would stand by him, even at the cost of their lives. Great Elder, swiftly prepare the disciples and elders. We shall gather outside the mountain gate in 5 days. Nan Gongyao declared. As you command. Lu Yunjian nodded, pulling out a talisman to relay the message to the various peaks. Just then, a figure slowly entered the room. The elders halted, turning around, ready to reprimand the intruder for daring to trespass, but upon recognizing the visitor, their hearts quaked and they hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, Sir. The newcomer was, of course, Chen Xun. Seeing this, Nan Gongyao was taken aback, attempting to rise to pay his respects. Chen Xun gestured with his hand, gently pressing him back down, saying, Given your current state, there is no need for formalities. Nan Gongyao offered a wry smile, responding, I beg your forgiveness, sir. Chen Xun replied, No harm done. Please. Have a seat. Lu Yunjian brought a chair and placed it behind Chen Xun. Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement. Settling down as he spoke, I overheard your discussion regarding which demonic sect you intend to confront in 5 days. The elders lowered their heads, their lips pursed. Sir. It is as follows. Nan Gongyao began to explain the circumstances, but Chen Xun raised his hand, interrupting, I have a general understanding of the situation. There is no need to elaborate. At this, Nan Gongyao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. How did the sir come to know? Ah. It must be that everything discussed was heard by him outside. Nan Gongyao could only whisper, You are correct, sir. In 5 days, we shall confront the great Yin demon sect. This grievance must be avenged. Chen Xun scanned the core elders, once 9 in number, now reduced to 8. Nan Gongyao frequently brought these elders to the grass hut, so Chen Xun recognized them well. Regarding Jiang Bailu's death, Chen Xun felt little turmoil within, after all. He had witnessed far too many births and deaths. He nodded slightly and spoke softly, In my opinion, there is no need for you to venture to that demonic sect. The elders were taken aback. Nan Gongyao sat up slightly, hesitantly saying, Does the sir perceive the dire situation in Beixian and wish for me to consider the bigger picture? Sir, 214 disciples of our sect have been captured. And now the 3rd elder has perished. If Nan Gong continues to be timid and hesitant, it would be a disservice to our many disciples and elders. And it would sow the seeds of inner turmoil. We must confront the great Yin demon sect. I implore you not to hinder our efforts. Chen Xun chuckled, saying, Why would I impede you? Do not misunderstand my intentions. I mean to convey that there is no need for you to seek out that demonic sect. They will come to your Dao Tian sect on their own, and it should be soon. Nan Gongyao and the elders exchanged glances. And soon their expressions shifted as they began to realize something. Previously, they had been blinded by their anger and had not considered the broader implications. Now, with the Sir's words, they began to understand. As the crowd sank into contemplation, Chen Xun stifled a yawn, gradually rising to his feet. He extended 2 medicinal pills towards them, stating, I possess 2 elixirs capable of treating severe injuries. Their efficacy is rather modest, yet I shall bestow them upon you. With that, he added, Now, I feel somewhat fatigued and shall retire to rest. Nan Gongyao, bewildered, accepted the pills, intending to see him off. But the weight of his injuries compelled him to abandon the thought. He recalled Jiang Bailu, yet some words remained unspoken, and he simply uttered, Safe travels, sir. The elders bowed, eager to escort Chen Xun. Stay your hand, he gestured dismissively, his hands clasped behind him as he stepped outside. His figure wavering and gradually vanishing from sight. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the ethereal scene reminiscent of a celestial being exiled from the heavens. After a prolonged silence, they finally regained their senses and hastily exclaimed, We bid you farewell, sir. While Nan Gongyao remained composed, the elders were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, making it difficult for them to contain their astonishment. Ahem, Nan Gongyao's cough roused the elders from their reverie. We, the parties involved, have been blinded by our circumstances. But thanks to the Sir's reminder, it is now apparent that Ji Wucang's machinations at Baihu Ridge were intended to weaken our sect's higher echelons, paving the way for an all-out assault. The demise of Yusha, even in his fury, suggests a decisive strategy to take advantage of the chaos in Beixian and strike our Daotian sect. Truly, Ji Wucang possesses remarkable audacity. The elders seethed with indignation upon hearing his words. Sect Master, did you not assert that Ji Wucang and his 3 elders were also gravely injured? Lu Yunjian inquired, puzzled. Nan Gongyao pressed his lips together and replied, such an opportunity will not be overlooked by Ji Wucang. It is likely he will ally with other demonic sections. The elders were immediately taken aback, their nerves taut with tension. Lu Yunjian recalled the Sir's previous remarks about urgency and, filled with concern, urged, Sect Master, what shall we do next? Confronting the Dian demonic sect may be manageable since we are on our home turf. But if there are additional forces beyond the Dian demonic sect, our Daotian sect may not withstand such an onslaught. Nangong Yao, wary of overestimating their strength, replied without hesitation, we must communicate this matter to the other righteous sects and request their assistance. Understood. Lu Yunjian bowed in acknowledgement and quickly departed. Nangong Yao then addressed the Grand Elder, furthermore, instruct the elders and disciples of each peak to prepare for battle. Lu Yunjian paused momentarily, affirming his understanding before exiting. Before the assembly of elders, Nangong Yao finally opened his palm to reveal the medicinal pills bestowed by Chen Xun. Sect Master, may I examine these elixirs? Elder Jin Huashan implored earnestly. In his estimation, the pills granted by the Sir were undoubtedly extraordinary, capable of significantly reducing the recovery time for the Sect Master and the Second Elder. As an alchemist, he was reluctant to miss this opportunity. Seeing Nangong Yao nod, Jin Huashan promptly took the 2 pills, scrutinizing them closely. The others fell silent, eager to hear Jin Huashan's assessment of the Sir's offerings. Wait a moment. Jin Huashan raised his hand, inspecting the pills from various angles, inhaling their scent and frowning as he remarked, these 2 elixirs lack any fragrance of spiritual herbs. And they bear no alchemical patterns whatsoever, by any standard, they appear to be the most ordinary of pills. Due to certain reasons, Jin Huashan has expressed himself quite subtly. Otherwise, in his view, these 2 elixirs are hardly worth mentioning. Oh? Nangong Yao and the others were astonished, filled with disbelief. How could what the master bestowed be mere common wares? Yet, they were well aware of Jin Huashan's prowess in alchemy. Since it was a gift from the master, they could hardly dismiss it as inferior. Nangong Yao retrieved the elixirs and remarked, even if they are common wares, they still represent the master's goodwill. Having said this, with the assistance of the elders, Nangong Yao sat up, crossed his legs, and placed 1 elixir into his mouth. He clasped his hands in a meditative posture, ready to refine and absorb its essence, only to be taken aback as the elixir melted upon contact. While Nangong Yao was still in a daze, the elixir's power began to radiate through his limbs, astonishingly accelerating the healing of his injuries. The pallor of his face visibly transformed, becoming flushed under the astonished gazes of the elders. As Nangong Yao felt the miraculous changes within him, his spirit trembled with awe. An immortal elixir! An immortal elixir! With a sudden clap, Nangong Yao pushed away the elder supporting him, standing abruptly, fists clenched, his face a canvas of shock. The elders, on the other hand, were left utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the Sect Master could hardly turn over, how could he so suddenly? Sect Master, you. Chapter 49, The Sect's preparations for battle 3 years ago, the youthful Nangong Yao came to his senses, noticing the elders staring at him with astonishment, leaving him perplexed. What could be the matter? Yet, it quickly dawned on him that his sudden vigor had startled the elders. Therefore, Nangong Yao opened his palm to reveal the sole remaining pill, exclaiming in awe, this elixir dissolves upon entry, requiring no refining. It permeates the limbs and bones, swiftly saturating the organs and healing all wounds, even some of the hidden injuries from our sect's past have been mended. The efficacy of this pill is unprecedented, truly deserving the title of a divine elixir. Could it be that you are an immortal descendant from the heavens? As he spoke the final words, Nangong Yao's heart trembled, the figure of his benefactor growing ever more enigmatic in his mind. At that moment, the hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, as the elders were profoundly shaken by Nangong Yao's words, swallowing hard in disbelief. Does such a pill truly exist in this world? They had witnessed firsthand the sect leader's transformation, from a grievously injured state to vibrant health in mere moments after consuming the elixir. This astonishingly terrifying rate of recovery would have seemed like a fable had they not seen it with their own eyes. It was known that Elder 7, Jin Huashan, had previously stated that both Nan Gongniao and Lu Xianyin would require several years for recovery, and even then, they would need to consume medicine daily. Yet now, seeing the elders in a daze, Nan Gongniao took a deep breath and chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to administer the elixir to the still unconscious Lu Xianyin. No. Wait, sect leader. Suddenly, the elders hurriedly interjected. Nan Gongniao paused, looking up at them. What is it? Sect leader, this pill is far too precious, it would be wise to keep it for unforeseen circumstances, urged one elder. Indeed, sect leader. Elder 2 will recover just fine, another chimed in, as the elders collectively expressed their concern over the pill's value, believing it would be best preserved. If Lu Xianyin were conscious at that moment, he would surely express his gratitude. However, Nan Gongniao shook his head, resolutely pressing the elixir into Lu Xianyin's mouth, causing the elders' hearts to race with anxiety. A few elders rushed forward, attempting to pry open Lu Xianyin's mouth to retrieve the pill, only to discover it had already dissolved. What are you doing, elders? Nan Gongniao arched an eyebrow and spoke sternly. The elders, feeling sheepish, could only sigh internally, still lamenting the loss. Even if it were not Elder 2 lying here, but any one of you, I would still unhesitatingly administer this pill, Nan Gongniao declared. Hearing this, the elders felt a warmth in their hearts, realizing their intentions were not selfish, but rather a belief that the sect leader should retain the elixir for emergencies. Nan Gongniao continued, moreover, this was bestowed upon us by my benefactor, originally intended for Elder 2. Would you dare to keep it for yourselves? The elders were taken aback, repeatedly asserting their reluctance. At that moment, Lu Xianyin began to awaken, a look of astonishment and confusion dawning in his eyes as he sensed his condition. Elder, you have finally awakened. We were terribly worried. The elders hurriedly surrounded him, their faces etched with concern. Wait a moment, let me gather myself, Lu Xianyin raised his hand, glancing at Nan Gongniao, feeling somewhat bewildered. Had he not been gravely injured? How could he still be here? And what of the sect leader? Lu Xianyin even began to question if he were dreaming. Fortunately, after the explanations from those around him, he learned that it was the immortal pill bestowed by the master that had saved him, leaving him both astonished and sorrowful, for the third elder had indeed perished. Elders, please withdraw and return to your duties. Prepare thoroughly for the impending arrival of the demon sect, Nan Gongniao waved his hand. Understood. The group dispersed. In the following 2 days, the atmosphere at the Dao Tian sect was exceptionally tense. Disciples hurried back and forth throughout the entire sect. Some elders ventured to the resource vault to unlock hidden resources, ensuring they could be utilized at any moment. Others led groups of disciples out of the sect, deploying formations, be they illusory, lethal, or restraining, across the vast expanse surrounding the sect. This scene instilled a profound sense of worry among the usually complacent disciples of the miscellaneous peak, rendering them unable to concentrate on their work or cultivation. Although they were unaware of the full extent of the events unfolding, it was evident that a storm was brewing. The ominous sound of the Dao Tian bell ringing 9 times just days prior signified much. This situation could very well determine the life or death of the sect. At the miscellaneous peak, in the dining hall, it was noon when Chen Xun strolled in, carrying a tray to procure his meal. Upon seeing Chen Xun, the serving disciple greeted him with familiarity as they exchanged knowing nods. Chen Xun glanced around the sparsely populated hall and remarked, "There are so few disciples dining today. Isn't anyone hungry?" The serving disciple paused, a wry smile crossing his face. "It's not that they're not hungry, but rather that most can hardly stomach any food. You must have heard the 9 tolls of the bell from days past. It seems a great battle is looming for the sect. Under such circumstances, everyone is deeply troubled and cannot eat." Chen Xun chuckled lightly. "Ah, I see. However, there is no need for concern. Should a sect battle arise, the miscellaneous disciples need not intervene, they should simply remain at ease." "Alas," sighed the serving disciple, handing over the tray laden with food. "That may be true, but the situation appears quite dire. I hope the sect emerges unscathed. Here, your meal." "Thank you," Chen Xun replied, turning to find a seat. Just as he picked up his chopsticks and had tea taken more than a few bites, another disciple approached him. balancing a tray and taking a seat beside him.
"Hey, Brother Chen, do you still remember me?"
Chen Xun turned to look at him and replied.
"I do not recognize you."
The disciple's face fell momentarily.
"Brother Chen, it's me, Yu Zhang. 3 years ago,
I came with you and Brother Zhaoting from Tianqing City. It turns out that this disciple was one of the 4 youths brought to the Dao Tian sect 3 years ago alongside Zhaoting and Xinhe."
Chen Xun smiled and inquired, "So it is you, how have you been?"
Yu Zhang waved his hand dismissively and sighed, Chen Gu. You are unaware that the other 3 recently reached their limits and have returned to Tianqing City.
Chen Xun remarked, "It seems you are doing well, remaining in the sect."
Yu Zhang shook his head in dejection. "No, it has been 3 years, and I am still at the first layer of qi refinement. If I do not break through this year, I too must leave the sect by year's end."
Chen Xun nodded in silence.
Yu Zhang set down his chopsticks, resting his chin on his hands. The boy he once was had matured considerably over the past 3 years, and he lamented, "I truly envy Brother Zhaoting. He established his foundation in 100 days, while I have struggled for 3 years without even reaching the second layer of qi refinement."
It must be said, the disparity between individuals is indeed vast.
Suddenly, he turned to smile. "Yet, even if I leave the sect and return to the mundane world, with my modest cultivation, I believe I can still navigate life quite well."
What do you think, Chen Gu? Though life is inherently different for each of us, we all have our unique ways of thriving.
In this regard, I maintain a positive mindset. Chen Xun chuckled in agreement. "Indeed." Yu Zhang grinned widely and asked,
"What about you, Chen Gu? Do you intend to remain in the Dao Tian sect indefinitely?"
"While residing in this celestial paradise may grant mortals a slight extension of life,
do you not feel a sense of disconnection or loneliness among them?"
Given your relationship with Brother Zhaoting, with just a word from him, you could easily return to the mundane world and secure a significant position, perhaps even take several concubines. How splendid that would be!
Just thinking about it makes me envious.
Chen Xun shook his head in resignation but replied with a smile, "Strangely enough, your idea does sound appealing. I might have to give it some thought."
Chapter 50, Brother Chen, I bid you farewell from the sect.
On Daotian Peak, within the inner sanctum, Nangong Yao and 8 esteemed core elders gathered, each bearing a grim countenance. Aside from the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Azure Blade Pavilion, who are en route, we have received no responses from the other sects.
Lu Yunjian stated solemnly. It is indeed infuriating.
Before Nangong Yao could speak, Lu Xianin, with a wave of his sleeve, exclaimed in anger.
In these turbulent times of the northern Xian, with the demon sect rampant, do they not understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? Shuning Chang interjected, Elder Lu, please refrain from anger. As far as I know, among the righteous sects in the vicinity,
only the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Azure Blade Pavilion have disciples abducted by the demon path, the others remain safe for now. Perhaps that is why they are hesitant to take risks in coming here.
Humph. Sooner or later, it will be their turn to suffer. Lu Xianin retorted angrily.
The other elders sighed, at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Lu Yunjian suggested, Sect Master, given the imminent threat posed by the demon sect,
should we not seek assistance from the Heavenly Sword sect?
Nangong Yao shook his head, replying, Our sect believes that should the Heavenly Sword sect be aware of this matter, they would be willing to lend their support. However, the distance between us and the Heavenly Sword sect is considerable, making timely aid unlikely.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjian had no choice but to relent.
Sect Master, as we engage in battle on our home turf, we have strategically positioned numerous formations within 1,000 miles. With the support of the Heavenly Puppet sect and Azure Blade Pavilion, I believe the Demon sect will find it difficult to gain any advantage.
Chu Ningchang stated firmly.
Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian nodded in agreement. Indeed, their goal was not merely to fend off the demon sect but to vanquish the great Yin demon sect and avenge the third elder. What concerns me more at present is not the battle itself, but the fact that disciples such as Jing Yao are still in Ji Wuzong's hands. I fear that the insidiousness of the demon sect may lead them to use Jing Yao and others as hostages to threaten us, Nangong Yao declared gravely. The elder's eyes widened with concern. Had it not been for the sect master's reminder, they might have overlooked this critical issue.
Sect master, if our esteemed master intervenes, the demon sect should pose little threat, correct?
At that moment, Elder Wang Tianfu cautiously suggested.
The atmosphere grew tense. Preposterous. Nan Gongyao bellowed, then coldly continued.
Our master has previously eradicated the ambushing demon cultivators, and bestowed upon our sect and elder Lu 2 miraculous elixirs for healing. Without these elixirs, the battle would have been hopelessly imbalanced. How dare you utter such words? You may lack shame, but our sect still maintains some dignity.
Realizing his error, Tianfu bowed deeply. I apologize, sect master. Please, do not be angry. He trembled inwardly.
The other elders coughed awkwardly, remaining silent. Though Nan Gongyao initially intended to reprimand Wang Tianfu further, he suddenly recalled the recently deceased third elder who had been even more indiscreet than Tianfu, yet had shown unwavering loyalty to the sect during crucial moments. Thus, he shook his head and refrained from further chastisement. 2 days later, the representatives of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and Azure Blade Pavilion arrived at Daotian Sect. While neither the Heavenly Puppet Sect nor the Azure Blade Pavilion ranked among the foremost sects in the northern Xian, they were nonetheless significant, classified as second-rate. Each sect was led by its respective leader and accompanied by 3 elders, along with several hundred disciples, underscoring the importance they placed on this mission. Nan Gongyao personally welcomed the leaders of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and Azure Blade Pavilion at the guest residence on Tianxian Peak. In an elegant courtyard, 3 individuals sat facing each other: Nan Gongyao, the leader of the Daotian sect, Pang Nian of the Tian Kai sect, and Pu Yi Dao of the Qing Dao Pavilion. Pang Nian appeared aged and frail, his face riddled with wrinkles that shifted ominously with each smile.
Pu Yi Dao,
in contrast, was a robust middle-aged man, having lost one eye, yet the other gleamed with a fierce intensity, imbued with the essence of blades.
Esteemed guests,
I trust your journey was not too arduous, Nan Gongyao offered, pouring wine for both men with a smile.
Pang Nian, with a strained smile, replied.
There is no need for such formalities, sect leader Nangong.
However, I must admit,
I did not anticipate that it would only be myself and Pavilion Master Pu who would come.
Is it true that you?
Before he could finish,
Nan Gongyao interjected with a hint of resignation. Not at all.
I previously sent messages to 10 sects for assistance, yet 8 have not responded. Understanding dawned upon Pang Nian and Pu Yi Dao, and they exchanged glances, choosing not to elaborate further. Truth be told, had it not been for their own disciples being abducted by the demonic sect, their attendance might have remained uncertain. Even so, their decision to come was not made lightly. After all, the Daotian sect was a first-rate sect, and they believed there might be a chance to collaborate in rescuing their captured disciples.
Pu Yi Dao, with a grave demeanor, inquired, could you elaborate on the events that transpired?
Nan Gongyao nodded and proceeded to recount the recent disputes with the Dian demon sect.
Upon hearing about the incident at Baihu Ridge, both Pang Nian and Pu Yi Dao's pupils widened in shock. The third elder of Daotian sect has fallen? Please accept our condolences, sect leader Nangong. They clasped their hands together, expressing their sympathy.
When the name Jiang Bailu was mentioned, Nan Gongyao pressed his lips together,
momentarily at a loss for words.
He then rose, saying, You may stay here for now. Should you feel restless, you are welcome to explore the sect. I have matters to attend to before the arrival of the demon sect, so I must take my leave.
As Nan Gongyao departed, Pang Nian clenched his fist and spoke solemnly, Pavilion Master Pu, after hearing sect leader Nangong's words, I cannot shake this unsettling feeling.
I fear we may have inadvertently stepped into a treacherous situation. Pu Yi Dao's eyes flickered. There is no need for excessive worry, Sect Master Pang.
Though the Dian demon sect is formidable, the Daotian sect, as a first-rate sect, possesses its own heritage. Let us refrain from drawing conclusions about the outcome of this battle for now. The following day, a once peaceful sky above the Daotian sect turned ominous. Thunder rumbling in the distance as a terrifying mass of dark clouds approached. Beneath these clouds soared numerous demonic vessels adorned with blood-red banners. At first glance, there appeared to be no less than 100. Each vessel was filled with cultivators at or above the foundation establishment level, their gazes cold and bloodthirsty. Leading the charge were 10 massive flagship vessels, each representing a different demonic sect, and at this moment, there were precisely 10 such sections. On the ground below, legions of thousands of chi-refining stage demon cultivators surged forth, sprinting and leaping across the territory of the Daotian sect. In an instant, the realm of the Daotian sect was engulfed in a torrent of demonic energy, a surging tide that sent countless birds and beasts fleeing in terror. At that moment,
all disciples and elders above the foundation establishment stage soared into the air, gazing at the ominous clouds and the swirling miasma in the distance, their hearts trembling with trepidation. 10 demonic sects had joined forces. Never had they witnessed such a terrifying display in their years of cultivation. Zhao Ting felt his legs weaken,
a wave of anxiety washing over him.
This was his first opportunity to confront the demonic path, and the sight before him was overwhelming.
Soon,
disciples from all peaks beheld the scene afar, their expressions frozen in astonishment, as an immense sense of oppression and dread surged through them. The faces of the Tianqi sect and the Qingdao pavilion turned ashen, their hearts filled with immediate regret.
10 demonic sects. They truly should not have come. To assist the Daotian sect was akin to courting death.
Yet now, it was too late for regrets. The sect leader, they are coming,"
murmured Lu Yunjian.
Nandong Yao, equally intimidated by the formidable presence of the 10 demonic sects, regained his composure and spoke solemnly. "Once they enter the designated area,
we shall promptly activate the pre-arranged formation."
"Understood,"
Lu Yunjian replied, gritting his teeth. With such a monstrous display of demonic might,
the Daotian sect had genuinely reached the brink of life and death. At this moment, the tension within the Daotian sect reached unprecedented heights.
Zhao Ting snapped back to reality,
as if recollecting something, and hurriedly soared towards the servant's peak on his sword. In a humble cottage on the western side of the servant's peak, Chen Xun was thoughtfully stroking his chin, gazing into the distance at the 10 demonic sects when Zhao Ting suddenly appeared within his line of sight. Chen Xun saw Zhao Ting urgently extend a hand towards him, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, I know of a secret path behind the mountain that can allow you to evade the demonic sects and escape the Daotian sect. Quickly, let me escort you out." Chapter 51, Chen Xun's disposition. Zhao Ting initially believed that Chen Xun was rendered speechless by the looming presence of the demon sect from afar. He urged, "Brother Chen, we must hasten." As he moved forward to grasp Chen Xun's arm, Chen Xun deftly sidestepped him.
"What do you mean by this, Brother Chen?"
"If we do not depart soon, it will be too late," Zhao Ting exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. In this moment, Zhao Ting, consumed by urgency, failed to recognize that he was a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, oblivious to how easily Chen Xun had evaded him.
"Are you not leaving?" Chen Xun inquired.
Zhao Ting hesitated,
his voice low. "I cannot abandon my post."
3 years ago, during the grand ceremony of the purple robe, I declared that in life I am a disciple of the sect, in death, I am its spirit. The sect has invested countless resources in me over these 3 years, now, in its time of peril, if I flee, I would despise myself. Chen Xun nodded but pressed on, "Yet if you remain, you may face death."
"Are you not afraid? What will become of your parents in Fulu town if misfortune befalls you?"
"Of course, I fear death, but I cannot leave," Zhao Ting replied, growing increasingly agitated.
"Brother Chen, it is imperative that you escape.
For the sake of our friendship, please take this item to my parents in Fulu town and assure them that I am safe within the Daotian sect, so they need not worry." With that, he produced a jade pendant and pressed it into Chen Xun's hands. With a resigned sigh, Chen Xun accepted the pendant. "Very well. I shall accompany you out of the sect. It seems I have no choice but to comply." Zhao Ting beamed with joy. Chen Xun shook his head and, with Zhao Ting's support, ascended the sword. "Do not fear, my swordsmanship is quite adept, simply hold onto my sleeve tightly," Zhao Ting assured.
In an instant,
the flying sword whooshed away towards the back mountain of the Daotian sect.
Before long, they arrived at the rear mountain.
Once the sword stabilized, Zhao Ting smiled and asked,
"Brother Chen, how does it feel to fly on a sword? Exciting, is it not?"
"Exciting," Chen Xun replied, yet despite his words, Zhao Ting could discern no evidence of exhilaration on his face. Puzzled, Zhao Ting surmised that perhaps Brother Chen had grown accustomed to such experiences during his long tenure in the sect, rendering them less remarkable. Clearing his throat, Zhao Ting approached an inconspicuous niche in the rocky wall and pressed a hidden mechanism. With a rumble, the seemingly ordinary stone wall parted, revealing a staircase lined with luminous stones, vanishing into the depths below. This secret passage leads directly to a secluded forest outside the sect. As long as you continue on this path, you will reach that forest.
Brother Chen, do you see the luminous stones on either side? Take a few. They will ensure your prosperity upon returning to the mundane world. Chen Xun smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Zhao brother. Until we meet again. Hearing this, Zhao Ting sighed inwardly, knowing that with the demon sect's ferocity, their chances of reunion were slim. Nevertheless, he returned the gesture. Brother Chen, until we meet again. Chen Xun nodded, then, hands clasped behind his back, entered the secret passage, descending the stone staircase. Zhao Ting watched, pursing his lips before returning to press the mechanism, causing the stone wall to gradually close, returning to its unremarkable state. In the secret passage, Chen Xun walked at a leisurely pace, his expression serene, devoid of any excessive emotional fluctuations. Since he had embarked on this journey, he would see it through. Although Chen Xun had spent 3 years indulging in the comforts of Daotian's sect, it was the likes of Nangong Yao and others who had gained far more from him. Be it through the insights gleaned from his teachings, the effortless annihilation of numerous ambushing demon cultivators, or even the 2 elixirs he had provided. By all accounts, Daotian's sect owed him a debt of gratitude. Yet, it was Zhao Ting who caused Chen Xun a moment of hesitation. This young man was virtuous and, as a disciple in purple robes, had treated Chen Xun with unparalleled respect over the past 3 years. Zhao Ting's benevolence far surpassed that of Nangong Yao and his companions, who acted out of an awareness of Chen Xun's exceptional nature, while Zhao Ting remained blissfully ignorant of it all. Now, as a disciple of Daotian's sect, their fates were intertwined. Thus, out of consideration for Zhao Ting, Chen Xun resolved to offer some assistance. However, Chen Xun's intention was not to eradicate all the invading demon cultivators. Moreover, apart from the ambushers sent by the Dian demon sect, he bore no grievances against the other demon sections. Despite appearing to be a handsome youth in his 20s, Chen Xun was, in truth, an ancient being whose years far surpassed reckoning. Having lived through an extensive span of time, his temperament had long diverged from that of ordinary men. His perspective on matters was profoundly distinct. He was not driven by fervor to cleanse the world of evil or to champion righteousness in a heroic manner. To Chen Xun, all things existed for a reason. And there was no absolute distinction between good and evil. In this world, where there is yin, there is yang; where there is good, there is evil. This is the path of balance. Much like day and night, each possesses its own merits and cannot exist without the other. No one desires perpetual daylight, nor eternal night. In other words, many occurrences in the world appeared rather mundane to Chen Xun, hardly worthy of mention. Subsequently, he shifted his form and returned to the thatched cottage. Meanwhile, within the territory of Daotian sect, the 10 demon sects had already encroached upon their borders, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of the sect's elders and disciples. Shortly after the 10 demon sects had established their formations within a 1,000-mile radius of Daotian sect, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian bellowed, "Activate the formation." In an instant, the vast expanse was illuminated by a myriad of dazzling lights. Countless chi refinement cultivators from the 10 demon sects found themselves ensnared in the formation's ambush. Some were caught in a confinement array, spinning in place, unable to escape, while others fell victim to an illusion array, grinning foolishly and licking their lips, hands reaching out to grasp what? Or they were ensnared in a killing array, engulfed in flames, poisoned, or pierced by ice shards. A cacophony of screams erupted. Simultaneously, within the killing array, myriad light swords erupted, targeting the numerous demon vessels above, only to be swiftly deflected by the demon sect leaders with a cold snort. Regarding the heavy losses suffered by the chi refinement cultivators below, the leaders displayed little anger. For these cultivators were merely cannon fodder meant to bolster their ranks. The true combat power lay with those above the foundation establishment stage. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Daotian sect had foreseen their impending assault and had preemptively deployed numerous small formations. The members of the Daotian sect observed that although the array they had deployed had vanquished numerous chi refinement demonic cultivators, it had not inflicted any harm upon the cultivators hovering above. They felt no bitterness, for the strength of their adversaries was overwhelming. Relying solely on these formations to inflict significant losses upon the demon sect was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Swiftly, a moment later, the 10 great demon sects had swept to the outskirts of the Daotian sect, yet they did not advance further.
For they could discern the faint ripples emanating from the sacred mountain where the Dao Tian sect was situated. This indicated that the sect had promptly activated its protective formation.
Head, Nangong Yao, do you truly believe that your Dao Tian sect's protective formation can thwart the might of our 10 demon sects? Do you not realize that our sect could dismantle your formation effortlessly at any moment?
Sneered Ji Wucong, standing at the bow of the demonic vessel. Behind him stood Ji Mingli, who had once shared a drink with Chen Xun.
Chapter 52, Sir, please resolve the crisis. Outside the mountain gate,
an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged.
The gathered individuals gritted their teeth, yet an undercurrent of uncertainty lingered. Master, what is the situation with Ji Wucong and his 3 elders? Lu Xuanin's pupils contracted in disbelief. The elders, including Lu Yunjian, shared his incredulity. Were they not informed that Ji Wucong and his companions had suffered severe injuries? Yet now, they appeared revitalized, their complexions flushed and their vitality abundant, displaying no signs of having been wounded. The master and the second elder had received the elixirs bestowed by the Sir, but what was the case with Ji Wucong?
Nan Gongyao's gaze flickered, his heart filled with doubt. Initially, he believed their chances of victory in this local battle were at least 60%.
However, now, with 10 sects arriving and Ji Wucong's injuries seemingly healed, how could they possibly fight? Nan Gongyao's spirits plummeted.
What once seemed like a 60% chance now felt like a mere 10%, leaving them with almost no hope of victory.
Fortunately,
they still had the protective formation of their sect. Yet as the sect leader, he could not afford to display any signs of fear, calmly stating, Ji Wucong,
your demonic sect's abduction of righteous disciples as blood slaves is a grave threat to all righteous sects of Beixian.
You dare to assault our gates instead of hiding away.
Ha ha ha. A grave threat? Ji Wucong retorted mockingly. Do you truly believe your so-called righteous sects are worthy of such a title? With but a simple message. 9 sects are willing to ally with us.
And you, Nan Gongyao, look around. Only the Tenjue sect and Qingdao Pavilion, 2 second-rate sects, show willingness to aid your Daotian sect?
Your righteous sects exhibit such cowardice. Do you truly expect us to fear you? Nan Gongyao narrowed his eyes, rendered speechless as Ji Wucong's words rang true. Meanwhile,
the representatives from Tianjue sect and Qingdao Pavilion displayed visible discomfort. Both Pang Yan and Puido had already contemplated retreating, but...
Oh, right. Nan Gongyao,
allow me to present a delightful performance that I am sure will bring you joy, Ji Wucong said with a grin, clapping his hands.
In an instant,
a group of disciples bound tightly with ropes was brought forth from the demonic vessel, paraded to the bow, revealing them to be disciples of Tianjue sect and Qingdao Pavilion. These hundreds of emaciated disciples, with vacant eyes, were struck with shock upon seeing Pang Yan and Pui Dao, bursting into tears and calling out in excitement, Master!
Pavilion Master! A wave of astonishment swept through Daotian sect. The eyes of those from Tianjue sect and Qingdao Pavilion widened in disbelief. Pang Yan and Pui Dao clenched their fists tightly. These were indeed the disciples abducted by the demonic sect from their own ranks. In this moment, as Nan Gongyao gazed at these disciples and recalled Ji Wucong's earlier remarks, an ominous premonition settled in his heart. He could hardly fathom the extent of Ji Wucong's preparations. Was everything truly within his calculations?
Indeed, Ji Wucong chuckled darkly, our sect can release these disciples.
But we have one condition, both of your sects must immediately withdraw from Daotian sect.
We shall not impede your departure.
Pang Yan and Pui Dao felt a tremor of excitement within their hearts. Was there truly such a fortunate opportunity?
They had long harbored intentions of retreating.
Very well. Our Tianjue sect is willing to withdraw.
I hope that Master Ji will honor his word and return my disciples.
Pang Yan stated without hesitation.
Ji Wucong smiled faintly, naturally. Our sect has always been one to keep its promises.
Pui Dao immediately added, Master Ji, we of the Qingdao Pavilion are also willing to withdraw. You all. The elders of the Daotian sect turned pale with fury.
The disciples too were ashen-faced. Unable to believe that the 2 sects who had come to their aid were so easily dismissed by the forces of the demonic path. Ignoring the multitude of gazes,
Pang Yan and Pui Dao bowed apologetically to the impassive Nangong Yao.
Master Nangong, forgive me for speaking a harsh truth.
But today the power of the demonic sect is overwhelming, and Daotian sect has little chance of victory.
I do not wish for my elders and disciples to suffer needless sacrifices. I hope for your understanding.
Master Nangong, please open a corner of the Great Formation to allow our two sects to depart. Ha, Nangong Yao, does this bring you joy? Surely you must be quite pleased now. Ji Wutsong laughed heartily, and the various sect leaders and demonic cultivators aboard the demonic vessel joined in mockery. Nangong Yao appeared not to hear.
Instead focusing on Pang Nian and Pui Dao, saying, "If the two of you wish to leave, our sect will not force you to stay."
But the demonic sect is notoriously cunning. Do you truly believe Ji Wutsong's deceitful words?
Pang Nian smiled. Master Nangong, you worry too much, we have our own judgment.
What a jest! Why ponder on deceitful words at this moment? Remaining within the Daotian sect would surely lead to our demise.
It is far better to take a risk, with a slim chance of survival. Moreover, in front of so many witnesses, how could they doubt that Ji Wutsong, the formidable master of the Dayan demonic sect,
would speak falsely? Nangong Yao nodded, saying no more. Please, be on your way. Depart.
Pang Nian and Pui Dao turned and waved their hands, leading their respective groups out. Nangong Yao produced the formation compass and opened a corner of the Great Formation, allowing the Tiankui sect and Qingdao Pavilion to exit.
Once outside the sect,
Pang Nian and Pui Dao bowed to Ji Wutsong, with Pang Nian saying, "Master Ji, please return our disciples, we shall leave now and refrain from intervening in this matter."
He, very well.
Ji Wutsong smiled slightly and gestured, "Release them."
A multitude of bound disciples were cast down from the demonic vessel. Pang Nian and Pui Dao rejoiced,
quickly unfurling their sleeves to catch their own disciples. Just then, Ji Wutsong's fierce voice rang out, "Kill swiftly. Do not give them a chance to self-destruct." Having learned from the earlier experience with Jiang Bailu of the White Fox Ridge, Ji Wutsong had grown wiser this time.
Pang Nian and Pui Dao's expressions drastically changed. "Master Ji, you are untrustworthy." Ji Wutsong sneered, "You wish to discuss integrity with the master of this demonic sect? Naive." In the next moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the demonic vessel, shaking the heavens and the earth. "Master Nangong, quickly open the formation and let us back in." "We will not leave, we will not leave." Before Pang Nian could finish his plea, the Tiankui sect and Qingdao Pavilion were engulfed by an overwhelming tide of demonic magic. The cries of anguish rose and fell abruptly. It was indeed a swift slaughter, leaving no opportunity for resistance or self-destruction.
As they witnessed the swift annihilation of the Celestial Puppet sect and the Azure Blade Pavilion, the hearts of the Daotian sect members trembled with fear. On the demonic vessel, Ji mainly observed the scene with a twinge of compassion, yet found solace in the fact that it was merely cultivators involved,
sparing the innocence of common folk.
Once the Celestial Puppet sect and Azure Blade Pavilion were extinguished, a profound silence enveloped the Daotian sect.
Ji Wutsong bellowed, "Nangong Yao,
dispel the formation, or else the sect shall compel you to continue the performance." Following his command, he clapped his hands, prompting 240 disciples to be brought forth, including the purple-clad disciple Jingyao and other inner and outer sect members. The disciples appeared emaciated and dazed, as if their very essence had been drained, leaving them in a state that rendered them more akin to phantoms than humans. Gasps of shock reverberated through the Daotian sect as the countenance of everyone transformed dramatically.
"Sister Jingyao! Brother Ma Liang!"
The disciples clutched their mouths in horror,
their outrage palpable.
Zhao Ting's pupils constricted as he beheld the woman before them, his heart aflame with fury. The gentle Jingyao he once knew had been reduced to this ghastly state by the demonic sect.
Nangong Yao's breath quickened, unable to contain his emotions any longer.
As he had anticipated, Ji Wutsong was using the disciples as leverage.
In a low voice, he demanded, "Ji Wutsong, what do you desire?"
With a haunting smile, Ji Wutsong replied, "This sect desires nothing but the cessation of your formation. Do so, and we shall spare them. Should you refuse, for every breath that passes, a disciple shall perish, so simple it is. Let us commence with this purple-clad disciple. You have 5 breaths to deliberate.
After that, we begin."
The brutality of the situation lay bare before him, rendering the circumstances seemingly insurmountable.
What to do, what to do?
Nangong Yao's expression fluctuated wildly, the weight upon his heart suffocating. There was no chance of dispelling the formation. Yet, with Zhang Bailu having just perished, to lose his disciple Su Jingyao as well. Nangong Yao felt as though he were suffocating. For the first time in many years since the sect's establishment, he faced such a merciless predicament. 3 breaths. Ji Wucong taunted. Nangong Yao's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Sect master, the elders and disciples looked at him with deep understanding of the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. For breaths have elapsed, O sect master Nangong, Ji Wucong said with a slight smile. At that moment, a demonic sect elder pressed a dagger to Su Jingyao's throat. Ready to sever her head without hesitation the instant the 5 breaths had passed. Breathless, even as the sect master, Nangong Yao found himself gasping under unprecedented pressure. Sweat soaking his back, his mind clouded as if floating in the ether, yet burdened as if crushed by a mountain, nearly devoid of rational thought. In such a dire circumstance, an uncontrollable vision of a figure emerged in his mind, a glimmer of hope that seemed to be his sole lifeline from the unbearable choice before him. 1 breath remaining. Nangong Yao's complexion was ashen as he turned to face the direction of the servant's peak. With closed eyes, he bowed deeply and trembled as he spoke, "Forgive my boldness. But I beseech you, master, to shatter this predicament." His words resonated within the confines of the Daotian sect, casting the realm into silence. The disciples were left in a state of bewilderment, while the core elders felt a tightening in their hearts. Just as Ji Wucong and the others from the demon sect squinted their eyes, casting their gaze towards the servant's peak with a mix of suspicion and astonishment. A serene voice echoed from that very peak, reverberating throughout the surroundings. "I shall assist you this once." The moment the voice emerged, Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback. Similarly, Ji Mengli aboard the demon vessel furrowed her brow deeply, a sense of unsettling familiarity washing over her at the sound. Chapter 53, Shock and Reversal. At the miscellaneous peak, all the disciples of the miscellaneous peak gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the grass hut in the west, their pupils trembling in disbelief. The voice responding to the sect master was unmistakably clear to them. Chen Xun? The esteemed leader had referred to him as Sir, yet this Sir was none other than the humble sweeper, Chen Xun? Why was this so? Wasn't Chen Xun an ordinary mortal? As the miscellaneous disciples grappled with their bewilderment, their long-standing impressions of Chen Xun began to unravel. It was akin to an ordinary friend, with whom one had shared countless moments, suddenly transforming into a regal emperor. The disciples responsible for serving meals and even those in higher ranks turned their gazes towards the grass hut, their hearts quaking. The amiable, approachable scholar, who always exchanged pleasantries with everyone, became increasingly enigmatic in their memories. Among the miscellaneous peak, only the steward Xianlaifu remained in stunned silence, though he too felt a profound disturbance. Just moments ago, the sect master had addressed Chen Xun as senior, and now he was being honored with the title of Sir. The deep-seated respect emanating from the sect master was evident to all. At that moment, a figure clad in green emerged from the miscellaneous peak, stepping forward with purpose until he reached the mountain gate. Sir, South Palace Yao and the core elders, including Lu Yunjian, bowed respectfully. Sir, I am deeply ashamed, South Palace Yao said, his voice laced with bitterness, yet the suffocating weight in his heart eased upon receiving Chen Xun's response. Chen Xun's demeanor remained tranquil, devoid of words. Countless eyes were fixed upon the reverence shown by South Palace Yao and the others, sending shivers down many spines. The moment Chen Xun appeared, a wave of shock surged through the onlookers, leaving even those who had never interacted with him utterly dumbfounded. How could they fail to recognize that this was the same man who had caused a stir 3 years prior during the purple robe ceremony? It was no wonder the sect master had chosen to gloss over that incident. It turned out he possessed such an extraordinary status. The inner door elder Shen He, who had once brought Chen Xun to the sect, along with several outer disciples, paled, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Chen Xun. Their worldview felt shattered, and they found themselves murmuring in confusion, "How could this be? How could this be?" Anxiety gripped their hearts as they recalled any potential offenses committed against him. While many had previously envied Chen Xun for his friendship with the purple-robed Zhao Ting, it was now evident that the envy should have been directed towards Zhao Ting instead. "Chen! Brother Chen!" With a sudden jolt, Zhao Ting stumbled back and fell to the ground, staring blankly at Chen Xun. From the moment Chen Xun's voice resonated, Zhao Ting had been in a daze, memories flooding his mind over the past 3 years. Perhaps Zhao Ting had been somewhat presumptuous, the celestial realm might not be as splendid as he had imagined. In my eyes, Brother Zhao, you are brimming with spiritual energy, undoubtedly possessing considerable potential, you might even harbor a spiritual root.
Zhao Ting. You need not worry about your friend. Have you ever considered that your friend is not an ordinary person? Brother Chen. How exhilarating is the sensation of flying with a sword?
Thrilling, indeed. As Zhao Ting pondered, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, his gaze gradually sharpening, yet his eyes trembled violently.
Feeling as though the world was spinning, engulfed in a haze.
Nan Gongyao and the assembly of elders could not help but glance at Zhao Ting.
Upon witnessing his condition, they all sighed inwardly.
In that moment, Chu Ningxiang gently raised Zhao Ting with an ethereal touch, understanding that silence was golden, allowing him to regain his composure. On the demonic vessel, Ji Mangli, after an initial shock, bit her lip as she gazed at Chen Xun, her heart heavy with sorrow. She could not help but smile wryly, reflecting on how she had chanced upon Brother Chen in the spirit workshop and now encountered him under such extraordinary circumstances, even discovering his elevated status. Previously, she sensed his exceptional nature, but now, it was undeniably remarkable, particularly as he stood on the opposing side.
Suddenly,
Ji Mangli recalled why every bottle of worldly delicacy she wished to gift him had to be purchased with spirit stones, grasping the meaning behind his phrase.
I prefer not to owe you.
It dawned upon her that from the very beginning, Brother Chen had been as clear as a mirror.
In this moment,
Ji Mangli's heart was tumultuous, though she found solace in the thought that to Brother Chen, they were merely two souls sharing a fleeting drink, barely qualifying as friends.
Who dares to approach? State your name. Ji Wutsong barked, his gaze flickering. The other leaders of the demon sect and their followers fixed their eyes on Chen Xun, scrutinizing him intently.
Nan Gongyao and his elders' reverence for this scholar in azure did not escape their notice, filling them with astonishment. They never anticipated such a figure existed within the Dao Tian sect. Given his appearance, he was someone they had never encountered before in Beixian, which heightened the caution of the typically wary demonic cultivators. With hands clasped behind his back, Chen Xun smiled serenely. I am but a humble sweeper from the miscellaneous peak of the Dao Tian sect, I am no one of significance.
Upon hearing this,
Nan Gongyao and the others felt a mix of embarrassment and trepidation, fearing that their esteemed guest might take offense, thinking, we never intended for you to sweep.
Esteemed sir. A sweeper from the miscellaneous peak?
Ji Wutsong paused, exchanging glances with the other sect leaders. He scrutinized Chen Xun's attire and spoke in a low voice.
By your garments, it seems you do not belong to the Dao Tian sect, do you? The eyes of Nan Gongyao and the others flickered, uncertain of Ji Wutsong's intentions. Chen Xun replied, indeed, I do not. Excellent.
In the next moment, Ji Wutsong clapped his hands and proclaimed loudly.
How could the Dao Tian sect allow such an esteemed figure to sweep here? Truly a lack of propriety. Esteemed sir, I am Ji Wutsong, the leader of the Diyin demon sect, and I extend a special invitation for you to visit my sect. We shall ensure your every need is met with utmost comfort, and beautiful maidens will be at your service. Please, allow me to escort you. As these words fell, an uproar erupted within the Dao Tian sect. Nan Gongyao and the others were left utterly dumbfounded.
Ji Wutsong's audacity was astonishing. Nan Gongyao immediately retorted coldly.
Ji Wutsong, do not speak nonsense. As fellow top sects of Beixian, what you have in the Diyin demon sect, the Dao Tian sect possesses as well.
It is merely that our esteemed guest prefers otherwise.
Ji Wutsong mocked, he, what willingness are you speaking of?
From the perspective of our sect,
it is evident that your Dao Tian sect lacks sincerity. If sincerity were truly present, I cannot fathom why a venerable elder would still be relegated to sweeping the floor. You, what do you mean by you?
How dare you impose such a task upon a figure of such stature?
Today,
I shall not let your Dao Tian sect escape unscathed, I shall seek retribution for the elder and annihilate your entire clan.
In the stillness of the world,
only Ji Wutsong and Nan Gongyao engaged in verbal sparring, the atmosphere shifting abruptly. Ji Wutsong, true to his reputation as the leader of the demonic sect, exhibited cunning. Perceiving the situation spiraling out of control, he audaciously reversed the situation. each word striking at the heart as though all his subsequent actions were for the sake of Chen Xun.
Ji Wutsong turned to Chen Xun,
clasped his hands in a gesture of earnestness, and said, "Esteemed elder, the treatment you have received from the Dao Tian sect is indeed despicable and detestable.
How about I eliminate them on your behalf?
Rest assured, you need not lift a finger, simply observe from the sidelines, and leave everything to us."
Chen Xun.
Chapter 54. The might of a sword. Nan Gongyao felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart and said, "Sir, Ji Wutsong is treacherous and cunning. Do not be swayed by his deceitful words. Everything he utters is mere pretense."
"How dare you?" Ji Wutsong retorted angrily.
"You best refrain from slandering our sect in front of the esteemed elder. We value integrity above all."
Nan Gongyao scoffed. "You, Ji Wutsong, uphold integrity?
What then do you say about the recent dealings with the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Azure Blade Pavilion?"
Ji Wutsong cleared his throat and replied, "You know nothing.
How could those lowly factions be compared to the esteemed elder?"
At that moment, Chen Xun interjected, "Enough.
You hold no grievances with me. And today I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply release the disciples of the Dao Tian sect and withdraw."
As his words fell, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Nan Gongyao and the elders felt a pang of regret at Chen Xun's declaration, yet they did not dare voice their thoughts. After all,
Chen Xun was not one of their own, and in truth, they had benefited greatly from him over the years. There was no reason for him to aid them in vanquishing these demonic sections. If he could save the disciples and expel the 10 demonic sects,
it would already be an immeasurable kindness.
Moreover, the most crucial point was that, from Chen Xun's various tones, it was subtly apparent that he regarded both righteous and demonic paths with a sense of equality, showing no favoritism.
Alas! Outside the Dao Tian sect,
the air was thick with the oppressive aura of demonic cultivators, their expression somber. Ji Wutsong suppressed his smile and said solemnly, "Esteemed elder,
if you wish to protect the Dao Tian sect, you must provide us with a compelling reason."
Just as Chen Xun was about to respond, a moment of haziness enveloped him, and he inwardly lamented, realizing the impending danger. He could not help but smile bitterly. It had been such a brief respite. In the next instant, Chen Xun's clarity began to fade, and a familiar manic grin slowly crept upon his lips. He felt the world spinning around him. And seizing the last vestiges of lucidity, he reached back to grasp the hilt of his sword, then, with a sudden thrust, he drew the blade. With a casual swing towards the distance, a sword strike was unleashed. All eyes widened in shock.
Clang! In the next heartbeat,
a resounding and piercing sword cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth. At the moment Chen Xun unleashed his sword, the grand formation of the Dao Tian sect shattered with a thunderous crash. Everyone's eardrums were instantaneously torn asunder by the sound of the sword, blood flowing profusely.
Boom!
With that single sword strike, an infinite surge of sword energy erupted from the wooden blade. The heavens trembled, and the earth quaked as if the apocalypse had arrived. Swish! The intangible sword energy wreaked havoc across hundreds of thousands of miles, leveling mountains and cleaving rivers asunder. As the sword energy dissipated and the dust settled,
the scene outside the Dao Tian sect was one of utter devastation. A fathomless chasm, birthed by the sword, stretched from the Dao Tian sect into the unseen distance,
as if connecting to another realm.
Silence reigned once more.
All present stood entranced by the destruction wrought by that single sword, their souls trembling in awe. What an extraordinary sword strike, powerful enough to incite terror.
Bang! 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 Bang!
All within the Dao Tian sect felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground,
desperately swallowing their breaths.
The 10 demonic sects had also long since fallen, prostrating in disarray. Ji Wutsong's complexion was as pale as death, his body trembling as he stammered,
Senior, we shall retreat, we shall retreat. Thank you immensely for your mercy."
The other demon cultivators were gripped by an unparalleled terror.
A fear unlike anything they had ever experienced before. The might of that single sword strike.
At the same time, amidst their fear and reverence towards Chen Xun, they felt a profound gratitude. They understood that had Chen Xun truly wished to slay them, with the unmatched power of that previous sword strike,
each one of them would have been obliterated in an instant. When did Beixian produce such a formidable sword cultivator? That sword just now. Even those in the transformation and union stages would find it unattainable. Could it be that this senior is a sword cultivator of the Great Ascension stage? The Great Ascension stage. That represents the pinnacle of the mortal realm, utterly terrifying.
Nangong Yao and the others were equally astonished.
The first time witnessing their master in action.
It was nothing short of breathtaking, their master was truly formidable.
He, I feel so sleepy. I must return to sleep now.
Chen Xun chuckled softly, sheathing his wooden sword and dashing back to the servant peak, disappearing in an instant.
Ah!
The crowd was bewildered, but they quickly called out.
We bid farewell to the esteemed senior.
Nangong Yao and the others, however, were familiar with their master and sighed inwardly, realizing that he seemed to have reverted to his former self.
Master Nangong, it was all a misunderstanding. Today, we shall return all disciples of your sect. Additionally,
regarding the death of your third elder, we express our deepest apologies, but we also lost our fourth elder.
Thus, it can be said that both sides have suffered losses. Shall we shake hands and make peace?
We shall withdraw immediately and no longer encroach upon the territory of the Daotian sect. Ji Wucong said solemnly, cupping his hands. Hearing this, the other demon sect leaders dared not voice any objections.
In their eyes, Ji Wucong's approach was entirely appropriate. After all, with such a powerful figure in the Daotian sect, how could they harbor any ill intent? Not to mention, if this were reported, even the Swallowing Heaven demon sect would be terrified.
Nangong Yao's gaze flickered, but he sighed internally, knowing that the matter of the third elder would not end here.
He would seek retribution when the time was right.
However, for now, they could only publicly agree to a truce.
This was the best outcome.
Had it not been for their master's intervention to intimidate Ji Wucong and the others, the Daotian sect would have been in peril.
Very well. Subsequently, Ji Wucong returned Su Jingyao and the other disciples to the Daotian sect. He bowed towards the servant peak and said, Esteemed senior, the gates of the Dian demon sect shall always be open for you. You are welcome to visit at any time.
And I will be most delighted to listen to your teachings.
Today, I take my leave.
With that, the 10 demon sect leaders departed without daring to look back,
having come in grand fashion but leaving in a state of retreat.
As the demon cultivators left, their gazes lingered on the chasm carved by that sword strike.
Still moved by the sight. How could Beixian possess such a powerful sword cultivator?
Fortunately, this sword cultivator did not despise the demonic path. Nor did he truly align himself with the righteous side, otherwise, the demons of Beixian would be in grave danger.
Before leaving, Ji Mingli cast a complex glance at the servant peak of the Daotian sect. The demon sects had departed.
The members of the Daotian sect remained frozen in place, feeling as though everything was a mere illusion. Today felt akin to a grand dream.
Master, Chen Xun.
Zhao Ting murmured, lost in thought. Xu Ningshang's heart skipped a beat, her gaze sharpening as she admonished, mind your manners.
Zhao Ting trembled.
Bowing his head and pursing his lips, at a loss for words, the events of the day had profoundly shaken him.
Due to Chen Xun's madness, he lingered in Daotian sect for yet another 3 years.
In the first year, Chen Xun continued his routine at the miscellaneous peak, indulging in food and drink, sleeping,
and sweeping the grounds.
Any disciple who encountered Chen Xun was immediately awestruck, performing a respectful bow and addressing him as senior.
Even in his erratic state,
he had transformed in the eyes of the disciples into an enigmatic figure, a master of the world. Nangong Yao and others would frequently visit the miscellaneous peak to pay their respects to Chen Xun, leaving behind food and drink, and after a brief companionship,
would bow and take their leave. However, since that day, Zhao Ting never sought out Chen Xun again.
The disciples and elders within the sect seldom saw Zhao Ting, only to later learn that he had entered seclusion.
Concurrently, the news of the 10 demonic sects withdrawing from Daotian sect sent shockwaves through the northern Xian cultivation world.
Both righteous and demonic factions scoured for information, eager to uncover what transpired at Daotian sect that led the 10 demonic sects to retreat so inexplicably.
Yet, despite their inquiries, the information remained sealed, rendering the matter a mystery. Upon returning, Ji Wucong did not remain idle. He promptly reported the events at Daotian sect to the sky-devouring demon sect. After a prolonged silence,
the sect decided to temporarily suspend the order to capture righteous disciples as blood slaves.
Upon receiving the order, Ji Wu Tsang sighed in relief, as it was indeed the appropriate course of action.
Although the sword cultivator from Dao Tian sect bore no ill will towards the demonic path,
it was wise to remain prudent at such a crucial juncture.
Thus, tranquility returned to the northern Xian cultivation world, and for a time, no further reports of righteous disciples being captured emerged. By the end of the first year, numerous disciples at the miscellaneous peak reached their limits and left the sect for the mundane world, including a youth named Zhu Zhang, who ultimately failed to break through,
feeling both regret and yet no regret at all. Before departing, Yu Zhang stood at the mountain's foot,
gazing vacantly towards the direction of the thatched cottage in the west for a long while.
At the beginning of the second year, 3 unexpected visitors arrived at Dao Tian sect, a middle-aged man, a woman, and an elder.
The middle-aged man was Ji Wu Song, the woman was Ji Mengli, and the elder leading them was none other than the sect master of the sky-devouring demon sect.
The elder's countenance turned pale upon seeing the sword gorge.
At the mountain gate, the elder clasped his hands and smiled, addressing Nangong sect master, "I am Yin Ju Qing from the sky-devouring demon sect. I kindly ask for your introduction, so I may pay my respects to that esteemed senior." Chapter 55, Dinner. A sudden noise outside the mountain gate sent a tremor through the Dao Tian sect.
The Tong Tian demon sect.
They are the true overlords of the northern Xian demon path. In northern Xian, if singled out, only the Tianjin sect could stand on equal footing with them. At this moment, both the disciples and elders understood precisely who this demon sect master intended to visit.
At the mountain gate, Nangong Yao and a group of core elders hurriedly arrived. Upon laying their eyes on the central figure, Yin Jueqing, their expressions shifted slightly, and they bowed in respect. "Greetings, Sect Master Yin."
Despite the numerous conflicts between the righteous and demonic paths, the other party's status and cultivation level demanded basic etiquette. Yin Jueqing smiled faintly. "There is no need for such formalities, Sect Master Nangong. I apologize for my sudden visit, I hope you will not take offense."
Nangong Yao pressed his lips together. "I dare not." Beside them, Ji Wucong and Ji Mengli were not surprised by Nangong Yao's demeanor,
for they too would show respect to the leader of the righteous Tianjin sect, as it pertained to cultivation and status. Yin Jueqing chuckled lightly,
surveying the numerous peaks of the Dao Tian sect, his gaze soon settling on the miscellaneous peak. He continued, "I would trouble Sect Master Nangong to take me to meet that esteemed elder."
Nangong Yao did not immediately acquiesce but instead replied, "Sect Master Yin, this matter is beyond my authority, please wait a moment while I consult the elder's opinion."
Yin Jueqing responded, "Very well, I shall await your return here." Nangong Yao exchanged a glance with Elder Lu Yunji and swiftly flew towards the miscellaneous peak. Shortly thereafter, he returned. Yin Jueqing's eyes glimmered with anticipation. "What news? Is the elder willing to meet?"
Nangong Yao expressed his apologies. "The elder is still asleep, I dare not disturb him."
Asleep? Yin Jueqing was taken aback. Beside him,
Ji Wucong quickly conveyed, "Sect Master Yin, when the elder departed a year ago, we noticed that Elder Chen had become quite unpredictable, unlike ordinary cultivators."
Yin Jueqing suddenly understood,
recalling the terrifying sword chasm outside the Dao Tian sect, and readily accepted this explanation. After all, powerful individuals are rarely ordinary.
"No matter.
I am willing to wait here until the elder awakens," Yin Jueqing affirmed with a nod. Nangong Yao had intended to invite Yin Jueqing to wait in a guest room, as it seemed inappropriate to leave such a prominent demon sect master waiting outside, but Yin Jueqing politely declined.
Respecting his decision, Nangong Yao led the elders away.
Yin Jueqing and his companions arrived at noon and waited outside the mountain gate until dusk. Finally, Nangong Yao returned with the news that the elder had awakened, and the 3 of them followed him up to the miscellaneous peak. As they ascended halfway, they approached a thatched cottage.
Along the way,
the expressions of Yin Jueqing and his companions shifted as they caught sight of the humble abode. Ji Wucong, with a forced smile, remarked, "I had heard that the elder swept the floor, but I did not expect Sect Master Nangong would allow him to reside in such a dilapidated place."
"Ha ha."
Nangong Yao faltered, his expression slightly darkening, yet he chose to remain indifferent.
If the elder desired to stay here, what could he do? Soon,
Nangong Yao led Yin Jueqing and his companions to the front of the cottage. At that very moment, Chen Xun emerged from the thatched cottage, yawning and shaking his head.
Stretching comfortably in front of the door. "Greetings, esteemed elder."
The four individuals quickly bowed in respect. Chen Xun, grinning mischievously as he surveyed the group,
hummed a tune and leaped away like a monkey.
Nan Gongyao clapped his hands, exclaiming, "I almost forgot, it happens to be mealtime.
Our esteemed elder must be heading to the dining hall for dinner." "What? Dinner?" The three members of Yin Jueqing gaped in astonishment. An esteemed elder of such high cultivation still requires dinner? Nan Gongyao, slightly embarrassed, chuckled ruefully, "Elder Yin, you may not be aware.
But our esteemed elder has resided in the Dao Tian sect for over 4 years, and he has hardly missed a single meal."
Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing and the others were taken aback. How could one not fast and not accumulate impurities, making cultivation arduous or even stagnant? Yet, the elder's level of power defies all logic.
In the dining hall, upon Chen Xun's arrival, the servant disciples who were having dinner were startled, abruptly putting down their bowls and chopsticks.
Standing in unison to greet him, "Esteemed elder, good evening."
"Madman," Chen Xun muttered under his breath as he rushed to the serving counter to get a plate.
To his surprise, the one serving the food was not a disciple at all, but rather Qianlaifu, the steward. Ever since that incident a year ago,
Qianlaifu had personally served meals in the dining hall for a whole year. Of course, Qianlaifu eagerly awaited Chen Xun's arrival to help him serve food, while other disciples were attended to by different servers.
"Ah, esteemed elder, you have arrived."
Qianlaifu smiled obsequiously, swiftly taking the plate from Chen Xun's hands and promptly filling it to the brim before respectfully handing it back.
After retrieving his plate,
Chen Xun settled down in a nearby seat to devour his meal. Known for his hearty appetite, Qianlaifu thoughtfully placed Chen Xun's seat closest to the serving area,
ensuring he could easily request more food at any moment.
As the servant disciples observed Chen Xun eating, they carefully sat down, eating quietly,
afraid to chat lest they disturb Chen Xun's peace.
Qianlaifu stood nearby with a serving spoon, his eyes fixed on Chen Xun's plate. The moment Chen Xun finished, he would rush over to replenish his food. At that moment, 4 figures entered the dining hall. One particularly beautiful woman left the disciples in a daze. But she quickly noticed Nan Gongyao, prompting them to rise in alarm, only to be calmed by Nan Gongyao's gesture. "No need for such formalities, continue your meal." The disciples, trembling, sat back down. Qianlaifu's expression shifted, and he hurried over to bow, "Sect."
"Sect, master." Nan Gongyao paid him no mind, leading Yin Jueqing and the others toward Chen Xun. "More food, more food."
At this point, Chen Xun had finished his meal, calling out in dissatisfaction,
"Oh, esteemed elder, I am coming."
Qianlaifu's heart raced as he attempted to rush over, but was intercepted by Nan Gongyao. "Allow me to handle it."
With that,
Nan Gongyao approached the serving counter, picked up a serving spoon, and respectfully began to serve Chen Xun's meal. Qianlaifu and the various disciple attendants gazed at the scene before them, both astonished and contemplative.
In the entire Daotian sect,
it seemed that only the esteemed elder Chen could bring the sect leader to the humble task of serving meals.
The South Palace sect leader,
witnessing the elder's enjoyment of the meal, remarked, "It appears that the cuisine of the servants' peak is quite delightful.
Might we 3 indulge in a meal here as well?" Yin Jueqing chuckled in response. Ji Wuchan's expression shifted slightly as he pondered, to partake in grains?
Yet he quickly realized that the South Palace sect leader intended to foster a closer relationship with Elder Chen.
Although the impurities in such indulgence might be detrimental to cultivation,
a single meal would not pose a significant issue.
South Palace Yao replied with a smile, "Of course, that would be splendid.
It is indeed a fortuitous occasion for our sect to dine as well." Subsequently, South Palace Yao and Yin Jueqing each served themselves a portion,
taking their seats across from Chen Xun.
The dining hall was enveloped in tranquility, save for the sound of Chen Xun heartily enjoying his meal. Qianlaifu and the disciples felt a tumultuous wave of realization. Aside from the sect leader, the elderly figure must surely be the leader of the devouring sky demon sect,
who had audibly made his presence known outside the mountain gate at noon. Chapter 56, Amusing Conversations and Ji Wuchan's Thoughts at the Dining Table. Nan Gongyao and Yin Jueqing leisurely enjoyed their meals, each lost in their own thoughts. Chen Xun, with his head down, mindlessly devoured plate after plate,
leaving Yin Jueqing and the others astonished.
How much could this senior possibly consume in one sitting? With such voracity, wouldn't his meridians become obstructed by impurities? Ji Mengli kept glancing at Chen Xun, her gaze flickering.
The man before her felt utterly unfamiliar. His frenzied demeanor was a stark contrast to their previous encounter at Lingfang.
How could one person exhibit such a dramatic disparity in temperament?
Upon deeper reflection, Ji Mengli quickly dismissed her thoughts. Times had changed. She recognized the formidable strength of the man before her and dared not to speculate recklessly. Gradually, the dining hall began to empty. The servant disciples finished their meals and hastily bowed before departing, not daring to linger. In the end, the spacious hall was left with only Chen Xun and his companions, along with Qian Laifu, who remained kneeling nearby, tasked with serving food.
Yin Jueqing gently set down his chopsticks, inclined his body toward Chen Xun, and finally spoke. Addressing him respectfully, Senior, I am Yin Jueqing of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect.
I humbly come to pay my respects and ask for your forgiveness for my boldness in approaching you.
Upon hearing Yin Jueqing speak, Ji Wucong and Ji Mengli also put down their chopsticks, cautiously directing their attention to Chen Xun.
Meanwhile, Nan Gongyao continued to eat, though his ears perked up. Aware that Yin Jueqing's visit was surely not merely a courtesy call. Beside them, the kneeling Qian Laifu trembled at the sight of Yin Jueqing's profound respect towards Chen Xun.
Feeling overwhelmed and unable to eavesdrop any further,
the North Xian Super Demon Sect and the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect were renowned.
It was unthinkable that a sect leader would show such reverence to Senior Chen. It was evident that Senior Chen had likely become the foremost figure in the North Xian cultivation world. Qian Laifu, being merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, felt as insignificant as dust. Everyone present loomed over him like the vast sky.
Chen Xun continued to focus on his meal, seemingly indifferent.
Yin Jueqing felt a bit awkward but patiently waited.
Before long, Chen Xun, having satiated his hunger, let out a satisfied belch and turned his curious gaze toward Yin Jueqing and the others, asking with genuine confusion, "What did you old man just say your name was?"
Ji Wucong and Ji Mengli swallowed hard, realizing that among the North Xian, it was likely only Senior Chen who would dare to address the sect leader in such a manner. Had it been anyone else,
they would have likely met their demise the moment they spoke. Yin Jueqing cleared his throat and reiterated, "Senior, I am Yin Jueqing of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect."
Chen Xun's eyes brightened, his interest piqued.
He leaned forward suddenly, striking the table in excitement. "Wow, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect.
How impressive."
The group fell silent,
taken aback.
Yin Jueqing smiled wryly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Senior, you flatter us. To you, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect must seem like a mere minor sect." Chen Xun's face flushed with enthusiasm as he retorted, "Old man, you're talking nonsense.
If you can swallow the heavens, how could that not be impressive? That's truly remarkable." As he spoke, Chen Xun rose, exuberantly spinning in place before resuming his seat, exclaiming, "Old man, do tell, what is this method of devouring the heavens? Is it that your sect opens its abyss-like maw and swallows the heavens in one gulp? My goodness, how utterly magnificent."
Yin Jueqing and the others were left speechless,
exchanging bewildered glances. What sect opens an abyssal mouth and swallows the sky?
Are such words uttered by a rational person? Finally, Yin Jueqing turned to Nangong Yao and said,
Sect Master Nangong, what does this mean?"
Nangong Yao felt a chuckle rising within him, yet maintained a stoic expression, replying solemnly, "Sect Master Yin. This gentleman's thoughts are often as wild as a galloping horse. Perhaps there is profound meaning hidden therein that we, in our limited understanding, cannot grasp."
"Very well," Yin Jueqing responded, gazing at Chen Xun.
Even he, who had faced numerous tempests, found himself swallowing hard, his throat dry, uncertain of how to respond.
Chen Xun, growing impatient, urged, "Speak, speak. I am inquiring of you. Have you become deaf, old man?"
Yin Jueqing quickly interjected, "Senior, the Devouring Heaven Demon Sect is merely a name. It certainly does not possess the capability to devour the heavens."
"You have misunderstood."
With a leap, Chen Xun bounded onto the dining table, towering over the perplexed crowd,
and declared, "Impossible.
You had best speak the truth, or I shall become quite irate, with dire consequences."
As he spoke,
a subtle yet palpable aura began to emanate from him. This ethereal presence sent a shiver through Yin Jueqing and Nangong Yao, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread.
Pale-faced, Yin Jueqing hastily said, "Senior, wait. You are indeed correct. However," he lowered his voice, stifling his embarrassment, "the devouring heaven demon sect does, in fact, possess the ability to devour the heavens." Upon saying this, Yin Jueqing cast a fearful glance skyward, dreading that divine retribution might strike him down at that moment. "Oh?" Chen Xun brightened, crouching down in anticipation, "Then please describe that spectacular scene to me." Yin Jueqing glanced at Ji Wusong and Nangong Yao, forcing a smile. "It is exactly as you described, esteemed senior. The sect opens its abyssal mouth and, gulps the heavens down." To illustrate vividly, Yin Jueqing even spread his arms wide. At this, Chen Xun erupted into laughter. "Impressive, impressive." "Precisely so, haha." The group finally exhaled in relief. Yin Jueqing exchanged a glance with Nangong Yao, then took a deep breath, seizing the opportunity to inquire, "Senior, if the righteous and demonic factions of Beixian were to engage in battle, would you intervene?" Nangong Yao's expression shifted slightly. Chen Xun shook his head, mumbling, "Why should I concern myself with such trivial matters? The ways of the world follow their own developmental patterns. If I were to intervene in every affair, how could I possibly manage? Old man, do you not agree?" Yin Jueqing and Ji Wusong exchanged relieved glances, then smiled in agreement. "What the senior says is indeed true." With a thud, Chen Xun jumped down from the table. "Well then, I shall return to rest. You all swiftly take your leave and do not disturb me." Upon finishing his words, Chen Xun swiftly dashed out of the dining hall with a spirited shout, leaving no trace behind. "Farewell, esteemed senior." The crowd hurriedly rose, bowing in respect. Subsequently, Nangong Yao escorted Yin Jueqing and the other two out of the sect. "Sect Masters Yin and Ji, we will accompany you this far," Nangong Yao stated, bowing slightly before turning to leave. "Nangong Sect Master," at that moment, Yin Jueqing called out. Nangong Yao paused but did not turn around, replying, "Does Sect Master Yin have any further instructions?" Yin Jueqing inclined his hand toward the direction of the servant's peak before saying, "The esteemed senior resides within your Daotian sect, thus I assure you, my demonic sect shall refrain from encroaching upon your Daotian territory, to avoid disturbing the esteemed senior. However, I must make it clear that all this is out of respect for the esteemed senior. Should you, Nangong Sect Master, persist in your obstinacy, interfering with my sect's actions or providing aid to other righteous sects, then do not blame the artifacts for their indiscriminate nature, should they inadvertently harm your disciples outside." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao gazed upward at the darkening sky, remaining silent as he departed without a backward glance. "Sect Master Yin, this Nangong Yao is quite ungrateful," Ji Wusong remarked coldly. Yet, Yin Jueqing shook his head, sighing, "There is no remedy. Although the esteemed senior does not target our demonic path nor does he favor the righteous, the fact remains that he is part of the Daotian sect." "Indeed. The Daotian sect is stubborn, but I dare not disregard the esteemed senior's standing. Nevertheless, this outcome has been exceedingly favorable. If the esteemed senior remains uninvolved, then we shall proceed with our plans, steering clear of the Daotian sect for the time being." Ji Wusong nodded solemnly, yet his gaze frequently drifted toward the servant's peak, pondering. What means could there be to entice the esteemed senior to reside in his Dian demon sect? If only the esteemed senior would relocate, then the Daotian sect could be provoked into action. Alas, it seemed the esteemed senior was rather indifferent to comforts, but what of beauty? Would the esteemed senior be swayed by that? With these thoughts swirling, Ji Wusong felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. Chapter 57, The Terrifying Predecessor. In the second year, chaos once again engulfed the North Xian region, as the demonic sects began to brazenly abduct disciples of the righteous path. During this tumultuous period, numerous third-rate sects were annihilated, including two second-rate sects, the Tian Puppet sect and the Qingblade Pavilion. Previously, the likes of Pang Yen and Pui Dao were exterminated by the demonic forces within the territory of the Daotian sect, resulting in a significant decline in the vitality of these sects, rendering them powerless against the demonic sect. Otherwise, as second-rate sects, they would not have been so easily obliterated. The righteous sects, sensing the ferocity of the demonic forces, were overwhelmed with dread and could no longer endure the situation. They ultimately sent a joint letter to the Supreme Righteous Sect, the Tianjian sect, seeking assistance to stabilize the chaos. Naturally, the Tianjian sect agreed.
seizing the opportunity to unify the righteous sects of North Xian. In times past, many righteous sects would have been reluctant to submit, but in this urgent moment, they had no choice but to bow to the Tianjian sect. Thus, with the intervention of the Tianjian sect, the arrogance of the demonic sects was temporarily diminished. However, this did not signify that the demonic sects were intimidated, rather, there was a palpable sense of brewing turmoil, as if they were preparing for a tempest. As the end of the second year approached, Zhao Tingren remained elusive, reportedly in seclusion. Whether he truly was in seclusion or merely avoiding a confrontation with Chen Xun remained ambiguous. In this tense juncture, Yin Jueqing and his daughter Ji Wuotong unexpectedly visited the Daotian sect to see Chen Xun. This visit, however, was markedly different from the last. Ji Wuotong had brought along 20 stunningly beautiful women. Outside the gates of the Daotian sect, Yin Jueqing stroked his beard, gazing in the direction of the miscellaneous peak, and remarked, "Indeed, what the predecessor said holds true, turning a blind eye has its merits. How splendid!" Ji Wuotong chuckled at this and glanced back at the women, pondering aloud. "Sect leader Yin, I fear our sect may be in peril. Can the predecessor truly take a liking to these beauties?" To be fair, these 20 women had been carefully selected from the Dian demonic sect, each possessing exceptional beauty. Aside from the majority being Foundation establishment disciples, 2 of them were even inner elders at the core formation stage. In a bid to please Chen Xun, Ji Wuotong had indeed exerted considerable effort and sincerity. Meanwhile, Ji Mengli pursed her lips, casting a glance at the female cultivators behind her, lost in her own thoughts. No need to fret. Should the predecessor find these female cultivators unappealing, it matters not. If he can sense our goodwill, that would suffice, Yin Jueqing chuckled. Ji Wuotong found this reasoning sound and turned to address the group of demonic female cultivators, his tone turning cold. "When we meet the predecessor, all of you must be on your toes. Let me inform you, the predecessor is a true dragon among men, a formidable figure who has traversed tribulations. Should any of you catch his eye, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens. It may very well be that in the future, you will all have to pay your respects." Upon hearing this, the 20 female cultivators were taken aback, their hearts racing with excitement. "Humph." Ji Wuotong continued, however. "I must also state a warning. Should anyone fail to recognize the gravity of the situation and incur the predecessor's displeasure, I shall tear her apart on the spot." The group of female cultivators trembled in response, hastily bowing, "Yes, sect leader." Meanwhile, Nangong Yao arrived at the mountain gate, wearing a forced smile that belied his inner discontent. After all, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuotong had returned. If other righteous sects were to witness this, would not the Daotian sect be unjustly tainted with accusations of collusion with the demonic path? He would find himself in a most precarious position. In truth, Nangong Yao had contemplated detaining the 2, believing that should any trouble arise with Yin Jueqing, the North Xian demonic faction would be leaderless and thus not a significant threat. However, faced with the formidable leader of the North Xian demonic path, he lacked the confidence to retain them. Ji Wuotong always accompanied Yin Jueqing, suggesting that he too was wary, for Ji Wuotong alone might fear Nangong Yao's potential treachery. "Master Yin, Master Ji. It is surprising to see you again so soon after your visit earlier this year," Nangong Yao said, his smile devoid of warmth. Yin Jueqing raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Does Master Nangong not welcome me?" To which Nangong Yao replied, "Master Yin, you exaggerate, it is indeed true that we do not welcome you." He decided to abandon pretense and spoke candidly. Yin Jueqing chuckled, seemingly unfazed, and said, "I have come to pay my respects to the elder. Your welcome or lack thereof is of little consequence." With that, he strode into the mountain gate. "Let us proceed," Ji Wuotong beckoned, leading Ji Mengli and a group of female cultivators in tow. Observing this, Nangong Yao inhaled deeply, contemplating whether to intervene, but ultimately relinquished the thought. They had expressed their intent to pay respects, he had no grounds to obstruct them and, in frustration, swept his sleeves and followed. Nangong Yao's gaze fixated on the group of female demonic cultivators, his eyes flickering with curiosity about the intentions of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuotong this time. Come. Gather round, what are we now?" Chen Xun inquired. In response to the elder, "We are seedlings." The group responded in unison. "Excellent. We shall grow into towering trees. For now, you must remain still and silent." In a humble cottage to the west of the miscellaneous peaks, Injueching and the others stood in a daze.
Before them, Chen Xun, accompanied by 20 female cultivators, squatted on the grass, each embracing their knees and remaining utterly motionless. The female cultivators cast their eyes downward, their expressions peculiar yet hesitant to speak. Among them, 2 intersect female elders cast desperate glances towards Ji Wucong, only to be met with a fierce glare, as if to say, "Do as the elder commands."
"I understand now," Injueching suddenly exclaimed.
Nangong Yao and Ji Wucong looked at him in astonishment. "What do you understand?"
"Ah, indeed," Injueching stroked his beard and laughed. "This action of the elder embodies the principle of merging with the cosmos, transforming into a tree to experience the natural laws. Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. It is no wonder you are an elder."
Upon hearing this,
Nangong Yao and the others were inwardly startled, finding a semblance of reason in his words. After all, Injueching was the leader of the North Shen demonic path, his cultivation level surpassing theirs, and his perspective on matters was indeed more profound. "I too shall follow the elder's lead, perhaps I might gain some insight,"
Injueching said as he moved closer, squatting down and embracing his knees, silently chanting, "I am a seedling, I am a seedling."
Ji Wucong nodded in agreement, leading the somewhat embarrassed Ji Mengli to join him, adopting a solemn posture as they squatted together.
Upon witnessing this, Nangong Yao was taken aback.
Fearing that the profound insights of Injueching and others would surpass his own understanding,
he hastily joined them, mimicking their posture and crouching down.
Thus, the humble abode fell into a profound silence. A group of individuals remained in this position from dawn till dusk, and from dusk till dawn, enduring this stillness until the dawn of the 3rd year. During this time, only Chen Xun would occasionally rise, unwaveringly making his way to the dining hall for sustenance. In the end, he would daily bring a spray bottle, humming a little tune as he sprinkled water over Injueching and the others, treating them as if they were mere trees to nurture. The others grew almost numb, yet they dared not rise on their own accord.
Until one day,
they sensed a subtle loosening of their realms.
Each one's countenance transformed dramatically, their minds stirred with tumultuous waves.
To embody a tree in commune with the heavens and earth, this method of merging with nature, as taught by the predecessors, was indeed fearsome. Chapter 58, The cunning Ji Wucong and the shameless Nangong Yao. In the 3rd year, Injueching and his companions finally departed from the Daotian sect,
accompanied by a multitude of female cultivators.
In their view, although these women had not garnered the favor of their predecessors, they had nonetheless reaped considerable benefits.
At their level,
every attempt to break through to a higher realm spanned decades, if not centuries, often yielding no results. Yet, within a mere half-year under their predecessors' guidance, their realms had begun to show signs of loosening. This was nothing short of a miraculous fortune.
During this period, the demonic path had remained unusually subdued in the absence of Injueching, its notorious leader.
While this tranquility was ostensibly a positive development, it inadvertently heightened the anxiety among righteous sects who remained oblivious to the true intentions of the demonic faction, which seemed to vanish and reappear without warning.
Suddenly,
news broke that 2 sect leaders from the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect and the Dian Demon sect had emerged from the territory of the Daotian sect. This revelation ignited a flurry of suspicion and condemnation. No wonder the demonic path had been so quiet of late. It was evident they had infiltrated the Daotian sect. In retrospect, it became clear why the 10 major demon sects had once besieged the Daotian sect, yet the latter had remained unscathed. This mystery had finally unraveled.
Damn it! Consequently,
rumors of the Daotian sect colluding with the demonic path began to circulate throughout the northern Shin cultivation world.
In an instant, the situation of the Daotian sect plunged into chaos once more.
Naturally, Injueching and Ji Wucong were aware of these developments, yet they chose to remain silent. Maintaining their silence was preferable. Any attempt to clarify matters would only further entangle them in the accusations of collusion with the demonic path. The two could only internally mourn for Nangong Yao, a truly unfortunate child.
This is infuriating. Within the inner sanctum of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao, seething with rage,
smashed a teacup onto the ground, his face a stormy hue. Initially, he had been elated, after embodying the essence of a tree and comprehending the laws of nature. He had felt his realm loosening, preparing to contemplate a breakthrough to the transformation god stage. However, such a calamity had struck at this critical juncture.
Elder Lu Yunji and the other elders bore expressions of deep concern, uncertain of how to proceed. Why was the Dao Tian sect suffering such misfortunes?
It had barely been a few years since the 10 major demon sects had attacked, and now they found themselves branded with accusations of collusion with the demonic path.
Master, there are reports that soon the Tianjian sect will send representatives, alongside other righteous sects, to demand accountability. What shall we do? Elder Lu Yunji lamented.
It was imperative to recognize that the Dao Tian sect could not withstand further turmoil.
In recent years,
the protective grand formation had been shattered by a single strike from their master, and even now, it had not been fully restored.
Nangong Yao, typically composed,
was on the brink of losing his sanity. He could no longer contain his frustration, gritting his teeth as he declared, "It is all that old scoundrel Yin's fault. He insisted on visiting our master repeatedly, and I feared this would lead to exposure and idle gossip.
And now, look what's happened. That old demon is truly driving the Dao Tian sect to its doom."
The elders fell silent, fully aware that the old scoundrel Nangong Yao referred to was none other than Yin Jueqing, the notorious leader of the Northern Xian demonic path.
Elder Lu Yunji pondered, "Master,
perhaps we could simply clarify the situation when the time comes, explaining that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong came to seek our master,
rather than to find us at the Dao Tian sect." Alas!
Nangong Yao let out a heavy sigh and remarked, "Surely, we understand the principles at play here.
However, it is essential for someone to step forward and provide proof."
The two scoundrels, Yin and Ji Wucong, remain silent to this day.
How can we vindicate ourselves? We cannot possibly expect our esteemed teacher to take on this burden. There was, however,
one crucial thought that Nangong Yao refrained from expressing. Given the current state of our teacher, it is utterly impossible to provide any evidence.
Suddenly, the usually reticent Elder Zhou Tong spoke up. "Is there something you wish to propose, Elder Zhou?" Nangong Yao inquired, taken aback. Zhou Tong hesitated.
"If we cannot substantiate our claims, we need not fear the dark forces, rather, it is the righteous sects that will unwittingly bring about our ruin. Alternatively, we might consider abandoning the light and aligning ourselves with the dark forces instead." The hall fell into a profound silence, the assembly gazing at Zhou Tong in disbelief. Lu Yunjian retorted with indignation, "Elder Zhou, cease your nonsensical talk. Our sect practices the righteous path. How could we ever forsake it for that cruel dark way? Is this truly the language of a rational being?" Zhou Tong, feeling awkward, replied, "Elder, please do not be angry. I merely put forth a suggestion. If we fail to act and remain passive, will we cheerfully accept the demise of our sect under wrongful accusations? We have numerous disciples and elders to consider." Lu Yunjian fell silent, her sleeves brushing against each other in contemplation. Nangong Yao suddenly interjected, "Elder Zhou makes a valid point. If those righteous sects truly push us too far, perhaps we should indeed consider aligning with the dark forces." The elders were taken aback, while Zhou Tong's suggestion was unexpected. The fact that the sect leader appeared to entertain it was even more shocking. Observing the changing expressions of those present, Nangong Yao gestured dismissively and continued. "Our teacher once said, what is deemed righteous is not inherently so, and what is termed dark is not necessarily evil. The distinction between righteousness and darkness is merely a superficial label. It is the actions that define their true nature. We, as the Dao Tian sect, cannot allow the title of righteousness to lead to the unjust suffering of our elders and disciples." The elders sighed in unison, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Yet, it was a bitter irony that only a few years prior, the third elder had fallen at the hands of the dark sects. And now they were discussing seeking assistance from those very forces. How unpredictable and ironic the world can be. Nangong Yao carried a heavy heart, pondering this irony. As the sect leader, he felt compelled to prioritize the safety of the elders and disciples, setting aside the grudge against the third elder for the time being. After some time, the righteous sects, led by the Tianjian sect, approached the Dao Tian sect's borders. To prevent any incursions from the dark forces, they did not mobilize their entire strength but instead sent a select group of elders and disciples. The Tianjian sect was represented by a single elder. However, even this modest presence was more than enough to pose a significant threat to the unprotected Dao Tian sect. Upon arriving in the territory of the Dao Tian sect, the righteous sect members were left astounded. The ground was marred by a terrifying chasm, a sword scar of unimaginable ferocity.
Even now, all sects could feel the lingering, piercing sword intent emanating from it. What on earth was the source of such a formidable strike? The once formidable righteous sects, poised to pass judgment on the Dao Tian sect, suddenly found their fervor diminished upon encountering the sword chasm. This evoked a myriad of contemplations. It was evident that the sword chasm had aged significantly, nearly coinciding with the retreat of the 10 demonic sects from a few years back. Could it be that there exists an eminent figure within the Dao Tian sect? Was it that this esteemed individual had repelled the 10 demonic sects with a single sword strike? Furthermore, rumors had circulated of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong entering and exiting the territory of the Dao Tian sect. Might this be connected to the aforementioned figure? Upon such reflection, the possibility seemed quite plausible. Outside the mountain gate of the Dao Tian sect, the various righteous sects hovered in the air, confronting Nan Gongyao and his companions. The atmosphere solemn. Just as Nan Gongyao anticipated that the elder from the Tianjin sect would speak and initiate the judgment, the elder instead clasped his fists and smiled. Addressing him, Master Nan Gong, we have traveled from afar as guests. Do you truly intend to reject us at your gates? The elder's demeanor astonished Nan Gongyao, whose gaze flickered with uncertainty, hesitant to respond immediately. Given the ambiguity of the elder's intentions, could he simply allow them entry? Lu Yunjian furrowed his brow and remarked, Elderly, do you believe we, the Dao Tian sect, conspire with the demonic path, coming here to pass judgment? If so, how could we dare to admit you? Elder Li Zhao of the Tianjin sect chuckled, Oh, do not feign ignorance. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyao and the others felt their pupils constrict. They had known it. Fortunately, prior arrangements had been made with Ji Wuzong to conceal certain demonic sects within the Dao Tian territory. Should these righteous sects act recklessly, those demonic sects would surely emerge to provide assistance. Nan Gongyao had previously agreed with Ji Wuzong that, unless absolutely necessary, the hidden demonic sects should remain undisclosed. To ensure safety, Nan Gongyao had even compelled Ji Wuzong to swear an oath to the heavens, which Ji Wuzong solemnly affirmed, declaring that should he act recklessly, he would forfeit a century of his lifespan. This assurance greatly eased Nan Gongyao's concerns. He was aware that Ji Wuzong's lifespan was already nearing its end, and thus 100 years would suffice to deter any folly. Elder Li Zhao continued, feigning ignorance, are we? Just as Nan Gongyao and the others clenched their fists. Li Zhao coldly remarked, no need for pretense. Who would have thought that the Dao Tian sect harbored such a remarkable individual? Master Nan Gong, we are all righteous sects. Your concealment is rather unbecoming. Nan Gongyao and the others paused, realizing that the elder was referring to their esteemed figure. Understanding dawned upon them, and they collectively exhaled in relief, as the situation appeared to be unfolding favorably. Given that these individuals were now aware of the esteemed figure's existence, they likely held a degree of trepidation, dissuading them from acting rashly. Li Zhao stated, Master Nan Gong, it seems there has indeed been a misunderstanding. We shall not pass judgment on your Dao Tian sect today, but I implore you to swiftly introduce us to that esteemed elder. In these times of rampant chaos from the northern Xian demonic path, having such a venerable figure emerge would undoubtedly bolster our righteous cause. Upon hearing this, the tension in Nan Gongyao's heart tightened once more, and he sternly gestured dismissively. You may as well abandon that thought. The elder will not emerge to assist. Li Zhao's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Nan Gongyao, demanding, what do you mean by that? Did you intend to conceal that esteemed elder from us? How dare you? Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted around us. The hidden demonic cultivators dismantled their formation, revealing themselves as they ruthlessly charged towards the righteous sects. In an instant, the air was thick with demonic energy. The righteous cultivators were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Astonished that a demonic sect had set an ambush in advance, they cast incredulous and resentful glances at Nan Gongyao. Li Zhao's pupils contracted as he bellowed, Nan Gongyao, your Dao Tian sect has indeed colluded with the demonic path. At that very moment, Nan Gongyao and Lu Yunjian were left dumbfounded. Nan Gongyao's complexion turned pale as he gazed toward the distant Ji Wuzong, transmitting a message, Ji Wuzong, what are you doing? Ji Wuzong was seen suffering from the backlash of the heavenly Dao oath, his figure swaying and blood trickling from his lips, wiping away the crimson stain nonchalantly. Ji Wutsan smirked and said, he, have you forgotten that our sect also gained enlightenment from the Elder's divine tree? I am on the brink of a breakthrough.
A mere century of lifespan is of little concern. If I can compel your Dao Tian sect to descend into the demonic path at this cost,
it would be utterly worthwhile. Ha 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 ha. As he concluded, Ji Wutsan laughed heartily, fully embodying the brazen demeanor of a demonic sect leader. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted to an alarming degree. Amidst the recent tumult, he had momentarily overlooked Ji Wutsan's prior enlightenment under the Elder. Damn it!
His gaze shifted urgently, and a spark of insight flashed through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he thought, if you, Ji Wutsan, wish to play these games with my sect,
do not blame me for retaliating. You initiated this.
Thus, feigning astonishment, Nangong Yao declared loudly, who would have thought that a demonic sect lay in ambush within the territory of my Dao Tian sect?
Elders, join me in eradicating these demonic cultivators.
Ji Wutsan's laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression darkened swiftly. He inwardly cursed Nangong Yao for having the audacity to become so shameless.
Chapter 59, The Visit of the Heavenly Sword Sect Master Retreat. Ji Wutsan displayed remarkable decisiveness,
promptly leading the multitude of demonic cultivators away upon realizing that their plans had failed. Yet, before departing, he uttered a resentful remark, Nangong Yao, you truly are shameless. Once the demon sect had withdrawn, the righteous sects began to account for their numbers, feeling relieved that the brief skirmish had not resulted in significant casualties.
Fortunately,
the Dao Tian sect had intervened in time, uniting to drive away the demon sect. Master Nangong, I apologize, we misunderstood you, Li Jiao expressed with humility.
Nangong Yao waved his hand, solemnly stating, how could our Dao Tian sect ever collude with the demonic path?
Indeed, the others chimed in, their sense of shame intensifying.
What a grave misunderstanding this has been.
Thankfully, the Dao Tian sect is not in league with the demons, otherwise, had they allied with those demonic sects,
our fate would have been dire. Li Jiao pondered for a moment, then asked, Master Nangong, may we request an audience with that esteemed elder? Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes and replied, whether you may see him is not for me to decide. Then might I trouble you to inquire? Li Jiao pressed. Seeing this, Nangong Yao turned and soared towards the miscellaneous peak, quickly returning to the mountain gate.
Elderly and esteemed guests, I have consulted with the master,
and he has declined the audience, he reported.
During his inquiry, Nangong Yao had noted that the master was deep in slumber, and he understood well that disturbing him during such a time was highly inappropriate.
Upon hearing this,
Li Jiao and the others refrained from further pestering him and departed with regret. In Li Jiao's mind, perhaps he was not worthy of such an audience, and he resolved to let the sect master handle the matter upon their return. Once Li Jiao and his companions had left, Nangong Yao and the elders' expressions darkened.
Humph. That Ji Wutsan is truly cunning.
Thankfully, the sect master was able to adapt and defuse this crisis, Lu Yunjian scolded. The elders nodded in agreement, still shaken. Inviting the demonic forces was initially a precaution, yet they had not anticipated such a turn of events, which nearly spiraled out of control. One could hardly call him a righteous cultivator, Nangong Yao remarked, shaking his head, accustomed to such treachery.
Well, in any case,
the matter of our Dao Tian sect's collusion with the demonic path seems to have reached a temporary resolution. At the end of the 3rd year, as more and more righteous disciples were abducted by the demon sect, the situation became increasingly urgent. There was no time to waste. With a command from the Heavenly Sword sect, they united with the North Xian righteous sects to march southward, bearing down upon the Swallowing Heaven demon sect. The Swallowing Heaven demon sect had already received word and had summoned the Dian demon sect and other demonic sects in advance. As the two factions clashed, the heavens and earth changed color, resembling the end of days. This marked the first war of such magnitude among cultivators in North Xian in many years.
Naturally,
this large-scale conflict also inevitably affected numerous towns and cities, resulting in a significant loss of life. In this battle, the righteous cultivators suffered approximately 100,000 casualties, with countless others sustaining injuries of varying degrees. Among them, 10 nascent soul cultivators perished, while several hundred golden core cultivators fell. And the number of foundation establishment cultivators was unrecorded. In stark contrast, the demonic sects experienced only about 20,000 losses.
including 3 nascent soul cultivators and fewer than 100 golden core cultivators. The disparity between the two sides was glaringly evident. The defeat of the righteous path in this battle can be attributed, beyond the fact that the Tongtian demon sect was engaged in homegrown combat, to a more critical realization. The righteous cultivators discovered that they were not only contending against the cultivators of Beixian, but that there were also forces from the southern sky sects covertly aiding the Tongtian demon sect. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass, and the 3rd year of Chen Xun's madness has finally passed. Outside the Daotian sect, 2 figures stood still. Master, that esteemed senior resides within the Daotian sect, Li Zhao stated, his voice solemn. It was evident that Li Zhao's pale complexion indicated he had also suffered injuries during the war. The other figure was, naturally, the master of the Tianjian sect, a figure of prominence in the Beixian righteous path, at the mid-stage of the transformation stage. Duan Sunhai nodded gently. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the sword chasm, unable to withdraw his thoughts. Duan Sunhai had once believed that his swordsmanship was unparalleled throughout Beixian. Yet, this seemingly endless sword chasm ruthlessly shattered his confidence in his sword path. The lingering sword aura above the chasm sent tremors through Duan Sunhai's heart. Beixian possesses such a sword cultivator, he murmured, regaining his composure with a heavy exhale. This defeat was unforeseen for our sect. Who would have imagined that Yin Jueqing, who was on par with our sect, would break through to the late stage of transformation? Who would have thought that there were southern sky sects covertly supporting the Tongtian demon sect? Losing is regrettable, yet it is not without merit. Li Zhao remained silent, pursing his lips. Duan Sunhai continued, if we could persuade this esteemed senior to take action, it might stabilize the situation in Beixian. Otherwise, if this continues, Beixian will fall under the dominion of the demonic path. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao raised an eyebrow and quietly remarked, Master, I have heard that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong have already visited this esteemed senior at the Daotian sect. As latecomers, we may have little hope. Li Zhao recalled how Nan Gongyao had once confidently told him that the senior would not extend a helping hand, likely due to the involvement of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong. Duan Sunhai fell into silence, then responded, regardless, we shall see upon meeting. Meanwhile, Nan Gongyao greeted them, accompanied by several elders. I apologize for not welcoming Sect Master Duan properly, he said. A smile graced Duan Sunhai's face as he waved his hand, saying, there is no need for such formalities, Nangong. It was our sect that arrived without prior notice, so please do not take offense. Nangong Yao smiled and replied, Sect Master Duan is too kind, how could Nangong take offense? In the presence of Duan Sunhai, Nangong Yao's demeanor was markedly different compared to his interactions with Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong, displaying a greater degree of courtesy, as they were both part of the righteous path sections. Duan Sunhai nodded and got straight to the point. Nangong, I shall speak plainly, we have come to pay our respects to the esteemed senior, and I kindly request your introduction. Nangong Yao exchanged glances with the elders, having anticipated this request. He sighed softly and said, Sect Master Duan, I must preface this with a word of caution, I hope you are psychologically prepared. Duan Sunhai's gaze flickered slightly. Speak freely, Nangong. Nangong Yao nodded and said, if Sect Master Duan's intention is to persuade the senior to take action, then you must be prepared for the possibility of refusal. Duan Sunhai cast a glance at Li Zhao, then turned towards Nangong Yao and inquired, is this matter related to Yin Jueqing? Nangong Yao shook his head, no, it pertains to no one in particular, that is simply how the gentleman is. Duan Sunhai sighed inwardly and replied, our sect understands, yet I still wish to meet the esteemed elder. Very well, Sect Master Duan and elderly, please follow me. Thus, Nangong Yao, along with the other elders, led Duan Sunhai and his companion towards the miscellaneous peak. They halted midway up the mountainside. Sect Master Duan, please wait a moment. I shall seek the Elders' Council, Nangong Yao stated before making his way towards the western cottage. From these details, it is evident that, compared to Yin Jueqing, Nangong Yao indeed treated Duan Sunhai with greater courtesy, even going so far as to bring Duan Sunhai directly to the miscellaneous peak to await the elders' arrival. Chapter 60, A Call from Chen. Upon arriving at the thatched cottage, Nangong Yao beheld Chen Xun leisurely sipping wine. Observing Chen Xun's demeanor, Nangong Yao was secretly taken aback. Had the master regained his sanity? At present, due to the brevity of time, Nangong Yao had yet to decipher the patterns of Chen Xun's transitions between madness and lucidity. However, he surmised that with further encounters, he would likely grasp the nuances. Master. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect wishes to pay his respects to you. Will you receive him? Nangong Yao inquired, bowing respectfully. While still uncertain whether the master was indeed in a sane state, Chen Xun lifted his wine cup, took a sip, and softly replied. Did you not escort him to the hillside? Let him come and see. Nangong Yao was startled, realizing the master was no longer deranged, and promptly said, Master, forgive my presumption. If you do not wish to meet, I shall ask sect leader Duan to depart, regardless of whether he has reached the hillside. Chen Xun smiled gently. There is no need for that trouble. Bring him to the cottage. Understood. Nangong Yao bowed and withdrew. Moments later, Nangong Yao, accompanied by several core elders, brought Duan Songhai and Li Zhao to the thatched cottage. Greetings, master. The elders, including Lu Yunjian, quickly bowed in reverence. Chen Xun waved his hand, smiling. No need for formalities. As the elders straightened themselves, their eyes were filled with astonishment. The master was indeed a remarkable figure. Master. This is sect leader Duan, an elderly, Nangong Yao introduced respectfully. At that moment, Duan Songhai and Li Zhao gazed at the young scholar in green attire, their mouths slightly agape and expressions somewhat dazed. They had envisioned the sword cultivator who had executed that legendary strike as either a venerable elder with a beard as white as snow or a robust figure in his prime. They were utterly unprepared to encounter an individual who appeared, aside from his striking demeanor, to be quite ordinary. I am Duan Songhai, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior. Duan Songhai finally regained his composure and bowed. Li Zhao quickly followed suit. I am Li Zhao, the second elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. It is a privilege to meet you, esteemed senior. Chen Xun scrutinized the two and candidly inquired. What brings you here? Duan Songhai and Li Zhao were momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a direct question, the flattery they had rehearsed catching in their throats. Duan Songhai's mind raced, and he hastily replied, Songhai is also a sword cultivator, and since you have mastered the sword path, I have come to seek your esteemed guidance. Yes indeed, esteemed senior, we have come to admire your prowess, Li Zhao chimed in. Chen Xun nodded, smiling. Admired? Well, it seems your admiration has concluded. You may take your leave now. Duan Songhai and Li Zhao felt a surge of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Songhai spoke earnestly, esteemed senior. The situation in Beixian is tumultuous, with demonic forces rampant, and now aided by the Southern Heaven sect. Our righteous sects struggle to withstand this threat. We wish to implore you to take action. If you are willing, we shall offer 5 great Earth Spirit veins and send personnel to assist in their extraction. 5 great Earth Spirit veins. Nangong Yao and the others were stunned. They knew that their own sect possessed but a single great Earth Spirit vein, which had proven difficult to exploit. After many years of effort, they had only managed to extract a mere 20%. If the extraction of spiritual veins were a simple endeavor, there would have been no prior concerns regarding resources. Chen Xun chuckled, what need have I for that spiritual vein? This inquiry left the crowd momentarily speechless. A spiritual vein is indeed a coveted treasure, especially one of earthly grade. Who among the virtuous would ever disdain an abundance of spirit stones? Duan Songhai wore a troubled expression. Chen Xun rose and declared, you may take your leave, I harbor no interest in the trivial matters between righteous and demonic factions. Li Zhao, feeling anxious, interjected, Senior, you may not be aware, but recently, during the conflict between righteous and demonic forces, many innocents in towns have suffered and perished. Chen Xun raised a hand to interrupt, as I mentioned earlier, you may leave. Li Zhao inhaled deeply, wishing to say more, but was restrained by Duan Songhai, who gave him a warning glance and sighed, Senior, we shall take our leave then. Chen Xun nodded. Sir, we too shall take our leave, said Nangong Yao, bowing. Their expressions revealed no surprise at the outcome. Yet Chen Xun continued, Nangong, stay. Nangong Yao halted immediately, gesturing for Lu Yunjian and the others to see Duan Songhai off while he remained. Sir, Nangong Yao bowed, awaiting further words from Chen Xun, knowing that his retention signified some important matter. Chen Xun gazed upward for a moment, then sighed softly. Please convey a message to Yin Jueqing for me. I shall not meddle in the trivial disputes between the righteous and demonic, but in the future. Do not let countless innocents suffer, for both righteous cultivators and demonic practitioners share a common origin. They all come from among the common folk and ought to protect them. Nangong Yao was taken aback. Understood. Chen Xun continued, upon your return, have Zhao Ting seek me at the miscellaneous peaks. Yes. Just as Nangong Yao was about to depart, Chen Xun called him back. Chen Xun handed him a pill, saying, this elixir is a gift for you, it may aid you during the impending tribulation of transformation. Nangong Yao was momentarily stunned, fully aware of the potency of the gift, and without pretense, he trembled as he accepted it. Thank you, sir. After receiving the elixir, he remained in a daze for a while before asking, Sir, are you planning to leave? Chen Xun nodded slightly and smiled, indeed. I have spent 6 years at the Dao Tian sect. I should have departed 3 years ago. I am not one to linger idly when clear-headed. I enjoy wandering. Upon receiving this answer, Nangong Yao felt a sense of loss and whispered, when will you leave? Having benefited immensely from your presence over these 6 years, I naturally wish to give you a grand send-off. Chen Xun, however, did not reply directly but instead smiled warmly. When one desires to leave, one simply departs. Chen. Senior Chen. Before the cottage, a disciple clad in purple bowed deeply. This was Zhao Ting, whom Chen Xun had not seen for 3 years. Chen Xun chuckled and jested, it has been 3 years, and Zhao brother, your elegance remains unchanged. Zhao Ting's heart quivered. His face pale as he bowed and focused on his toes, hastily saying, Senior Chen, you may simply call me Zhao Ting. In the past, I was unaware. The sect leader and elders, even my master, would respectfully address you as sir, and even the foremost leader of the Northern Xian demon path would bow in submission. How could I dare to address you as brother? Chen Xun chuckled, rising to gently pull the exceedingly reserved Zhao Ting into a seat. Brother Zhao, he said. I am not one to adhere to rigid formalities. With anyone, I can share an equal standing. Do not feel constrained, I fondly recall the days of old with you. Once seated, Zhao Ting cautiously lifted the wine jug and carefully poured for Chen Xun, his voice trembling as he spoke, Senior's words are too kind. I am merely a humble disciple in purple robes. To you, Senior, it is as if you are the vast sky, how could I not show due respect? If my master were to learn of this, I would surely be reprimanded. A subtle smile graced Chen Xun's lips as he seized the jug from Zhao Ting's hands and poured the wine for him, softly saying, Yet, once. I was merely an ordinary man afflicted by madness, while you, Brother Zhao, are a distinguished disciple of the Dao Tian sect. Between us, there is no need for such formality. Zhao Ting slowly lifted his gaze, staring blankly at the smiling Chen Xun before him, his vision subtly blurring. At last, a smile broke forth from the corners of his mouth as he said, Chen. Brother Chen. Chapter 61, The Tribulation of the Southern Sky's Great Cultivation. After a few rounds of wine, Chen Xun retrieved the jade pendant and handed it back, saying, This jade pendant is for you. 3 years prior, when the 10 demon sects besieged the Dao Tian sect, Zhao Ting had intended to escort Chen Xun out through a secret passage, entrusting him with this pendant to deliver to his parents. This piece of jade must hold profound significance for Zhao Ting and his family. Zhao Ting accepted it with reverence, expressing, Thank you, esteemed elder. Chen Xun smiled at his words, feeling indifferent. In truth, aside from the moment when Zhao Ting had called him Chen brother before the wine, their interaction had shifted to one of utmost respect, with Zhao Ting referring to him as esteemed elder. When a considerable disparity in status exists between individuals, a sense of estrangement is inevitable, such is the nature of human relationships, particularly when the gap is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Even Zhao Ting's master treated Chen Xun with deference, so how could Zhao Ting maintain an ordinary demeanor? That was simply impossible. Chen Xun and Zhao Ting continued to share drinks, as though nothing had changed, yet in reality, everything had transformed. Zhao Ting, 6 years ago in Tianqing City. You expressed a desire to transcend the mundane and pursue immortality, to traverse the realms and behold the sights reserved for the immortal beings. What are your thoughts now? Chen Xun inquired with a smile. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ting replied, Esteemed elder spoke truthfully, the immortal realm is not as enchanting as I once imagined. Over the past 6 years, many events have transpired within the sect. Were it not for your guidance, Dao Tian sect might have ceased to exist.
Chen Xun shook his head slightly, saying, "You are fortunate, for you have a foundation."
In these tumultuous years of Beixian, many wandering cultivators have found survival far more arduous.
Indeed, esteemed elder speaks wisely, Zhao Ting acknowledged with a bow, then added with a smile, "In a few years. Once Beixian stabilizes, I hope to return home to visit my parents. It has been the first time in my life that I have been away for such an extended period." Zhao Ting would later come to realize that every word from the esteemed elder was a profound truth. Chen Xun swirled the wine in his cup and remarked, "Beixian will not find stability in the near future, your hopes may be in vain." Zhao Ting froze momentarily, lowering his head. Chen Xun downed his drink in one gulp and stood, saying, "It is getting late, you should attend to your affairs."
Zhao Ting quickly rose, replying respectfully, "Yes, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave."
After watching Zhao Ting depart, Chen Xun glanced at the deepening twilight and made his way to the dining hall,
contemplating a final meal before his departure. At the Tun Tian demon sect,
as Yin Jueqing was engaged in discussions with two representatives from the Southern Sky sects, he suddenly felt warmth in his heart and took out a communication talisman. Upon seeing it was a message from Ji Wuzong, he decided to listen without hesitation to what Ji Wuzong had to convey.
"Master Yin,
Nangong Yao has just sent a message to our sect, requesting that we relay a message to you."
Upon hearing the first line, Yin Jueqing's expression darkened.
Nangong Yao certainly has a grand sense of importance to presume. However, he had not finished his thought when Ji Wuzong hurriedly interjected.
"Nangong Yao is conveying the message on behalf of the esteemed elder."
Yin Jueqing's expression changed instantly, and he replied with a smile, "Oh. It is a message from the esteemed elder. Please, do tell me swiftly." Yet, despite his outward composure, Yin Jueqing felt a tinge of anxiety within. Could it be that the elder has altered their disposition, now choosing to oversee matters between the righteous and demonic factions of Beixian? Nearby, the gazes of the two leaders from the southern celestial forces shifted to one of astonishment.
Are there indeed masters within Beixian? Even Yin Jueqing refers to them as an elder?
They were aware that Nangong Yao is the leader of a prominent righteous sect in Beixian.
If it is indeed a message relayed by Nangong Yao, does it not imply that the elder is closely aligned with the righteous path?
The elder stated that they would not involve themselves in the trivial disputes between the righteous and demonic sects, but warned that the suffering of countless mortals must be avoided. Both righteous practitioners and demonic cultivators share a common origin, having emerged from the mortal realm and thus should be protected.
The cautious voice of Ji Wuzong resonated from the communication talisman.
Upon hearing the initial part, Yin Jueqing let out a sigh of relief, yet as the latter words unfolded, their heartbeat quickened, realizing that the recent turmoil between the righteous and demonic factions had indeed reached the elder's ears.
Without hesitation, Yin Jueqing solemnly replied, "Understood."
After concluding the communication, the two leaders of the southern celestial forces could hardly contain their eagerness and stood up.
"Elder Yin, who exactly is this elder?" Yin Jueqing pressed their lips together and responded, "I cannot disclose details regarding the elder, I hope for your understanding." The two leaders exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty.
"Very well, we shall refrain from further inquiries regarding this so-called elder. However, it is inevitable that skirmishes between the two factions will continue,
and the resulting harm to mortals cannot be overlooked. How can Elder Yin so readily agree to this, and what of our future actions?"
One of them spoke earnestly,
their tone bordering on an accusation.
Yin Jueqing closed their eyes and replied calmly, "Let events unfold as they must. You should count yourselves fortunate that the elder chooses not to engage in the disputes between the righteous and demonic factions, otherwise,
we would not even have the opportunity to act." Such exaggeration?
The two shared another astonished glance, each reflecting shock in the other's eyes. "You speak of the elder with such reverence, yet refuse to reveal their identity. Surely, you must provide us with a reason."
"Indeed.
We have traveled great distances from the southern celestial to Beixian to assist you in unifying the region, yet you show no sincerity."
Yin Jueqing furrowed their brow,
a hint of anger surfacing. "Do not embellish your words, it is clear to you whether you are assisting our sect or your own benefactor in the south. If you seek a reason, know this, the elder is a transcendent being at the tribulation stage."
"Is that sufficient?"
"What?
A tribulation stage master?" The countenance of the two leaders changed instantaneously. "What is the name of this tribulation stage master?" one of them inquired urgently. "In the mortal realm, There are only a handful of such masters. Could this one from Beixian be a recluse? Yin Jueqing replied, I cannot divulge that information.
I can only tell you that the elder is not one you have previously heard of among the tribulation stage masters.
The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence.
One of them spoke gravely, I shall return to the southern celestial to consult with that individual.
You continue to gather blood slaves.
And as for the battles with the righteous path, let us postpone them for now. Given the current weakened state of the righteous, they cannot stir much trouble.
With that, the leader vanished, revealing their cultivation at the divine transformation stage.
Shadow sect leader, setting aside the matter of the senior you mentioned. Whether or not they are indeed a transcendent cultivator, the individual from the southern heavens is undeniably a genuine transcendent cultivator.
You would do well to weigh this in your heart, should you provoke that individual sire.
I dare say your reign as the leader of the northern Xian demonic path shall not endure for long.
I shall take my leave now to rest.
With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, another leader from the southern heavens arrogantly departed the hall.
Sighing softly, Yin Jueqing cast a lingering gaze toward the sky outside,
remaining silent for a considerable time. Truth be told, he harbored deep gratitude for the senior. Were it not for their guidance, he could not fathom how many years it would take him to reach the late stage of the transformation god realm. Should the southern heaven's individual persist? He genuinely feared a confrontation with the senior. In such an encounter, the outcome remained uncertain. However, through his prior interactions with the senior, the terrifying sword chasm and the senior's ability to transform into a tree spoke volumes.
In Yin Jueqing's estimation, even the formidable individual from the southern heavens would find themselves at a disadvantage in the presence of the senior. Chapter 62, The Return to the Little River.
Where all is changed 3 days later, at dawn, beside the thatched cottage on the western side of Zeri Peak, Nangong Yao stood with several core elders.
Unlike before,
he was notably silent. Master is not here, at this hour, he is likely in the dining hall, Lu Yunjin mused. The other elders nodded in agreement,
sharing the same sentiment.
The master has departed,
Nangong Yao remarked. The elders were momentarily taken aback. Nangong Yao sighed, 3 days ago.
The master informed our sect of his intention to leave but did not specify the exact time. Thus, I have come here for the past 2 days, yet each time I have not encountered him.
It seems he quietly left shortly after meeting Zhao Ting on that day. Upon hearing this, the elders fell into a contemplative silence.
The master had stayed in the sect for 6 years, and now he had left without a trace.
Yet, this was indeed in character for him. He had never been one to linger.
In a few days, I shall commence preparations for the transformation into divinity. I shall trouble you all for protection during this process,
Nangong Yao declared as he turned to exit.
The elders were taken aback, surprised at the rapid pace of their leader's progress towards divinity, and hurriedly followed him.
Your words are unnecessary, it is our duty to safeguard you, sect master. But the transformation into divinity and the ensuing tribulations are fraught with peril, are you fully prepared? With the master's fortune, I am confident, Nangong Yao replied, pausing momentarily to take a deep breath.
Seal off 100 paces around the thatched cottage on the west side.
No one from the Daotian sect is to approach.
Understood. On a winding country road, a steed galloped gracefully.
Upon its back, a scholar clad in azure lay sideways, perusing a blank tome.
The wind tousled his hair, lending an air of leisurely abandon. This scholar was, of course, Chen Xun. As the horse trotted, the path narrowed. Soon, a small town materialized in the distance, gradually becoming clearer.
Moments later, they arrived at the town's entrance.
With a glance at the sign above the town gate, Chen Xun smiled and dismounted, leading his horse into the town.
On the streets, many people curiously observed Chen Xun.
Some felt an inexplicable familiarity with the azure-clad figure, but dismissed it as mere illusion and continued on their way. At that moment, 3 constables passed by.
The middle-aged leader,
upon seeing Chen Xun, regarded him with indifference, assuming he was merely a traveler resting in the town. However, the next moment, his steps halted abruptly, and he hastened towards Chen Xun, accompanied by 2 perplexed constables.
Chen Xun?
The middle-aged man stared at Chen Xun incredulously.
Chen Xun smiled faintly.
I did not expect that after 6 years, Captain Ji would still remember me. The middle-aged man was none other than Ji Ba. the head constable who had once summoned Chen Xun to the magistrate's office 6 years ago regarding the Black Tiger case. Compared to 6 years prior, Jiba now bore streaks of gray in his hair, and the lines around his eyes had deepened considerably. Jiba, filled with joy, abruptly seized Chen Xun's hand and exclaimed, "Ah, how familiar you look! It truly is you. I never expected you to return to Xiuhua town." Chen Xun replied, "I merely passed by and thought to come in for a visit." Jiba scrutinized Chen Xun from side to side, suddenly realizing something. He marveled, 6 years have passed, yet your appearance remains unchanged. Chen Xun chuckled lightly in response, "For someone of my age, a mere 6 years would not bring about significant changes. However, you, Captain Ji, have certainly endured much over the years. Your hair has gradually turned white." Indeed, Jiba conceded without suspicion, but added, "Yet, one thing you mentioned is not entirely accurate. 6 years is no short span." Chen Xun paused, nodding gently. "Indeed, for an ordinary person, 6 years is quite substantial." Jiba then recalled something inside. "Chen Xun, your arrival is fortuitous. The Li family has undergone considerable changes over these years. Everything has transformed. In the 3rd year after your departure, Li Yuan lost her sight. Reportedly a hereditary condition from her grandmother. Strangely, neither of her parents had exhibited such traits, and had manifested only after a generation. Last year, old Li passed away. And the town head, feeling pity for Li Yuan's solitary plight and her various inconveniences, instructed me to seek a marriage match for her. However, she has adamantly refused. I have visited daily with a matchmaker, only to be met with closed doors, which has left me quite troubled." Chen Xun remained silent for a moment before saying, "All right. Captain Ji, you may return to your duties. I shall go and take a look." "Very well. I will return to the yamen and inform the town head of your return. He has mentioned you often over these years." Jiba called out before leading his 2 subordinates away. Chen Xun stood in place for a while, lost in thought, before leading his horse towards the western edge of Xiuhua town. Before the familiar courtyard, Chen Xun stood, tethering his horse nearby, which impatiently stamped its hooves. He approached and gently knocked on the courtyard door. After a moment, the sound of fumbling to open the door echoed from within, followed by a slightly flustered voice. "Is that Uncle Ji?" Outside, Chen Xun softly replied, "It is Brother Chen." A silence fell over the air. Then footsteps hurriedly approached. And it seemed as if something had been knocked over in the rush. Soon, the courtyard door slowly creaked open, revealing a youthful face before Chen Xun. 6 years had passed, and Li Yuan was no longer a girl. She appeared considerably more mature. Particularly striking were her once vibrant eyes, now seemingly devoid of focus and spirit. "Ch. Brother Chen?" Li Yuan leaned against the door, her voice trembling. Chen Xun spoke gently, "Yes, it is I." Inside the courtyard, Chen Xun held a cup of hot tea, standing there as he surveyed his surroundings. In the corner, a bundle of dusty hemp rope and a rusty hatchet stood out starkly. As if sensing something, Li Yuan softly remarked, "Brother Chen, grandfather passed away last year. He lived for 69 years, which is considered a long life in Xiuhua town. He harbored no regrets about his life. Save for one, he missed you dearly and wished to see you once more." Chen Xun sighed within himself. Originally, he had intended to visit Xiuhua town 3 years ago. Yet he had not anticipated that the moments of clarity would be so fleeting, and the onset of madness would arrive so swiftly. In this world, Chen Xun prided himself on his ability to comprehend countless matters, yet he found himself utterly incapable of mastering his own self. He turned his head to Li Yuan and said, "I just encountered Captain Ji. He expressed a desire to arrange a marriage for you." "Brother Chen." Li Yuan had yet to finish her sentence when Chen Xun interjected, "I understand. You have always been considerate of others. And your reluctance stems not from a lack of desire, but from a wish to avoid burdening them, am I not mistaken?" Upon hearing this, tears glistened in the corners of Li Yuan's eyes as she nodded emphatically, choking out, "Yes. I see nothing, I am incapable of doing anything." Chen Xun stepped closer, resembling a gentle elder, and tenderly ruffled her hair. Meeting her gaze, he smiled and inquired, "Do you have any wishes at present?" "Your brother Chen shall do his utmost to fulfill them." Li Yuan tilted her head, and her once vacant eyes seemed to flicker with a faint glimmer of light as she replied, 20 miles east of Shoha town, there lies a sea of flowers. In the past, during springtime, my grandfather would sometimes take me there. Now that it is spring, it must be truly beautiful. Can Brother Chen take me to see it? Chen Xun paused, contemplating, was this truly her wish? He then responded, though the sea of flowers is indeed exquisite, you cannot behold it. A smile graced Li Yuan's face as she said, to stand amidst the sea of flowers, even without sight, I know it must be breathtaking. Chen Xun, momentarily lost in thought, smiled and declared, very well, Brother Chen shall take you there. Chapter 63, the purse of that year. Chen Xun led Li Yuan out of the courtyard, inquiring, how do you wish to proceed? Li Yuan cheerfully responded, naturally. We shall ride there. As mere mortals, can we fly? Chen Xun mused, it is not entirely impossible. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, then forced a smile. Brother Chen, you are jesting, are you not? Chen Xun replied with a grin, I assure you, I am not jesting. With that, Chen Xun grasped Li Yuan's wrist and soared into the air, heading towards the eastern side of Shoha town. In that instant, Li Yuan gasped, her expression transforming into one of disbelief. Simultaneously, Jiba, who happened to be nearby, felt his pupils constrict violently, witnessing Chen Xun whisk Li Yuan away into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen Xun is an immortal. He is truly an immortal. 20 miles east of Shoha town lay a valley, adorned with blooming flowers in a riot of colors, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds. The spring breeze swept through, causing the flowers and grass to sway, creating a veritable ocean of blossoms. Before long, a streak of light descended, taking the form of two figures landing gracefully amidst the floral sea. Chen Xun released Li Yuan's wrist and, with hands clasped behind his back, took a few steps forward, surveying the surroundings. He remarked, the scenery is indeed splendid, worthy of being called a sea of flowers. At that moment, however, Li Yuan bowed her head, trembling as she murmured, Brother Chen is an immortal. Chen Xun turned to her, gently replying, that is not what matters is that we have arrived at the floral sea. Li Yuan's body shuddered, as if shedding all her worries. She lifted her head, a smile returning to her face as she inhaled the fragrant air, exclaiming, Brother Chen, thank you. It has been so long since Yuan has been out, today is the happiest day I have had in 2 years. Chen Xun approached her, smiling. Do you wish to run freely in the floral sea, embraced by the warm spring breeze? Li Yuan hesitated, but Yuan Chen Xun shook his head. Simply express your desire, and Brother Chen shall assist you. Li Yuan's lips quivered as she stammered, I want to. Chen Xun nodded slightly, gently brushing his hand before her eyes. In that moment, Li Yuan's eyes fluttered, striving to open, as the long-awaited light gradually emerged, accompanied by her quickening heartbeat. In her blurry vision, she discerned a figure whose features were unclear, and beyond him lay a shimmering ocean. As her sight grew clearer, the visage of the young man became apparent, and the ocean transformed into a sunlit sea of flowers. Brother Chen, I see you. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with clarity as she gazed intently at the simultaneously familiar yet strange young man, as if wishing to etch his face into her heart. Without her realizing, joyful tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Chen Xun smiled gently, extending his hand towards the floral expanse. I surmise that these past 2 years have held much repression for you, now, let it all out. Li Yuan nodded vigorously, not bothering to wipe away her tears. As she opened her arms and began to run freely through the floral sea, Chen Xun stood quietly, hands clasped behind his back, a warm smile gracing his face as he observed the floral sea, listening to the joyous laughter carried by the wind. On that evening, Li Yuan prepared a lavish feast. Just as Chen Xun and Li Yuan were about to commence their meal, the voice of the town chief, Ji Buchang, resonated from outside the courtyard. I, Ji Buchang, have come to pay my respects to the immortal. Upon receiving a signal from Chen Xun, Li Yuan hurriedly opened the courtyard door to welcome Ji Buchang, who was accompanied by the head constable, Ji Ba. The two men were taken aback upon seeing the restored gaze of Li Yuan, yet, upon recalling Chen Xun's presence, they nodded in acknowledgement. They silently marveled at the immortal's prowess, recognizing that he had effortlessly cured Li Yuan's affliction. It was noteworthy that previous physicians had been unable to offer any remedy. Before long, Ji Buchang and his companion entered the house. Upon seeing Chen Xun, they immediately offered their greetings. We pay our respects to the immortal.
Chen Xun, unfazed by their deference, smiled and replied, "This evening's feast is abundant. Let us sit and share a drink."
Ji Buchang, taken aback, hastily responded, "I dare not presume to sit with the immortal."
Chen Xun reassured him.
"I am not one to adhere to such formalities, there is no need for pretense."
With a glance at Li Yuan, who understood the cue,
she promptly urged Ji Buchang and Ji Ba to take their seats. Once seated, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba appeared quite apprehensive, occasionally casting furtive glances at Chen Xun.
Their minds filled with unspoken thoughts. Indeed, the immortal was ageless, untouched by the passage of time.
In contrast, they felt the weight of their years. 6 years had elapsed. And Ji Buchang had noticeably aged, pondering that in a few more years, he might find himself laid to rest. Suddenly, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba exchanged glances. Recalling the previous case of the Black Tiger, the 3 hunters who had perished in prison. They had once believed that supernatural forces were at play. But now they understood the truth, it was not the work of spirits, but rather the hunters had crossed paths with this immortal, leaving no room for survival. With the mystery of that case now largely deciphered, they buried their realizations deep within, daring not to voice them.
After a prolonged silence,
Ji Buchang bowed his head and clasped his hands, saying, "I was unaware of your identity before. If I have shown any lack of propriety, I hope the immortal can forgive me." Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively, "No matter, let us drink."
Indeed, Ji Buchang responded.
The 3 then indulged in their libations,
while Li Yuan quietly enjoyed her meal.
After several rounds of drinks, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba began to feel the effects of the alcohol, gradually loosening their demeanor. "Li Yuan, now that your eyesight has been restored, you should hasten to find a husband, so that old Li may rest in peace,
knowing you are well taken care of. In our town, children your age are already walking," Ji Buchang remarked with a hearty laugh.
Li Yuan nodded silently as she pushed her rice around her bowl. Ji Buchang glanced at Chen Xun before earnestly stating, "Rest assured,
I will have Ji Ba seek out the best match for you. With the connection to the immortal, I will ensure it is nothing short of exceptional."
Chen Xun responded with a smile, "Then I entrust the town chief with the happiness of Yuan for the remainder of her life."
Ji Buchang quickly replied, "What you say is too kind, this is but my duty."
Chen Xun nodded slightly before turning to Li Yuan and saying, "The town chief speaks wisely.
You are no longer young and must find a partner soon, so that the late grandfather Li may be at ease, do you understand?" Li Yuan's lips moved slightly as she lowered her head and said, "Understood, Brother Chen." After dinner, Ji Buchang and the others took their leave.
Chen Xun stood in the courtyard, gazing at the night sky.
Li Yuan approached, unexpectedly handing him a weathered pouch. Chen Xun was taken aback. Li Yuan continued, "Brother Chen, have you forgotten? This 100 gold pieces, you once told grandfather to keep for you. Over the years, grandfather has not spent a single coin. Before he passed, he repeatedly instructed me that whenever you returned, he would return it to you."
A slight movement in Chen Xun's throat betrayed his momentary speechlessness. He had not felt much sorrow regarding old Li's death. However, the sudden appearance of the pouch stirred a tumult of emotions within him, complicating his heart.
He accepted the pouch, tightening his grip around it.
The following day, Chen Xun visited old Li's grave. Before the tombstone, he opened 2 jars of wine,
pouring one at the grave and drinking from the other.
He lingered there for an entire day, remaining silent throughout. Only before his departure did he softly utter, "Grandpa Li,
I am leaving. Brother Chen, time to eat."
In the small courtyard, Li Yuan rushed out from the kitchen, searching for Chen Xun but finding no trace of him.
An ominous premonition flickered in her heart.
In a hurried glance, she noticed that the hemp rope in the corner of the yard had been neatly arranged, and the hatchet had been polished to a smooth finish, devoid of rust. The hemp rope and hatchet lay quietly there. Yet the one who had sharpened the blade was nowhere to be found.
Chapter 64, Entering the Snowplain.
Encountering unkindness, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong stood outside the mountain gate, facing Nangong Yao.
"Nangong Zongju, I have urgent matters to discuss with you,"
Yin Jueqing said with a grave expression. Nangong Yao furrowed his brow and replied bluntly, "Yin Zongju has arrived too late, the gentleman departed without a word some time ago."
"What?" Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong were taken aback.
Seeing their reaction, Nangong Yao couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt and inquired,
"Might I ask what urgent matters Yin Zongju has?" Yin Jueqing gazed deeply at Nangong Yao and said solemnly, Nangong Zongzhu. It seems that your Daotian sect may soon face a great calamity. Nangong Yao's expression shifted, for he understood that Yin Jueqing would not speak lightly. Yet, what did this calamity entail? Wasn't the current strife merely a clash between the righteous and the demonic in Beixian? How could there be any great calamity for his Daotian sect? After a moment of silence, Yin Jueqing sighed, out of respect for your elder, I shall be frank. The conflict between the righteous and demonic forces in Beixian is not instigated by me, but rather arises from a transcendent cultivator from the southern heaven. You previously instructed me to convey a message to refrain from involving mortals in our matters. I would never dare to defy that. Yet it has encroached upon the interests of that transcendent cultivator from the southern heaven. If I am not mistaken, in due time, that cultivator will arrive in Beixian to seek an explanation from you. However, you say that the elder has already departed. Tell me, will that transcendent cultivator not target your Daotian sect? Boom! Nangong Yao's pupils constricted sharply, and his face turned ashen. What shall we do? He stammered. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, their eyes filled with pity. Truly, the Daotian sect's fate seemed fraught with misfortune. It was quite lamentable. Yin Jueqing spoke with a firm tone, I have two suggestions. Nangong Yao promptly replied, please, Yin Zongzhu, do share. At this moment, it seemed there was no distinction between righteousness and demonic. Firstly, it is imperative to locate the elder. If the elder were present, the transcendent cultivator would not gain much. As soon as Yin Jueqing finished speaking, Nangong Yao shook his head bitterly, Yin Zongzhu, you jest. The gentleman is elusive. Where could our sect possibly seek him? Understanding the slim chance of that option, Yin Jueqing continued, secondly, I propose that Nangong Zongzhu immediately venture to the mysterious snowplain north of Beixian and see if you can enlist the aid of the palace master of the Wujixian palace. If there is a transcendent cultivator in the southern heaven, surely there is one in Beixian as well. Although, strictly speaking, the mysterious snowplain does not fall within the jurisdiction of Beixian, it is designated as such on the map. The palace master of the Wujixian palace? Nangong Yao shook his head rapidly, struggling to speak, Yin Zongzhu, you must be jesting. How could a mere Yuanian cultivator like myself summon such a figure? Furthermore, a thought lingered unspoken, for he was on the verge of a transformation and had no time to travel to the mysterious snowplain. Then I shall leave it to your discretion, Nangong Zongzhu. I take my leave now, Yin Jueqing said, shaking his head and transforming into a swirl of black mist before vanishing from sight. Ji Wuzong looked at Nangong Yao with a teasing glint in his eyes and remarked, oh dear, Nangong Yao, what will you do this time? How tragic, indeed. Upon finishing his words, noticing the increasingly grim expression on Nangong Yao's face, he refrained from further provoking him and swiftly took flight, following Yin Jueqing. Nangong Yao's gaze flickered urgently as he summoned Lu Yunjian, sect master. He quickly relayed the situation to Lu Yunjian, whose complexion paled significantly upon hearing it. You must travel to the mysterious snowplain and see if you can persuade the master of the Wuji Immortal Palace to assist us. Our sect is facing a calamity. And I am unable to spare the time, Nangong Yao stated gravely. Lu Yunjian was left speechless. Sect master. How could I possibly convince the master of the Wuji Immortal Palace? Even if I were to reach the snowplain, there is no guarantee I would even have the chance to meet him. Nangong Yao sighed, at this juncture, we have no choice but to try. If it truly comes to nothing, we can only say that our Daotian sect's fate has run its course. Understood, Lu Yunjian replied. The only bargaining chip we possess is that earthly spirit vein. If you manage to meet the master of Wuji Immortal Palace, propose that our sect is willing to offer this spirit vein. Nangong Yao spoke in a low tone, Lu Yunjian, the Wuji Immortal Palace is a transcendent power. They may not even regard an earthly spirit vein. With gritted teeth, Nangong Yao continued, if an earthly spirit vein proves insufficient, you may say that as long as they are willing to aid us in overcoming this calamity, our Daotian sect is willing to submit to Wuji Immortal Palace. We have 15 disciples in purple robes, 4 of whom possess heavenly roots and 11 with top-tier earthly roots. I refuse to believe that the Wuji Immortal Palace would not extend a hand in our time of need. Lu Yunjian's heart trembled with understanding. The impending disaster was indeed terrifying, perhaps the most dreadful they had ever faced. To ensure their survival, the sect master was willing to make significant sacrifices. Understood. The cold wind howled, and heavy snow fell from the sky. On the boundless snowplain, a scholarly figure clad in green walked steadily. Amidst the storm, Chen Xun took out a map, glanced at it with a smile, and said, "The mysterious snowplain, splendid. After exploring here, I shall pay a visit to my adversary in the southern sky." Chen Xun folded the map away, producing a flask of wine and drinking heartily as he walked, relishing the moment. Suddenly, a faint howl of wolves pierced through the chilling wind. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xun had been encircled by hundreds of massive white wolves, each larger than a robust man, their crimson eyes fixated intently upon him. These were no ordinary wolves, they were wolf demons, each possessing a cultivation level in the latter stages of chi refinement. The leading wolf king, however, was in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As he observed the encroaching pack, Chen Xun rubbed his stomach and remarked, "Well, it seems fortune favors the prepared." In the next instant, his wooden sword struck out like a shooting star among the wolves, swiftly returning to its scabbard. Ah, the aroma is delightful. Chen Xun sat cross-legged, cooking by the fire, thoroughly enjoying himself. After skillfully preparing one of the white wolves, he skewered it on his wooden sword and roasted it over the flames. The sword proved remarkably resilient. Even as the wolf's meat neared perfection, it showed no signs of damage. The wind howled fiercely nearby, yet within a 10-jiang radius around Chen Xun, the space seemed to be in a state of stillness, untouched by the falling snow or the gusting winds, creating an eerie atmosphere. The snowy plains are perilous. During Chen Xun's barbecue, numerous demonic beasts were lured by the enticing aroma. However, upon witnessing the multitude of white wolf carcasses strewn about, these creatures were frightened into retreat. The meat is exquisite, indeed. Chen Xun picked up a wooden sword and took a hearty bite of wolf meat. After savoring and swallowing it, he took a generous swig from his wine flask, feeling invigorated. "Sister, look over there." At that moment, a startled exclamation resonated nearby, as a group of men and women clad in sect attire approached. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the scattered white wolf bodies, ultimately directing their gaze towards the contented youth feasting on meat and drinking wine, their expressions gradually turning hostile. Chapter 65, If it cannot be resolved peacefully, then so be it. As Chen Xun savored the roasted wolf meat, a group of disciples from the sect approached, a total of 15. "Fellow cultivator, do you know that the numerous ice-white wolves you have slain are under our sect's care?" spoke the leading female disciple, Yang Qing, with a frosty demeanor. The other disciples glared at Chen Xun with palpable disdain, yet they failed to notice the peculiar phenomenon that, upon nearing Chen Xun, the raging wind and snow had ceased. Chen Xun, taken aback, took another bite of the wolf meat, chewing thoughtfully as he replied, "You raise them?" Yang Qing nodded solemnly, "Indeed. We are close to my Wuji immortal palace, and all the beasts within a radius of thousands of miles are nurtured by us." After speaking, Yang Qing paused, expecting that the mention of Wuji immortal palace would instill fear in the young man before her. To her surprise, he displayed no reaction, maintaining a demeanor as calm as ever. Chen Xun nodded, "I see. Well then, I am not one to seek trouble. Since they are your charges, state how many spirit stones you require for compensation, and I shall oblige." Upon hearing this, one disciple shouted, "Compensation in spirit stones? No amount you offer would suffice. Do you understand the value of the ice-white wolves? In this ethereal snowfield, each one slain diminishes their number, and you have annihilated hundreds." At this, Chen Xun paused in his eating, chuckling, "If no amount would suffice, then I shall not compensate. Instead, I believe I am entitled to request compensation from you." Yang Qing and the others were taken aback. Chen Xun skewered the wolf meat with his wooden sword, holding it over the fire to roast as he continued, "You see, when I was besieged by those white wolves, I was utterly terrified, on the brink of death. Since those wolves are under your care, is it unreasonable to seek some spirit stones to soothe my still jittery heart?" The expressions of Yang Qing and her companions darkened, their eyes narrowing ominously. "What audacity! You show no signs of having been frightened at all," one disciple retorted. "You must be from North Xian, for the ethereal snowfield is not a place for you. Your encounter with the ice-white wolves is a consequence of your own folly. And yet, you shamelessly seek compensation from us? Did you not hear that we are disciples of Wuji Immortal Palace?
The disciples exchanged heated words, one suggesting, "I say we should take him back and demand a ransom from his backing."
Chen Xun remained unperturbed, responding, "You are quite domineering. Let me tell you. Slaying beasts within the territory of Wuji Immortal Palace cannot be overlooked." One disciple retorted coldly. At that moment, Yang Qing's pupils constricted slightly, as she suddenly sensed something amiss. Despite the surrounding tumult of wind and snow, this place felt eerily tranquil. Chen Xun clapped his hands and stood, declaring, "If it cannot be resolved peacefully, then so be it." A chuckle escaped him. The others scoffed derisively, dismissing his words. "Enough," Yang Qing interrupted suddenly. The disciples felt a surge of joy, believing that she no longer wished to prolong the conversation. At that moment, Chen Xun sheathed his wooden sword behind his back and chuckled, "You younger generation, looking like this. I am quite curious to see what your elders are truly made of." Yang Qing frowned, while the disciples sneered derisively, their faces filled with disdain. What a show! It seemed that the Wuji Xian Palace had been hidden away in the mysterious snow plains for far too long. Among the cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above, who did not know the formidable reputation of the Wuji Xian Palace? This person, capable of slaying numerous white wolves, must possess considerable strength. He had surely heard of their renown. Yet, it was unclear whether he was simply a brash youth or driven by some other motive. Just then, with a casual wave of his hand, Chen Xun summoned the snow on the ground, transforming it into shimmering ice crystal ropes that slithered like serpents, swiftly binding Yang Qing and the other disciples. As the realization dawned on them, alarm spread across their faces, and they struggled fiercely. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the ice crystal ropes remained unmoved, tightening further with each futile attempt. In an instant, Yang Qing and the others were thrown into a state of panic. The disciples finally comprehended that the young man before them was a formidable opponent, a cultivator far beyond the foundation establishment stage, and certainly not someone they could contend with. After all, even Yang Qing, their senior sister on the verge of breaking through to the core formation stage, was rendered helpless. "What do you intend to do?" One disciple cried out in pain, bound tightly by the ropes, anger boiling within. "You truly have the audacity to attack us, disciples of the Wuji Xian Palace, here in the mysterious snow plains." Chen Xun, however, found their ignorance unworthy of his response and inquired instead, "Where is your sect?" At this, the group was taken aback. What did this man mean? Could he truly dare to confront the Wuji Xian Palace? Soon, their initial doubts transformed into delight, quite frankly. They had considered him a mere fool, but now it seemed that he indeed was. Yang Qing gritted her teeth and said, "Friend, if you release us and depart, we shall act as if nothing has occurred today." Chen Xun replied softly, "The incident has already transpired." Yang Qing hesitated, unwilling to speak further. Though she recognized his formidable cultivation, he appeared utterly oblivious to what the Wuji Xian Palace represented. "Our sect lies in that direction. If you possess the capability, then go. If not, I will look down upon you from the bottom of my heart." A disciple pointed determinedly toward a direction, proclaiming loudly. In response, Chen Xun ceased his words, gesturing for the group of disciples to follow him as he advanced through the wind and snow toward that very direction, moving as swiftly as 1,000 miles with each step. In the face of such terrifying speed, the biting wind and snow lashed against their faces, drawing blood and making it nearly impossible to breathe, and their expressions shifted dramatically. They were astonished by the youth's overwhelming strength. A sense of foreboding gradually crept into their hearts. Yet, upon recalling their elders, powerful cultivators at the fusion stage, and their palace lord, a formidable figure of the tribulation transcendence stage, they felt a sense of relaxation. In this land, the Wuji Xian Palace was the undisputed sovereign. This man was courting death. His time was short. The Wuji Xian Palace stood atop a towering snow-capped mountain, centrally located in the mysterious snow plains. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, the grand architecture at the peak could be faintly discerned. With a swish, a multitude of figures swept in. It was precisely Chen Xun who arrived with his 15 disciples. At this moment, under the terrifying speed, the disciples bore grievous injuries, their features a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Chen Xun stood suspended in the air. one hand resting casually behind him, and with a smile, he declared, "Is this truly your sect?" After speaking, he tilted his head and continued, "I shall grant you 10 breaths of time to summon your elders." The disciples, including Yang Qing, gazed at the figure in the green attire with trembling eyes, already overwhelmed by his unflappable demeanor. Even standing outside the Wuji Immortal Palace, he remained as calm as a gentle breeze, betraying not the slightest hint of fear or trepidation. "Elder, save me!" One disciple suddenly cried out, his plea echoing endlessly in the vast, white expanse. Chapter 66, I regret you elders, save me. This cry resonated through the heavens, startling the infinite immortal palace. Within the palace, regardless of their previous activities, everyone momentarily froze, gazing in disbelief at the sky beyond the palace walls. At that very moment, numerous streaks of light surged forth from the infinite immortal palace, converging towards Chen Xun and his companions. Some foundational cultivators soared through the air on their swords, while others, at the stage, hovered above the ground. A few nascent soul cultivators scrutinized the scene with eyes like lightning. These nascent soul cultivators were merely the inner elders of the infinite immortal palace. In contrast, the inner elders of the Dao Tian sect were merely at the level. The disparity was evident. As more and more streaks of light emerged from the infinite immortal palace, any who laid eyes on the 15 severely injured disciples behind Chen Xun felt a surge of fury. Who would have thought that there were still those who dared to harm the disciples of the infinite immortal palace in the ethereal snowplains? Even more infuriating was the audacity of this individual to approach the infinite immortal palace alone. What unbridled arrogance! Seeing the increasing number of elders and disciples arriving, Yang Qing and the other disciples behind Chen Xun felt a wave of relief wash over them as the pressure they faced transformed into an overwhelming force. Their simmering hatred began to swell. "Are you not bold? Did you not dare to confront the infinite immortal palace alone? And now what?" Chen Xun surveyed the disciples and elders of the infinite immortal palace before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "You are not worthy to summon your strongest to face me, Chen." In an instant, the sky above the infinite immortal palace fell into silence, save for the swirling winds and drifting snow. "Who dares to challenge us?" Within a hall of the infinite immortal palace, a cold voice echoed, reporting to the palace master. "It seems a young cultivator has abducted one of our disciples, though the reasons remain unknown," a core elder respectfully responded. At that moment, a breathtaking woman veiled in silk sat upon the dais. Below her, 6 core elders flanked her on either side. Kneeling in the center was Lu Yunjian, the grand elder of the Dao Tian sect. He had journeyed tirelessly, either by boat or through teleportation arrays, to reach the infinite immortal palace. At this moment, Lu Yunjian was filled with astonishment, unable to comprehend why anyone would dare to challenge the infinite immortal palace. Who could be so fearless? "Palace Master, do you require me to intervene?" One core elder inquired respectfully. Qin Cheng Ran replied coolly, "No need. Allow those below to handle it. Let us continue our discussions regarding the Dao Tian sect." "Understood," the core elder acknowledged. From this situation, it was clear that neither Qin Cheng Ran, the palace master, nor the core elders regarded the unfolding events outside with any seriousness. "Lu Yunjian, what you just stated, was it all true?" Qin Cheng Ran asked. Lu Yunjian quickly responded, "Indeed, Palace Master Qin, every word is true. The sect master stated that if you are willing to assist the Dao Tian sect in overcoming this calamity, we shall pledge our allegiance to the infinite immortal palace henceforth." Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng Ran fell silent, her expression concealed beneath the veil. A core elder, keenly observing the situation, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Why has the sect master of the Dao Tian sect not come personally, but instead sent you, an elder? Is this the sincerity of your Dao Tian sect?" "This young man, Nangong Yao, is merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, yet he carries himself with such arrogance." "Humph." Lu Yunjian felt a tremor within and stammered, "It's a misunderstanding. I come to pay my respects to Palace Master Qin and the esteemed elders." The sect master indeed wished to come in person, but alas, he is unable to do so as he faces the impending tribulation of transformation. Sigh. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the core elders softened slightly. If that were the case, it was somewhat understandable. Qin Qingran spoke, "Lu Yunjian, I am willing to visit the North Xian region to assist your Dao Tian sect in overcoming this calamity. Lu Yunjian was overjoyed and prepared to express his gratitude.
But Chen Xun waved her hand and said, "Do not be hasty.
However, apart from your Dao Tian sect allegiance,
I have another condition. 2 of your 4 disciples with heavenly spiritual roots must enter my Wuji Immortal Palace, to become disciples of my Wuji Immortal Palace forever." Lu Yunjian's countenance changed, and he opened his mouth, but words failed him. Disciples with heavenly spiritual roots are exceedingly precious.
The Dao Tian sect has had only 4 for many years, how could they? Chen Xun did not elaborate further.
She understood that the Dao Tian sect would weigh the significance of losing 2 heavenly spiritual root disciples against the threat of annihilation.
Moreover,
entering the Wuji Immortal Palace could be seen as a fortuitous opportunity for those 2 disciples. It was now up to the Dao Tian sect to perceive the gravity of the situation.
Lu Yunjian forced a smile and replied, "Very well.
It shall be as you say." It would indeed be a great fortune for the 2 heavenly spiritual root disciples to enter the Dao Tian sect. How could I refuse? At that moment, an elder's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Palace Master! That young cultivator from outside has already killed one of our nascent soul elders and 2 of our core formation disciples."
What? The crowd was shaken.
Even Chen Xun slowly rose to her feet, her gaze turning cold as she looked outside the palace. Outside the Wuji Immortal Palace, an ever-growing throng of cultivators gathered,
their numbers swelling to tens of thousands. Yet, an eerie silence prevailed.
The disciples and elders stared wide-eyed at the figure clad in green robes ahead of them. Just moments ago, they had merely shouted warnings, yet this individual had swiftly executed one of their inner door nascent soul elders and 2 core formation stewards without hesitation.
The strikes were instantaneous. Behind Chen Xun, Yang Chang and others trembled in disbelief as they observed the green-robed figure,
now too terrified to utter a word after witnessing such ruthless slaughter.
Chen Xun surveyed the crowd and chuckled softly, "What is wrong? Have you all lost your voices? Where is that boldness from a moment ago?"
The atmosphere grew still, countless eyes averted, no one dared to speak further before the higher-ups of the Wuji Immortal Palace arrived, fearing the scythe of death might soon descend upon them. Seeing the silence among the crowd, Chen Xun felt a tinge of boredom and remarked, "Your Wuji Immortal Palace's higher-ups certainly carry an air of superiority, making me wait. So, let it be this way, for every moment they delay, I shall claim 1 life." No sooner had he spoken, than a sword aura surged forth from an unknown source. Whoosh! Another core formation steward was cleaved in half,
falling from the sky.
Su steward. The elders and disciples were agitated, their faces pale as they watched the scene unfold. Yet, not a single person dared to step forward. Tens of thousands of cultivators from the Wuji Immortal Palace were utterly stunned by the lone figure of the green-clad sword cultivator. As each breath passed, disciple after disciple, elder after elder, fell victim to the cutting sword energy, cleaved in twain. An overwhelming sense of oppression engulfed the hearts of the crowd, their faces ashen. Despite the frigid temperature, they were drenched in cold sweat. For many years, such a horrifying event had never occurred within the Wuji Immortal Palace. Yet, while fear gripped their hearts, the cultivators found solace in the thought of the imminent arrival of the core elders and even the palace master, convinced that this individual would soon face retribution.
"Cease at once. Who dares to act so recklessly in the Wuji Immortal Palace?"
A stern voice echoed, followed by the appearance of 7 figures, the palace master, Chen Xun,
and 6 core elders.
They had arrived just a moment too late. With yet another breath, another disciple was slain by the unseen sword energy, right before the eyes of the high-ranking members of the Wuji Immortal Palace.
"Palace Master!
Elders!" The multitude of cultivators felt an immediate wave of relief upon seeing Chen Xun and the core elders, bowing deeply in a show of respect, truly frightened by the chaos that had unfolded. Behind Chen Xun, disciples such as Yang Qing could not help but weep, utterly astonished that a chance encounter in the snowy plains would lead them to such a ruthless individual, one bold enough to unleash a massacre within the Wuji Immortal Palace.
"Palace Master, save us!"
cried Yang Qing and the other disciples in a state of panic, unwilling to remain even a moment longer in the presence of the green-clad cultivator, who was utterly terrifying. "You are formidable," Chen Xun remarked, her gaze fixed on Chen Xun, her tone devoid of warmth. The core elders were equally incensed. their chests heaving with indignation. Even in their presence, this individual dared to take a life before their very eyes. It had been many years since the Wuji Immortal Palace had faced such disgrace, a loss unprecedented with the deaths of so many elders, attendants, and disciples.
Chen Xun smiled, saying, "Now that you have arrived, allow me to ask, how do you discipline your disciples? That you have raised such a group of individuals who are so arrogant and unreasonable?"
Qin Xingran's eyes narrowed slightly as she responded. "How I discipline the disciples of my palace is not for you to judge."
"Perhaps it is you who has been too lenient?" Chen Xun nodded. "Do you not wish to know the context of these events?"
Qin Xingran replied, "I have no such leisure nor desire to understand the conflict between you and my disciples. Nor do I wish to debate what constitutes reason. All I know is that in the Wuji Immortal Palace, we embody reason itself."
The elders and disciples,
stirred by her words, felt their spirits uplifted.
Yes, this was indeed their Wuji Immortal Palace.
Yang Qing and the others no longer felt fear but rather a burning resentment directed at Chen Xun, realizing that it was time for him to pay the price. Chen Xun chuckled, "At last, I understand why your disciples are so arrogant. It seems the upper beams are crooked, thus the lower beams are askew."
Qin Xingran commanded,
"Bind him and take him to the icy caverns of the back mountain."
2 core elders stepped forward, their gazes icy as they fixed their eyes on Chen Xun.
"This elder recognizes that you may be a cultivator at the integration stage, a level that could dominate the northern Su realm.
However,
you may have grown accustomed to your lofty position and underestimated the Wuji Immortal Palace."
Upon hearing this, Chen Xun fell silent for a moment before replying, "What a pity." Qin Xingran's eyes flickered as she inquired, "Are you lamenting your own fate?"
"Not at all," Chen Xun replied with a smile, shaking his head.
"I lament for you all.
I have granted you opportunities, for the path of immortality is fraught with peril and the journey of cultivation is arduous."
As he spoke,
Chen Xun slowly extended his hand to grasp the hilt of the sword concealed behind him. At that moment, Lu Yunjian, who had just emerged from the hall,
caught sight of the unfolding scene.
Upon recognizing Chen Xun, her pupils dilated sharply, and her complexion turned pale as she exclaimed, "Yes, sir." Chapter 67, The Sword Chi Rages, the Immortal Palace is annihilated, sir.
"Sir!" Lu Yunjian transformed into a streak of light, swiftly ascending into the air with an expression of utmost urgency. "Is there some misunderstanding?"
Qin Xingran and the core elders were taken aback at the sight,
astonished that the Daotian sect was acquainted with this individual. It appeared that the Daotian sect would not be of assistance. Lu Yunjian.
"This person has slain several of our esteemed elders and disciples of the Wujixian Palace. I did not expect you to be familiar with him, thus. Our prior discussions are rendered void," remarked a core elder coldly.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjian remained unfazed. Now that he had encountered the Sir, the discussions could indeed be disregarded.
Regardless, he would stand by the Sir's side, believing that even the sect master would unhesitatingly support him if present.
However, at this moment, Lu Yunjian's urgency stemmed from concern for Chen Xun.
It was not a doubt in Chen Xun's capabilities, but rather the overwhelming presence of the powerful palace master and a multitude of elders at the integrative phase, creating an insurmountable force. No matter how formidable the Sir was, he might struggle against such odds. "Sir, retreat behind me," Lu Yunjian urged. Before he could say more, Chen Xun interrupted him.
Lu Yunjian's heart trembled, though anxious.
He dared not defy the command and quietly stepped aside. At that moment, Qin Xingran observed Chen Xun's grip on his sword with indifference, casually stating, "This palace master has cultivated for over 2 millennia, reaching the mid-stage of tribulation, nearly attaining the pinnacle of the mortal realm. In another 1,000 years, I may ascend. What a pity for you, a mere cultivator, to perish so easily." "What a pity indeed," Chen Xun replied with a soft chuckle, suddenly drawing his sword.
Clang!
The moment the sword was unsheathed, its resonance echoed through the heavens and earth. The blizzard enveloping the ethereal snowfield seemed to pause for an instant.
Initially dismissive,
Qin Xingran's expression changed drastically the moment Chen Xun drew his sword. Her mind went blank.
Instinctively,
she attempted to channel her spiritual energy to unleash the might of her tribulation for a counterattack. Yet under the onslaught of what felt like the most piercing sword intent in existence, such thoughts could not even arise.
"No. Please, Senior." Swish, an invisible sword chi sliced through Chen Xun's form in an instant. Along with her veil, her body was cleaved in two. All vitality within extinguished by the terrifying sword aura. The two halves of Chen Xun's face were frozen in expressions of pleading and terror. In the next moment, her fractured body was obliterated into nothingness, dissipating into the void. The sequence of events transpired in a flash, as if struck by lightning. The palace master of the Wajixian palace, a formidable tribulation cultivator, had perished. And this was merely the act of Chen Xun drawing his sword. Outside the Wajixian palace, the realm fell into an eerie silence. All present turned pale, their souls trembling, as if the sky had collapsed. It was too swift. Incredibly swift. They struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Their exalted palace master had. Lu Yunjian's pupils quivered, swallowing hard, feeling an unprecedented dryness in his throat. His peripheral vision trembled as he glanced at the figure in the green attire, nearly gasping for breath. He was too powerful, the Sir was overwhelmingly strong. The Master's strength was astonishing, transcending the boundaries of the mortal realm. Was he truly a cultivator of this world? The palace master. Coming back to their senses, all the elders and disciples of the Wuji Immortal Palace felt a profound sorrow, yet at that moment, they lacked even the courage to cry out in despair. Behind Chen Xun, those disciples like Yang Qing, bound and trembling, were engulfed in sheer terror. Their bodies quaking and warmth pooling below. Indeed, they had been so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. An overwhelming sense of regret permeated their hearts. But it was far too late. Chen Xun turned his head and asked, "Do you believe your palace master deserves to die?" Yang Qing and the others felt their hair stand on end, their souls entranced, and they hurriedly replied, "Yes, he deserves to die. The palace master deserves to die." Chen Xun smiled, truly worthless. With a flick of his sleeve, he reduced Yang Qing and the others to nothingness, as if they had never existed in this world. This unimaginable scene once again terrified the members of the Wuji Immortal Palace, causing them to drop to their knees, fervently begging for mercy. "Spare us, esteemed one. We realize our mistakes. We truly understand our errors. Please spare us." The sight of tens of thousands of cultivators, all prostrating themselves before a single figure in azure robes, was utterly explosive. "Let us go." Chen Xun turned and stepped into the void. Lu Yunjian, regaining his senses, hastily followed, his heart racing like never before. Once Chen Xun had walked far away, all the elders and disciples felt as though their strength had been drained, some even faltered and fell from the air. They knelt there, dazed and incredulous, unable to believe that their palace master had perished so abruptly, as if it were a dream. Yet, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. The only solace was that the majority of them were still alive. However, at that moment, Chen Xun, having walked a distance, suddenly turned, his gaze calm and profound. He gently raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing toward the direction of the Wuji Immortal Palace. Suddenly, a faint light glimmered at his fingertips, akin to a firefly's flicker. In the next instant, a brilliant sword light erupted from his fingertips. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy surged toward the heavens, slicing through the vast sky, directly aimed at the Wuji Immortal Palace. Wherever the sword energy passed, it conjured boundless snow and wind, tearing apart the very fabric of space with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The sword energy was formless. While the wind and snow were tangible, the heavens and earth bore witness. To Lu Yunjian and the members of the Wuji Immortal Palace, it was as if the end of days had arrived. No, no. Whoosh. Boom. The terrifying sword energy, akin to a tsunami, overwhelmed the entire Wuji Immortal Palace. In but a moment, the resplendent palace was reduced to dust. Countless desperate and terrified elders and disciples were annihilated into nothingness amidst the relentless sword energy. Simultaneously, the towering snow-capped mountains where the Wuji Immortal Palace resided crumbled, vanishing into flat land. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth quaked, as countless demonic beasts fled in all directions across the ethereal snowfields, their mournful howls echoing. It was not until a while later that all commotion finally ceased. Chen Xun slowly lowered his fingers, resting them behind his back as he coldly observed the scene before him. Beside him, Lu Yunjian stood frozen, gazing at the dissipating Wuji Immortal Palace and the indescribable devastation it had wrought.
His teeth were clenched tightly, his knees weakened, and his mind was muddled, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Chen Xun glanced sideways at Lu Yunjian and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you well?" Lu Yunjian jolted to attention, kneeling as he trembled. Stammering, I am perfectly well, sir." Chen Xun regarded him with suspicion. "You appear to have a close connection with the Wuji Immortal Palace. Are you seeking to demand an explanation from me on their behalf?" Lu Yunjian's scalp tingled in alarm, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Sir, you misunderstand. How could I dare? I have no ties to the Wuji Immortal Palace. In fact, I have long harbored disdain for them. Their destruction at your hands is truly divine retribution. I am overjoyed." Chen Xun stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. "Very well. I shall take your word for it this time. Had you spoken any more slowly, I would have eradicated you without hesitation." At this, Lu Yunjian rolled his eyes, finally losing his composure and fainting, plummeting downward. Chen Xun chuckled softly, waving his sleeve to catch him midair, otherwise, Lu Yunjian would have met a gruesome fate. After all, he was a Yuaning, and should he be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, it would surely be a tale for the ages, laughed at for eternity. Chapter 68, The Treasures Unappreciated by Chen Xun. In a low-lying area of the snowy expanse, a campfire crackled. Chen Xun warmed a pot of wine, leaning against a nearby tree, sipping while perusing a book devoid of words. Beside him, Lu Yunjian lay flat, eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, as if haunted by some dreadful nightmare. Suddenly, Lu Yunjian bolted upright, panting heavily, his countenance reflecting the remnants of terror. Regaining his composure, he caught sight of the campfire and Chen Xun. Startled, he hastily rose to pay his respects. "Greetings, sir." Chen Xun, without a glance in his direction, softly replied, "The weather is frigid. Now that you are awake, you should have some wine to warm your body." "Yes," Lu Yunjian responded respectfully, quietly settling back down. He poured himself a cup of warm wine and took a sip. Although, as a nascent soul cultivator, he was impervious to the cold, he felt it prudent to heed the advice of his superior. After a drink, he fell silent, occasionally glancing at Chen Xun, his thoughts drifting back to the obliteration of the Wujixian palace, a memory that still sent shivers down his spine. "Sir," Lu Yunjian began. Chen Xun turned a page, prompting him to continue. "Are you a celestial being?" Chen Xun paused, then jested, "What celestial being am I? It is you who, in the realm of mortals, are hailed as celestial beings with eager acceptance." Lu Yunjian's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling undeserving of such a title. "We are merely half-hearted cultivators, unworthy of being called celestial beings. It is the ignorance of mortals that leads them to believe anyone who can fly is a celestial." Chen Xun chuckled softly, remaining silent. Lu Yunjian cleared his throat, emboldened by the wine, remarked, "Sir, your strength is truly remarkable. To be honest, I previously did not understand why you chose to remain indifferent to the affairs of the North Xin sections. Now, it is abundantly clear. To you, the conflict between the righteous and the demonic may be akin to watching children at play, hardly worth your attention." In Lu Yunjian's eyes, the strife between these factions was trivial, akin to two ants squabbling unless one were to provoke Chen Xun, in which case, he might casually crush the offending ant. Much like the recently vanquished Wujixian palace. Chen Xun regarded Lu Yunjian with a contemplative gaze and replied, "You are correct, yet not entirely so." Lu Yunjian perked up, attentively listening, but Chen Xun chose not to elaborate further. Daring not to press him, Lu Yunjian cautiously broached a more pressing matter. "Sir, will you accompany me back to the Dao Tian sect?" With the Wujixian palace's demise and the impending arrival of the Southern Heavens tribulation, the Dao Tian sect faced dire straits. Yet, should Chen Xun choose not to go, Lu Yunjian felt powerless, left to devise other plans upon his return. After a moment of silence, Chen Xun acknowledged, "I understand your concern. Regardless, that person is coming for me. I cannot allow you all at the Dao Tian sect to be dragged into this." Lu Yunjian was first filled with joy, then shock. He could not fathom how Chen Xun possessed such clarity regarding the situation. He had not spoken a word about it. Truly, a celestial being is indeed extraordinary. With a shift in his tone, Chen Xun continued, "However, I shall not be returning. Here, I possess an array disk that can safeguard your Dao Tian sect." As he spoke, Chen Xun produced a dusty array disc from seemingly nowhere and tossed it over.
Lu Yunjian promptly caught it, treating it as a treasured possession, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir."
Aware of the quality associated with the gentleman's creations, Lu Yunjian felt immense gratitude.
Chen Xun nodded and smiled, saying,
"This array disc contains merely 2 array cores, use it sparingly." To be honest, employing it against that South Sky cultivator would be somewhat excessive, but it matters not.
For it was merely something I found and have no use for.
The time elapsed was so long that Chen Xun had forgotten the exact location of his find. He considered such items, which he regarded as refuse, to be plentiful and varied in his possession.
He refrained from elaborating to Lu Yunjian, thinking it unwise to disclose that this array disc, once activated, could withstand even the arrival of a celestial being.
On the other hand, should the South Sky cultivator attempt to breach Dao Tian sect and fail, it would indeed be a stroke of luck for him to encounter a mere tribulation-transcending cultivator being thwarted by such an array disc.
"Sir, I understand." Lu Yunjian solemnly stored the array disc away, grasping the implication that it could only be utilized twice. Chen Xun chuckled, "Since that person is seeking to trouble me,
you may take it upon yourselves to scold him heartily within the array."
"Yes." Lu Yunjian readily agreed.
"Additionally, inform him that I will soon be visiting the South Sky, providing him an opportunity for a face-to-face reckoning." Chen Xun spoke softly.
This way, the tribulation-transcending cultivator would likely abandon his post upon realizing he could not penetrate Dao Tian sect.
Understood.
Lu Yunjian clearly grasped Chen Xun's underlying intent, increasing his gratitude.
He simultaneously gleaned that the gentleman would be in the South Sky for some time to come.
Unavoidably, Lu Yunjian felt a pang of sympathy for the tribulation-transcending cultivator. Why choose to provoke someone like the gentleman? Previously, Lu Yunjian might have thought that the tribulation-transcending cultivator posed a genuine threat to Chen Xun.
But after the events at the Wuji Immortal Palace, he chuckled. Lu Yunjian recognized that, in the eyes of the gentleman, the tribulation-transcending cultivator was inconsequential.
Given Chen Xun's disposition,
it was improbable that he would seek out the cultivator intentionally. It would merely be a matter of fate leading to his demise.
"Do you have any further matters to attend to?" Chen Xun asked calmly.
Lu Yunjian quickly shook his head, replying, "No, sir, nothing more."
Chen Xun responded, "Since there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Shall I not escort you?"
"Ah, I dare not impose."
"Then, I shall take my leave, sir."
"Please take care."
Lu Yunjian, startled, understood the urgency of the moment.
He rose, bowed respectfully, and retreated 10 paces before turning and soaring into the sky.
After Lu Yunjian's departure,
Chen Xun tucked away the wordless book and returned it to his embrace. He then retrieved a multitude of items, creating a small mountain of possessions.
Ah, the Qiankuan Tower.
The indestructible sutra, the binding immortal rope, the endless alchemical furnace, the primordial green lotus, the world tree seedling, the primordial heavy armor, the soul summoning banner. The 10,000 spell cannon, the celestial cloud boots, the spirit pearls of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and so forth.
Alas! These trinkets serve no purpose, retaining them is useless, yet discarding them feels like a loss.
Chen Xun felt a wave of melancholy as he shook his head, sifting through the items before gathering them all back into one place. Although he held these objects in disdain, any single one of them could incite chaos and bloodshed if placed in the wrong hands.
Yet, he possessed many of them.
Among this collection of treasures, the one that captured Chen Xun's fondness the most was the book without words. Indeed, it was the book without words. Even the wooden sword was relegated to a lesser position. Whether in moments of madness or clarity, Chen Xun often found himself embracing the book. Not to learn anything in particular, but simply for its intriguing and aesthetically pleasing nature.
To an ordinary person, the book without words appeared devoid of records and content, however.
To Chen Xun, it was rich with profound mysteries. It held the essence of perceiving the universe and understanding all things. Within its pages lay fundamental insights into fate, causality, and the very laws of existence. At that moment, the wooden sword behind him quivered slightly. Chen Xun raised an eyebrow and remarked nonchalantly, "Well,
you are somewhat tolerable after all." Wooden sword. Chapter 69, The Spirit Realm Demon Emperor. In the following fortnight, Chen Xun traversed much of the ethereal snowfields.
The snowfields, perpetually blanketed in snow, seemed to be an intentional choice for the residents of the Wuji Immortal Palace, which once reigned supreme in this domain. However, with the downfall of the Wuji Immortal Palace, the snowfields appeared to have lost their uniqueness. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Chen Xun paused momentarily, and before him, a wall of air materialized 10 paces away. He approached, stroking his chin thoughtfully, then gently prodded it with a finger. Crack! The wall of air shattered, creating an opening sufficient for a single person to pass through. Despite Chen Xun's apparent ease, the wall's solidity would leave even an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator at a loss. One could surmise that the Wuji Immortal Palace, having dominated the ethereal snowfields for so long, was aware of this wall's existence but found themselves incapable of breaching it. Perhaps the palace master, being at the mid-tribulation stage, lacked the requisite power, and it was assumed that upon breaking through to the later stage, they would attempt to dismantle this barrier. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Xun stepped inside. The moment he crossed the wall, the scenery transformed dramatically. The surroundings were no longer the snowfields but a pitch-black, silent void. Looking down, he saw nothing beneath his feet, only an unfathomable darkness. After so many years, someone has finally entered here. It was not in vain that this emperor awaited. At that moment, a golden-armored apparition slowly emerged, its indifferent voice resonating in the stillness, exuding an air of profound mystery. Chen Xun gazed at the golden figure, his eyes narrowing slightly as a flicker of recognition stirred within him, though he could not place it. You are here, your cultivation must surely be at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Excellent what? Wait. Sir. The golden apparition spoke in a detached manner, but upon noticing Chen Xun, it gasped in surprise. Chen Xun squinted. The golden figure, shedding its previously domineering demeanor, swiftly flashed before Chen Xun, ingratiatingly remarking, Sir, it is I, Shang. Have you forgotten me? As it spoke, it removed its mask, revealing a furry yet cheeky visage. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, taking a moment before recognition dawned upon him, and he chuckled, so it is you, you mischievous monkey. Shang grinned broadly, scratching its head with excitement. Chen Xun replied with a faint smile. I did not expect this monkey to leave a fragment of its spirit in the mortal realm. If I am not mistaken, this must be yet another of your schemes. Despite Shang's seemingly harmless appearance, it was merely a fade before Chen Xun. Its true identity was that of a demon emperor in the spirit realm. Shang chuckled awkwardly, it seems I cannot hide anything from your discerning eyes. Ahem. Seeing Chen Xun, Shang felt both joy and helplessness. The latter stemmed from the thwarted possession plan. The air wall it had constructed in the mortal realm was intended as a filter if anyone could enter. They would meet the criteria for possession. Shang was, of course, not dead, its true form resided in the spirit realm. This fragment of its soul sought to seize a fitting corporeal vessel. Generally speaking, the ability to reach the pinnacle of cultivation in the resource-scarce mortal realm is a testament to both innate talent and perseverance. Most cultivators who ascend from the mortal realm can thrive in the spirit realm. Should one manage to achieve an exceptional external incarnation in the mortal realm and subsequently transcend through the heavenly tribulation to ascend to the spirit realm, they are destined to become a formidable ally of the saint. Surely, you do not hold the saint accountable? The saint, noticing Chen Xun's silence as he merely gazed at him, felt a twinge of apprehension. Chen Xun softly replied, What reason do I have to blame you? The fates of others are of no concern to me. The saint immediately chuckled, saying, You have not changed, as you were before, so you are now. Suddenly, Chen Xun remarked, At present, there happens to be a tribulation period cultivator who stands against me, currently at the pinnacle of the mid-tribulation stage. Just a step away from the late stage. What shall we do with that body? The saint gasped in shock, Is there truly someone bold enough to oppose you? That tribulation cultivator must be courting death. The saint, astounded, was acutely aware of the vast powers possessed by Chen Xun, and could only say that the tribulation cultivator had guts. Chen Xun shook his head with a wry smile, saying, Your words amuse me. Have there not always been those who would stand against me? My countenance bears no warning against provocateurs. Indeed, what you say is true. The saint flattered with a smile, adding, It is such a delight to see you in this lucid state. Previously, you departed without a sound, and I missed you greatly.
Who would have thought you would arrive in the mortal realm?
Truly, you are remarkable, able to traverse the barriers of realms and defy the heavenly laws.
Clearly,
the saint was aware of Chen Xun's oscillation between madness and clarity, yet possessed only a superficial understanding of the depths of this phenomenon.
Moreover,
the saint perceived the interchange between these two states as a mere game of the powerful within the world.
Upon hearing the saint's remarks, Chen Xun sighed inwardly,
realizing that he had been clear-headed for over a month now, and wondered when he might unexpectedly revert to madness.
He had grown accustomed to it, so he would let it be.
Now, let us not dwell on idle chatter. I shall first collect your remnant soul, and after dealing with that tribulation cultivator,
I will release you.
With a flick of his sleeve, Chen Xun took the saint's remnant soul away without a trace. He found this mischievous spirit quite endearing and, given their prior connection, did not mind lending a hand. Meanwhile, at the Dao Tian sect, within the inner cabinet, Nan Gongyao and the elders wore furrowed brows,
occasionally lamenting. Sect Master Lu Yunjian has returned. At that moment, Lu Yunjian, weary from travel, entered the cabinet.
Everyone rejoiced and hurried to surround him.
Nan Gongyao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Elder, you have finally returned.
I heard that the Tribulation Master from Nan Tian has arrived at the Swallowing Sky Demon sect and will soon come to our Dao Tian sect."
Wait. Suddenly, Nan Gongyao's expression shifted to urgency. "No, how is it that you have returned alone? Did not the Qin sect master accompany you to Dao Tian sect?" The elders, too, noticed this discrepancy, their faces paling in response. Lu Yunjian swallowed hard and declared, "Sect Master, Master Qin has been slain by the esteemed teacher.
And the infinite immortal palace has also been obliterated."
What? The crowd was momentarily stunned.
Nan Gongyao could no longer maintain his composure.
He surged forward and seized Lu Yunjian by the collar, incredulously demanding, "What did you say? Repeat that." Trembling, Lu Yunjian replied, "The infinite immortal palace is no more." Nan Gongyao's pupils constricted sharply, slowly releasing his grip on Lu Yunjian's collar, stumbling backward as if about to lose his footing.
The elders collectively gasped,
their minds swirling in tumultuous waves. That was the ethereal infinite immortal palace, a realm beyond the mundane, annihilated by the esteemed teacher? Such overwhelming power.
If this revelation had not come from the venerable elder Lu Yunjian himself, they would have found it utterly implausible, as if trapped in a surreal dream.
How could the infinite immortal palace have provoked the esteemed teacher? It is over, with the destruction of the infinite immortal palace. How shall our Dao Tian sect weather this calamity?
Nan Gongyao murmured, his eyes vacant. Lu Yunjian let out a chuckle, produced an array disc, and proclaimed loudly, "Sect Master, do not panic, this array disc has been bestowed by the esteemed teacher. He assured me that it can easily withstand the tribulations of the great cultivators."
Boom! The crowd erupted in joy.
A spark of light returned to Nan Gongyao's eyes as he snatched the array disc and cradled it as though it were a treasure, exclaiming,
"Excellent! Truly splendid!
Humph! The infinite immortal palace brought this upon themselves by crossing paths with the esteemed teacher. They deserve their demise."
Turning to Lu Yunjian, Nan Gongyao expressed his concern. "Yunjian, the esteemed teacher has not been harmed, has he?"
Lu Yunjian reassured him, "Not a single hair on the esteemed teacher has been touched."
Chapter 70, Assemble.
At that moment, the master drew his sword, and Qin Shinran was cleaved in two. Later, as I followed the master outside, he suddenly turned, extending his index and middle fingers towards the Wajixian palace. The suffocating sword intent surged forth like an ocean towards the palace.
It was truly a scene of apocalypse. Can you believe it?
In but a few breaths, the Wajixian palace was reduced to dust.
Indeed, reduced to dust.
Even the towering snow-capped mountains were flattened to the ground. Within the cabinet, Lu Yunjian gestured with his fingers, recounting the actions of Chen Xun at that time.
Nan Gongyao and the others were utterly astounded. From Lu Yunjian's simple words, they could grasp the terrifying scene that had unfolded.
The instantaneous slaying of Qin Shinran in the midst of the tribulation,
followed by the obliteration of the Wajixian palace. Who in this world could achieve such feats? The master is truly formidable. Lu Xianyin marveled.
The master's cultivation transcends the heavens and the earth. I dare assert, he is certainly not a being of the mortal realm.
Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyao and the others regarded Lu Xianyin as if he were a fool. Did he really need to say that? At this critical juncture, even a fool would recognize that the master is a celestial being descended to the mortal world. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Lu Xianyin felt somewhat embarrassed. Nan Gongyao picked up the formation plate and remarked, "When our sect first encountered the master on that mountain peak, we sensed his extraordinary aura. Who would have thought? The master's divine powers surpass our sect's imagination? For such a celestial to reside in the Daotian sect for 6 years is indeed a great fortune for us." The elders nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting awe and reverence. Seeing Nan Gongyao examining the formation plate, Lu Yunjin interjected, "By the way, sect leader, the master mentioned that there are 2 more formation cores remaining in this plate. Each use diminishes the count. Furthermore, the master instructed that when the tribulation cultivator arrives, we should berate him thoroughly within the formation. He also said to inform the tribulation cultivator about his impending journey to the southern sky." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyao and the others organized their thoughts, understanding the importance of remembering these matters. However, the notion of berating the tribulation cultivator excited them. Good heavens! One could hardly imagine the thrill of insulting a tribulation cultivator. Previously, they would not have dared even with 1,000 bolstered hearts. But now that the master has commanded it, what is there to fear? They would simply insult him. 10 days later, 5 figures arrived outside the Daotian sect. Yin Jueqing, Ji Wuzong, and 3 other cultivators from the southern sky. Among them were the 2 who had exchanged barbs with Yin Jueqing that day. The one at the center, however, was a fierce-looking dwarf. It was obvious to anyone that this dwarf was the tribulation cultivator who had come from the southern sky. The dwarf, named Hao Gao, boasted a cultivation at the pinnacle of the mid-tribulation stage, slightly surpassing the recently fallen Qin Xingran of the Wujixian Palace, and was a formidable character within the southern sky. At this moment, Hao Gao's gaze fixated on the sword chasm, flickering slightly as he sensed its sharpness, causing him to feel a twinge of seriousness in his heart. Prior to his arrival, he had been aware that his opponent was also a tribulation stage cultivator, so it was not surprising that such a sword could be unleashed. Hao Gao was originally a person of caution, reluctant to engage in conflict with sword cultivators in the tribulation phase unless absolutely necessary. However, the opposing party had intrusively interjected, claiming that ordinary mortals must not be harmed. Nonsense! He had instigated the battle between the righteous and the demonic in Beixian. And not only did he require the blood of cultivators, but he also needed a substantial amount of mortal essence. Thus, he had no choice but to come. Should the other party fail to recognize his authority, Hao Gao would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong exchanged glances, silently lamenting. They were uncertain whether the Daotian sect had summoned reinforcements, otherwise, the day could spell disaster. Their concern was not for the Daotian sect itself, but rather for the fact that, regardless of the circumstances, their senior had resided within the sect for 6 years. Fellow cultivators, I trust you have been informed of my arrival. I am now at the Daotian sect, and I request to meet you soon. Hao Gao's indifferent voice echoed through the heavens as he surveyed the Daotian sect. In stark contrast, the sect remained eerily quiet, devoid of any agitation. Nan Gongyao had already instructed the elders to inform all peaks that, no matter what transpired, all elders and disciples were to carry on with their affairs and remain occupied until given the order to engage. Meanwhile, Nan Gongyao and the elders, including Lu Yunjin, soared into the air, gazing at the 5 individuals outside the sect. Their attention quickly fixated on the dwarf among them, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Surely, this was the formidable tribulation cultivator from the southern heavens. To be candid, despite possessing the formation plate bestowed by their master, facing this tribulation cultivator was undeniably unsettling. Feigning ignorance of Hao Gao's presence, Nan Gongyao turned to Yin Jueqing and politely inquired, "Sect Master Yin, who are these individuals?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hao Gao and his companions turned icy. Yin Jueqing cleared his throat and introduced, "Nan Gongyao, this is Senior Hao Gao, a formidable tribulation cultivator from the southern heavens." With rising anger, he added, "You must pay your respects at once." Yin Jueqing had previously informed Nan Gongyao of this meeting, and he could not afford to appear weak before Hao Gao. Nan Gongyao feigned shock but refrained from bowing. instead looking towards Hao Gao with curiosity. "What brings you to our Dao Tian sect, senior?" Hao Gao internally scoffed, having already consigned the Dao Tian sect to his list of targets. He replied coolly, "I have come to seek out the friend who wielded this sword." "Is he currently within your sect?"
Nan Gongyao smiled wryly. "Alas, senior has arrived too late, he departed a month ago."
Upon hearing this,
Hao Gao felt a wave of relief wash over him, his apprehensions dissipating. It seemed that the individual had received word of his arrival and had fled in advance.
that was for the best.
After all, the individual was a tribulation phase sword cultivator, and eliminating him would have been cumbersome. Let him escape.
Now
He could proceed with his plans in Beixian. However, as for the Dao Tian sect, they could not be spared.
Hao Gao then declared,
"I have taken a disliking to your Dao Tian sect and intend to eradicate your entire lineage today.
"Do you have any objections?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong felt a surge of anxiety.
Conversely, Nan Gongyao and the others, after a brief moment of contemplation, exchanged glances filled with incredulity. And suddenly erupted into laughter.
"Ha ha ha!
You wretched dwarf, you truly amuse this elder to no end.
Do you dare to threaten the entirety of my Dao Tian sect? Have you taken a moment to reflect upon your own character?"
Lu Yunjian, adhering to Chen Xun's previous instructions, was the first to mock him aloud.
Lu Xianin crouched down, gazing at the assembly of elders, and inquired with a playful tone, "Do I truly resemble a dwarf?"
The elders shook their heads in unison.
"How could you possibly resemble one? Even in this crouched position, you are far taller than any dwarf."
Indeed, how could one even draw such a comparison? At that very moment, outside Dao Tian sect, the expressions of Yin Jueqing and his companions were a tapestry of emotions, vibrant and colorful. Only Hao Gao's countenance was shrouded in the darkest gloom.
No one had ever dared to mock his stature, yet today
he found himself ridiculed by mere insects from Beixian. Were it not for the drawbacks of his cultivation method, he would not be a dwarf.
These insects shall pay dearly.
"Ah, esteemed elders, do observe, the dwarf seems quite agitated," his eyes reddening, chuckled Nan Gongyao.
Elder Jin Wang Tianfu, the fifth elder, pounded his thigh in laughter, exclaiming, "This is utterly hilarious. And he claims to be a transcending cultivator, yet possesses such a temperament?
I would prefer my spirit dog. When I scold it, it remains unperturbed."
Elder Zhou Tong, the ninth elder, also found amusement in the situation, deriding, "Hao Gao, such a name.
It ought to be How Short instead."
"Ha ha ha! The ninth elder is indeed witty." Laughter erupted among Nan Gongyao and the others. "Ah-ha!
I shall make your lives a living hell, you insects." Hao Gao bellowed in rage, his eyes ablaze. With a thunderous roar, the oppressive aura of a transcending cultivator erupted from his form, sweeping across the heavens. Hao Gao extended his diminutive hand, filled with wrath, aiming to shatter the entire Dao Tian sect into fragments.
However, at that very moment,
a beam of crimson gold light surged upward from Dao Tian sect, piercing the heavens. In the air, numerous Buddhist statues materialized, accompanied by an overwhelming array of incantations, swirling rapidly around Dao Tian sect, illuminating the world with golden brilliance.
Namo Sada Tath Gata, Arahant, Samyak Sambuddha.
The urgent sound of wooden fish and the sullen tones of Buddhist chants reverberated through the realm, akin to a death knell, shaking the very fabric of existence. Across the entirety of Beixian, countless individuals felt a profound resonance, turning in astonishment towards the direction of Dao Tian sect.
Simultaneously,
everyone within the Dao Tian sect looked up in awe, profoundly impacted by the spectacle. Not only they, but even Nan Gongyao and his companions were left speechless. No one had anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable formation plate granted by the master would unleash such a terrifying commotion.
This is utterly beyond comprehension.
Chapter 71, The Celestial Umbrella of Treasures. Wounded during tribulation, the resonant chants of Namo He Luo De Na Duo Luo Yi Yi enveloped the air, inducing an overwhelming sensation that caused one's head to throb and heart to race with anxiety. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong stared incredulously at the dazzling radiance of the Dao Tian sect.
What sorcery is this? It appeared to be some form of array. But from where did the Dao Tian sect acquire such an extraordinary formation?
At the same time, Hao Gao's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his eyes flickering with disbelief.
Boom!
In the next moment, Hao Gao's palm struck towards the Dao Tian sect. Under ordinary circumstances, this palm, imbued with the oppressive force of tribulation, would have shattered the sect into fragments. Yet, as the palm energy merged into the Buddha's light, it fell silent, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Observing this scene, Nangong Yao and the others felt their previously tense hearts suddenly relax, their faces glowing with exhilaration. Indeed, when produced by our master, it must be a masterpiece. This grand formation is terrifying. Its defensive prowess is entirely commensurate with the light and sound it generates. The strike from a formidable cultivator in the tribulation phase was effortlessly neutralized, and the formation remained utterly unscathed. Within the sect, countless disciples, including Zhao Ting, were left dumbfounded, overwhelmed with astonishment. At this moment, Hao Gao's eyes widened as he fixated on the ethereal Buddha figure and the incantations in the air, growling through gritted teeth, impossible. How could such a formidable array manifest in the mortal realm, and how could it exist within the Dao Tian sect? Hao Gao suddenly turned his gaze towards Nangong Yao within the array, demanding, "How can your mere Dao Tian sect possess such a formidable defensive array?" Behind him, the two other southern celestial cultivators were already lost in a daze. After the initial shock, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuxong began to harbor a vague suspicion. A figure in azure flashing through their minds. Could this array possibly be? If their conjecture were true, the terror associated with that senior in their minds would surge exponentially. After all, this formation was unprecedented, capable of effortlessly withstanding a peak strike from the tribulation phase, truly terrifying. At that moment, a Buddha statue in the sky, eyes closed, slowly raised its hand, aiming a counterstrike at Hao Gao. The posture suggested it would return Hao Gao's earlier palm strike. The same vibrations, the same intensity. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this counterattack was significantly enhanced compared to Hao Gao's original strike. Hao Gao's pupils constricted sharply, filled with disbelief. Such a formation exists in this world? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuxong turned pale, panicking as they cried out, "Senior Hao! If that strike imbued with tribulation pressure were to come our way, we would surely perish." Seeing this, Nangong Yao and the others were even more astonished and delighted, continuously expressing their admiration for their master. Buzzing, the palm struck with astonishing speed. Hao Gao took a deep breath, his expression grave. Earlier, in his fury, he had unleashed nearly 80% of his power, intending to reduce the Dao Tian sect to ruins. Now, he found himself in the position of having to withstand his own assault, feeling utterly exasperated. Most importantly, Hao Gao could sense that this strike was significantly more potent than when he had unleashed it, equating to a force of 99% of his attack. Infuriated, Hao Gao let out a furious cry, unwilling to underestimate the situation. He then spread his palm, and a paper umbrella flickered into existence, gripped firmly in his hand. The surface of the umbrella was adorned with numerous peculiar patterns, unmistakably a remarkable treasure. Beside him, Yin Jueqing and the others were startled at the sight of the umbrella, fully aware that this was Hao Gao's renowned artifact, the Heavenly Net Umbrella. This umbrella could both attack and defend, and it was rumored that Hao Gao had previously wielded it to contend against two mid-stage tribulation experts without faltering. Hao Gao fixated intently on the incoming strike, fervently channeling his spirit energy into the umbrella, his lips subtly moving as he chanted incantations. Then, with a fierce thrust, he thrust the Heavenly Net Umbrella forward, exclaiming, "Heavenly Net Umbrella, unfold!" With a sudden sound, the Heavenly Net Umbrella burst open, ethereal energy swirling upwards, rapidly rotating and enlarging in Hao Gao's grasp. In the blink of an eye, the umbrella expanded to a diameter of 100 zhang, casting an overwhelming shadow that obscured the sky. This spectacle left Nangong Yao and the others trembling in fear, silently acknowledging the extraordinary nature of tribulation experts. Even this artifact invoked an overwhelming sense of helplessness within them. Without the array plate bestowed by their master, the Dao Tian sect would surely face annihilation this time. Boom! Amidst the multitude of quaking gazes, the strike collided with the Heavenly Net Umbrella. Time seemed to freeze momentarily before a thunderous explosion erupted. The umbrella's surface caved in, faint cracks appearing. Hao Gao's complexion turned pale as he frantically retreated, managing to withdraw 1,000 zhang before finally halting. As the force dissipated, the Heavenly Net Umbrella reverted to its original size. Cough!
Hao Gao knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Well done! Nangong Yao and the others came back to their senses, exclaiming in delight. Yin Jueqing and the others hurried over to assist Hao Gao but said nothing. The rhythmic sound of wooden fish resonated continuously. The celestial Buddhist incantations whirled around, and the Buddha statue exuded a solemn and dignified aura, all with closed eyes, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Hao Gao. He gazed upward helplessly, panting slightly, as thoughts of retreat began to surface in his mind. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a domineering formation. How could such an array possibly exist in the mortal realm? The Dao Tian sect, it seemed, had encountered an extraordinary fortune. Damn it! Dao Tian sect, this matter is far from overt retreat. Hao Gao decisively resolved to withdraw. With such a bizarrely tyrannical array guarding them, the Dao Tian sect was impenetrable. If he continued to attack, he felt certain that he would meet his demise, truly perish. Seeing their opponent preparing to retreat, Nangong Yao and the others were filled with elation. Senior Hao, the master has a message for you to convey. Nangong Yao suddenly recalled and spoke hurriedly. Hao Gao paused, not uttering a word, waiting for further elaboration. Nangong Yao smiled and said, "The master has instructed that you need not search for him in Beixian. He will come to Nantian himself." Upon hearing this, Hao Gao's fist slowly clenched, and he departed alongside Yin Jueqing and the others. "Ha, the master is truly formidable!" Lu Yunjian exclaimed joyfully. The crowd nodded in unison, filled with admiration. "Master, when shall we dismantle the grand formation?" Lu Xianyin inquired. Nangong Yao pondered for a moment, replying, "There is no rush. We shall wait until the core of the formation is completely exhausted. Did not the sage say, each use diminishes its potency? Since we have employed it this time, we shall deplete that core. Moreover, I do not believe that Gao Hao has truly departed." At these words, the elders felt a shiver in their hearts and nodded in agreement. As Nangong Yao had surmised, Gao Hao had indeed not truly left, but rather concealed himself within the territory of the Dao Tian sect, lurking with keen eyes fixed upon it. It was not until several days later, witnessing the resplendent glow of the Buddha light still shining vibrantly, showing no signs of dissipating, that he reluctantly withdrew. Gao Hao did not immediately leave the northern Xian region. Instead, he temporarily took residence in the devouring sky demon sect to tend to his injuries. Chapter 72 The Madman Shall Pay the Price. In the vast spiritual realm, within the magnificent Buddhist temple, the resonant sound of a bell echoed, accompanied by the faint rhythm of a wooden fish. The Buddha, having descended from the Vajra Buddha plate, observed as a barefoot monk approached the temple's entrance, bowing reverently with hands clasped in prayer. The wooden fish's sound momentarily halted before resuming, and soon, words imbued with a tone of compassion for humanity emerged. "Where do you hail from?" The monk lowered his gaze and replied, "From the mortal realm." At last, the wooden fish's sound ceased, only to be replaced by a voice filled with mirth. "In the past, during the great battle with the Dao domain, the Vajra Buddha plate was inadvertently lost in conflict, only to be picked up by a madman passing by. That madman soon vanished without a trace. And now the Vajra Buddha plate has found its way to the mortal realm, yet that madman is no ordinary individual." The monk remained silent, fully aware that someone capable of eluding the grasp of their boundless Buddhist domain was indeed exceptional. He spoke, "Buddha. The Vajra Buddha plate has been sensed and is likely being utilized as a core of a formation. To employ the Vajra Buddha plate in the mortal realm is truly a waste. Shall we send someone to retrieve it?" After a prolonged silence, the temple finally responded, "No. Since the Vajra Buddha plate has now been reduced to but one core, it is not worth the effort to descend. Let it be, but remember this debt, that madman shall ultimately pay the price." "Understood," the monk replied. However, he was left puzzled. Had the madman truly brought the Vajra Buddha plate to the mortal realm? If so, that madman possessed considerable prowess. After all, traversing from the spiritual realm to the mortal realm incurs a significant cost. A moment's negligence could invite the wrath of the heavenly laws of the mortal realm. Another perplexity for the monk was why such a place as the mortal realm could possibly make use of a treasure like the Vajra Buddha plate. Could it be employed to resist some formidable foe? But what kind of powerful adversaries could dwell in the mortal realm? Should the monk learn that the Vajra Buddha plate was being used to fend off a tribulation stage cultivator, he would undoubtedly lose his composure, lamenting in anguish over such a squandered treasure. In the Tongtian demon sect, Hao Gao had recuperated from his injuries after a few days and was preparing to depart from Beixian. After all, he had numerous enemies in the southern sky, and being caught off guard would not bode well for him. "How, senior, shall we continue in Beixian?" Yin Jueqing inquired pensively. Hao Gao was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, fixing a cold stare upon Yin Jueqing and asserting, "Of course we shall continue. I require blood and abundance of it. If the blood of righteous cultivators proves insufficient, I shall resort to that of demonic cultivators. Should that still fall short, I will then demand the blood of mortals. If you fail to accomplish this, you shall be the first to meet your end at my hands." Yin Jueqing felt a chill run down his spine but dared not express any dissatisfaction, merely responding, "Rest assured, Senior Hao." Pleased, Hao Gao smiled and patted Yin Jueqing on the shoulder, saying, "Focus on fulfilling the tasks I have entrusted to you. Once accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely." Yin Jueqing feigned surprise, respectfully expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, Senior Hao." Hao Gao nodded slightly and then vanished in a flicker. The smile on Yin Jueqing's face gradually faded, and his gaze flickered rapidly in the direction Hao Gao had departed. Benefits? Up until now, after accomplishing so many tasks, he had received not a shred of advantage. How absurd! In contrast, Senior Chen had assisted him in breaking through to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm by using the method of transforming into a tree. And throughout the process, he had not imposed any burdens on Yin Jueqing, save for a minor request not to harm a multitude of mortals. Yin Jueqing had no intention of continuing to assist Hao Gao from this point forward. However, contemplating the two spies that Hao Gao had deliberately left to monitor him, Yin Jueqing made a resolute decision. After a period of planning, he would imprison those two South Heavenly cultivators. Yet, for the time being, he could not kill them, otherwise their soul lamps far away in the South Heaven would extinguish. As for the certainty of Hao Gao discovering this matter in the end? That is inconceivable. With Hao Gao in the South Heaven, Senior Chen would undoubtedly deal with him. Yin Jueqing was also astute enough not to disclose to Hao Gao that the terrifying grand formation of the Dao Tian sect might have been bestowed by Senior Chen. To be frank, had Hao Gao treated Yin Jueqing with a modicum of kindness, he would not have uttered such harsh words about killing him. Yin Jueqing might have subtly hinted at this matter to Hao Gao, warning him not to cross paths with Senior Chen, lest he ruin his own path to immortality. Humph. Facing an immensely powerful senior, it would signify the end of Hao Gao's journey. Yin Jueqing chuckled coldly to himself, pondering for a moment before conveying a message to Ji Wuzong and the other leaders of the demon sect to discuss the matter of imprisonment. In the following days, the two South Heavenly cultivators were imprisoned within the Swallowing Sky Demon sect by Yin Jueqing and his fellow demon cultivators, trapped with no means of contacting the outside world. Yin Jueqing promptly ordered the release of all righteous cultivators who had been captured. The righteous sects were astonished, initially bewildered by the machinations of the demon sect, suspecting ulterior motives, until Yin Jueqing personally met with Duan Sanhai, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, to elucidate the situation. Thus, the northern Xian region fell silent once more, with the righteous and demonic sects maintaining a temporary truce, albeit the minor skirmishes of the past continued. Meanwhile, the recent mysterious Buddhist sounds reverberating through northern Xian had also spread. The various sects, upon learning that the Dao Tian sect had repelled a formidable South Heavenly tribulation with a mysterious formation, stirred a considerable uproar. Yet, before the dust could settle, an even more shocking revelation emerged, sending the northern Xian cultivation world into turmoil. The Wuji Immortal Palace in the mysterious snow plains had inexplicably been destroyed. Most cultivators were oblivious to the details of the incident. Only those who had interacted with the Qingyi, such as Yin Jueqing, Ji Wuzong, and Duan Sanhai, began to harbor a growing sense of dread and suspicion within their hearts. In the northern Xian cultivation world, if there truly existed someone capable of annihilating the Wuji Immortal Palace, there was but one individual, that enigmatic swordsmanship elder who had previously resided in the Dao Tian sect. Following the stabilization of northern Xian, individuals such as Nangong Yao, Yin Jueqing, and others discreetly made their way to the South Heaven. With no ulterior motive,
I merely wish to witness firsthand the fate of the formidable cultivator, Hao Gao, as he faces his tribulation. Having not had the fortune to witness the esteemed Chen annihilate the Wuji immortal palace, I aspire to behold Chen vanquish Hao Gao. Perhaps I might gain some profound insight. Setting aside the notion of enlightenment, to witness the fall of a tribulation-crossing cultivator would indeed be a grand visual spectacle.
When Nangong Yao expressed his intention to attend,
the elder Lu Yunji had previously advised against it, saying, "Ah, sect master, you have only recently entered the transformation stage. It would be wiser to consolidate your realm within the sect rather than venture to the southern heaven."
Nangong Yao replied, "That cannot be. If our sect can observe the master slaying Hao Gao, we shall undoubtedly glean some understanding."
Lu Yunji chuckled, "Sect master, the master strikes with lethal swiftness.
To put it bluntly, your insights might amount to naught." Nangong Yao retorted, "You certainly possess audacity to speak thusly to me. Nevertheless, I shall go.
Even if I gain no enlightenment, witnessing the fall of a tribulation-crossing cultivator would broaden my horizons."
"Not just me.
I suspect even Sect Master Duan and the old curmudgeon Ian will attend. Do not attempt to dissuade me further, you, who have witnessed the master obliterate the immortal palace."
"Ought to understand."
Lu Yunji conceded, "Very well, I shall remain here to oversee the sect."
In the realm of mortals, there exists the North Xian, South Heaven, East Xian, and West Sea.
The cultivation realms of South Heaven and East Xian are nearly equal in overall strength, while the West Sea remains shrouded in mystery.
North Xian, however, lags slightly behind in overall prowess.
It is precisely for this reason that Hao Gao chose to initiate his endeavors in North Xian.
At this moment,
a fleeting azure figure crossed the border into South Heaven.
This figure, a young scholar clad in blue, is none other than Chen Xun,
who has emerged from the ethereal snowfields. It has been over a month since he last encountered the remnant soul of Shang Shang, which he had collected, thus indicating that Chen Xun has remained clear-minded for nearly 2.5 months. Here, peach blossoms are in full bloom, and a gentle breeze stirs. The blossoms reflect his solitary silhouette, while the spring breeze caresses his smiling visage, creating a picturesque scene. Chen Xun smiled as he recited a line of verse, plucked a peach blossom, inhaled its fragrance, and leisurely strolled away. His figure soon faded into a distant speck, vanishing amidst the beauty of spring.
Chapter 73. Half a year later, Yen City Market. Yen City, located in the eastern part of the southern sky, enjoys considerable renown among the countless cities of the region.
Its fame primarily stems from its proximity to the towering volcanic range known as the Extreme Flame Mountains. The city is home to hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, the vast majority of whom are ordinary mortals, with only a small fraction being cultivators. Most of the cultivators who come to Yen City possess fire attribute spiritual roots, drawn by the allure of the Extreme Flame Mountains.
At this moment,
the skies above are occasionally graced by flocks of luminous streaks darting between Yen City and the Extreme Flame Mountains. The ordinary citizens of Yen City glance upward from time to time, finding it an everyday sight, though they harbor feelings of envy and reverence.
Half a year later,
in the vegetable market on East Main Street of Yen City, a middle-aged couple busily attends to their pork stall, chopping bones, skinning, and washing the meat.
Behind the stall, a young man dressed in tattered blue garments and adorned with a blood-stained pink apron sits on a low stool, blissfully asleep. The apron is also decorated with delicate lace trim.
How are pork prices these days?
Have they gone up?
At that moment, a customer approaches the stall,
eyeing the hanging and displayed pork with a smile.
Noticing the customer, the middle-aged couple quickly halts their work and greets him with knives in hand.
"No price increase.
It's still 8 copper coins per pound," the man replies with a hearty smile. His name is Rongfu, the owner of the stall, of average height,
with a bushy beard that surprisingly does not convey any fierceness.
The woman beside him is named Su Engying, who still possesses a certain elegance, her name and demeanor suggesting a refined upbringing that seems at odds with Rongfu.
Yet, in reality, they are husband and wife. "All right, then give me 2 pounds. Cut it like that."
"This piece, with its marbled fat, looks delightful," the customer points to a section of pork on the stall.
"Certainly," Rongfu responds,
swiftly slicing the meat according to the customer's request. He picks up a nearby scale, ready to weigh the meat, but the customer chuckles and stops him.
"No need to weigh it. In this East Main Street market, who doesn't he know that you, pork Rong, are a master at cutting meat? Your portions are always spot on. Rongfu smiles, yet still weighs the meat for the customer to see.
Indeed, it is precisely 2 pounds, he confirms.
The customer, impressed, praises Rongfu's skill. Afterward, Rongfu retrieves a slender piece of twine, binds the pork, and hands it to the customer. The customer takes it and pays 16 copper coins. As he prepares to leave, he catches sight of the young man still dozing behind the stall and remarks, "I've been meaning to say this for a while. Every time I come to buy meat, you, as the owner, are busy, while your apprentice is comfortably napping. I say, you should send him away." Isn't that a waste of money?
Rongfu exchanges a glance with his wife, shaking his head with a smile. "You misunderstand this young fellow, Chen Xun. Though he appears to be sleeping now, he is the one who pushes the cart to fetch the pigs every day before dawn. You are aware that Chen Xun possesses a somewhat unhinged spirit. In matters of trade and finance, it is still left to my spouse and me."
"So it is." Upon hearing this, the guest nodded in realization, astonished. This young man can even haul pigs?
Rongfu chuckled heartily, replying, "Do not let Chen Xun's seemingly frail appearance deceive you. He possesses remarkable strength. When he is pulling a cart of pigs, he can sprint with remarkable agility."
The guest, slightly taken aback,
cast a glance at Chen Xun before bidding farewell and departing.
After the guest left, Rongfu and his wife turned to Chen Xun, sharing a smile.
Their hearts filled with satisfaction towards him. Despite his eccentricity and mental instability, he surpassed the previous lazy, gluttonous worker in nearly every regard. As afternoon approached and their pork supply was sold out, Rongfu and his wife began to tidy up their stall, preparing to close for the day.
Chen Xun. Wake up, it's time to pack up."
While Su Ying organized the stall, Rongfu approached and shook Chen Xun gently. Chuckling at the drool at the corner of his mouth, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness.
Chen Xun slowly awakened, wiping the drool from his lips,
his eyes gradually brightening with excitement.
With a manic grin, he dashed towards the market's exit, not even bothering to remove his frilly pink apron,
disappearing in a flash amidst the familiar gazes of the crowd.
Su Ying stifled a laugh, saying, "Dafu, what do you think Chen Xun is pondering day in and day out?"
Rongfu scratched his head, unsure of the answer, and simply smiled foolishly.
"Let us not concern ourselves with his thoughts. At least he seems genuinely happy every day, doesn't he? To be honest, I envy Chen Xun's carefree nature."
As he spoke, Rongfu's smile faded, and he gazed thoughtfully at Su Ying, sighing inwardly.
Noticing the look in Rongfu's eyes, Su Ying asked, "What is it?" "Nothing."
"Nothing at all," Rongfu replied with a renewed smile. "My dear, I suspect Chen Xun is home waiting for a meal. Let us return as well."
4 months prior, Chen Xun arrived in this scorching city.
Initially, he was in good spirits, having experienced a lucid period lasting over 4 months, yet, to his dismay, after just half a day in the city, that fervor returned with a vengeance. Chen Xun succumbed once more to madness.
After a month of wandering aimlessly in the city,
he made little impact, for this city was vastly different from the small town of Xiahe. It was immense, home to hundreds of thousands.
During this time,
Chen Xun became increasingly disheveled and unkempt, resembling a beggar. Though he did not actively solicit alms, passers-by occasionally felt pity and offered him some coins,
which amounted to little difference. By chance, Rongfu encountered Chen Xun while transporting pigs back home,
as he navigated a particularly bumpy and isolated stretch of road. His cart became stuck due to the uneven terrain, making the task arduous, especially with 2 pigs aboard.
In his desperation,
Rongfu sought assistance and spotted the laughing Chen Xun squatting by the roadside. Without hesitation, he asked Chen Xun for help. Remarkably, Chen Xun complied instantly, squatting down and, with both hands, lifted the cart carrying the 2 pigs with sheer strength.
Indeed, he lifted it.
At that moment, Rongfu was left utterly astonished, contemplating how this seemingly frail scholar possessed such astonishing strength.
Once the matter was resolved, Rongfu approached Chen Xun to express his gratitude,
offering him some money as a token of appreciation. However, Chen Xun adamantly refused, merely fixating on him with a smile. This left Rongfu feeling a jolt of unease, sensing that Chen Xun might be somewhat unhinged. Nevertheless, Rongfu pressed a few copper coins into Chen Xun's hands before hastily departing, as he needed to return to slaughtering pigs, with time not on his side. In the following days, as Rongfu transported pigs, he encountered Chen Xun several more times.
He often saw Chen Xun disheveled and squatting in neglected corners of the street, engrossed in a blank book. Eventually, Rongfu deduced that Chen Xun was likely a vagrant, belonging to the homeless sort. Eventually, compassion stirred within Rongfu, and he contemplated hiring Chen Xun as a helper for transporting pigs. Setting aside other considerations, he had witnessed Chen Xun's remarkable strength, which had impressed him deeply. In Rongfu's eyes, he was undoubtedly cut out for the work of pig hauling. Coincidentally, he had recently dismissed a lazy worker, making Chen Xun an ideal candidate. Rongfu inquired if Chen Xun would be willing to assist him, explaining that the job involved transporting pigs, with food and lodging provided, along with a monthly wage. Chen Xun's eyes lit up with excitement as he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Hauling pigs sounds splendid. I, too, relish the prospect of pig hauling." Oh, yes. Thus, Chen Xun became a humble pig hauler in Yen City, residing at Rongfu's home. Chapter 74, The Pig Handler. Chen Xun. Rongfu's home lies to the east of Yen City. A series of dilapidated buildings with small courtyards stretch out in a dense array. In the open spaces before these structures, many townsfolk meander about, some seated at tables, enjoying drinks and idle chatter, others strolling with their children, and a few brazen men bathing openly in broad daylight. Compared to the bustling market, this area exudes a quieter, more vibrant atmosphere of daily life. The residents here enjoy a standard of living that can be deemed moderate within the context of Yen City. To the west, there exist slums where the majority are crammed into single rooms, living in dire conditions, belonging to the lower strata of society. Given Rongfu's thriving pork business, he has settled in this locale. However, it is worth noting that this dwelling remains a rental. Despite the seemingly worn and aging facade of the buildings, the price to purchase one would be substantial. In a place like Yen City, owning a home is a formidable challenge. Many individuals, even with a lifetime of hard work, may find it difficult to secure a residence of their own. Just then, Chen Xun returned, arms wide open, exuberantly running and drawing the attention of numerous townsfolk. Upon recognizing him, they smiled knowingly, unperturbed by his presence. The locals had grown quite familiar with Chen Xun, aware that he was the hired hand at the Rong family's pork shop. Recently, for the residents of this area, Chen Xun had become a unique sight, bringing a considerable amount of joy. "Hey Chen Xun, hasn't Rongfu returned yet? Why not come over to my place for a meal?" one of the onlookers said amiably. Upon hearing the mention of food, Chen Xun's eyes sparkled, and he dashed towards the person's home. Just as the individual was about to usher him inside, Rongfu and Su Yingying returned with a cart. Observing the scene, Rongfu hurried over to pull Chen Xun back, exclaiming, "Dania, no need to trouble you. Our family is about to have dinner." Rongfu was well aware of Chen Xun's hearty appetite. Although Daniu appeared cheerful at that moment, he would surely be astounded by Chen Xun's voraciousness at the dinner table. "Oh, do as you please, after all. Our family's meals can't compare to the fine fare at the Rong household." "Chen Xun likely wouldn't be accustomed to it anyway," Daniu remarked with a smirk. Rongfu shot him a disapproving glare. "Hey, enough of that." As he spoke, Rongfu handed a piece of pork to Daniu and led Chen Xun back home. Daniu, grinning while holding the pork, proudly displayed it to onlookers. Yet, they remained unimpressed, for it was merely a piece of pork. After all, who hadn't received pork from Rongfu before? The townsfolk were well aware of Rongfu's generosity, as many living in the area had been recipients of his pork donations. Hence, Rongfu enjoyed a favorable reputation among the locals. As for Chen Xun, they all held a fondness for him, extending their affection to the young worker. Rongfu, true to his profession as a pork vendor, offered an array of pork dishes at the dinner table, justifying Daniu's earlier assertion that Rongfu's meals were indeed generous, with meat featured at nearly every meal. Chen Xun devoured an astonishing 10 bowls of rice before reluctantly leaving the dining table. Unfortunately, the dishes had all been consumed, and he was not inclined to eat plain rice. Rongfu and Su Yingying watched Chen Xun's swaying figure depart, struggling to swallow their own discomfort. To be honest, even though Chen Xun had been living with them for a month, they had yet to acclimate to his prodigious appetite. It was truly remarkable. Even more absurd was that this lad could eat so much without gaining an ounce. Chen Xun. Rongfu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. However,
Despite his insatiable appetite, Rongfu bore no resentment. Quite the opposite, he found Chen Xun to be a valuable worker. Compared to the previous lazy and gluttonous individual, Chen Xun was a breath of fresh air. In the past, Rongfu could barely manage to haul 2 pigs by himself, utterly exhausting him. Yet, Chen Xun could effortlessly handle 4 at a time. To Rongfu and his wife, it was nothing short of astonishing. "De fu. It's been a month since Chen Xun came here, you should settle his wages," Su Yingying said as she tidied up the dining table. "All right," Rongfu nodded, picking up his pipe and preparing to head to the small courtyard. "Wait," Su Yingying chided, lightly slapping Rongfu's hand, "can you not smoke so much?" Rongfu stiffened, chuckling awkwardly, and then set the pipe aside as he exited. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, Rongfu was taken aback to find Chen Xun practicing a handstand. He approached in astonishment. "I never imagined you could do this. No wonder you possess such strength, it seems you have trained before?" Yet, Rongfu couldn't shake the feeling of confusion. Chen Xun struck him as an enigma. He appeared to be a scholarly figure, yet he was undeniably a practitioner of physical prowess. Such a contradiction. Ha ha ha. Chen Xun laughed maniacally. Rongfu, feeling helpless, shook his head when he noticed Chen Xun still wearing that pink apron. He squatted down and kindly helped him remove it, saying, "Chen Xun, you have been working here for a month now, and I am very pleased with your performance. Here is your pay for last month." As he spoke, Rongfu produced several silver coins and placed them directly into Chen Xun's pocket. "Just make sure you don't regurgitate it after eating." Seeing Chen Xun so engrossed, Rongfu couldn't help but chuckle before heading to grab a wooden bucket and towel for a shower. The following day, even before dawn broke, Chen Xun emerged from his small room, hastily donned his pink apron with a solemn expression, and then set out to pull the cart with a clatter. Inside the house, hearing the commotion, Rongfu and Su Yingying awoke. They exchanged glances, filled with both relief and a wry smile. It was gratifying to see Chen Xun's industriousness, as he maintained this routine without fail every day. Yet, it also made them feel somewhat lazy in comparison. Rongfu and Su Yingying soon abandoned their cozy beds, swiftly preparing their tools, anticipating Chen Xun's return with the pigs for slaughter. They were well aware of Chen Xun's impressive efficiency. Meanwhile, on the dimly lit streets of Yen City, Chen Xun raced forward, pulling the cart with fervor. Many early risers were taken aback by the sight, retreating in astonishment to the sides of the road as they beheld the figure racing away with a cart. Goodness, is he out of his mind? With the dense population of Yen City, Chen Xun had only been transporting pigs for a month, and aside from the area of the Rongfu family, few recognized him, though some had caught a glimpse. "Isn't it astonishing? This isn't my first encounter with him, he's quite the force," remarked a passerby. "But what's so impressive about pulling a rickety cart? He's just being erratic, the sun hasn't even risen yet. What if he collides with someone? If luck is against him and he runs into a cultivator, he wouldn't even know how he met his end. Ha, it may not seem remarkable now, but just wait until he returns with those 4 pigs at this breakneck speed." "What? I don't believe it." "Humph, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. We'll have our breakfast here while we wait, that fellow will return the same way." "All right." At the pig farm, Chen Xun arrived at the entrance, where only his solitary figure stood before the empty gates. When Rongfu himself was in charge of the pig transport, by this time, numerous colleagues would have already arrived with their carts. However, Chen Xun rose early and moved swiftly. By the time he arrived, the pigs were already taken away, causing other pig transporters or workers to arrive belatedly, many of whom had never even laid eyes on him. Bang! 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 Chen Xun approached and forcefully knocked on the door with his shoulder, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. With a creak, an elderly man, still groggy from sleep, opened the door. Before even recognizing the visitor, he instinctively mumbled, "Is that you, Chen Xun? You rascal, coming here at such an early hour. The pigs in the farm haven't even awakened yet, and here you are, ready to take them to slaughter. What a cruel fate." Chapter 75. I dare say the elder is not in Yen City. Chen Xun placed his hands on his hips, raising his chin with an air of pride. The old man, seeing this, shook his head in resignation, then opened the garden gate, allowing Chen Xun to pull the cart inside. Upon entering the yard, Chen Xun leaped into the pig pen, effortlessly transferring the sleeping pigs onto the cart, one by one. The old man observed in astonishment, secretly marveling at Chen Xun's innate strength. In contrast, other pig handlers would require assistance from those in the yard to lift the pigs onto the cart. Before long, Chen Xun had placed all 4 pigs onto the cart, prompting the old man to exclaim, "Chen Xun, you appear so slender, yet your strength is remarkable. In my lifetime of managing pig farms, you are the most powerful pig handler I have ever encountered." Chen Xun chuckled, disregarding the old man's words, and set off with a rumbling cart. The cart was securely fenced, so there was no need to worry about the pigs falling off. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xun had left the pig farm and was racing down the road with the cart. The path from the pig farm was uneven, and the jarring motion finally roused the 4 pigs from their slumber. They quickly stood up, grunting in alarm. No noise. At that moment, Chen Xun, hurtling along, suddenly turned his head, his features contorted as he barked at them. The pigs immediately lay down in fright, trembling. He. Chen Xun laughed maniacally as he sped away, his legs leaving behind after images. At this time, the sky was brighter than before, with a hint of dawn on the horizon. Rumble, rumble. On the streets, many citizens felt a fleeting shadow rush past, accompanied by a gust of wind. They turned to look, dumbfounded. Put. At a nearby breakfast stall, someone who had just sipped their soup sprayed it out in shock, staring at the disappearing figure and cart, exclaiming, "What the hell? Heh, do you believe it now? That guy can run like the wind while pulling 4 pigs, what strength! Indeed, he is impressive. With such power, why not make a fortune? Why pull pigs for a meager income each month? Who is this pig handler working for? It seems to be Rome's pork at East Street Market. I think I saw him there when I went to buy pork earlier." Meanwhile, Chen Xun had arrived at Rongfu's home with the pigs. Some neighbors were already awake, preparing to head to the market. Upon seeing Chen Xun return with the pigs, they greeted him cheerfully. Rongfu and Su Yingying hurried out to assist Chen Xun in pushing the cart into the yard. "Chen Xun, you should take a rest, let Uncle Fu handle the rest," Rongfu said with a jovial tone, picking up a butcher's knife. Su Yingying handed Chen Xun a cup of tea before joining Rongfu in the butchering process. The sight of the butcher's knife sent the 4 pigs into a panic, squealing in terror. However, under the swift and skilled hands of Rongfu and Su Yingying, their lives were quickly extinguished. After removing the hair, the 2 adeptly dismembered the pigs with remarkable speed. During this period, Su Yingying's subtly aristocratic demeanor starkly contrasted with the gruesome task of slaughtering pigs. Once the task was completed, the duo loaded the severed pig heads, ears, ribs, substantial cuts of meat, and trotters onto a cart. Subsequently, the Rongfu couple called Chen Xun to join them for breakfast, leading to a scene where Chen Xun pulled the cart while Rongfu and Su Yingying pushed from behind, making their way towards the vegetable market on East Street. Thus commenced another day of selling pork, a routine that Chen Xun had been engaged in for over a month, while the Rongfu couple had been entrenched in this life for countless years. Upon reaching their stall at the market, they arranged the pork and ribs and hung the trotters, ready to commence business. Chen Xun stifled a yawn and settled into his usual spot behind the stall, succumbing to slumber amidst the market's clamor. Rongfu and Su Yingying exchanged amused glances and began attending to the arriving customers. "Pork Rong, I'll take a pound of pork." "Certainly," a customer remarked, "pork Rong. With no children to tend to, why toil endlessly for wealth?" After a brief silence, Rongfu chuckled and replied, "Currently, we have no children, but one must prepare, right? The tuition in Yanqing is quite expensive." In a lavish restaurant in Yanqing, at a window seat on the 5th floor, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong sat across from each other, indulging in wine. Having resided in Nantan for half a year, Yin Jueqing lamented the lack of news regarding their senior, exclaiming, "Truly, the senior's whereabouts are as elusive as a wisp of smoke." Ji Wucong took a sip of his drink and replied with a smile, "Such a carefree figure as our senior likely resides in some picturesque valley, far from our reach." Yin Jueqing chuckled softly and mused, "Over the past 6 months, Hao Gao has been relentlessly searching for Senior Chen. Due to the absence of any news, he believes Senior Chen is frightened." Ji Wucong's expression turned slightly frosty as he jested,
How could our senior fear that dwarf? When our senior reappears, it will mark the end of that dwarf's existence. After all, even the Wuji Immortal Palace fell to our senior. Although this had yet to be substantiated. Both Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong were inclined to believe it was highly probable. Furthermore, the terrifying array of the Daotian sect continued to radiate an aura of seemingly boundless power. Each of these monumental events was intricately linked to their senior. Rumor had it that not long ago, Hao Gao had commanded various sects across the Nantan region to issue bounties on their senior, promising substantial rewards for any leads. It was expected that in due time, such bounties would reach Yancheng. Yin Jueqing remarked. It is evident that after the incident in Beixian and the scathing reprimands from the Daotian sect, Hao Gao's anger has yet to dissipate. Clearly, the term dwarf has struck a chord with him. Ji Wucong inquired with curiosity, Yin Zongzhu, it seems that the dwarf has never encountered our senior. How then could he place a bounty? Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing's expression turned awkward, and with a hint of shame, he confessed, previously. When Hao Gao sought trouble with the esteemed senior in Beixian, he approached me in advance to inquire about certain details regarding the senior. I had no choice but to divulge some basic information, including the senior's name, a few physical characteristics, and the fact that the senior resides in Daotian sect. Do not cast such a look upon me, I was on the brink of death at Hao Gao's hands, you know? Moreover, I had already learned from Nangon Yao that the senior had departed from Daotian sect, which granted me the courage to speak to Hao Gao. As he spoke, Yin Jueqing's eyes brimmed with resentment yet were tinged with helplessness. As the master of the Tongtian demon sect, he had been threatened with death by Hao Gao on multiple occasions, yet this was ultimately a world where strength dictated authority. Ji Wucong nodded in understanding and then remarked. Sect Master Yin, I dare to wager that the senior is not in this flame city. Shall we proceed to our next location in search of them? Yin Jueqing gazed out the window toward the direction of the extreme flame mountain range and replied solemnly, there is no rush. Seeking the esteemed senior is one reason for our visit, another is that our sect comprises fire-attributed spiritual root cultivators. The extreme flame mountain range is quite renowned. Said to be a paradise for those of the fire attribute. Thus, I intend to stay for a while, as I wish to venture to the extreme flame mountain range and see if I might attain some fortuitous encounter. Very well, Ji Wucong agreed. Acknowledging that he had recently broken through to the transformation god stage and needed to take some time to stabilize his cultivation. Suddenly, Ji Wucong added, Sect Master Yin, do you think it is possible that the esteemed senior might be in the Qianlong Forbidden Area? Yin Jueqing paused, contemplating the possibility. But he realized that if the senior were indeed in the Qianlong Forbidden Area, they would not dare to venture there. The Qianlong Forbidden Area lies to the south of the southern heaven and is renowned as the most perilous forbidden ground in the mortal realm. It is said that nearly all those who attempt to cross into it during tribulation do not return. Chapter 76, Did I just catch a glimpse of a senior? A day swiftly passed, and dinner time approached. The business at Rongfu's stall thrived, with only a few remnants from the 4 pigs that had been sold. The profits from selling pigs far exceeded the usual earnings. As the Rongfu couple tidied up their stall as per their routine, they exchanged a knowing smile and went to rouse Chen Xun to head home together. Chen Xun had a remarkable ability to sleep. Apart from being awakened for lunch, he had essentially slept the entire day. Su Ying sighed with a smile, Chen Xun, wake up. As Rongfu gently shook Chen Xun. He glanced at Su Ying with a grin, this lad was up early, made a round trip, especially pulling back 4 pigs, of course, he must be exhausted. You know. Even I was half dead after hauling just 2 pigs. Su Ying pondered this, realizing that Chen Xun was indeed quite resilient. She couldn't help but gaze at him thoughtfully. If she and Dafeng had a child, he would likely be around 20, almost the same age as Chen Xun. Chen Xun, wake up. Let us head home. Yingzi? Rongfu gently pulled the groggy Chen Xun up, suddenly noticing the intensity of Su Ying's gaze. After a brief moment of surprise, he softly called out, ah. Okay, let us go home. Su Ying snapped back to reality and quickly responded with a smile. Rongfu tightened his grip on Chen Xun's hand slightly, forcing a smile, yes. Home it is. On the way back, Chen Xun merrily led the cart ahead, swaying with delight. Rongfu and Su Ying followed behind, both focusing on Chen Xun's silhouette. Exchanging few words, Occasionally, Rongfu cast a sidelong glance at Su Yingying, sensing her gaze, which sent a tremor through his heart. Thus, the trio traversed the bustling streets, gradually moving away. Suddenly, from the fifth floor of an inn on the side of the street, Ji Wutsong curiously observed the disappearing figures of Chen Xun and the Rongfu couple. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, to Ji Wutsong, the figure pulling the cart bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a senior. Frowning, he prepared to pursue them for a closer look. Creak! Yin Jueqing unexpectedly entered, holding 2 jugs of wine. Wutsong, come share a couple of drinks with me. Ji Wutsong paused, shaking off the fanciful notion that had crossed his mind. Surely, it was just a coincidence that the figure resembled that of the senior. It was impossible. A person of such stature would not be seen hauling a rickety cart through the bustling marketplace, accompanied by a middle-aged couple who appeared to be a family of 3. After all, this was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded in the past 6 months. What's the matter? Yin Jueqing noticed Ji Wutsong's unusual demeanor and inquired. Hesitating for a moment, Ji Wutsong finally spoke, Zhongzhuyin. I just saw a figure that looked somewhat like the senior. What? Yin Jueqing raised an eyebrow, quickly responding, where? Let us hurry and find out. Although similar mix-ups had occurred before, what if this time it was genuine? Ji Wutsong was taken aback but promptly nodded, pointing in a direction. In the next instant, the 2 figures vanished from the room. Whoosh! The figures of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong appeared at the street corner, scanning their surroundings. But the 3 individuals mentioned by Ji Wutsong earlier were nowhere to be found. Yin Jueqing promptly closed his eyes, unleashing his divine consciousness, honed in the late stage of transformation, to sweep across the vast expanse in all directions. The scenes of people dining, playing cards, arguing, and strolling, as well as the intimate exchanges occurring within the brothels and residences, were all vividly perceived by Yin Jueqing. Ji Wutsong also extended his divine sense. Yet his brow furrowed tightly, he found nothing and reluctantly opened his eyes. After a moment, Yin Jueqing opened his eyes as well, massaging his temples and sighed. I cannot find them. Upon hearing this, Ji Wutsong felt a twinge of disappointment but suddenly had an epiphany, raising a finger in excitement. Ah! Master Yin! It is precisely because we cannot find them that it makes sense. If that person truly is a senior, it is entirely normal for our divine senses to be ineffective. Yin Jueqing was taken aback, a look of joy emerging on his face as he exclaimed, indeed. With this thought, their hearts raced. Could it be that they had truly encountered a senior? Master Yin, they will surely pass along the street where our inn is located today. If we lie in wait there at the same time tomorrow afternoon, we might just see them. Whether that person is indeed a senior will be revealed then. Ji Wutsong urged hastily. Though the notion of the senior pulling a cart seemed absurd, he recalled that during their time at Daotian sect, the senior sometimes exhibited thoughts and spirit that diverged from the norm. Perhaps this was indeed the senior wandering among the mundane? Yin Jueqing's delight surged, as he patted Ji Wutsong's shoulder, praising, well said, Wutsong, you are quite astute. Ahem. Ji Wutsong cleared his throat and replied, it's nothing special. Yin Jueqing's expression turned cold, and he playfully kicked the pretentious Ji Wutsong, causing him to stumble. That'll teach you. At dinner. Defu, you ought to drink less. Su Yingying remarked with concern as she noticed Rongfu continuously pouring himself wine. Rongfu, with a flushed face, waved his hand and laughed, ah. I'm just in high spirits today, let me indulge a bit more, don't you think, Chen Xun? Meanwhile, Chen Xun was engrossed in his meal, his cheeks puffed out, and the speed at which he picked up food with his chopsticks left trails of afterimages, completely disregarding Rongfu. Su Yingying could only shake her head and say, I will allow you 3 more cups, but no more after that. All right. After dinner, Su Yingying busied herself with clearing the table and washing the dishes. Chen Xun squatted in the yard, laughing gleefully as he drew circles in the dirt with a twig. At that moment, Rongfu stumbled over, plopping down beside Chen Xun. Glancing at the circles on the ground, and with a dazed smile, asked, What are you drawing, Chen Xun? Chen Xun remained silent, continuing to draw circles. If Uncle Rong had a child, they would likely be about your age by now, Rongfu mused, studying Chen Xun with a smile. As his vision gradually blurred and the world spun around him, he patted Chen Xun's shoulder and suddenly bowed his head, choking back tears. Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong is truly beyond comprehension. Hearing the commotion, Chen Xun halted his circular motions, tilting his head curiously towards Rongfu. He then reached out to pat Rongfu's head, grinning mischievously, "My lord mustn't cry, oh he." Rongfu froze momentarily, his sobs intensifying. Chen Xun rose to his feet and called into the house, "He is crying. My lord is crying." "Who is crying?" came the voice of Su Yingying, swiftly followed by the sound of her hurried footsteps. Rongfu's weeping abruptly ceased, and he quickly wiped away his tears, standing up and striving to compose his demeanor. At that moment, Su Yingying emerged, casting a glance at Chen Xun and Rongfu, her brow furrowed in suspicion. "Chen Xun, who is crying?" Chen Xun grinned foolishly, pointing at Rongfu, "Him." Rongfu, taken aback, flushed with indignation and leapt up, exclaiming, "Don't say such things." With that, he snatched a slipper and staggered after Chen Xun. Chen Xun chuckled and dashed away, leading to a playful chase around the small courtyard, with Chen Xun occasionally glancing back to make a silly face. If Yin Jiueqing and Ji Wuzong were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished, thinking they were experiencing an illusion, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. "Mortal, do you even realize whom you are pursuing? That is none other than the esteemed Shen, who once brought the infinite celestial palace to its knees." Su Yingying observed the unfolding antics with a deep gaze at Rongfu, sighed inwardly, and then turned to return to her dishwashing. Meanwhile, Chen Xun dashed out in a swift motion, while the inebriated Rongfu continued to run in circles in the courtyard, still clutching his slipper, oblivious to what he was chasing. Chen Xun stood nearby, hands on his hips, unable to contain his laughter, with drool escaping the corners of his mouth in sheer delight. Chapter 77, Truly a Senior. It is impossible to pull a pig in this lifetime. The following day, Chen Xun rose early, as was his custom, pulling the cart with a rumble toward the pig farm. After returning with the pigs and waiting for the Rongfu couple to tend to them, they all shared breakfast before heading out with the cart to the East Street vegetable market. Thus began another day of selling pork. The Rongfu couple busied themselves as usual, while Chen Xun leaned back, indulging in a nap. The day swiftly passed. In the afternoon, the Rongfu couple roused Chen Xun, and they set off toward home with the cart. It was the same street, the same restaurant. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the restaurant, at the window, Yin Jiueqing and Ji Wuzong stood, their eyes fixed intently on the bustling street below. Suddenly, 3 figures came into view, drawing closer, Chen Xun with his cart, followed closely by the Rongfu couple. Yin Jiueqing and Ji Wuzong's pupils constricted, their chests heaving with excitement as boundless joy surged within them. A senior. It truly is a senior. They exchanged a glance filled with exhilaration. Nodding in agreement, they swiftly descended, cautiously trailing from a distance. Ji Wuzong gazed at the cart and the pork atop it, frowning as he remarked, "How could a senior be reduced to pulling a pig cart in the mundane world? This is far beneath the senior's stature." Not to mention that even the most lowly disciples of the immortal realm would never stoop to such a filthy task upon returning to the mortal realm. Yin Jiueqing looked at Chen Xun's back with reverence, stating, "What does it matter? Wasn't the senior once a mere servant at the Dao Tian sect? And did he not sweep the floors daily? Unlike us, the senior delights in mingling with the world, immersing himself in mortal experiences, savoring the essence of life. Did we not also endure the tribulations of transformation when we transcended?" Ji Wuzong nodded, finding this reasoning quite sensible, his gaze toward that figure in blue growing even more respectful. Reflecting on this, Ji Wuzong felt a pang of guilt, exclaiming, "If I were to descend into the mundane and engage in such a task as pulling a pig cart, I could never bear to do so. But the senior. Truly, he is remarkable." Yin Jiueqing shook his head with a smile, saying, "Let alone you, even I could not undertake such work. Once one reaches a certain status, it becomes exceedingly difficult to bow down." With their positions, one the chief of the Northern Xian demon path, the other the head of a prestigious demon sect, how could they ever lower themselves to pull pigs? It is impossible in this lifetime. After some time, Chen Xun and the Rongfu couple returned to their residence. Su Yingying hurried to prepare a meal, while Rongfu seized the opportunity to take out a set of pig slaughtering knives, sharpening them outside. Meanwhile, Chen Xun engaged in playful antics with a group of children. who followed him eagerly. He appeared as the quintessential leader of the children, while some parents, concerned about their offspring running too swiftly, chased after them with brooms, swatting at their behinds. "Brother, brother, my father is smacking my bottom," cried one child, frightened and teary-eyed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun let out a peculiar laugh and promptly turned back, spreading his arms to block the parents. The children, witnessing this, playfully followed Chen Xun, making silly faces and giggling. The parents, incensed by the scene, shot a glare at Chen Xun before departing with their brooms in hand. Only then did the children burst into hearty laughter. Rongfu, sharpening his knife while observing this spectacle, could only shake his head in resignation, though the smile on his face remained unwavering. Ever since Chen Xun's arrival, their area had indeed become much livelier. Meanwhile, not far around a corner, two figures, one tall and the other short, were stealthily peering out. These two were none other than Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, who had been following closely behind. As they beheld such a harmonious scene, their expressions froze in astonishment, and they were filled with deep reflections. After years on the path of immortality, looking back brought a myriad of emotions. Such a harmonious sight had not graced their eyes since they embarked on their journey of cultivation. Ji Wucong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he spoke in a trembling voice, "In my childhood, I too played the game of eagle-catching chicks. I still vividly remember how my father shielded me with his presence. His back was as reassuring as a mountain. Yet, I can no longer recall his visage, and the past is forever out of reach." Yin Jueqing pursed his lips in silence, gently caressing Ji Wucong's head in a gesture of comfort. His own eyes filled with regret and nostalgia, for he too had sacrificed much along their journey. The two remained transfixed until Rongfu called Chen Xun back for dinner, at which point they regained their composure and exchanged a glance at Rongfu's residence before returning to the tavern. In the tavern's room, after several rounds of drinks, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong remained in a somber mood, seldom exchanging words. Although encountering their esteemed senior should have been a cause for celebration, the sights and sounds they had experienced weighed heavily upon them, plunging their thoughts into reminiscence. They began to ponder whether their choices along the way had been right or wrong. Since embarking on their cultivation journey, they had rarely returned home, eventually losing track of when their parents had passed away, missing the chance to attend their funerals. When they finally returned, they could only stare blankly at their parents' graves. Was all this abandonment truly justified? Suddenly, both let out a muffled groan, their faces paling as they exchanged a glance filled with dread. A grave realization struck them: their hearts were unstable. The seeds of inner demons had taken root. Yin Jueqing immediately pushed the table aside, and he and Ji Wucong grasped each other as shoulders, beginning to circulate their techniques to salvage the situation. However, their complexions grew increasingly ghastly, even blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Just then, a scholar clad in a pink apron appeared out of thin air, chuckling mischievously. The moment Chen Xun arrived, the dire circumstances of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong drastically improved. The burgeoning inner demons vanished as if frightened away. They gasped for breath, and upon seeing Chen Xun, they were so astonished that they hurriedly bowed, respectfully exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our esteemed senior." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong were acutely aware that had it not been for the timely arrival of their esteemed predecessor, the incursion of their inner demons could have yielded disastrous consequences. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply in reverence. As for the reason behind their predecessor's presence in this place, the two were utterly unsurprised. Having trailed him previously, they understood that with his capabilities, he would surely have detected their presence. Chen Xun crouched down, shaking his head as he gazed at them, laughing maniacally. "Hee, do you pull pigs?" "Pull, pull, pull. We absolutely adore pulling pigs, esteemed predecessor." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong nodded eagerly, reminiscent of chicks pecking at grains. Reflecting on the days when they had transformed into trees within the Daotian sect, could it be that this pig-pulling was also a profound art? Would their predecessor bestow upon them yet another opportunity for transformation? With that thought, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong became overwhelmingly exhilarated and animated. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xun let out a cackling laugh, and his figure vanished into thin air. It was only then that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong sank down onto the ground, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, and simultaneously chuckled wryly. "Thank goodness our esteemed predecessor appeared." Chapter 78, The Three Who Lead the Pig. The following afternoon,
After a day filled with toil, the Rongfu couple and Chen Xun returned home as per their usual routine. However, upon their arrival, the Rongfu couple noticed their neighbors casting furtive glances in their direction. They exchanged puzzled looks and, upon investigation, discovered an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man standing at their doorstep. The opulent attire of the two individuals suggested they were not of ordinary status, and the subtle air of authority that surrounded them caused a pang of apprehension in the hearts of the Rongfu couple. They could not help but wonder if they had inadvertently offended someone of considerable influence during this period. After all, aside from selling pork, they had engaged in no other endeavors. Rushing over with a sense of urgency, the Rongfu couple was met by Chen Xun, who had dashed off to play with the children.
"Esteemed gentlemen, might I inquire?" Rongfu and Su Yingying bowed respectfully, their voices trembling with trepidation.
Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong promptly assisted them in standing upright, and after casting a glance at the frolicking Chen Xun, Ji Wuzong said with a smile, "We have long admired the Rong family's pork stall. We are but humble souls endowed with strength, seeking employment to assist you in the transportation of pigs." Prior to their arrival, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong had thoroughly researched the business of the Rongfu couple. The Rongfu couple, initially tense, were rendered speechless.
"Transport pigs?"
Regaining their composure, Rongfu forced a pale smile. "Gentlemen, surely you just..." Su Yingying's heart raced, overwhelmed with anxiety.
Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong exchanged glances. Momentarily taken aback, did they truly appear to be jesting?
Suddenly, they became acutely aware of their lavish clothing and felt a wave of unease wash over them.
Realizing they had neglected to change before approaching. Dressed so extravagantly, it was no wonder the couple assumed they were joking.
"It's your fault.
How could you overlook such a detail?"
Yin Jueqing transmitted his displeasure silently. Ji Wuzong, feeling the weight of guilt, responded innocently, "Yin Zongzhu, I was merely inquiring about the whereabouts of the esteemed elderess pork stall. I hardly considered such matters." Yin Jueqing, still irked, replied through thought,
"You best figure out what to say next. This is a rare opportunity bestowed upon us by the elder.
If we fail to secure this work at the Rong family's stall today, I shall hold you accountable."
Ji Wuzong rolled his eyes but soon donned a smile. Turning to Rongfu, "Boss Rong, we are not jesting with you. We sincerely wish to assist with the transportation of pigs, and we hope you will acquiesce. Also, please refrain from addressing us as gentlemen."
The Rongfu couple remained convinced that the two were merely jesting. Rongfu awkwardly responded, "Esteemed gentlemen, the truth is, we have already employed some workers and have no intention of hiring additional help at present. The 4 pigs that Chen Xun transported daily often went unsold. If they were to hire more workers, it would lead to significant losses, beyond wages and accommodations. The sheer volume of pigs brought home each day could not be sold entirely, the unsold ones would inevitably spoil, and they could not afford such losses."
Ji Wuzong,
having some knowledge of the pork trade, found himself at a loss for words.
He had never been so deferential in negotiating with commoners. After a moment's deliberation, he declared, "Boss Rong, we shall forego wages. We require no lodging.
All we desire is the opportunity to assist in transporting the pigs."
Yin Jueqing, in a state of perplexity, chimed in, "Indeed."
Rongfu and Su Yingying appeared utterly bewildered, staring at the two elegantly attired individuals before them.
Could they possibly be deranged? Yet, they hardly seemed so. Or perhaps they had simply come to mock them? Many affluent individuals possess a penchant for toying with the less fortunate.
Rongfu, hesitant to speak further, managed a rueful smile and diplomatically remarked, "Esteemed sirs, we truly do not require the assistance of additional pig tenders. Chen Xun alone struggles to sell the 4 pigs he brings in daily, any more would be unmanageable."
"We hope you might understand," Ji Wuzong quickly interjected. "Then we could share the task with the other young worker, how about that?
Surely he tires from handling 4 pigs alone." Rongfu was momentarily stunned. However, it became evident to him and Su Yingying that these two genuinely wished to tend to pigs.
Was there such joy to be found in this endeavor? Had the eccentricities of the wealthy in Yin City reached such heights? Oh, enough of this. Right. If we can tend to the pigs, how about we pay you for the privilege?"
Ji Wuzong exclaimed, reaching for money.
Rongfu hastily intervened, declaring, "No. You may tend to them. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong exchanged glances of delight. Their desire to tend to pigs was finally realized. Then, esteemed boss, we shall come by early tomorrow. Oh. And regarding the young workeress pink apron, we are quite fond of it, please ensure we have one as well. As for the pig cart, there's no need for us to have one, we are quite strong enough to carry a pig each. After their declaration, Yin Jueqing cautiously glanced at Chen Xun before making their exit. Rongfu and his wife stared blankly at the departing figures, still in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. They wondered why they had encountered such a bizarre occurrence and why, out of all the pig-selling stalls in Yen City, these two had chosen their own. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong arrived early to wait. Having learned their lesson, they had exchanged their opulent garments for worn, coarse linen. With a creak, the door opened, and they quickly turned to see Chen Xun emerge. "Greetings, esteemed senior," they whispered respectfully, almost as though they were thieves. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting them to stand at attention. It was Rongfu, who, upon spotting Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong, was taken aback. Surprised that they had indeed come, he swiftly retreated, only to return moments later with two pink aprons in hand. "Here, esteemed sirs, this is the aprons you requested. To avoid getting dirty." As Rongfu spoke, he suddenly noticed their attire, and his astonishment deepened. Just yesterday they had been clad in finery, now their humility was apparent. Understanding dawned upon him, they wished to avoid soiling their elegant clothes while partaking in the experience of labor. "Very well. Thank you," they exclaimed, snatching the pink aprons and donning them with haste. An elderly man, a middle-aged fellow, donned in a pastel pink apron, appeared rather peculiar. At that moment, Chen Xun erupted into a fit of laughter, seizing the cart and rumbling away. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong, upon witnessing this, ceased to pay any heed to the dazed Rongfu, turning instead to sprint after him, their arms swinging energetically as they moved with remarkable speed. Rongfu, swallowing hard, noted that the middle-aged man was quite robust, yet the old man astonishingly ran with remarkable agility. Goodness! In the streets, the cart rattled as Chen Xun dashed forward. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong flanked him, their expressions solemn as they focused ahead, their arms rhythmically propelling them forward. The trio maintained a synchronized pace, swiftly traversing the thoroughfare and kicking up clouds of dust. Early risers were startled, retreating to the sides of the road. "There goes that pig-hauling worker. Oh, but this time, he has two companions. Goodness, look at that old man, he runs so swiftly, it's astonishing." Shortly thereafter, the trio returned from the pig farm, racing back with fervor, sparks flying. Chen Xun's cart bore two pigs, while the other two were shouldered by Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong. They sped away, swiftly vanishing around the corner. Bystanders, having witnessed this extraordinary scene, stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, fur cultivators in a loft also took note of this spectacle, their expressions momentarily frozen before flickering with intrigue. While the seemingly eccentric youth with the cart remained oblivious to any deeper essence, the elder and the middle-aged man, in their sprint, exuded faint traces of spiritual energy. Were they cultivators? Cultivators hauling pigs? Pray tell, what manner of world is this? Such absurdity was beyond comprehension, an unprecedented sight. Why would cultivators engage in such activities? Clearly, there must be some undisclosed secret at play. Let us investigate further. Chapter 79, How could that old man play so pervertedly? As Chen Xun and his companions approached Rongfu's residence, they slowed their pace. At that moment, four figures suddenly emerged from the side, blocking their path. These four were the cultivators who had previously pursued them from the attic. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wuzong narrowed their eyes, instantly recognizing that the four cultivators were merely at the foundation establishment stage. How audacious! These insignificant foundation establishment cultivators dared to covet their intentions? Feigning ignorance, Chen Xun shook his head and nonchalantly maneuvered the cart through the four of them. The four cultivators' expressions sharpened as they prepared to obstruct Chen Xun. Ji Wuzong's gaze turned stern, and he spoke coolly, "You four ants are clearly tired of living, daring to obstruct the path of a senior?" As he spoke, an indistinct aura of the transformation stage began to permeate the air. Boom! The expressions of the four cultivators changed drastically, their faces paling in an instant.
Though they could not discern the precise realm of the middle-aged man before them, it was evident that he far surpassed them in cultivation level. At the very least, he was at the core formation stage, if not an ancient being of the nascent soul level. Bang! 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 The four cultivators' knees buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, filled with regret. Who would have thought that the one hauling a cart of pigs possessed such formidable power? Had they known, they would never have dared to approach him. "Senior, we mean no offense. We were merely curious about why you were hauling pigs," one of the cultivators stammered. "Senior, we are disciples of the Baihua Pavilion, and we had no intention of causing trouble," another added. Unfortunately, the four cultivators were utterly unaware of the identities of those they faced. Had they encountered the likes of Nangong Yao or Duan Songhai, they might have had a chance to survive. But Yan Jueqing and Ji Wutsong were notorious fiends. In response, Ji Wutsong grinned ominously and said, "We care not for your origins. Since you dared to covet and obstruct our path, take heed of your next life." With that, the expressions of the four cultivators shifted dramatically, and they cried out in terror, "Run!" Humph! Ji Wutsong let out a cold laugh and, with a flick of his sleeve, the four Foundation Establishment cultivators exploded into a mist of blood, not even having time to scream. In Ji Wutsong's eyes, for mere Foundation Establishment cultivators were no more significant than slaughtering pigs or dogs. In the realm of cultivation, the disparity in levels only grows more pronounced as one ascends, especially when the gap spans several major realms. Victory cannot be achieved through mere numbers. Baihua Pavilion. At this moment, Yan Jueqing murmured, "With these four ants dead, the Baihua Pavilion will undoubtedly come to investigate in Yen City. It seems their existence is no longer warranted. Wutsong, once we deliver the pigs to Boss Rong, you shall pay a visit and eradicate that Baihua Pavilion, preventing any future disturbances from their senior members." Ji Wutsong nodded. "Indeed, you need not suggest it, for I had already intended to do so." Their conversation was remarkably calm, yet their intentions were decisively ruthless and merciless, befitting the leaders of a demonic sect. Thereafter, the two carried the pigs into the small courtyard of Rongfu's residence. The unexpected strength displayed by Rongfu and Su Yingying astonished everyone. After years in Yen City, where nearly every household sells pork using carts, witnessing individuals carry the meat directly was a first. Such remarkable vigor. While the middle-aged man was somewhat expected, one couldn't help but wonder about the old gentleman's strength as well. "You two have worked hard. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea." Su Yingying hurriedly brought over 2 cups. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong accepted the tea, yet their eyes discreetly glanced at Chen Xun, who was squatting nearby, hesitant to take a seat. What a jest! With their elder present, they felt utterly unworthy to sit. Su Yingying, oblivious to their thoughts, quickly joined Rongfu in processing 4 pigs, as time was of the essence. "May I ask your names?" Rongfu inquired cheerfully while working. This experience of transporting pigs had fostered a sense of camaraderie between Rongfu and the 2 men, who genuinely seemed eager to assist. "Yin Jueqing, Ji Wutsong," they replied. At the mention of their names, Rongfu and Su Yingying paused their tasks, falling silent as the warmth of familiarity swiftly dissipated. To them, these names carried an air of dominance and suggested anything but amiable intentions. They seemed to be dignitaries merely seeking to experience life, requiring careful attention in the future. "Boss Rong, we shall take our leave now and return to transport the pigs early tomorrow," Yin Jueqing stated, casting a subtle, respectful glance at Chen Xun before departing. "Please walk safely," Rongfu urged. Once Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong were out of sight, the couple sighed in exasperation. Since yesterday, they had been in a daze. Fortunately, they had not sensed any malice from the 2 men. Reflecting on this, Rongfu, while handling the pork, turned to Chen Xun and earnestly cautioned, "Chen Xun, those 2 are certainly not ordinary individuals. When transporting pigs in the future, you must show them respect, otherwise, misfortune may befall us." Chen Xun appeared oblivious, exclaiming, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. All right. Rongfu, realizing Chen Xun was not receptive to his words, called out, "Ingzi, let us allow Chen Xun to have breakfast first." "Okay.
On their way back to the tavern, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong noticed that the dawn had broken. They suddenly became aware of the peculiar glances from passers-by, who whispered amongst themselves as they walked away. Those fragmented comments were impossible to escape their ears. Look at that big man and the old man. Wearing pink neck aprons, they can't be perverts, can they? It certainly seems so, it's barely dawn. And who knows if they just returned from some secret affair. Hiss, an affair? The old man looks far too aged for such depravity. Ah! There is a certain oddity to it, yet some individuals simply have peculiar tastes. We ought to rise above societal judgments and view matters with a discerning eye. No! I am not disdainful of this, rather, I am intrigued by which of the middle-aged man or the old man is the principal aggressor. It should be the old man. For if the middle-aged man were to take the lead in battle, given his robust physique, the old man would surely be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, their expressions dark and ghastly, as if they had ingested 1,000 dead flies. What are you Murants saying? Speak again if you dare. Ji Wucong abruptly turned, his face contorted in anger, though he did not wield any spiritual power. As the leader of the Dian demon sect, he emanated an aura of ferocity that sent tremors through the hearts of the onlookers, causing them to flee in terror. Observing this, Ji Wucong snorted, fixating on the retreating crowd as dark energy slowly coalesced around his hands. Never mind. At that moment, Yin Jueqing grasped Ji Wucong's hand, her gaze a silent warning. Ji Wucong was instantly jolted into understanding her intent, yet he felt a pang of frustration within. He and the sect leader Yin were the reigning masters of the North Shen demon sect, yet they found themselves so vilified by these mortals. Were it not for their presence in Flame City, Ji Wucong might have been inclined to raise the entire city. Yin Jueqing attempted to console him, saying, "These mortals do not mean it maliciously. Consider our appearance this early in the morning. It is no wonder they misinterpret our intentions." Ji Wucong's expression softened slightly as he shook his head. However, the sight of Yin Jueqing holding his hand only served to convince many passers-by that there was something illicit between them. Noticing these gazes, Yin Jueqing hesitated, hastily releasing his hand. With Ji Wucong's face darkening even further, they hastened into a tavern amidst the scrutiny of the crowd. Good heavens! The onlookers exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The speed at which the old man and the middle-aged man entered the tavern was astonishing. Were they truly that desperate? Chapter 80. The bounty in Yen City. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong would arrive punctually at the door of Rongfu's home each morning before dawn to await Chen Xun for their pig-catching endeavors. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. During this period, Ji Wucong made a visit to the Baihua Pavilion, where he fortuitously encountered investigators. After swiftly eliminating them, he proceeded to annihilate the entire Baihua Pavilion. Within the pavilion, the highest-ranked cultivators were merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, rendering them inconsequential in the grand scheme of the southern heaven sections. Faced with a formidable demon cultivator like Ji Wucong, they stood no chance of resistance. Thus, it is often advised that disciples of various sects remain vigilant when traveling outside, for instances of inadvertently offending powerful figures, resulting in the complete obliteration of their sects, are alarmingly common. Recently, an influx of cultivators had descended upon Yen City, with streaks of light frequently darting across the sky above. A bounty notice quietly circulated within and beyond the city. It predominantly spread among cultivators, as common folk would glance at the notice and shake their heads, retreating in disbelief. Though shocked, they understood that matters concerning cultivators were beyond their scope of involvement. Regardless of the staggering amount offered for reliable information about the individual in question, promising spirit stones, treasures, or even positions of authority, ordinary citizens dared not entangle themselves in such affairs. Moreover, the content of the bounty notice had become somewhat known to the citizens of Yen City, leaving them utterly astounded. It appeared that numerous sects from the southern heaven had united to hunt down a particular cultivator. Generally, even a solitary cultivator instills fear, compelling the masses to observe from a distance, let alone a coalition of so many sects. It was rumored that these sects were among the most prestigious in the southern heaven. The inhabitants of Yen City could scarcely fathom the catastrophic misdeeds that had provoked such a grave consequence for the cultivator named Chen Xun. Nevertheless,
The existence of this bounty also hinted at Chen Xun's extraordinary nature, for to warrant a collective pursuit by so many sects spoke volumes about his significance.
Outside Yen City,
two middle-aged men clad in plain robes stood gazing upward at the bounty notice affixed to the city wall, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. They were astonished that the bounty issued by Gao had reached Yen City. Those who dare to trouble Mr. Sun shall undoubtedly meet a dire fate, they remarked. The two were none other than Nangong Yao, the leader of the Daotian sect, and Duan Sanhai, the master of the Tianjian sect. They had been in the southern heaven for over half a year, meandering through various regions, and had now arrived at Yen City. However, neither Nangong Yao nor Duan Sanhai intended to enter the city, as they did not believe Chen Xun was present. After all, in their travels over the past 6 months, they had failed to uncover any information pertaining to him.
"Let us depart," Duan Sanhai suggested. Nangong Yao nodded in agreement.
Just as they prepared to leave, the voices of cultivators soaring past on their swords reached their ears.
"Did you hear? The Baihua Pavilion has been destroyed, it's utterly tragic." "Indeed, I have heard."
The Baihua Pavilion had established its roots in the Jiyan mountain range for many years, and with foundation establishment cultivators stationed there.
I never expected such a fate to befall them.
It is said that the Baihua Pavilion has been reduced to ruins, engulfed by a surging demonic aura. Presumably the work of demonic cultivators. Based on the lingering traces at the scene, one can deduce that the perpetrator who annihilated the Baihua Pavilion may very well be a cultivator at the transformation stage, a true monarch of transformation. How terrifying indeed.
Could it be that the one responsible for the destruction of the Baihua Pavilion is the cultivator named Chen Xun mentioned in the bounty notice? Alas!
The world has become increasingly chaotic, we ought to remain low-key to avoid implicating our sect.
As the two cultivators conversed, they soared into the City of Flame.
Upon overhearing their dialogue, Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai halted their steps, refraining from departing in haste. Several keywords swirled in their minds: demonic cultivators, transformation stage, extermination of a sect. Nangong Yao, filled with suspicion, remarked, "Sect leader Duan, for some reason
I feel an inexplicable sense of foreboding."
Duan Sanhai, sharing a similar premonition, replied pensively, "Do speak."
Nangong Yao continued,
"I can't shake the feeling that the destruction of the Baihua Pavilion must have been orchestrated by that villain Yin and Ji Wuzong." Duan Sanhai nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. Sect leader Nangong, I too harbor such a suspicion."
With that, the two exchanged a peculiar glance towards the City of Flame, momentarily deciding against leaving. In the Rongfu household.
During dinner, Rongfu lamented, "The number of cultivators in Flame City has been increasing lately. I heard that a bounty notice has been issued to apprehend a certain cultivator,
leaving us common folk in a state of unease.
With my busy schedule, I must find time to peruse that bounty notice and see what it entails." Taking a hearty bite, Chen Xun buried his face in his food, rice grains adorning his face, resembling a famished ghost.
Su Ying remarked, "It is likely nothing serious.
We need only avoid provoking those cultivators."
Rongfu shook his head, asserting, "This is not merely a matter of provocation.
You know well that Flame City has witnessed conflicts among cultivators before.
When two cultivators engage in battle, spells fly indiscriminately, affecting countless innocent bystanders.
The last official report indicated that 150 lives were lost, including children. The number of the injured is beyond count.
150 families shattered.
Many children were left orphaned, struggling to survive in slums, competing with stray dogs for scraps.
Yet those two cultivators faced no repercussions. Alas!
Those who perished, our lives as mortals are as fragile as blades of grass, trampled without mercy."
As he spoke, Rongfu's anger flared.
It is infuriating that the instigators suffer no consequences. They, as cultivators, reside high above us mere mortals, whom they deem insignificant.
But what of the innocents caught in the crossfire?
The surviving children are blameless, yet the authorities remain indifferent, offering no compensation. Su Ying hurriedly placed a hand over Rongfu's mouth, saying, "Defu, you've had too much to drink." Rongfu paused, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Then turned to Chen Xun. "Chen Xun, there will be no need to haul pigs tomorrow. We shall take a day off and visit a certain place."
"Understood." Chen Xun replied absent-mindedly, returning to his meal. After dinner, Chen Xun once again ventured out to frolic with the children. In the narrow courtyard,
Rongfu and Su Ying sat facing each other. Before them lay a rusty iron box, brimming with copper and silver coins.
Those children must be missing you as well. Su Yingying remarked softly, observing Rongfu's focused countenance as he counted the money.
In response, a hearty smile illuminated Rongfu's face as he continued to tally the coins. Lately, with that lad Chen Xun around, the pork business has been thriving.
It seems I ought to increase his monthly allowance. Tomorrow. Let us visit the children and buy them more food, perhaps even contribute a little to the household.
I take great joy in having the children surround me,
calling me Uncle Rong, their voices ringing with delight.
Having sold pork for many years, Rongfu retained only a modest sum for his own household, dedicating nearly all his earnings to the homeless children in the slums. His kind-hearted nature rendered him a quintessential good man, quietly contributing for years, even as the neighbors remained oblivious to his generosity towards the children of the impoverished community. Suddenly, Rongfu paused. His hands stilled over the coins as a thought crossed his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, his voice trembling. Yingzi, I owe you an apology. You defied your family's opposition to marry me, a rough man from humble origins, and yet I have not.
Su Yingying smiled gently,
placing her hand atop Rongfu's.
Defu, you have held these words in your heart for so long, haven't you? I am aware of your innermost thoughts.
But please understand, my marriage to you is solely because of the person you are, everything else is of no consequence.
What I cherish most is your kindness and sincerity.
I love you, and as long as I am with you, nothing else matters. Whether selling pork or even begging on the streets with you,
I would find joy in it.
Rongfu remained silent for a long while, grasping Su Yingying's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he smiled.
Thank you.
Chapter 81, The Slums of Flame City. Chen Xun is a good man. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong arrived.
However,
they were informed by Rongfu that the operation was paused for the day and no pigs would be pulled. The two were left with no choice but to wait. They lingered until Chen Xun and Rongfu finished their breakfast and emerged with a cloth bag. Upon seeing them, Rongfu could not help but inquire, esteemed sirs,
you have not departed yet? Ji Wucong respectfully glanced at Chen Xun and then said, Rong boss, may I ask where you intend to go today? Might we accompany you?
Yin Jueqing nodded in agreement.
They exchanged glances, not so much wishing to tag along, but rather out of concern for their elder.
Fearing that someone might inadvertently provoke him along the way, thus giving them an opportunity to intervene. Regardless, this was a chance to showcase themselves in front of their senior.
And such opportunities must not be missed.
Rongfu hesitated, casting a glance at Su Yingying. Oh, come now, Rong boss, let us join you, Ji Wucong urged eagerly. Very well, then esteemed sirs, please make yourselves comfortable.
Rongfu replied.
We are all allies here, there is no need for such formalities. Do refrain from calling us esteemed sirs again, it feels distant.
If you persist, I shall grow impatient. All right, fine.
Thus, Chen Xun and his companions made their way towards the western part of Flame City, where the slums lay. Along the journey, Chen Xun, with disheveled hair, wielded a wooden sword, swinging it wildly while laughing maniacally, attracting numerous bewildered gazes. Rongfu and Su Yingying felt somewhat embarrassed, though it was bearable. Rongfu glanced at Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, apologizing, esteemed sirs, Chen Xun's demeanor is somewhat eccentric, his thoughts diverge from the norm, I hope you can be understanding. Although Rongfu was aware that these two had been acquainted with Chen Xun for over half a month and understood his condition, he still feared that the current situation might cause them discomfort. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, who had been focusing intently on Chen Xun, were utterly taken aback,
shaking their heads vigorously in denial. Not at all. Rong boss, Chen Gong is quite well. Indeed, Chen Gong is excellent. Where is the abnormality? He appears entirely normal to me.
Rongfu was left speechless.
Entirely normal?
He glanced at Chen Xun's frenzied state and then exchanged a bewildered look with Su Yingying.
Surely, he couldn't be considered entirely normal?
Soon after, the group arrived at a market, purchasing a considerable amount of food and daily necessities. As Rongfu and his wife could not carry so much, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong offered to assist. For them, this was a novel experience after so many years. As they ventured further west into Flame City, the roads became increasingly dilapidated, some areas muddy and treacherous, and the air was tainted with a subtle stench. The odor was a pungent amalgamation of decay and the foulness of waste, quite overwhelming. Chen Xun seemed indifferent, laughing as though oblivious to it all. In contrast, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong could no longer suppress their frowns, discreetly channeling their spiritual energy to block their noses. After a period of time, Chen Xun and his companions finally arrived at the slum. The scene before them was one of disarray and squalor. Tattered and faded tents were haphazardly strewn across the landscape. Densely packed, with no end in sight. Numerous individuals and children could be seen moving about, most with lifeless gazes. The presence of Chen Xun and his companions drew many curious looks. "Dear sirs, the odor within will be even more potent, perhaps you should wait here?" Rongfu suggested, glancing at Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong. Ji Wucong immediately waved his hand dismissively. "Rong, it's nothing to us, in fact, it's quite aromatic," he replied candidly. Yin Jueqing shot a sidelong glance at Ji Wucong, as if to say, if it's so insignificant, then disperse the scent lingering in your nostrils. "What nonsense! Aromatic! You say?" Rongfu and his wife exchanged glances, their lips pursed, eager to inquire if Ji Wucong's sense of smell was intact. Very well, then, they conceded. And the group ventured deeper into the slum. Rongfu and his wife surveyed their surroundings warily, fearful of potential robbers, having encountered such situations in the past. Fortunately, this time proved quite safe. Unbeknownst to them, some onlookers coveted their belongings but were deterred by the fierce glares of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong. It was not until the group had moved further away that three emaciated youths, clad in patched clothing, emerged from the shadows, expressing their dissatisfaction. "Why didn't we act just now? Those people were laden with packages that must be worth a fortune. I even saw delicious pastries. Do you think we could just act? Did you not see the old man and that middle-aged man's eyes? They were as fearsome as wolves," one replied. "Forget it. I actually know that man, he is the owner of Rongji's pig stall. Every year he brings food to help the children, he is a good person. Even without those two, I wouldn't want to rob him. But I am so hungry," lamented another. At that moment, Chen Xun returned. The three youths were startled and immediately grew wary, preparing to flee at the slightest hint of danger. "Ha ha ha!" Chen Xun observed them, stroking his chin with a perplexing grin. Seeing this, the youths exchanged glances, realizing that the man seemed somewhat unhinged. "Hey, what do you want? Just so you know, the three of us aren't afraid of you." One youth feigned bravado. "Oh, I'm so scared." Chen Xun feigned terror, patting his chest dramatically. The three youths were taken aback and decided it unwise to engage further with someone they deemed eccentric, turning to leave. "Hey, with arms and legs, why not seek honest work?" Chen Xun remarked, shaking his head. The trio paused, silence enveloping them for a moment before they turned back to face Chen Xun. The central figure spoke somberly, "We, the people of this slum, are the lowest of the low in Yen City. We are not permitted to be seen outside during the day. If discovered, the authorities will detain us for disturbing the city's appearance. We can only venture out at night to scavenge for food." Thus, Chen Xun was indeed fortunate, prior to his assignment at Rongfu's house to transport pigs. He had not been discovered. Otherwise, he would likely have been imprisoned as one of the denizens of the slums. No. It would be more accurate to say that the Lord of Yanqing was fortunate, for Chen Xun was timely employed by Rongfu as a pig handler, otherwise, the Lord's estate might have faced ruin. "Can we depart now?" "In truth, we had no genuine intention of robbing you," spoke the young man. Suddenly, Chen Xun reached into his bosom and produced several silver coins, handing them over with a silly grin. "This is the pay I earned last month for transporting pigs. Take it and buy something delicious." The three men stared blankly at the money offered by the seemingly madman, swallowing hard. Once they regained their composure, the young man in the center snatched the coins from Chen Xun's hand and shouted, "Run!" The trio turned and fled. Chen Xun, still grinning, did not mind and simply turned to leave. However, at that moment, the three fleeing youths gradually halted, turning to gaze, transfixed, at Chen Xun's departing figure. The young man who had seized the money hesitated for a moment before returning, leaving behind one silver coin and stuffing the others back into Chen Xun's hand, stammering, "Brother, we only need a little, you keep the rest." "Thank you. You are like Boss Rong, a good person." Chen Xun chuckled, pocketed the coins, and quickly made his way. The three young men watched as he gradually disappeared from sight, only then returning to their senses, gazing at the solitary silver coin with mixed emotions.
Brother, that eccentric young man must be working at Boss Roan's place.
Indeed, he earns his living through hard labor, and he appears somewhat unhinged himself.
We cannot forsake our conscience for mere coins.
Yet, one silver coin is not insignificant. We are truly grateful to him.
Chapter 82, The Thoughts of Nangon Yao and Duan Sun Hai. Uncle Roan. Uncle Roan, have some pancakes too. Uncle Roan, Aunt Sue, we miss you so much. Ha, Uncle Roan and Aunt Sue miss you too.
Within a dilapidated tent, the Roan couple was surrounded by a group of frail children, their smiles uncontainable.
Outside the tent,
Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong stood, peering through the curtain at the heartwarming scene, momentarily lost in thought.
These two ruthless cultivators experienced an indescribable sensation for the first time after years of cultivation. Yin Jueqing remarked, "This Boss Roan is indeed a good person."
Ji Wucong silently nodded. Although he would not engage in such acts himself, he held no ill opinions of those who did. Yin Jueqing stroked his beard and chuckled. I finally understand why my predecessor advised me not to harm a multitude of commoners back in Beixian.
Now I realize that individuals like Boss Roan are undoubtedly not few among the common folk. Hey, what are you two doing here? At that moment,
Chen Xun suddenly appeared behind Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, startling them.
They quickly turned and bowed. "Predecessor."
Chen Xun glanced at them and cheerfully entered the foul-smelling tent.
"Predecessor, it's very dirty and smelly in there."
Ji Wucong hurriedly protested, but Chen Xun had already disappeared inside.
"We should go in as well," Yin Jueqing declared immediately.
Ji Wucong grimaced, "Master Yin, it's far too filthy and odorous in there."
With irritation, Yin Jueqing responded, "You've already endured worse, do you still care about this? Furthermore, can you claim to be more esteemed than our predecessor? Do not provoke me to strike you."
At these words, Ji Wucong's heart trembled.
And he reluctantly followed Yin Jueqing into the tent.
Inside, Chen Xun had already integrated himself with the children.
Initially,
the children were apprehensive at the sight of two more adults entering, but upon hearing Boss Rong's introduction, they soon warmed up and began to play with the bewildered Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong.
The Rong couple was taken aback and prepared to intervene. But Ji Wucong gave them a reassuring glance.
Thus, the esteemed leaders of the Tunxian demon sect and the Dian demon sect found themselves frolicking with the children from the slums.
At first,
Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet as they engaged in play, they began to sense the purity of the children's hearts, and smiles involuntarily graced their faces. If this scene were witnessed by their elders and disciples, they would surely be astounded, feeling as if the heavens had collapsed.
"Brother, have a pancake."
A little girl held out a half-eaten pancake to Chen Xun, who grinned widely and happily took a bite. As Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong